Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruto Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
Itachi slowly and thoroughly examined his arsenal. In front of him were the scrolls where he was to seal kunai, shuriken, and a couple of chains. It was necessary that the weapons were in perfect order, sharpened, lubricated with poison. Prepared for battle. There would be no time to be distracted on the mission. Are you leaving again? A sad voice came from the window. Itachi involuntarily shuddered. He had not even heard Shisui sneak up. However, what else to expect from the famous ghost? From early childhood, busy with studies and the early awakening of the Sharingan, Itachi remembered only Shisui nearby. That time resembled a feverish race. They studied, trained all day long, sometimes collapsing from fatigue right on the playground. They had no time at all for social adaptation, as their father called it. Two geniuses of the Uchiha clan, talented shinobi, warriors. Hope and support. Itachi learned to wear a mask on his face early, even before he received the well-deserved porcelain raven. His defensive reaction, which only Shisui was able to overcome. As a result, when the race was over, and Itachi woke up, he found no one around except his parents, Shisui, and his father. He even managed to drive away his younger brother with his constant busyness. And he could not do otherwise. He had no one to return to in the mansion. He forgot what it was like to enjoy life, to feel bright emotions. To smile. Calmness, extreme concentration on missions, became his constant, faithful companions. You'll drive yourself completely, Itachi, his friend shook his head disapprovingly. Take a break, rest a little. Our clan no longer needs to prove anything. During the demon fox's attack on the village, the Uchiha, contrary to all orders, entered the battle. Although not in full force, they managed to hold the Kyuubi. Each of them was closely monitored, each had a partner who was not an Uchiha. Which served as the main proof of their innocence. The elders assumed that the Sharingan, which the fox was subordinate to, was stolen from clan shinobi who disappeared during missions. The Uchiha of the Leaf were acquitted on all counts. The remnants of the clan. That night became fatal. Of the entire clan, 105 people remained, exactly half, most of whom were women and children. Itachi remembered how his mother cried, never taking off her Jonin vest. She buried her face in Sasuke's light blue blanket to somehow muffle her sobs. And her father, a stern, proud father who could not stand tears and weakness, simply put his hand on her shoulder. This said more to Itachi than his entire previous life. His father loved them, his mother, his brother. And him. I can't sit around doing nothing, he shrugged indifferently. You'll ruin yourself, Shisui frowned. And for what? For money? For fame? The title of genius? For what, Itachi? Itachi rubbed his face with his hands. Only when he was alone with his friend could he show such, albeit small, weakness. Because I don't know how to do it any other way, he said simply. They didn't teach me. I'm a fighter, a former ANBU, and so on, so on, so on. But you're no longer the connecting thread between the clan and the village. You have the right to rest, his friend urged. Go to the springs, relax. We have an excellent selection of medics this year. A crooked smile crossed his lips. After the Kyuubi's attack, Itachi saw how his clanmates' eyes literally opened. The Uchiha couldn't afford to sit in the swamp of hatred and lust for power any longer. It was better to have influence now than to make bloody plans for the future that might not even come true. Like a kick in the pants. Fugaku suddenly remembered what his wife's lively, young friend, Kushina Uzumaki, had been telling him. With the help of her water techniques, she discovered hidden hot springs nearby. With the help of earth and water techniques, it was easy to bring them to the surface. And the head of the clan got to work, during which he discovered that the fourth had left them an interesting legacy. 2 contractors agreed to build everything quickly and relatively inexpensively. The hospital agreed to send its medic Nin for an internship and to gain experience. A personal order from the fourth Hokage, which even Sarutobi, who had returned to power, did not dare to dispute. This is how the wellness center appeared. Hot springs, massage, treatment with herbs and special ointments, even chakra, delicious food and pleasant, polite service. The women of the clan did not disdain cleaning, laundry, washing dishes. The medic Nin improved their techniques, improved their control over chakra, tested their knowledge. Everyone was happy. Even the daimyo came to them especially, to look, rest, relax. And now, in their 11th year, the Uchiha clan had once again become one of the most respected in the village. They were no longer feared, no one whispered behind their backs, calling them red-eyed demons. And finally remember that you have a younger brother. With a quick movement, while Itachi was still in his thoughts, Shursui flicked him on the forehead, as the boy himself had once done with his younger brother. Go get him to the academy, train. Do you think so? Itachi said uncertainly. Needless to say, the genius of the clan was afraid. He had become too distant from his beloved younger brother, believing that a clan rebellion was inevitable. He tried to protect him from unnecessary suffering. I think so, Shursui nodded happily. And I'll go on the mission instead of you. He snatched the piece of paper. I'll run right now to negotiate with the Hokage. And disappeared into the Shunshin. Itachi walked slowly towards the academy. Shursui kept his word and the next day he ran off on a long mission, leaving his friend alone with his doubts and worries. He barely waved goodbye. And also, all this time his best friend brainwashed Sasuke on the topic of older brother complex and exaggerated care. When Sasuke, with the most serious expression and a slightly mocking look, quoted Itachi some particularly vivid expressions, including the advice to wait for your older brother to come to you, and he will come, he has nowhere to go, he did not know whether to cry or laugh at such care from his friend. And Sasuke simply hugged him and dragged him to training. I used to be offended, Sasuke threw a stone, watching the ripples spread across the water. And then Shursui explained to me what you wanted. How you worried about me. Only, he clenched his fists, his cheekbones turned a little red. Sasuke diligently looked away. Don't do that again, big brother. I won't, Otuto, Itachi flicked him on the forehead out of habit. He hadn't even noticed how his little, stupid brother had grown up, matured. Sasuke winced and pouted. Despite his age and status as an academy student, he was still a child. Funny, so. Lost in his thoughts, he still automatically and habitually and indifferently noted familiar faces. Shiranui Genma, the fourth's loyal senbon-bearing knight, was charming a girl from a flower shop, lazily moving senbon from one corner of his mouth to the other. How is his jaw still intact with such a toothpick? Nearby, the inseparable Kotetsu and Izumo, who were called nothing other than Katsumas in the village, were examining something on the weapons counter. Old man Tuchi's shop was quite lively. Mitarashi Anko is arguing over another portion of her favorite dango, almost hissing. However, the owner is not much inferior to her, at least he grins in the same way. It is clear that the argument brings great pleasure to both of them. And Itachi knows that in the end the old man will still give a discount to his regular customer. It would be nice to drop in on him one of these days. His train of thought was interrupted by something crashing into Itachi at full speed. Using only reflexes, the shinobi dodged the heavy books falling on his feet. With his thumbs, quickly, without thinking, he threw them up, where he caught them with one hand. With the other, he tenaciously held on to the attacker. The enemy turned out to be a short blonde, admiring the neat stack of textbooks in Itachi's palm. Wow! Cool, Datebao! She exclaimed loudly, turning to the adult. For a moment, Itachi wanted to close his eyes. The girl turned out to be bright. Golden hair, like sunbeams, bright blue, sparkling eyes, a shining face. Tanned, lively, active, with funny whisker scars on her cheeks. Emotions were just gushing out, and the girl didn't think it was necessary to hide them. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that she was missing her headband, which meant she wasn't even a genin yet. She was probably in a hurry to get out of the academy. Inwardly, Uchiha blushed painfully, thinking about what Sasuke would say if he found out that the ANBU captain had been caught off guard by an academy student. Here, he handed her the textbooks. "Thank you," she seemed to smile wider than her cheeks. "Thank you for your help, uncle," she shouted, already running away. And only the tip of her intricately braided long braid flashed in the air. "Uncle," someone giggled behind him. Itachi turned around and saw his younger brother. He was watching the running girl with interest. "Sasuke, don't say a word," the elder warned, putting his index finger to his little brother's nose. Of course, he was amused. "I think I'll show him some pictures too. He has Mangekyo after all. I'll spank him," Itachi threatened. "Will you catch up?" Sasuke grinned and immediately took a low start. Itachi rushed after him, for the first time in his life, giving himself over to the process of fooling around with all his soul. Probably, the short meeting with that girl gave him a boost of energy. The genius of the Uchiha clan could not explain his behavior in any other way. This year, summer had clearly decided to roast people with the scorching sun. The air above the scorching earth trembled with a haze of heat. To the delight of the opposite, girls undressed and wore thin, translucent dresses, but shinobi had a hard time. According to regulations, they were required to wear a uniform in any weather. Therefore, no one in green vests was visible on the street. They ran like cockroaches to the corners in search of shade. However, this was the only type of activity in the village. The brain-melting heat clearly did not contribute to increased productivity. An empty decanter with dried lemon peel stood on the table at the Katsumas. The duty officers themselves sprawled on chairs, listlessly fanning themselves with visitor lists. The unheard of happened. Shiranui Ginma finally released his favorite senbon from his mouth. It was heating up too quickly in the sun. Itachi, passing through the gate, mechanically waved his hand to the duty officers. They fluttered, indicating that they had seen it, but would write it down later. Uchiha's throat was dry, his vision was double, but he stubbornly, albeit slowly, trudged home. His arm, hit by an enemy kunai on a mission, ached. The smell of blood heated by the sun burned his nose. And in his head were fragmentary plans on how to get into his own room and not catch the eye of Sasuke and Ototo. The story with the uncle quickly became the property of his family. Itachi even ran off to the first escort mission he came across, just to avoid seeing two wide, sly smiles that looked alike. Salty, burning sweat trickled down his forehead. The shirt under his vest was completely soaked with it and blood. He was thirsty. Itachi was already imagining this transparent jug, fogged up from the coolness, with 2 slices of lemon inside. And it was still a long way to home. "Uncle!" someone sang loudly next to his ear. Itachi jerked, and then saw the round face of that girl from the academy. She looked amazingly fresh. In a light sundress, with her usual braid, she held an ice lolly in her hand, and handed him the second portion. "I want to thank you again for your help and apologize, Datebao." She smiled. Itachi grabbed a piece of slightly melted ice with pleasure, groaning with pleasure as he felt the coolness flow down his throat. He destroyed the sweetness in 2 minutes, without even noticing. The girl silently handed him the second one. The guy nodded gratefully. "Were you waiting for me?" His voice was hoarse, almost broken. He had to pronounce too many seals. "No," the interlocutor walking next to him shrugged. "I saw you in such a state, uncle, and decided to help. Because a shinobi should help others, Datebao." "I'm not an uncle," Itachi muttered. "Really an auntie?" The girl's eyes widened in amazement. Only the sparkle of laughter in her eyes and her trembling lips gave her away. "It's all because of you," the guy declared, sighing heavily and wiping sweat from his forehead. I can't even go to my room without being called an uncle, he complained. The girl giggled, and Uchiha realized that there would be no sympathy here. Itachi did not catch the moment when the strong expenditure of chakra and loss of blood had their effect. Darkness went before his eyes, and a ringing, frightened voice was heard on the edge of consciousness. Uchiha woke up late in the evening, if not at night. Silence and blessed coolness reigned in the room where he lay. A light breeze rushed in through the open window, to which the exhausted shinobi gladly exposed his burning face. He was clearly not in a hospital. The atmosphere was too homely. Pots with plants on the windowsill, an old rug on the floor, worn almost to holes in places. Brightly colored clothes peeked out from behind the slightly open, scratched closet door, a climbing plant stretched from the closet itself along the wall. The apartment was old, but lived in and so cozy. From behind the wall, probably from the kitchen, came a disgruntled grumbling and the clink of dishes. Itachi couldn't help but smile, recognizing the accent of his familiar stranger. So, when he lost consciousness, she dragged him to her home and professionally bandaged the wounds, the shinobi noted, examining the bandage on his hand, from which the smell of healing and disinfectant ointment wafted. Meow. An unpleasant voice destroyed the silence. With a jerk, the guy turned to the intruder, clutching a kunai in his hand. The yellow impudent eyes of the headache of all the genin of Konoha for the past 5 years looked at him. Tora, the cat of a noble lady. With the persistence of the doomed, the animal escaped from its owner time after time. And time after time, squads of young shinobi returned it to the steel embrace of the woman. Itachi had only once had the chance to participate in the hunt for Tora. The cat showed skills worthy of a Jonin-level ninja. And the bloodthirstiness of a missing nin. Slowly, followed by the cat's intent gaze, Itachi put away the kunai. He often comes here. A girl appeared in the room with a small table in her hands. She placed it on the guy's lap. Don't worry. You don't often have guests, Itachi noted. The girl, who had sat down in the chair, became sad, her shoulders slumped. Tora immediately came up and sprawled on her lap, allowing himself to be stroked. And at the same time, he rewarded the patient with a disapproving look. Itachi choked on a piece of bread. Of course, he knew that this creature was smart, but that's so. You are my first guest, the girl raised her face, smiled sunnily and added with a vengeful note, Uncle. The Uchiha jumped, but decided to remain silent. The broth with some herbs and spices was very tasty, and there was a delicate pie waiting for him. The last thing he needed was to be kicked out. Why didn't you call the medics for help? Or take him to the hospital? He asked. Because they wouldn't have treated you, his savior shrugged. In the depths of her eyes, even despite the dim light of the lamp, Itachi saw a sadness that was not childish. Why wouldn't you? Because I brought you. They never helped me. Now there was resentment in her voice. They say that I am a demon and should cope on my own. Before, there was Miss Fumiko, she always treated me secretly from the others. But last spring, she died of pneumonia. She was already 85. Itachi was struck by the pain in her voice, in her broken figure. And the warmth with which she remembered the old woman. But I will not leave it like this. The girl suddenly boiled over. She jumped up, clenching her fists. I will become the main medic nin and will help everyone who comes to me. Just like that, Datebao. Then why not Hokage right away? Itachi snorted mockingly. Almost licking the plate. Even my mother could not make such a delicious thing. I used to want to become one, so that I would be recognized, the girl smiled slyly. Her face began to resemble the muzzle of a sly fox. But one day I saw how many papers he had on his desk. He doesn't leave his office for days. I can't do that, Datebao. I want to go on missions, I want to become a strong shinobi to protect my friends. And treat them like Grandma Fu. She was getting more and more excited. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled. A good goal, Itachi nodded approvingly. Your friends are probably happy with such enthusiasm. The girl faded again, and the guy earned another reproachful look from Tora. I don't know, she answered as indifferently as possible, I don't have any friends. There used to be Grandma Fu and Grandpa Ka, now only Grandpa is left. So you should protect and treat Grandpa, Itachi suggested judiciously, settling more comfortably on the pillows. After a hearty dinner and medicine, his eyes were sticking together, he didn't want to go anywhere. He yawned heartbreakingly. I'm sure you'll succeed. Do you really think so? She lit up. Itachi shook his head in amazement, her mood was changeable, like the wind over the sea. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely become the chief medic, Datebao. You'll see. Did you cook the food and bandage me yourself? The guy asked, already half asleep. It was important for him to know. Yes, a whisper on the edge of audibility, thin hands carefully pulling the blanket over him. Grandma Fu taught me everything. Sleep, uncle, you need to rest. I'm not uncle, did he say it out loud or did he dream it? Tora was purring loudly somewhere above his ear. In the morning, when he woke up, the girl was no longer in the apartment. She had probably run off to the academy. Itachi made his bed and briefly thought about how he could thank the stranger who had never introduced herself to him. She would be offended by the money, she had obviously tried with all her heart. But weapons, as far as he remembered, they weren't given out at the academy, and you had to train with something. And it didn't seem like the girl was capable of buying herself a decent weapon. She had ramen and milk for all occasions. She had obviously spent money on it yesterday. Itachi silently removed the poison from a dozen kunai and left them on her table along with the sealing scroll. As gratitude. Uncle Kagami, I'm here. Are you home? Itachi took off his shoes and went inside. His mother asked him to pick up some scrolls from Shirsui's father and also give him some homemade sweets. He looked into the first room he came across. His eyebrows shot up. Uncle? His personal punishment was sitting at a low table, doing calligraphy. His fingers were smeared with ink, and even a couple of spots had frozen on his cheeks. Sheets of paper with neatly written hieroglyphs covered the entire area around the table like a carpet. We've been seeing each other a lot, Itachi stated. What are you doing here? Studying. And you, Datebao? And he brought me a gift, Kagami Uchiha chuckled as he silently approached from behind. Naruto, you need to stretch your legs. Do the cannon in the backyard. Yes, Grandpa Ka, the girl nodded, bowed briefly, and ran off. Grandpa Ka? Uncle? The older relative retorted sarcastically, making Itachi blush a little. Let's go watch her training. They went to a small veranda, where a tea set was already standing. Itachi unpacked the sweets his mother had given him, and Kagami filled the cups. Together they began to watch the girl deftly wield a huge fan, directing the air currents in different directions. What have you already managed to find out about her? Asked the elder Uchiha, taking a sip. Itachi squinted. Age had not affected his uncle at all. His gaze was still piercing. It was as if he could see right through you even without the Sharingan. How did he guess? After that last meeting, Itachi could not get the girl out of his head. His trained gaze involuntarily searched the crowd for a familiar shock of light hair, but caught only a wave of the tip of the braid. Itachi carefully concealed his interest, finding out the truth little by little, bit by bit. Naruto Uzumaki. Whirlpool. She lived up to her name completely. Lively, agile, bright, spontaneous. And just like the elements, she him in, inexorably, without the right to salvation. Jinchuriki Fox, Itachi carefully chose his words. At the academy, she doesn't grab the stars from the sky, she can't perform the simplest replacement or an illusory clone. The teachers swear, lazy, impudent, brazen, doesn't try, doesn't work. People hate her and fear her. It seems they even beat her, his fingers squeezed the cup tighter. What do you think? Why do you continue to search for information about her? Kagami did not take his eyes off his student. The fan whistled through the air, strong hands twirled and turned it. Itachi saw how the muscles tensed, how the skin glistened with sweat in the sun. She danced, stepped over the swirling currents, arched, letting them pass over her. I don't know, uncle. For some reason. I can't let her go. I don't know why yet. Uncle bowed his head, accepting the answer. The time will come and you will understand everything. The main thing is not to rush to make final conclusions and decisions. Uchiha Kagami sat with his back straightened proudly, as if he was at a reception with the daimyo, and not at home. Black eyes tenaciously followed Naruto, every movement of the girl. Itachi was sure that the older relative did not miss a single mistake in the implementation of the canon. You teach her, uncle. Why? For everyone, this girl is the weapon of the village, the Jinchuriki. But for me, she is the granddaughter of my best friend and teacher. For the first time Itachi saw the usually reserved, insightful and always collected older relative so dreamy. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and a veil of memories covered his eyes. He saw his distant past, reliving it, looking at the little girl with a battle fan. This was the first serious mission of our genin team. We were entrusted with escorting the Fuinjutsu master from the allied village of Whirlpool. It turned out to be a lively red-haired ulcer, he chuckled. In 2 weeks of travel, she managed to piss everyone off, including our mentor. She could set up a camp, seal a person in a scroll in a couple of seconds, but during attacks, she preferred to climb a tree and scream from there. For some reason, it seemed to me that she was having a lot of fun. Later, in Uzushio, I accidentally found out that it was not we who were entrusted with accompanying the master, but she was asked to look after the genin on their first serious mission. Without us, she would have gotten home in a couple of days. With her endurance and speed. And she climbed the tree so that the attackers would not see her. In the vicinity of Whirlpool, everyone knew her by sight. And they were afraid of her. So she did not spoil our training. Kagami sighed happily, took a sip of tea. He spoke of the woman with trepidation, almost reverence. As a result, we all returned to Konoha together, he continued. She began to teach me the art of seals. Of course, I could not reach her level, but I learned some of her science. For a moment the man darkened, his gaze buried in the surface of the drink. What happened to her? She died during the storming of Uzushio. The only thing she managed to do was send her daughter to Konoha. He was silent for a while, then shrugged his shoulders, as if shaking off sticky webs. He smiled again. She did not like to be sad, she considered it a waste of time. Remember something only when it gives you pleasure. This was her philosophy. And Naruto is very similar to her, she even speaks almost like her. One has only to imagine that her hair and eyes are red, and it is as if I see my dear teacher again. Therefore, I could not allow her granddaughter to be made into a blunt weapon, following only orders, tearing veins for the sake of a kind word. Fumiko and I began to take care of her. Maybe not always, not constantly, but Naruto had to see a kind attitude. To understand that not all people are the same. Fumiko? Naruto was talking about her. Itachi wrinkled his brow. Few people know, but Fumiko was my wife's cousin. She was the first to notice Naruto. And she brought her to me. That's how we met. I began teaching her the basics of Tai and Fuin, and Fumiko took up chakra control, medical techniques, and housekeeping. At the last word he giggled like a boy. Itachi's eyes widened, then he chuckled, remembering the rumors that had been circulating in the clan a couple of years ago. Everyone thought that you decided to marry a second time, he smiled. Kagami laughed. Shinigami saved me from such a wife and child. He raised his hands, as if surrendering. Naruto could make explosives from any, even the simplest seal. And Fumiko taught me the right path with a ladle. He winced, his hand jerked to the back of his head, and Uchiha barely stopped it. Besides, as Fumiko herself said, I was too young for her. Itachi chuckled, suppressing his laughter. Kagami shook his fist at him good-naturedly. I'll set Shursui on me, he threatened. I run fast and hide well, the clan genius retorted. Kagami looked at the girl again. When I started working with her, I understood why the Uzumaki were called Red Devils. And why they weren't allowed out of Uzushio until they came of age. Naruto was too restless and energetic a child. How much effort Fumiko and I spent so that she wouldn't fall asleep during meditation, so that she wouldn't tear up calligraphy sheets from stress. She couldn't sit in one place for long, she was always rushing off somewhere. Compared to her, even her mother Kushina seemed like a meek, calm girl. Kushina Uzumaki? That was what surprised him. In all this time, he had never managed to find out the names of Naruto's parents. People just shook their heads and threw up their hands, not knowing what to say. The third decided to hide from everyone, including Naruto herself, who her parents were. That the fourth, her father, sealed a demon inside her. In the hope that the next generation of children would treat her kindly. But, Itachi raised an eyebrow. He had studied his older relative, who had taught him tactics and analysis in his time, too well. Kagami Uchiha was famous for his insight. I believe that this was his way of buying off Danzo. A small price to pay to keep the Jinchuriki out of Root's dungeons. Itachi understood him. He himself had chosen to leave ANBU rather than get in the way of the intrigues of those in power. Better to be a simple jonin, doing solo missions. Cowardly? Maybe. But he was tired of taking on too much, risking practically his soul, tearing it to pieces. His face was impassive, but Kagami was able to read everything in his younger relative's eyes. I see you are familiar with Danzo's methods. Like my sure sway. Even too much, muttered Itachi, jumped up. Does Naruto know who her parents are? And about Kyuubi? Yes. After that, she began to study even harder, stopped shouting at every corner that she would become Hokage. Let the academy think that the girl is stupid. In fact, Naruto thinks a little differently, trusts her heart and intuition. Like her grandmother, she sees people, understands them, even if she is unfamiliar with them. That's why she wants to become a doctor, to be able to save without sacrificing anyone. Exactly. Of course, this is still a childish view of things, of her future profession. She will grow up, and she will still have to face death. But for now this is enough. And I will make sure that she is ready for any surprises. The man spoke seriously, as if he was promising someone. Probably his old friend. For a moment, Itachi felt uncomfortable. As if he had spied on something secret, intimate. That look, burning sad, understanding, serious. It was as if Kagami was trying to apologize to someone. A fan? He changed the subject. Why that one? The elder Uchiha became calm again. She made the choice herself. She has the air element, like her grandmother. And a little water, like her mother. It is easier to teach her to control water than air. There are practically no techniques for it. Modern shinobi only sharpen their weapons with it. The only one who really knew how to control this element was Naruto's grandmother. What she did with her fan was amazing. A master of Tessenjutsu. And I was surprised when Naruto chose a Tessen instead of a kunai. As she said, she feels that it is hers. And you made her a fan? Kagami looked at his interlocutor with a sly squint. Itachi became wary. And who said that this fan is mine? The man chuckled. It, along with the records of the Tessenjutsu school, was sent to Konoha along with Kushina by the scourge of all the whirlpool. All I had to do was pick it up from the warehouse. And the Hokage and Danzo didn't object? Itachi didn't believe me. They know that we were friends, so they thought that I just wanted to keep something for myself as a keepsake. Fools, the Uchiha snorted contemptuously. No one created and sealed weapons better than Uzumaki. This fan is 1,000 times superior in its parameters to those made now. It is literally saturated with chakra and stitched with threads of seals. With it, she can do much more than just create a whirlwind. After all, a real master of Fuin worked on it. She has a reserve of Uzumaki chakra. Plus, she is also a Jinchuriki, Itachi slowly thought, comparing the facts. This could explain why she can't use the Academy's techniques. But you said she had chakra control. And not bad, nodded Uchiha, encouraging further conclusions. Does she already know how to use medic techniques? Not all. But in a couple of months I'll be buying fish. A huge reserve of chakra and excellent control, enough to become a medic. So why can't she make a replacement or a clone? She has no genjutsu abilities. I was thinking about asking Shursui to train her, but then an excellent option came up. The man looked slyly at his relative. And it will be useful for you too. You will learn a lot of new things. If you agree, of course. Itachi looked at the training girl, at the man glowing with joy. Perhaps this would be the most responsible choice in his entire life. He could not get rid of thoughts about this girl, he wanted to unravel her secret. So why should he refuse the opportunity to get to know her better, more? If she turns out to be a silly girl, like many of his kunoichi friends, it will be good, he will be able to forget about her. Otherwise, his Otudo may have an excellent sparring partner, hardy, stubborn, obstinate. Capable. I agree, Itachi nodded. Excellent. Kagami almost jumped. Naruto, come here. The girl folded her fan with a click, habitually threw it over her back, secured it, and ran to the veranda. Did something happen, Grandpa Ka? Let me introduce you to your genjutsu teacher. My relative Itachi. He will teach you how to deal with illusions. Really? Great, Date Bao. The girl shouted. Thank you, uncle. I'm not uncle. Itachi almost hissed. Just call me by my name. And, don't you want to introduce yourself to me in return? Why? She shrugged. You already know my name. Tucci-san told me how you asked about me. Itachi looked at the man in shock. He was glowing with pleasure. Do you really think she just calls me Grandpa Ka for no reason? We decided to temporarily hide the true level of Naruto's abilities. At least until she can stand up for herself. And my spy network tells about everyone who asks about me or my teachers. The girl explained proudly, blowing the strands of hair that had fallen off her forehead. Spy network? Itachi repeated. I told you, it would be useful for you, the man shrugged. Even the best shinobi relax too much when they underestimate the enemy. And you are no exception. It's a shame, he shook his head tragically. Don't worry, Grandpa is joking. Naruto hastened to encourage him. Yes, but I still want to warn you. Most of the pranks in Konoha have the tip of a light braid sticking out. Kagami tugged on the aforementioned tip. Grandpa. The girl was indignant. That's not true. And let your teacher decide that, he sternly shook his finger at her. What else don't I know? The Uchiha asked cautiously. Naruto and the teacher exchanged glances and shrugged. Depends on what you already know, Kagami replied. But I am ready to pay a certain price. After each training session, I will answer one question that interests you, Naruto picked up. He remembered the glory of Kagami Uchiha, who was said to be able to sell sand to Suna on his own terms. He never missed an advantage for the clan or the village. They said he could see the secret desires in the souls of his opponents and allies and put pressure on them. The contracts he wrote were still held up as an example to all students, because each point revealed a double or even triple bottom. Apparently, Naruto benefited from his training. Itachi barely resisted the urge to slap his forehead. Because the teacher and student narrowed their eyes painfully similarly. Kagami joined them at their first training session. He probably wanted to see how his relative and student would work together. Itachi was known as a man who could immerse him in an illusion with just one finger. Naruto, this was Naruto. She didn't look him in the eye, she just waved her fan. The guy barely managed to get away from the spiraling thin streams of air. That's your first mistake, Kagami, who was sitting nearby, said contentedly. Many shinobi don't necessarily have to shout the names of their techniques and seals at the top of their lungs, especially since it can give the enemy a chance to prepare. At least mentally, he chuckled, seeing Naruto knock down the shurikens aimed at her. Datebao, Grandpa. Don't tell him all my secrets. Naruto yelled resentfully, dodging a kunai strike. Flexible, nimble, fast. Not fast enough yet. Itachi assessed her every move. He saw how Naruto was eager to fight, trying to deliver a direct blow, but stopped herself every time. The Uchiha training was telling. She thought through, analyzed the situation, and acted in her own way, bypassing logic in roundabout ways. And now she folded the fan, turned it, forcibly pulling the weapon out of Itachi's fingers. And then she fell, slid between his legs, and hit him in the back with an air flow. Itachi jumped, turned over, and fired a dozen kunai at the girl. She crouched down, covered herself with the fan like a shield. With a metallic ringing, the weapon flew to the ground. With fast waves of wind, she extinguished the fireball Itachi had created in flight. The fan is a bulky weapon. It gives many advantages in combat, but it also has no fewer disadvantages. It cannot be completely removed, it can only be folded. Sealing it will take time, which sometimes is not there. Besides, most fans, especially Naruto's, were very heavy. Itachi thought so, based on his fights with other Tessin users. And again, he underestimated Uzumaki's weapon. Kagami was right, it was created by the master. In one short moment, the fan folded, became a small, almost feminine decoration, and Naruto flew at her opponent with a kunai clutched in her palm. The corners of the guy's lips twitched, he recognized the weapon he had given her. Tai's techniques were not bad, still too slow, but she still managed to block several of his attacks aimed at his head and legs. She tried to inflict a wound with a kunai, which Itachi dodged with snake-like agility. He was not trying to win, he needed to find out her capabilities, what she had already learned, what she still needed to work on. Now he understood his uncle's reasons for making him the trainer. The restless Uzumaki needed a young teacher who could keep up with all her actions. And at the same time calm enough to cool her hot head. Naruto was unable to dodge the blow to the stomach. She flew back to the tree and slid down it to the ground with a stifled sigh. And then she looked up. To find herself in the red-black world of Tsukiyomi. But here too Naruto behaved differently from everyone else. Having come to her senses, the girl began to look around with interest, looked at her hands, brought the tip of her braid to her eyes. She even sniffed it and licked it. Cool, Datebao. She raised her admiring eyes. And how can this technique be used? She asked the red-black Itachi. Tsukiyomi is used mainly for interrogations, explained the Uchiha. This space is completely under my control. And I control those who come here. I can cause them such severe pain that they themselves will tell me the truth. It is impossible to lie here, there is no way out. 3 days here are equal to 3 seconds there. Are you going to teach me this? No, this technique is a property of the Sharingan, the improved genome of my clan. I will teach you to overcome illusions, and get out of them with the least losses. This is exactly what Uncle Kagami asked me to do. Is he really your uncle? All Uchiha are related to each other. To one degree or another, Itachi shrugged. And completed the technique. Naruto sat under a tree and shook her head, as if stunned. As if she was trying to shake water out of her ears. That's enough for the first time, Kagami stood up. Naruto, you should make arrangements with your teacher for the next training. Naruto bowed slightly, after which the man disappeared into the shunshin. The girl turned to the guy. Let's have a snack? I'm hungry. She smiled. From the seal, she took out a package of rice, with an egg and dango. You know how to make food scrolls? Itachi was amazed. After the death of Whirlpool, much of their knowledge was lost. It was not for nothing that the Uzumaki were considered masters of their craft. They said that they could even seal a person and then return him safe and sound. As Kagami explained with a laugh, sealing weapons among the red demons was considered an easy task, training for a child. That's why they easily gave this knowledge to Konoha, and not to all shinobi. But when creating a food seal or a human one, it was necessary to take into account the nature of chakra, time and space, regulate them, somehow correlate them. Perhaps only a master of seals could explain, but there were very few of them left. Even fewer, those who could at least try to repeat the work of Uzumaki. Therefore, works with the whirlpool mono were worth their weight in gold. Not yet, this one was given to Grandfather Ka by Grandma along with a fan. Naruto resembled a golden hamster, stuffing his cheeks with grains. And the stripes looked like antennae. Itachi caught himself smiling. And there was also a notebook with notes and her notes. For example, she described the properties of her weapon. She nodded at the tesson, which had become large again. How did you shrink it? Is it a question of payment? Uzumaki immediately caught herself, coughing. Itachi patted her on the back. Yes, nothing, he will have time to gradually find out the rest. He has enough time. There is a certain seal on the fan. You feed it chakra, and it shrinks. This allows you to sneak up on your opponent and strike. Even sensors won't feel it. There are disadvantages, though? Yes, Naruto held out a stick with dango. It takes a lot of energy. Grandma wrote that only Uzumaki can afford most of the seals. Blood, inclinations, reserve size, and so on. By the way, when is the next training? In 2 days. You need to rest. But I'm not tired. I still have a lot to show, Datebao. Naruto. Itachi said with emphasis. The girl wilted. Got it, teacher. Itachi, the guy corrected her and tugged at her braid. I need rest too. I'm not made of iron, and you were driving me crazy. Naruto narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but then nodded. As if she understood that the teacher would not go anywhere from her. Then I will go. Thank you for the training, Itachi. See you in 2 days. She quickly disappeared behind the trees, and Itachi fell on the grass, raising his eyes to the clouds. Changeable, like a hurricane. And just as stubborn. Naruto Uzumaki did not know how to give up. When something did not work out, she clenched her teeth and went straight to her goal. Ignoring abrasions and wounds, without screaming or groaning, she achieved her goal. She fell and rose again and again. She practiced techniques until she dropped from fatigue. And Itachi indulged her in this. He wanted to see how this girl would become a strong kunoichi, how she would use the techniques he taught her. And he also appreciated the rare moments of frankness at the end of each training session. When he and Naruto sat on the platform under a tree, devoured a delicious treat prepared by the girl and talked. Payment by question and answer was forgotten, turned into a funny joke, understandable only to the two of them. He learned about Naruto's agent network. Its spies turned out to be ordinary boys and girls running around the streets of Konoha all day long. As an older friend, she mended and sewed up their torn clothes, for which their mothers would certainly scold them, and treated their abrasions and bruises. She climbed with them through the gardens, climbed into the catacombs, and explored every corner. The gang of children led by Uzumaki turned into a formidable reconnaissance force that knew everything about everyone. After all, no one pays attention to the children playing nearby, while they listen and remember. Itachi remembered how Naruto laughed, holding his sides, seeing his surprised face. Well, he didn't expect this from her, he didn't expect it. But she laughed and infected the Uchiha with her laughter. Soon the girl began to study the technique of the mystical hand, and she was constantly accompanied by the smell of water and fresh fish. The vengeful Uzumaki made sushi from failed attempts and treated Itachi to them. The guy himself did not notice how he began to enjoy each of their rare meetings, anticipated it, and then began to wait with impatience. Naruto charged those around him with positivity, generously shared her joy and smile. They had a personal game, just for the two of them. Previously, Itachi was not interested in the social life of Konoha, but now he began to collect news and gossip, trying to guess what kind of prank Naruto had contributed to. She blinked her eyes and spread her hands, making an incomprehensible face. And for every event she found an alibi or an excuse. With her, ordinary training ceased to be a gray routine. Naruto tried to come up with something new to get out of the most difficult illusions. She charged with vigor and optimism. Despite the pain in his eyes after using the Sharingan, the fatigue reigning in his body became pleasant. Itachi felt renewed, cheerful, like never before. And at night, he could not fall asleep for a long time, again and again scrolling through his head every word, every gesture of his student. For himself, the guy decided to follow Kagami's advice and not rush to conclusions. Let everything take its course. If Naruto occupies some place in his thoughts, so be it. He needs to know the weaknesses and strengths of the future ally of the Otudo. Achi! Itachi! Sasuke waved his hands in front of his frozen brother's face. Are you okay? Yeah, I was just thinking. What did you want, Otudo? Train me, brother. Please. Sasuke made the cutest face in his arsenal. If his classmates saw him, they would tear him apart for souvenirs. Itachi just grinned and flicked him on the forehead. Let's do it another time. I have important things to do today. He stood up and put the book aside. I have to go. See you later. See you later, brother, Sasuke said upset. Itachi shunned to a familiar clearing, where Naruto was supposed to come soon. She was not there. Neither 20 minutes nor an hour later, the girl whom Kagami personally taught to be punctual did not show up for training. Knowing Naruto's character, her passion for techniques and classes, Itachi became worried. What if something happened to her? It was no secret to him how the villagers treated the Jinchuriki. Naruto couldn't respond to them, she didn't want to harm them and thus confirm the rumors. Several times Itachi even offered to walk her home, but the girl proudly refused, wrinkling her nose. I have to handle it myself, Itachi. Otherwise, what kind of ninja am I, Datebao? And now she was gone. Itachi jumped up and ran to the academy. Today they were supposed to have short classes, practical preparation for the exams. Graduation was approaching, the teachers began to demand more from the students, to assign more. Naruto could easily sit in the library, forgetting about the time. Consoling herself was difficult. As he expected, there was no one in the academy anymore. Naruto's teacher, Umino Irika, looked in surprise at the stone face of the Uchiha, interested in the demon, and said that classes had ended 2 hours ago. And his entire class ran home. The guy went out into the yard and froze. Where could Naruto be? Maybe she was busy? But then she would have sent someone from her gang with a message. Could something really have happened to her? After all, despite all her talents, she was still a child. She couldn't even walk on walls yet. For the first time, Itachi regretted not paying attention to the girl's basic training, believing that she would be taught everything on the team. Her favorite swing was empty. The guy ran his hand along the rope. How many times had he seen a sad face framed by golden hair when he came for the Otudo? Why hadn't he become interested in her then? Maybe because she didn't glow? A stifled sob attracted his attention. Keeping his hand near the pouch, Itachi quietly walked deeper into the grove. Naruto was sitting under a tree, wiping away small angry tears. Her bruised knuckles were bleeding, as were the abrasions on her knees. She bit her lip, grimaced, trying not to make a sound. Seeing the guy, she quickly wiped her cheeks and raised her face. Itachi? Sorry, I was lost in thought. The Uchiha sat down next to her. What happened, Naruto? The girl was not one to shed tears in vain. I don't understand. Uzumaki said angrily, even furiously, squeezing the grass in her fists. Well, I can't make these stupid illusionary clones. I can't make a replacement. But I can still do so much, Datebao. So why are they not interested at all? She said quietly, hiding her face behind her bangs. Itachi didn't need to explain who wasn't interested. He knew how Jinchuriki were treated at school. Naruto knew that this would happen, he had known since childhood. Kagami had told her, Fumiko had hinted at something like that. But she still hoped. And lately it had become especially hard. Fumiko died, Kagami moved away, leaving her on Itachi, who was not willing to close the distance between them. Naruto, he gently stroked his fluffy, soft hair, you shouldn't hide your feelings from your friends. The girl raised her head, looked at him with disbelieving eyes. And you, are you my friend? She asked cautiously. Itachi almost laughed at his own stupidity. All his life, he had been looking for a person like Shursui, who would not see in him the heir of a great clan, for whom influence, money, or techniques would not matter. And when he found him, he almost missed it. Naruto never mentioned his last name, was not interested in it when she dragged an unfamiliar shinobi to her home. Instead, she trained with him, treated him to ice cream, cooked for him. Together, they read books on the art of ninja, got out of illusions. She could pull the tip of his tail, and nothing would happen to her for it. Grandpa Ka, uncle, without thinking about his status, she gave him hers. She acknowledged him as her own. Yes, I am your friend, Naruto, he said with pleasure. Thank you, she beamed again like the sun. She hugged him and pressed herself against him. Like any abandoned child, she really wanted simple human warmth. Itachi felt this very warmth spreading through his body from his waist, where thin but strong arms wrapped around him. He did not know how to comfort. The Uchiha were not taught this. Emotions are weakness, that's what the clan believed. But he remembered how his mother did it when he was in pain or in trouble. The guy laid his head on the top of her head, stroked her fluffy hair and gently blew into her face, making her wrinkle her nose. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. You'll see. Naruto only nodded happily. For the first time, Naruto was completely and unconditionally happy. Before that, she had no idea how much the teacher-student relationship with Itachi was straining her. She wanted to be friends with him, to take off that stupid mask of pride and arrogance that he put on. His indifferent face and empty eyes scared her, making her think of the ghosts that the girl was afraid of to the point of trembling. And also, under his intense gaze, she was nervous and did not know what to say. She was afraid of making a mistake all the time. She felt like she was freezing. As if next to him she was slowly covered in frost, starting from the tips of her occasionally touching fingers. She was scared, cold, lonely. Even with him, she was left, alone. Grandfather Ka advised her to wait until Itachi thawed out. All Uchiha have trouble with trust, they need time to get used to it. Only in battle do they think quickly, in everyday life they think slowly, but thoroughly. Naruto honestly tried to follow the advice and wait, but she couldn't. Every now and then she wanted to grab the teacher by the shoulders and shake him hard to get at least some feelings. She shook him, told him funny stories, she laughed with him more than all day. She spent nights at the stove, cooked to make sure to please. After all, that's what Fumiko said, and she couldn't be wrong. Grandma believed that a girl must know how to cook. Because the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. And Naruto really wanted to get to Itachi's heart and become his friend. That day near the academy was considered disgusting by her. She didn't even find the strength to go to training. She didn't want Itachi to see her with tear-stained eyes. Weak, defenseless. A clumsy person, as Iruka-sensei called her. But it turned out that this day was the best one. Itachi called himself her friend. And after that, he started completely new training. He taught her to walk on vertical surfaces, trees and water. He taught her to throw shurikens, although Naruto was not very good at it. He also showed her the shadow cloning technique, which the girl succeeded in the second time. She was able to create 100 clones. Then Itachi was pleased. Over the months of their acquaintance, Naruto had already learned to understand him by one movement of his eyebrow, to decipher all his mysterious Grandma Fumiko was right, Uchihas are so funny. Naruto hummed a song under her breath. Collecting herbs always calmed her down, allowed her to get into a positive mood. First of all, her grandmother taught her to recognize medicinal and poisonous herbs, dry them correctly, make potions and ointments, stimulants and sedatives. And much, much more. Grandma was in a hurry to pass on all her experience. Naruto knew about poisons and antidotes, she knew how to identify some of them. She could make an antiseptic or make an extract herself. But Grandma Fumiko had told her to remember one thing for sure: you need to collect herbs with bright thoughts. Otherwise, they will do no good, only harm. Naruto always tried to follow this rule strictly. Her path led through an old, abandoned training ground. It was not used, since too many explosive seals had been sown there and not found. The Hokage and the Hyuga clan simply did not have enough time. So only the most risky, experienced ones came here, well, or Naruto. So Naruto was surprised to find Sasuke Uchiha on the site, furiously beating a tree. His knuckles were broken and bleeding, but he continued and continued, furiously muttering under his breath. It was not that Naruto did not like her classmate. Itachi's younger brother simply could not be a bad person, he probably wore a mask too. But for some reason she wanted to get around him, to show herself better, cooler. Datebao. The girl grinned when she caught her favorite word in her thoughts. It always escaped her in moments of excitement. Throwing her braid over her shoulder, she hung the basket of herbs on her arm and headed towards her comrade. Sasuke? He jumped up and turned around. What happened? Nothing, Dobe. He snapped sharply and blushed from being caught off guard. Team. Naruto flared up, but pulled herself together. So what happened to you anyway? Sasuke sighed, his shoulders slumped. You won't leave me alone, will you? Nope. My brother. Before, he always said, not now, Otuto, a little later, Otuto. Brother Shursui explained that he was worried about me because he worked in ANBU. Knew a lot of unnecessary things and tried to protect me. But now he's essentially doing the same thing, and I don't see any reason for it. He always runs away, says he has things to do, that he's busy. Sasuke almost shouted, clenching his fists. So your brother worked in ANBU? The most important Naruto, thoughtfully stroking his lower lip. I didn't know. Is that all you understood, Dobe? Sasuke flared up. No, that's all I'm interested in, team. Naruto waved her off. Your problems aren't worth a. Let's go. She grabbed his wrist tightly and dragged him after her. Wait, what are you doing? Sasuke blushed, looking around. He twitched, trying to free his limb, but the girl only made his grip even tighter. And where did that skinny body get such strength from? What will they think of us? They'll think I'm dragging you home to cut you up and eat you. Naruto snorted mockingly, rolling his eyes. I'm a demon, remember? Sasuke's face darkened, he blushed and muttered something. Naruto understood him, he had seen his classmate being bullied more than once. And he had probably heard from his parents how bad she was and that it was impossible to be friends with her. Dobe, you're going to tear my arm off. She didn't notice how she squeezed his hand harder. Sorry, she loosened her grip a little. It's okay, you'll endure it for the sake of a good cause, she giggled. Where are we going? Can you answer or not? Sasuke couldn't hold back. To the Uchiha training grounds, belonging to the house of Kagami Uchiha. And what are we going to do there? Get answers to your questions, Naruto drawled mysteriously, anticipating the face Itachi would make when he saw who she had dragged along with her. Her expectations were met. Itachi's eyes, sitting in their usual place under the tree, widened amusingly, even his mouth opened slightly. It was a shame that he quickly pulled himself together. Otuto? He raised his eyebrows in surprise. What are you doing here? Naruto? He turned to the student. Maybe you could explain what's going on here. And why did you bring Sasuke here? Itachi, can he train with us? Naruto asked point blank. Sometimes it's better to shock, as Grandpa used to say, and then finish off. I knew it, thank you. She was delighted, not letting him get a word in. The main thing was to take advantage of everyone's surprise, and then they wouldn't be able to do anything. Itachi is training me at Kagami Uchiha's request, she turned to Sasuke. He's teaching me how to cast off illusions, walk on trees, and the like. Do you want to join us? Sasuke nodded slowly, buried under a pile of quickly dumped information. Well, that's great, Naruto beamed. We'll have more fun together, Datebao. Naruto. Itachi had already come to his senses and was now towering over the girl. Uzumaki shrank back. If she were a kitten, you could see her ears drooping, pressed against her head. She clutched her basket. I wanted the best, she mumbled quietly. Itachi opened his mouth, and then closed it. He clearly didn't know whether to be angry with the girl or not. On the one hand, she had revealed her secret to a stranger. On the other hand, she had helped to fix the situation with Sasuke, before whom the Uchiha felt guilty. He looked helplessly at his younger brother. Leave her alone, Enai-san, Sasuke grinned. She really wanted the best. And do you know what I regret? He narrowed his eyes. What is it? Itachi asked cautiously. Naruto still didn't dare straighten up and let go of the basket. But she was already looking at her brothers with interest. Sasuke really turned out to be a good person, as she had felt before. About not coming to the training ground from which she had dragged me away much earlier, Sasuke smiled widely, not at all like an Uchiha. Naruto straightened up proudly and beamed, pleased with the disguised praise. Itachi walked slowly out of the store, clutching a bag of groceries to his chest. Sasuke was skipping along next to him, telling him what he wanted to achieve during training. Itachi listened to his little brother with a smile. Naruto's prank had borne much more fruit than they could have expected. Sasuke began to attend classes regularly. As Itachi had wanted before, he and Naruto became excellent sparring partners. Both were persistent and resilient in achieving their goals, both did not give up until the very end. An unspoken competition, without a drop of anger. They could hit each other, throw kunai, and then happily sit and gobble up ramen at Ichiraku. At first, he wanted to make up for lost time with his little brother, to mend the relationship that had almost been ruined again. To make amends for the guilt he felt. Naruto seemed to read his thoughts, because she flatly refused to train without Sasuke. She said she would wait until he caught up with the program. Once again, Itachi marveled at Uzumaki's ability to read his desires from the slightest movement, just one flutter of his eyelashes. Despite her impulsiveness, Naruto was a kind, sympathetic, and very perceptive girl. Sometimes even too much. And at the same time, she never used the observations she received to harm a person. So while Itachi was completely devoted to his brother, Naruto selflessly treated the fish in the shade. And on the day when Sasuke ran up and down the tree for the first time, the patient came to life. True, he still went for sushi later. Brother, are you thinking again? Sasuke waved his hand in front of his face. Do you remember what day it is today? October 10th, the elder answered in confusion. Remembrance Day for those killed in the attack of the fox, and Naruto's birthday, picked up his brother's words. Naruto never talked about her birthday, she just let it slip once that she didn't celebrate it. I think we should visit her, Sasuke suggested, pretending to be independent. We'll have to warn our parents. After the fateful night, his father tried to spend all his free time with the family. Now he and his mother were sitting in the large room. The head of the clan was looking through documents, and his wife was mending Sasuke's shirt. Welcome back, Mikoto greeted them. Did you buy everything? Yes, Mom, Itachi responded, while Sasuke was unloading bags in the kitchen. Did something happen? The woman asked worriedly, seeing the shadows of excitement on her eldest son's face. The father, hearing her words, put the papers aside and looked intently at his firstborn. Itachi wanted to shudder under that gaze, but he held back. It was necessary to keep face in any situation. Nothing special. I wanted to ask to let Sasuke and me spend the night at a friend's house. Do I know him? Fugaku asked. We studied together. Sasuke came from the kitchen and sat down next to his brother. Today is a hard day for him. I understand, the man nodded. Can I know his name? The brothers exchanged glances. They didn't want to reveal Naruto's secret yet, but the clan's support wouldn't hurt either. You shouldn't, dear, Mikoto intervened, gently taking her husband's hand. When our sons want to, they'll tell you everything themselves. You shouldn't pressure them. As always, Fugaku softened when he looked at his wife. Sometimes Itachi felt like he was ready to rip the moon from the sky for their mother. Okay, he nodded, I allow it. Mikoto meanwhile ran into the kitchen and returned a while later with a basket in her hands. Take it, there's some food for lunch and a pie. I just baked it today. Your friend can't feed you everything. Itachi looked at his mother in amazement. She was smiling slyly, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Mom, Sasuke said in amazement. Are you really the only ones allowed to have secrets? She smiled. Don't forget, your mother didn't wear a jonin vest for her pretty eyes. Although she does have pretty eyes, Fugaku said dreamily and kissed his wife's hand. She blushed and giggled shyly, like a girl. Otuto, it seems we're unnecessary here, Itachi whispered. Sasuke nodded. I agree, Enai-san. They quickly retreated from the room, although it was unlikely that their parents noticed their maneuver. Already on the street, Sasuke shook his head. Our parents. They are people too, Otuto. How do you think you were born? Itachi chuckled. Brother. The boy's ears flared indignantly. The elder one flicked him on the forehead with a familiar gesture. Let's go, it's time for us to go. Sasuke ran after him. Naruto lived on the outskirts of Konoha, in an old shinobi dormitory. After the war, those who had lost their own homes were temporarily sent there. Shabby walls, creaky steps, and railings that threatened to collapse at any moment. Narrow hallways with tin cans for cigarette butts. Small apartments, luckily with a separate bathroom in each. How will we determine where she lives? Sasuke asked. Itachi silently reached out and pointed at one of the doors. He was afraid that his voice would fail him. The scratched old door with the sign of the maelstrom was covered in dirt and toilet paper. Cans and broken bottles were strewn around it on the landing. Someone had even written curses over the peeling paint. Suddenly, he imagined a small blonde girl huddled in an apartment, with people worrying outside the walls. Shouting, cursing, threatening her, even wanting to kill her. How they knocked and broke into it, and the only obstacle was a thin, flimsy door. Was this what the fourth wanted for his daughter? Brother, this is the first time I want to kill someone, Sasuke said darkly, and Itachi caught a response to his own feelings in the Otuto's eyes. Oddly enough, this was what calmed him down. I don't think Naruto would want this. Let's go before the pie gets cold. They jumped over the railing and knocked on the door, carefully, trying not to get into the egg yolks and lumps of dirt. Pigs! Sasuke hissed. No one answered in the apartment, the lights were off. As if no one was home. For a moment, Itachi thought that Uncle Kagami had taken Naruto to his place, but he immediately dismissed the thought. He would hardly risk attracting the attention of Danzo and his route to the Jinchuriki and himself. Naruto, it's us, he said quietly, coming up close. There was a rustling sound behind the door, like a small mouse scurrying about. The next moment, two thin hands dragged the boys inside. Naruto immediately slammed the door, locked it and checked the lock several times. You shouldn't have come, she shook her head. You shouldn't be seen in my company, not today. But it's your birthday, Naruto. Sasuke was indignant. Otu is right, Itachi intervened. Sorry, we didn't prepare gifts, but we brought a delicious pie with us. Mom asked me to give it to you. Naruto blushed, bit her lip. Thank you, she swallowed, cleared her throat. Thank you, Datebao. Come in, she waved her hand towards the only room. The Uchiha froze on the threshold. Naruto had prepared thoroughly for her birthday. All the furniture was moved away from the window, the carpet was removed, the curtains were drawn, which is why there was a pleasant semi-darkness. And the window itself was covered with a board. I'll make something to eat now, the hostess stuck her head out of the kitchen. Why don't you come in? Did something happen? She looked over their shoulder. Oh, that's why you're standing here. 1 year my window was broken, and I was exhausted scrubbing the floors afterwards. It's easier to move the furniture back than to spend the whole day picking out glass, she shrugged. We have food with us, Itachi held out a basket. Do you mind if we sit in the kitchen? No, of course not, Datebao. In the kitchen, Naruto threw her braid over her back with a familiar movement and tied a kerchief. A dark green apron was placed over her light blue knee-length dress. The girl lit the fire again, put a large saucepan on it and began to stir in it with a large wooden spoon. The room was filled with the heady smell of basil and hot peppers, hot spices mixed with juicy meat and fresh vegetables. Itachi swallowed, remembering that he had skipped lunch that day. I started making curry before you came. So we'll have it for lunch. Any objections? She threatened them with a spoon. The Uchiha shook their heads briskly. Naruto grinned. Okay. Itachi liked the tiny, cozy Uzumaki kitchen. He liked the feel of his brother's knees touching, the way a light breeze blew over him when Naruto passed by to get spices. He liked the smell of home-cooked food and the warmth of other people, the wall behind him. Hearing the rustle of a girl's dress. There was something, family-like, real, about it. Very warm. Naruto seemed calm, unwaveringly confident. However, Itachi saw how her shoulders trembled slightly from every rude shout on the street, how she involuntarily shrank and cast a cautious glance towards the closed window when something hit it again. No need to be afraid, he caught her hand, felt how the vein on her wrist was beating madly. We will be able to protect you. I'm not afraid, Datebao. Naruto gently released her hand and began to set out the plates. It was scary before, but now. I'm used to it. Itachi felt uneasy from the ordinariness with which she said this phrase. A little girl shouldn't talk like that. There shouldn't be such doom in her eyes, such melancholy. I understand them, she glanced at the window. They suffered in that attack, many lost their families, friends, loved ones. Many lost their homes, became crippled. But you are not to blame for this. Sasuke exclaimed. To immediately get a slap on the back of the head with a towel. Don't shout. Naruto hissed. Don't make them even angrier. Itachi looked at the suddenly grown-up girl with wide eyes. What an epiphany. The beast wasn't hidden inside Naruto. The real beasts were out there. And they were poisoning the only person. Oh, don't look at me like that. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly. I'm not worried at all, Datebao. Tomorrow it will all be over. Better think about what we'll do all day. Itachi looked at the sleeping children with an almost imperceptible smile. The day had been eventful. First they played shogi. They found out that it was useless to play with Naruto, since her logic could not be understood or analyzed. She simply did what she wanted. And she still won. As Shursui would say, there was logic in the absence of logic. Then there was blind man's buff with clones, training in illusions. They even got to Ayatori. It was not surprising that Itachi went out to the kitchen for a minute to get water, and when he returned, he found the children sleeping on the floor. They had simply passed out where they were standing. Naruto's narrow bed had been pushed against the wall so that at least two could fit on it. First Itachi dumped Ototo there, knowing that he would press himself against the wall and sleep like that all night, therefore, he would not disturb Naruto. The student weighed almost nothing, skin and bones. And also amazingly hot, as if she had a fever. Itachi lightly touched the girl's forehead with his lips. Nothing. It must be the demon inside. He straightened up, wanted to go to sleep on the floor, when suddenly Naruto grabbed his sleeve. "Achi, don't go," she muttered sleepily, smacking her lips funny. The Uchiha sighed, pushed the boys aside and lay down on the edge, hugging the girl around the waist. Later, he would definitely cover the boys with a blanket and go to sleep on the floor. But that would be later, and for now, he could remove the unruly strands from the girl's forehead, carefully, so as not to disturb her, unbraid her braid. After all, her head would probably hurt in the morning. And enjoy the warmth that spread inside from her sight and presence nearby. She opened her eyes for a moment. Her gaze was surprisingly clear. "This is my best birthday ever," she sighed happily, smiled and hugged him tightly. Itachi felt his lips stretch into a wide, answering smile. Jumping on trees, running at high speed did not prevent thoughts from flowing smoothly. Today Otuto and Naruto would be distributed into teams. Itachi still remembered the reaction of the examiners on graduation day. Then he specially left the mission early to see how his students were doing. Sasuke passed with flying colors. His clones were difficult to distinguish from the real ones without the help of the Sharingan. But Naruto blushed, puffed, sweated, trying to restrain the huge amount of chakra inside. Then she straightened up, blew away the stubborn strands of hair that were climbing into her eyes, and angrily muttered "Datebao." And with a quiet poof, the students were pressed against the wall by about 50 shadow clones. Itachi even thought that they would not fit. But no, the academy class held up. True, the clones even had to sit on the ceiling. Personally, Kagami believed that the examiners simply could not stand the sight of 50 noisy blondes shouting "Datebao." Be that as it may, Naruto received his headband. Mom was going to throw a party for this occasion. Dad said to definitely invite Naruto. In general, Itachi began to suspect that the girl possessed some kind of innate secret technique. People became attached to her amazingly quickly, just after talking to her for a little while. Even his distrustful father's face lit up when Naruto came to their house. Sasuke trained only with her and no one else. Only she did he recognize as an equal. It was at her suggestion that they went on their first family picnic in the last few years. And Naruto only briefly noticed how envious she was of them. Only one thing upset Makoto Uchiha: the girl did not like to go shopping. Her neat, clean clothes were bought by Fumiko. Since then, Naruto only hemmed and darned them, refusing to buy new ones. And even Itachi's mother couldn't convince her otherwise. Itachi touched his breast pocket. There was a very special ribbon in it. It could accumulate chakra, could serve as a tourniquet or a noose. Rich emerald color. A gift for Naruto. He bought his brother a training katana. It was time for him to master the art of a swordsman. With her characteristic sweet, non-offensive impudence, she became an integral part of the Uchiha clan. Once, running to pick up Sasuke for training, she stuck her curious nose into the first aid kit of her clanmate Itachi, who had just returned from a mission. She took out a stimulant pill, tried it. Her parents, Itachi himself, Sasuke, and the owner of the first aid kit watched with interest to see what would happen next. The girl tasted the medicine, grimaced and looked at the first aid kit as if it had personally inflicted an unthinkable insult on her. Even the father had difficulty holding back his laughter. While Naruto was diligently spitting, the clan leader asked with a smile what she didn't like. Uzumaki explained, her grandmother told her that before the Akimichi clan monopolized this sphere, the medics made other stimulants. They were more harmless to the body than the current ones. And much tastier. But they were considered unprofitable, because they had the same effect, and it took twice as much time and effort to make them. And then, with a sly look, she offered to make a batch of new stimulants. To try, so to speak. Fortunately, Fumiko's grandmother showed her how to make them. At that moment, her face resembled a fox's muzzle. It seemed that her pointed ears on the top of her head were sticking up in anticipation of Fugaku's decision. He did not hesitate to agree. After all, this opened up such prospects. In some ways, the Uchiha clan was ceasing to be dependent on the Akimichi. After all, it was much better to work with a supplier tied to the clan than with outsiders. Moreover, they had time to get to know the Uzumaki character. She would not betray, but even in such a case, she would try to understand and forgive. 2 weeks later, Naruto secretly, with Sasuke, handed over a scroll with 2 small boxes, which immediately caused a new stir, because the medicines were classified as food, which meant that they had to be sealed differently than weapons. Itachi grinned, remembering how stunned Naruto looked when, a month later, Fugaku showed up at the site where they were training and began a lengthy conversation, the essence of which boiled down to a new order not only for medicines, but also for scrolls. While Naruto blinked, Sasuke supported his father's words, and Itachi maintained a stony expression on his face. Kagami Uchiha, who was there by chance, of course, began to bargain with all his might. Only later, when Naruto set to work with zeal, even getting reprimanded by Iruka to free herself a week from the academy, Itachi realized she could not believe that someone needed her. And even though she gave out stimulants in small portions, the Uchihas no longer had headaches during missions, even the strain on their eyes was less. Even though her scrolls could not hold more than 2 or 3 portions and they were given out at a time, it was still home-cooked food, and not some capsules and pills that shinobi were forced to eat outside the home. Along with the ribbon, there was a small book on Fuinjutsu in her pocket. Naruto began to study hard, wanting to become like her grandmother, the master of seals. But she could not keep up with the rhythm she had set for herself. She slept for 2 or 3 hours, fulfilling orders, training with Itachi, learning from Kagami, so she simply fell asleep at the academy. When Otudo told Itachi about this, he went to his father and asked him to slow down the pace and number of orders, at least while the girl was studying at the academy. Fugaku was unhappy, but agreed. He also did not want Naruto to make a mistake somewhere that could cost her her life and health. And Uzumaki herself, having learned about Itachi's initiative, promised to take revenge. For the first time, the furious temperament of the bloody habanero showed through in her. Kagami said with a grin that Kushina inherited it from her mother. Hearing such a promise, those around tried to hide from the angry Fuinjutsu master. Itachi did not listen and regretted it. He did not like walking around with braided pigtails with red bows for 2 weeks in a row. Firstly, they were treated with some kind of composition that did not allow the hairstyle to lose its shape. Secondly, he still did not understand how Naruto did it. But the girl was clearly proud of her handiwork and, despite the stricter training, was silent, like a partisan. Only when Itachi repented and promised not to do it again, although he himself did not remember why Uzumaki got angry, she changed her anger to mercy and gave an antidote. What Shursui regretted, having fun at his brother's expense all this time, and his mother, dreaming of a daughter. "You're smiling," Shursui, who appeared nearby, noticed. They were generally lucky with this mission. Escorting the diplomat to Suna gave them time to run around the shops and stock up on gifts. On the way back, they ran lightly, hiding everything in the seal. "Who is she?" his friend immediately asked curiously. "Who are you talking about?" Itachi did not understand. "Who is the girl who managed to make my eternally gloomy brother smile?" "HM?" He raised an eyebrow questioningly. The Uchihas did not need words to understand their relatives. Shursui rolled his eyes and moved closer. Now they ran level with each other. Since graduating from the academy, it was as if all emotions were frozen in you. You stopped laughing and enjoying life. Stopped being yourself. But in the last few months, you probably spent all the smiles that you saved up over the previous years. That's why I ask, who is she? Naruto, Sasuke's classmate, Itachi remembered the cheerful blonde. With her, I can't, otherwise. I want to smile, to answer her. To be happy, to laugh and to be sad with her. Before I couldn't leave her alone, now I can't let her go. Without her, it's boring. Uzumaki? Shursui said thoughtfully. Not a bad choice. What are you talking about? Itachi frowned in response. He didn't like his friend's assumptions. I think you know it yourself, Fugaku-san will gladly accept Naruto into her family. My father's student, a future master of Fuinjutsu and a medic. And don't forget about the flexible genome of her clan. She's still a child. Itachi cut him off, coldly. I don't need to tell you that all shinobi mature early. Yes, Naruto may not understand this now, but in a couple of years, when her talent and appearance take shape, she will have no end of clan suitors. Even if she is not a beauty, she can't be called ugly either. A pretty, cheerful, positive girl with good genes and abilities. And then the Uchiha will have to fight for her attention. Itachi turned away. He was shocked by his friend's reasoning about Naruto as a speechless thing. A piece of meat at the market, which is carefully examined from all sides. He wanted to hit him so hard that he could knock all thoughts of the girl out of his head. But deep down he knew that his friend was right to some extent. There were too few carriers of the improved genome, they could not afford to throw people away. Because of this, they entered into close marriages, which, in turn, led to the gradual degeneration of the family. Of all the families, and clans, only the Uzumaki could afford to choose a partner according to their hearts. Their flexible genome was such an amazing thing that it did not spoil the gene pool at all, but on the contrary, strengthened it, made it stronger. In an alliance with a Kekii Genkai, a child would definitely inherit the improved genes of one parent and a huge reserve of chakra from the other. That is why people ran after red-haired brides all over the continent. Of course, Naruto might not have inherited the features of her ancestors. And her appearance made one think that the girl was just a namesake of the famous Fuin masters. After all, they all had red hair. But the fact that she became a Jinchuriki and survived the sealing of the demon said otherwise. Only true Uzumaki, the owners of special chakra, could withstand the poisonous energy of the Kyuubi. Itachi understood that no one was paying attention to the girl yet. But Shursui was right, once she revealed her talent for Fuinjutsu, the clans would remember the value of the red demons. And then Naruto would have to defend herself. I didn't tell you this so that you could grab the girl in your arms and run away, Shursui, as always, guessed his friend's thoughts very accurately. Naruto is a strong, stubborn person who is not so easy to break. Then why did you start this conversation? So that you would see the advantages of this alliance. There will be no alliance. Itachi snapped. Naruto is a child, a classmate of my Otuto, his sparring partner. By training her, I wanted to be sure of the person who would cover Sasuke's back on a mission. Shursui giggled, returning to his carefree appearance. Then here's some more food for thought. Father said that once a man close to our clan smiled just like you, looking at the heiress of the Uzumaki clan. Said the same thing as you. And who was it? Minato Namikaze. Should I tell you how it all ended with him and Kushina-san? The comrade winked slyly. Okay, let's run. We don't want to be late and ruin our kids' holiday, do we? Uzumaki, you have to save me. With these words, Sasuke fell through the window into his classmate's apartment. And froze. Apparently, Naruto had just woken up, because she was wearing only a short white top and shorts. She was stretching and pulling her hair back. Uchiha, do you have a conscience, Datebeo? She was indignant. I went to bed at 2 a.m, dealing with your order. Today is the day of assignment to teens. Exactly. Naruto rolled his eyes. Only assignment, the rest of the day is free. Are you going to have breakfast? She abruptly changed the subject. Yes. Then you cook, she waved her hand towards the kitchen. And in the meantime I'll wash up. Through the splash of water, Naruto heard Sasuke rattling the dishes, grumbling discontentedly. Don't grumble like an old woman, she grinned, sitting down at the table. You have no idea how happy I am to try food that I didn't cook. Besides, yours is delicious. She sweetened the pill. The Uchiha thought a little. What do we have here? She rubbed her hands. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sandwiches with tomatoes and cheese, salad, what do you think it's made of? That's right, tomatoes. And juice, orange. There was no tomato, he shrugged. The guys started eating. So what do you need to be saved from? Asked Uzumaki. Sakura. Sasuke squeezed out, swallowing almost the whole sandwich. Nothing, from frustration. To be honest, at first Naruto couldn't understand the general excitement around the unmarried Uchiha. Until Makoto-san told her to look at them from the outside. Pleasant appearance, no warts, birthmarks, bugs or tattoos, stately figures, strength and aristocratic indifference, a lethal mix. Itachi's mother giggled, remembering the crowds that gathered around Fugaku during their time at the academy. At that time, she was happy that they were engaged since childhood. But even after the official engagement ceremony, she had to try hard to discourage especially persistent admirers. Sasuke was no exception. The girls squealed with delight when he passed them in the corridor. But from the very beginning, Sakura Haruno stood out from the crowd. She literally stalked the Uchiha, hung on him, caught him on the streets, waited for him in the academy. He was never left alone. Naruto tried not to interfere. One time was enough when she dragged her friend to the roof of the academy to have a snack in silence. After that, Sakura recognized her as the number one threat, began to consider her Sasuke's official girlfriend, and intended to steal him away. The modest Hinata Hyuga told about all this, barely audible, blushing uncontrollably during the story. Naruto laughed at Sasuke, who was shocked by such a ridiculous assumption. But she stopped interfering from then on. At least, obviously. What did she do this time? She asked with lively interest. Sasuke grimaced, as if he had swallowed a spoonful of wasabi instead of a tomato. She told her parents in front of everyone, "This is the boy I like." He mimicked Sakura's squeaky voice. "I don't know where to hide from her anymore. I hope we won't be on the same team. Or the teacher will help you hide," Naruto shrugged. "That is, if you get a normal one. Do you already know the candidates for squad captains?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Where from?" Grandfather Ka said that only an active jonin of the general direction, so to speak, can become a teacher. He should not have a team or other important responsibilities. For example, Ino's father is not suitable for two parameters, he is a mentalist, his focus is too narrow, and besides, he is the head of the clan. So they're unlikely to appoint a Tokubetsu Jonin, Sasuke nodded to himself. That's also a narrow specialty, and that narrows the circle of candidates considerably. One of them will be Might Guy, the guys heard him say that he'll soon have students. He's the strongest in taijutsu, most likely he'll be given a hand-to-hand combat team. There's also Yuhi Kurine. My brother said that in Genjutsu she's almost equal to our clan, and she doesn't have a dojutsu. She could be given a reconnaissance team. There's another one. I wouldn't want to end up on his team, the girl said gloomily. Kakashi Hatake, a former student of my father, she sighed intermittently. Heavy thoughts had been bothering her ever since she learned about Hatake's possible candidacy. I heard that he spends almost all his time at the memorial. Who else could he blame for the teacher's death if not a demon? She didn't want to work with a person who would hate her as much as everyone else. Let's leave the teacher candidates, Sasuke suggested. Let's think about the team lists instead. How do you think they could be combined? Well, Ino Shikacho, there's nothing to say about that, Datebao. The boys were enthusiastically rearranging their classmates for a while, arguing about the possible team composition, until they saw that it was time to go to the academy. They jumped out the window and ran across the rooftops. You have to protect me from Sakura, Dobe, Sasuke said adamantly. And how, team? Uzumaki narrowed her eyes, jumping from roof to roof. Right busy, on your forehead. I think it'll do as a last resort, his friend said sourly. Oh, I didn't know things were so bad. Okay, I'll help as much as I can, Naruto giggled. The class was unusually lively. Of course, they'll be assigned to teams today. They'll give them almost a personal teacher who knows lots and lots of techniques. Sasuke habitually took a seat by the window, Naruto sat next to him, thereby blocking him from the fans. None of her classmates were surprised by the friendship between the best student and the main loser. They had gotten used to it and resigned themselves to it. The girl took a small book out of her bag. From the very first pages, her grandmother called it her travel diary. Despite its unsightly appearance, a real treasure was hidden inside. All the seals that the elder Uzumaki had studied or invented throughout her life, she wrote down in it in the most careful manner, with explanations. She started with the basics, explained why their clan was the best at making seals. She talked about the characteristics of blood, chakra, and genetics. She described in detail each training session, each exercise, compared seals by type and kind, explained why this or that option was better. She also wrote warnings about the dangers that could arise when using them. It was a textbook on fuinjutsu, created with all the love for a person dear to the author. Naruto thought she saw a red-haired woman leaning over a desk or warming up with a huge tessin. Even though the figure had no face, the girl still felt her grandmother's care. Thanks to her, Naruto's first scrolls were created. The girl remembered how she carefully memorized each point of the instructions, how she chose chakra-conducting paper and special ink, spending almost all her savings on them. And then for a long time, she did not dare to write the first hieroglyph. The volume of what was sealed depended on the seal, chakra, and the size of the scroll. The hieroglyphs were applied along the edge of the paper with special ink, which disappeared when dry. But they had to be written the first time. It would not be possible to correct them. Even an unfinished seal would conflict with the new one. She succeeded, but Naruto did not risk leaving this page of the textbook for a long time, training, checking and rechecking until she brought the actions to automatism, when the instructions were no longer needed. And now she decided to use one of her grandmother's first inventions. Protecting the home from eavesdropping, peeping, and uninvited guests. The master was always under surveillance, which irritated her greatly. Naruto also felt a close, attentive gaze on herself. Maybe it was due to acquired paranoia, or maybe, to sensory abilities. But it was still necessary to protect the apartment. The seal seemed easy to perform, but instead of ink, her own fresh blood was used. It was necessary to mark all the extreme points of the apartment with seals, including the toilet. The supporting ones were the windows and the door. They had to be completely surrounded with letters. Throughout the work, the flow of chakra had to be continuous, thereby filling the hieroglyphs with power. To be honest, it was one of the simplest ideas of Grandma. For Naruto, it was supposed to be a starting point. If it worked out, she could continue to try herself as a master of fuinjutsu, but if not, she would have to limit herself to iryojutsu. But she didn't want to. Naruto was still under the impression of Grandpa Ka's story about the true abilities of Uzumaki as medics. On the battlefield, they could seal a wound or the person himself in a scroll, thus the patient survived until the hospital. Current medics did not even try to repeat this trick. They were only able to seal the wounded in parts. She also wanted to become an Uzumaki medic. An outside noise distracted her from reading. The door slid to the side with a crash, and two girls appeared on the threshold of the classroom. They tried to enter at the same time and, of course, got stuck. Sasuke immediately put on an independent look. Naruto buried her face in the book, suppressing a grin. Sakura in the company of her former friend Ino, the heiress of the Mentalist clan. They used to be inseparable, but at the same time, they fell in love with Sasuke, and that's why they had a falling out. And now they were shouting loudly at each other, not even paying attention to the fact that the object of their adoration could hear them. Move away, Ino pig. I was the first one to arrive. Then I'll sit with Sasuke. You'll manage, big-headed one. Only I'm worthy of sitting with him. You. Actually, Uzumaki is already sitting with him. The sleepy, drawn-out voice of Konoha's main sloth, Shikamaru Nara, intervened. The girls exchanged glances, simultaneously squeezed through the doorway, and hurried to their idol. Sasuke-kun! Sasuke-kun! Naruto noticed out of the corner of her eye how her friend shuddered with a small tremor. Tell me, I should be sitting with you, not the big-headed one. Better me than this pig. Sakura measured Naruto with a heavy look. Uzumaki, you took my seat. I should be sitting with Sasuke-kun. I think you should leave. Ino supported her sworn friend. Just dare. Sasuke hissed, barely audibly. I will take cruel revenge during training. Formidable Uchiha. Naruto made frightened eyes. The main avenger of Konoha. Then she turned to her classmates. Sorry, Sakura, she smiled serenely. I didn't know this was your seat, it wasn't marked in any way. But if you want, you can sit next to me, she patted the chair. It will be great to sit at the same table with Sasuke-kun, right? Sakura opened her mouth as Iruka entered the classroom. The girl had to purse her lips and take the offered place, drilling Uzumaki with an angry look. Iruka-sensei stood in the center with a sheet. We have divided you into teams of 3. In doing so, we have taken into account your characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. This way, all teams will be equal in strength. Each group will be assigned a jonin mentor. Now I will read to you the composition of each team and the name of their mentor. Team number 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, the guys exchanged joyful glances. And Sakura Haruno. Mentor Hatake Kakashi. I saw Ino. I will be with Sasuke. Sakura danced joyfully, shaking her fists. Anything but that. The friends desperately whispered and buried their foreheads in the desk. But why should I work together with Uzumaki? Haruno was indignant at the same time. Because, Sakura, Iruka-sensei calmly began to explain, the members of each team must balance each other out. Sasuke is the best student, while Naruto is the worst. We hoped that he would be able to pull her up, to instill discipline. You are needed as a stabilizing element for them. Naruto barely managed to stop Sasuke, who was about to open his mouth. He probably wanted to refuse such an element. No need, she hissed, otherwise they will put in some clan member, we will not be able to avoid trouble. Uchiha thought and nodded, and the girl turned to the teacher. Iruka-sensei, but if Sakura objects to me, maybe we should put someone else on the team? Ino, for example? She suggested innocently. And she saw how the gears started turning in her classmate's head. Despite her sometimes frivolous behavior, Haruno was not a fool. She instantly calculated her chances of winning Sasuke-kun over if there was another admirer of his on the team. No, Iruka-sensei. She beamed with a grin. I have no objection to Naruto's candidacy. Then let's move on. Team number 8. The genin were supposed to meet with their mentors after lunch. Sasuke wanted compensation for breakfast, so he and Naruto rushed to the girl's house, leaving Sakura sitting on a bench outside. When they returned, they found her in a more soft mood. Sasuke-kun. She waved her hand and ran up. Isn't it great that we're on the same team? She blushed. Naruto sat down on the desk, again burying her face in the master's diary. You're overcautious, Sasuke shook his head as he landed next to her. Grandpa is to blame, Datebao. Naruto muttered, not looking up from the order of applying seals. She still remembered the lesson that had developed her paranoia to enormous proportions. When she had just started studying with Kagami, she dreamed of quickly becoming stronger, becoming Hokage, so that everyone would recognize her. And her grandfather gave her many scrolls with techniques, which she managed to perform the first time, relying on what was written, of course. And then he released her to the initial levels of the Forest of Death. That fear, almost doom, when you realize that everything you read has flown out of your head. She couldn't even remember the chakra concentration seal. Her hands were shaking, tears were streaming from her eyes. How old was she then? 3? 4? Naruto didn't remember. She only remembered the all-encompassing horror that had gripped her. Her grandfather had helped her, saved her from a huge bear. And he had offered to make a stop, saying that he was very exhausted and tired. Naruto was a child and believed him. They lit a fire and went to bed. For which they paid. The girl woke up from the groans of her teacher. He was wounded. The bear had slashed his side, reaching all the way to his ribs. Naruto jumped up, not knowing what to grab first. Having somehow plugged the wound, she helped her grandfather get to the hospital, but they refused to treat him there, because he had come with a demon. And Grandma Fumiko was not on duty. Tears flowed like a river, everything doubled before her eyes when she looked for at least a simple painkiller. She was unable to find one. She was afraid, terribly afraid of losing the person who had become dear to her, her second friend after her grandmother. Her grandfather surprisingly quickly came to his senses, threw off his illusions. It turned out that, thanks to one complex genjutsu, everyone except Naruto saw him as an ordinary villager. That is why they did not help, thinking that the demon was exaggerating. He explained to the girl her mistakes. You cannot go on missions unprepared, you cannot fall asleep in an unfamiliar place without posting a guard, without setting up a barrier. In some countries, even just making a fire is dangerous. After a fight, you must definitely check on your comrades, because your own life may depend on their condition. After that incident, paranoia appeared, and the girl herself decided to become a medical ninja to help everyone. So that no one leaves wounded, like she and Grandfather Ka. She began to check and double-check, repeating every technique, every cannon until it was completely automatic. Wake her up in the middle of the night, and she would be able to perform all the seals she had learned. And if she became unbearable, her natural impatience drove her forward, she would simply go to the training ground, where she trained until exhaustion. And then again for repeating the material. Naruto put the book away when the other teams had already left the classroom with their mentors. And she narrowed her eyes unkindly. Perhaps Hatake Kakashi was a genius who had mastered 1,000 techniques, perhaps he was the famous copyist, Kakashi's Sharingan, perhaps he had many more reasons than the others to hate her, but now he was showing disrespect to his students. How could she be so shamelessly late? Naruto smiled and began rummaging through the bag she never parted with. Sasuke watched her actions with interest. Sakura, blue or pink? She asked. Huh? Haruno didn't understand. Which color do you choose, blue or pink? I can also offer green. Pink, the girl said, still confused, tugging at a lock of her pink hair and adjusting the edge of her deep cherry-colored dress. As expected, Sasuke snorted, glancing sideways at his partner. Naruto wasn't listening to them anymore. She had finally found what she was looking for. A bottle of bright pink liquid, several small ampoules, and a jar of powerful liquid glue appeared on the table. What are you planning? Haruno narrowed her eyes suspiciously. To punish our sensei for disrespect, Naruto chuckled, filling the ampoules. These ampoules, only one phalanx of the little finger high, were the pride of the Uzumaki. They were usually filled with a strong, fast-acting poison and used in case of capture. As soon as a leaf shinobi found himself in a hopeless situation, he would inject himself with the contents of this ampoule, and important information would not reach the enemy. Naruto saw them at Grandpa Ka's and begged them with difficulty for her experiments. Although at that time she did not yet understand what they were needed for. But now they came in handy. Do you need help? Sasuke immediately perked up. Watch to see if our dear sensei is coming. The Uchiha nodded and opened the door slightly. Looking out. Uzumaki smeared the bottom of the ampoules with glue and attached them to a board brush, carefully hiding and dusting them with chalk. While the brush lay on its side, the liquid was in the ampoules, but as soon as it turned over, Naruto attached the brush above the door. Primitive, but what else to expect from genin? Then they dispersed around the classroom and began to wait. What kind of liquid is this, Uzumaki? Asked Sasuke. Hair dye. Permanent, it cannot be removed by anything except a special product. Pink, Naruto giggled, seeing how it gradually dawned on Sakura. In the presence of strangers, the Uchiha meant full-fledged laughter. The girl saw how black eyes sparkled. In general, the Uchiha were a very emotional clan, like fire, which was their main element. But their upbringing forced them to hide their emotions from strangers, allowing them to show them only in the circle of the closest. The pride of the Uchiha clan and its superiority must be demonstrated to everyone who is not part of the circle of closest friends, one of the points of clan etiquette. Naruto understood that Sasuke's fun and liveliness were due to the fact that she was nearby. Because, thanks to her grandfather and Itachi, she was included in the circle of trusted people of the clan head's family. Do you really think that the Jonin will fall into your stupid trap, Uzumaki? Sakura snorted contemptuously. It would be better if you did nothing at all. We'll see, Naruto shrugged, attaching the brush above the door, expecting it to fall on the head of the first person to enter. All that was left was to wait. 5 minutes later, the door slid open and a head poked through. Oh, sorry. The brush fell right on the shaggy top of his head, raising a cloud of chalk dust. Naruto rolled with laughter, Sasuke chuckled. Sorry, Sakura pressed her hands to her chest. I wanted to stop her. Jonin Hatake Kakashi took the brush off his head, looked at the guys carefully, and sighed heavily. My team are idiots, he stated gloomily. Okay, let's go get acquainted. They climbed onto one of the platforms, located on a hill. It offered a stunning view of the village. Naruto got the opportunity to see their team's mentor for the first time. A standard green vest, with many pockets, fingerless gloves. Almost his entire face was hidden by a thick mask to match the turtleneck, his left eye was covered by an eye patch with a leaf sign. The look of the right was sad, bored, and a little doomed. As if he had been torn away from some incredibly important matters and forced to do something unworthy of his attention. Boring. But most of all, Naruto liked the thick, lush head of ash blonde hair sticking out in different directions. Which, as the girl knew from her own experience, would become a bright pink shade in a day. The composition is sprayed quickly, but does not work immediately. Are you sure it won't wash off the paint? Whispered Uchiha while they were climbing up to the platform. The mentor rushed ahead, naming the place where he would be waiting for them. Naruto and Sasuke fell a little behind Sakura, who was rushing there. We developed the formula together with Grandma Fu, Naruto whispered back. For me. I didn't want to attract attention to myself. The thick braid of a rich golden color swayed, the hair seemed to be filled with sunlight, and Sasuke was forced to admit that there was only one such bright blonde in Konoha. Even Ino can't compare to her. But because of the peculiarities of my chakra, the dye would quickly come off, or my hair would grow back. In general, they wouldn't let me change the color. And my grandmother came up with a special remedy that could only be removed with another remedy. And why didn't you dye your hair? I changed my mind, the girl shrugged. It's stupid to adapt to people, to hide from them, instead of being yourself. That's how I was taught. They sat down on the steps of a small staircase. The mentor turned to them, judging by his closed eye, he smiled. Well, let's get acquainted. Tell us what you like, what you don't like. What are your dreams? Sensei, maybe you can set an example. Sakura intervened. Oh, it's very simple. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have many favorite activities, and fewer unloved ones. My dreams are none of your business, and he smiled. Sakura turned to the team. As a result, only the name was found out. You start, Naruto pushed her. She nodded, looked at her mentor again. My name is Sakura Haruno. I love, a boy, she blushed, looking sideways at Sasuke. He looked into the distance with an independent look, clasping his hands under his chin. I don't like noisy, loud, stupid people. She glared furiously at Naruto. She pretended to be embarrassed, she was offended. I dream of, becoming a strong kunoichi, stronger than this Ino pig. She cried out at the end. Well, what about you? Hatake looked at the remaining two. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like tomatoes, I don't like ramen, but sometimes I eat it, he grimaced. Naruto snorted laughingly, knowing why her friend was forced to visit Ichiraku. I dream of one day surpassing my brother in Genjutsu. And my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Datebao. She exclaimed. I like ramen, I don't like tomatoes, but I eat them sometimes, Sasuke chuckled now. I dream of seeing Sasuke surpass his brother in Genjutsu one day. Judging by the look in his mentor's eyes, he didn't expect such answers from them. Good, he grimaced expressively. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning we meet at the training ground, an important test awaits you. I advise you not to have breakfast before that. See you later. He evaporated with a cloud of smoke. Was that a clone? Sakura turned to her comrades. No, Sasuke was as brief as always. Naruto only nodded. Okay, we'll go, the Uchiha grabbed his friend by the hand. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow, Sasuke-kun, Uzumaki heard Sakura's confused voice out of the corner of her ear. Before saying goodbye, Sasuke reminded her about the party in honor of their distribution, which would take place in the evening. And he promised to pick up his friend so that she wouldn't think of missing it. Moreover, Itachi and Shursui promised to return from the mission on time. Her apartment more and more resembled a workshop, and for two people at that. The main room was dominated by the Fuin master. Thin, unfolded strips of paper lay on the table and the floor. It took time for the ink to dry and disappear completely. Brushes and paint settled in the corner, like a strange plant. Finished scrolls were immediately placed on the hanging shelves, and from there, in the cabinet, with the finished pills. Naruto even had to make room for the finished batches, fortunately she had few things. But the kitchen was inhabited by a novice medic. It resembled a chemistry lab. Flasks, retorts, measuring cups, stands, and special pipettes. They were once bought by Fumiko's grandmother, who knew about Naruto's dream of becoming a medic. Fragrant bunches of herbs hung from the ceiling, squeezed and ground gruel stood on the shelves in the cupboard, beautiful purple inflorescences were drying in the sun on a newspaper under the window. There was a modest corner in the refrigerator for food. The bag was carefully placed on the nightstand near the door, and sandals stood next to it. The curtains were drawn, the door was tightly closed. She didn't want anyone to break into her in the middle of work. Worried, Naruto carefully checked everything she needed to perform the seal once again. A bowl for blood, an ointment against inflammation and infection, bandages, a thin brush, a diary open to the required page. Although it seemed to the girl that someone had burned the required pattern on the inside of her eyelids. The kunai easily and accurately cut the skin and cut the veins, without touching the tendons and sinews. Naruto winced slightly and bit her lip as the blood from her wrists flowed into the bowl. She was used to pain, as a child she had not yet learned how to quickly run away from her opponents, but still, it was unpleasant. However, with her regeneration, by morning there would be no trace of the wounds. Uzumaki tied her wrists with clean bandages, not daring to heal them with techniques yet. Perhaps she would need more blood, and cutting a second time, Datebao. And she got to work. According to the instructions, the ligature of hieroglyphs was first applied to the windows and door. Because the seals on them were slightly different from the other options. It was necessary to write the names of those who were allowed to pass through the barrier unhindered in certain places. Then, when they arrived, the hostess had to let them in, calling them by the written names, launching the protection. The barrier would remember their chakra down to the smallest detail and would let them through in the future. The letters were written easily and neatly, the brush fluttered over the white wall. Naruto carefully dipped it in a bowl, shook off excess drops, and wrote again. Here, here, and here. 3 names, 3 trusted people. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Kagami Uchiha. Sweat dripped onto her eyelashes, cheeks, and chakra flowed like a wide, full-flowing river into the letters through the special brush. The main thing was not to overdo it. There should be enough energy for protection, but not too much, so as not to blow up the apartment. Fuinjutsu is a subtle, economical art. The barrier will maintain itself for a whole year, acting in a closed system. Then it will need to be recharged. Naruto felt how her reserve is slowly being emptied, as if drying up. Her chakra simultaneously resembled both a cool river and the prickly, hot air of the desert, literally breathing fire. The influence of the kyubi, probably. Soon the window was decorated with a frame of intricate ligature, and Naruto moved to the kitchen, then to the door. She crawled along the walls and ceiling, copying the pattern, trying not to make a mistake in anything. The bandages were soaked through, they had to take a break to change the bandages. It was impossible to allow drops of blood to spoil any of the symbols. There would be no second attempt, because the defense system was based on calculations, the center of which were the windows and the door. The next seals were placed slightly to the left of the corners of the room. In the toilet she had to sweat, sliding off the toilet cistern. For some reason, even chakra couldn't help her stay on the slippery lid. Naruto almost broke through it and fell inside, but she managed to hold on by clinging to the pipe like a monkey. The shower was easier. Naruto just sat on the partition of the cabin. The seals in each room created not only a common, external barrier, but also several internal ones that separated each room. That is why the names of trusted people had to be written correctly and in the right places, otherwise it would be inconvenient if, for example, Itachi could enter the apartment, but not the toilet. Naruto imagined this picture and laughed, driving away a slight dizziness and nausea. It was also lucky that the minor seals were performed only once, at the top, and were short enough. Still, the grandmother was not suicidal, to die from blood loss after performing a single technique. White spots danced before her eyes, but she still had to activate the seal. In the center of the room, she made a round seal, for which she had to draw more blood. Putting together the necessary symbols, Naruto was afraid. If she made a mistake in writing even one dash or squiggle, all her work would go down the drain for Tor. And she would not be able to repeat it. Even an unfinished seal interferes with the work of another one applied on top. With a blow, she put chakra into the seal. That's why it was necessary to draw with blood, that's why it was necessary to feed it with her own chakra. Homogeneous, uniform energy in all points created a defense system tuned only to it. It turned out just as her grandmother described in her diary. From the corners, the window, glowing reddish lines ran along the ceiling and walls. They converged, connected with each other, crawled further, closing. Like a huge web. The hieroglyphs themselves melted into the surface they were applied to, although such an effect was not expected. But here, it's probably all about the poisonous chakra of the kyubi, which permeated the entire body of Uzumaki. In some places in the apartment, including an old, broken alarm clock, something exploded with a dim glow. The defense destroyed all the seals soaked in foreign chakra. Naruto smiled bitterly. After all, they were watching the Jinchuriki. And then there was no time for regrets. She was led astray, as if a dark bandage had been put on her eyes. The floor began to approach rapidly, and the girl buried her nose in the seal. Just before losing consciousness, she noted that she had not healed the cuts. Stupid girl. Itachi came out of the shower and dried his wet hair. He had just returned from a mission, and his mother had immediately sent him to get ready for the holiday. Something inside him tensed painfully, jerked, and broke. His heart began to beat irregularly. He frowned and looked out the window. Brother? Sasuke looked into the room. Did something happen? Otudo, go see Naruto now. The Uchiha looked seriously at the younger one. I have a bad feeling about this. There was water all around, everywhere. It poured into her ears, combed through her hair. It caressed her body, pampered her on its waves. Rocking her, it carried her away somewhere far, far away. On the edge of her consciousness, a thought arose that she had not bandaged her wounds, and that the water was helping the blood flow out of her veins. She needed to get up and start healing, but Naruto felt so broken, so tired. Brainless girl. A thunderous growl was heard overhead. Stupid vessel. Your grandmother lay motionless for 2 days after that technique, and by that time she was already a master. What were you thinking? Naruto opened one eye with difficulty, then the other. A dim light flared, and the gates of a huge cage appeared in front of her. Behind them, darkness swirled, and two fiery eyes flared in it. The light illuminated the cage, and for the first time she saw the fox. He was not at all like he was depicted in the books. Huge, red-haired, with black eyeliner around his eyes and mouth. His paws resembled human hands. At least Naruto was sure that he would be able to form a concentration seal. And behind his back, 9 fluffy tails were curling, constantly moving. Are you the QB? A wild, blissful smile spread across his face. How beautiful. Like a flame, no, like a sunset. Can I touch you? The demon choked and stared at her, stunned. Aren't you scared, Vessel? He growled. Scary, Naruto jerked her chin. But I still want to touch you. The demon sighed heavily, almost doomedly. One of the tails passed between the bars, wrapped the girl in a soft, fluffy cloud. Naruto pressed her cheek to it and purred, although the sound was more like a quiet squeak. The walls before her eyes were spinning, her eyelids were getting heavier, and her mind was slowly slipping into drowsiness. She wanted to sleep uncontrollably. Hey! The tail shook her body. Don't you dare sleep. If you fall asleep now, you'll lose your mind. And I'll take over your body. So what? You're kind, Naruto muttered sleepily. I want to wipe your beloved village off the face of the earth, Vessel. Destroy all its inhabitants, women and children. He growled, spat, the water beneath him boiled and hissed from the emitting key. And also warm. And very good, the girl did not pay attention to the fox's words. She felt that he was not as evil as he wanted to seem. And she was not afraid of him at all. Perhaps you are lonely here in the dark? I know how hard it is to live when all they see in you is a weapon. She slightly opened her cloudy eyes, but still could not focus. The darkness widened at the edges, approaching the center. The fox growled, pulling her closer to him. Naruto almost drowned in the darkness, as a searing pain shot through her stomach. She arched, wheezed, then screamed, tearing her throat. That's better. There was satisfaction in the fox's voice. Take the power and get out of here. That red-eyed bastard is calling you. Sasuke really was knocking on the window with all his might, but he couldn't get through the barrier. Groaning like an old granny. Naruto stood up and pulled him in by the hand, saying, Uchiha Sasuke. The barrier flared up and went out, accepting. And the girl sank down onto the bed. Thanks to Kyubi's help, she felt pretty good, although she still felt disgustingly weak. What else have you done, Dobe? Sasuke looked suspiciously at the seal on the floor, then at his friend's hands. Only now did Naruto notice that the cuts had healed, as if they were already 2 days old. It's okay, team. She laughed, tousling the hair on the back of her head. I went a bit overboard with the seals, that's all. But now the apartment has a powerful blood barrier. She exclaimed, jumped up and fell onto the bed with a groan. The walls danced before her eyes again. Immediately, as if by magic, a glass of water and a couple of stimulating pills appeared in front of her. Naruto chewed them, humming something gratefully. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest, burning her with a displeased look. Don't be angry, Sasuke-chan, the girl made pleading eyes. I won't, the Uchiha demonstrated a bloodthirsty grin. I'd better tell Kagami-san about everything. He'll twist your head off himself. You wouldn't dare, Datebao. The threat was serious. If Grandpa Ka finds out that she was experimenting with unfamiliar seals, her head alone won't do. She won't be able to sit for a month, despite her regeneration. Sasuke stuck out his tongue and dodged the pillow thrown by his now firm hand. Okay, Naruto finally waved her off tiredly. Let's go to the party. Your mother asked us to come early. I don't know why. As always eloquent, Uzumaki commented languidly. Despite the stimulants she had taken, she felt unwell. Ms. Makoto touched her forehead with concern. Are you well, Naruto? You look pale. Everything is fine, the girl smiled weakly. I overexerted myself during training, it's okay, I'll recover soon. And I'll have fun with everyone, date Bayo. She raised her fist up. The Uchiha smiled and ruffled her hair. But first, let me tidy you up. The woman took a hanger with a dress and a small box with cosmetics from the closet. Mikoto-san. Uzumaki groaned resignedly. You know I can't stand this. You're a girl. The Uchiha said instructively and adamantly. So be a girl. At least one day a year. Besides, she blushed embarrassedly, I've always dreamed of having a daughter. Naruto buried her face in her hands, and a date bayo was heard from within. Mikoto beamed, realizing that the girl had given up. First, they drove her into the bathroom, where they rinsed her in water with herbs. Then, her hair. The woman combed the thick, heavy strands for a long time, passed them through her fingers, caressed them. At first, wary, tense, after half an hour Naruto dozed off, warmed by the gentle touches. Except for Grandma Fumiko, no one had ever stroked her. It was nice. To her great relief, the Uchiha did without makeup. Light eyeshadow and pale pink lipstick, just to highlight her features. And a simple white dress with a knee-length skirt that flowed, flying apart with every step. Naruto could not resist and spun around her axis, involuntarily laughing. On her feet, shoes with a low, wide heel. We'll be outside, Mikoto smiled affectionately, turning the girl to face a large mirror. Well, look. At first, Naruto could not believe her eyes. The shiny surface reflected anyone but her. A petite, short girl with protruding collarbones and thin wrist bones. Her dress hugged her shapely figure, emphasizing her breasts that were beginning to form. Her golden hair, glittering in the lamplight, was pulled back into an intricate bun and entwined with white flowers. A couple of unruly strands fell over her shining blue eyes. It couldn't be her. It wasn't Naruto Uzumaki. It's you, Mikoto whispered, placing her hands on her shoulders. You just have to know where to look. Naruto nervously tugged at the thick fabric bracelets on her wrists, covering her scars. It was going to be a long evening. Itachi looked at his assembled clansmen with imperturbability. His mother always threw big parties. The trees around the house were decorated with colorful lanterns. The high tables outside were laden with various snacks and low-alcohol drinks. Anyone could come up and take what they wanted. Children scurried between the wooden legs, grabbed sweets and ran to the other end of the clearing, where strings were playing quietly and couples were dancing slowly. Such events always differed from traditional clan holidays, strict in their etiquette. Because they were created for young people with a simple goal, to relax and unwind. Sasuke had already caught his eye, Kagami flashed by a couple of times, nodding in greeting. But he did not see the familiar blonde head anywhere. And although the anxious feeling had receded, Itachi was still worried about his student. A girl in a snow-white dress ran up to him. Flushed, cheerful, she shone like a ray of sunshine. Itachi, you're back. He was hugged tightly. I missed you. Itachi looked into the joyful blue eyes, at the whiskered cheeks. Naruto? He was surprised. Yes? Didn't you recognize me, Datebayo? The blonde immediately took offense. No, it's just that you, for the first time, the genius of the Uchiha clan, could not find the words. My nephew wants to say that you are very beautiful today, Naruto-chan. Kagami suddenly appeared to save him. Let's go, they want to congratulate you. The man grabbed her hand and dragged her along. Hey, I told you not to call me that. An indignant cry was heard. And where are you dragging me, old man? Now do you understand what I was talking about? Shursui said contentedly, appearing behind his shoulder. Even if Naruto dresses like a boy again tomorrow, those present here will remember what she can be like. Itachi involuntarily pursed his lips. His friend was right. He caught the glances of his clansmen directed at the girl. Discontent grew in his chest. They seemed too intent, too attentive, too appraising. Too greedy. He wanted to grab Naruto and shake her out of these fancy clothes, so that she could become herself again. But what right did he have? He was just the coach of his brother's classmate. He had put himself in such conditions. Discontent grew in his chest, it boiled, seethed. Even dressed like a princess, Naruto continued to behave as usual. Not an ounce of pretense, complete naturalness. Cheerful, perky laughter, a loud voice, emotion spilling over the edge. Everything that the calm, reasonable Uchiha usually do not like. However, Itachi saw that this did not frighten anyone today. Many young people were looking at the Jinchuriki with appraising glances. And his father glowed with self-satisfaction, while remaining outwardly impassive. The genius gritted his teeth. His gaze slid over Naruto's waving arms, and caught on the jewelry on her wrists. All his anger immediately cooled, as if a bucket of ice water had been knocked over. Itachi knew all too well what was usually hidden under such bracelets. He moved toward the girl and grabbed her hand. "I'm sorry," he apologized to Kagami. "We need to talk." Naruto only blinked in surprise as he dragged her along. The shoji in the large room slammed shut with a light thud, and Itachi turned to the girl. "What is this?" He pointed at her wrists. He tore off the strips of fabric. "Why did you do this?" Naruto recoiled from him, fear flashing in her eyes. But now it only provoked the Uchiha. "Have you decided to commit suicide?" he said contemptuously. "I didn't think you were so weak. Who even gave you permission to? Don't you dare!" Naruto hissed unexpectedly. A wave of terrifying ki threw Itachi against the wall. The girl straightened up, proudly raised her chin. For a moment, it seemed to the guy that her eyes flared scarlet. "Don't you dare talk to me in that tone. I'm not weak, Datebao. And this is my life. And only I have the right to decide what I should do and what I shouldn't. She couldn't stand it. You're just an idiot, Itachi." She screamed and ran out the door. "Idiot." Itachi slid down the wall with a groan. What a fool he was. What came over him? Why did he suddenly attack Naruto like that? Why couldn't he figure everything out, like before? Secretly watching? He was scared. Scared of what they could do to the strong, resilient Naruto, so that she would want to cut her veins. After all, he knew how the village treated Jinchuriki. That's why he lost his temper and yelled at her. He was afraid for her. It was as if his insides were burned when he saw the even, reddish stripes that were at least a week old. Kagami Uchiha entered the room. With a quiet rustle, the doors closed behind him, plunging the room into semi-darkness. With an inscrutable face, he peered at his nephew for a long time, after which he came up and sat down next to him. "We are considered people without feelings, because of our eternal restraint. In fact, the secret is different, we know how to love for real." Only Tobirama was able to notice this, saying at one time that the Uchiha understand love better than anyone else. "Our feelings are especially strong, and destructive not only for the owner, but also for the one they are directed at. That is why we teach our children control from childhood." "Uncle." "Because the fear of losing a loved one makes us lose our heads. And we can do things that we will soon regret." There was no condemnation or reproach in the man's voice. He said things that everyone in the Uchiha clan knew. Itachi bowed his head, hiding behind his hair. He felt ashamed of his behavior. He lost his temper like a boy. "I have to leave you, uncle. I need to ask forgiveness from a friend." Uchiha stood up. "Give my apologies to father." Of course, Kagami also stood up. Itachi nodded and flew out of the house. Naruto walked quickly to her home. Fury was burning and seething inside her. She wanted to smash something. How dare he? Who is he? She was at a loss for words. And she was also offended. Why did Itachi attack her like that? He didn't even ask anything. Did he really think she Naruto, lost in her thoughts, didn't immediately notice how a group of tipsy young men appeared behind her. Some were wearing chunin vests. "Hey, beauty," one of them called out to her, the others supported him with drunken laughter. "That's our demon. Look how dressed up she is," another recognized her. Celebrating that she became a shinobi. Beast. Like a slap in the back. Naruto shuddered and walked faster. She already regretted that she had wasted her chakra so irrationally. And she agreed to wear these stupid shoes that she couldn't get through. And she was afraid to stop and take off her shoes. Besides, due to the fast metabolism, the effect of the pills was already wearing off, the dreadful weakness and dizziness were returning. Blessed be Uzumaki's vitality, thanks to which the girl was still standing on her feet. The shinobi were following her, shouting something, laughing. They even threw stones. Naruto tried not to make unnecessary movements, so as not to provoke them. And she hopefully looked out for a police patrol, but they disappeared into thin air. It all happened in an instant. The shinobi got tired of simply poisoning the victim, and they rushed after her. With hoots, they chased the girl down the street. Naruto raced, choosing the shortest route home. It was precisely because of such cases that she knew Konoha like the back of her hand. A painful tug on the arm, she was yanked and pushed into an alley. Naruto hissed, baring her teeth, when her back met the wall. "Well, here we caught up with you, demon." One of them grinned affectionately. The girl looked at them carefully, looking for weak spots. And cursed her stupidity. For the first time in her life, she left the house without a weapon, even without a simple kunai. She was in too much of a hurry for the party. And Mikoto took all the blanks out of her braid when she changed her hairstyle. One of the attackers threw his hand forward, trying to hit her in the stomach. Naruto slid to the side, intercepted the limb and broke it with a sharp upward movement. The man held. "You creature!" exclaimed the second, rushing at her. The others crowded around, waiting for their turn. There was no room for the entire group to attack in the small alley, which Uzumaki took advantage of. She pushed her opponent against the wall with her foot and released a little of the Kyubi ki. Animal rage and animal desire to kill confused the shinobi for a second. And that was enough time for Naruto to slip between the widely spaced legs of another man and find himself back on the illuminated part of the street. Ignoring the cracking of her dress, she rushed forward. The shinobi chased after her like hunters after a wild animal. Tenacious fingers dug painfully into her shoulders, tore her dress and hair. Naruto snapped, even bit, while simultaneously untangling her feet from the straps of her shoes. And she understood, if the chunins had been a little more sober, she would never have gotten away from them. Finally, the shoes flew off, the straps tore the skin off her ankles. Naruto turned around, narrowing her eyes. These faces, distorted with rage, inhuman malice. And who else is a demon here? The shinobi stopped, sensing something was wrong. The previously helplessly running prey now stood still, as if waiting for them. Naruto let them get closer, then threw her shoes at them. Even if you can't soak the projectile itself with chakra, you can give it significant acceleration. Like a spring. The next second, she jumped onto the roof and started running. The screams behind her confirmed that the target was hit. The wind whistled in her ears from the fast run. The main thing is to get home, she will be safe there. The barrier will not let anyone through. She flew up the stairs and rushed to her door. And then jumped back, ready to fight. Ambush? Itachi Uchiha came out of the shadows, raised his hands. "Naruto, I came to talk." The girl made a seal of dispelling illusions. Nothing changed. It was Itachi. "Let's go," she muttered, grabbed his hand and pulled him into the house. Uchiha Itachi. The barrier blinked in agreement. Only when the door slammed shut did she let go. The adrenaline was leaving, she began to tremble. She was scared, really scared. Because she was not a fool and knew what they could do to her there, in the dark alley. Her legs weakened, she began to fall, as if the strings had been cut off a doll. And she would have definitely fallen to the floor if not for her strong arms. Itachi sat down on the bed, pulled her onto his lap and began to stroke her back. "What happened?" he asked quietly. Naruto shrugged. "Many people don't like that a demon became a shinobi." She buried her face in his strong shoulder, absorbing his warmth. Itachi was strong, reliable, so self-confident. "Cry if you want," he suggested. Naruto immediately jumped up. "I'm not going to cry, Datebao. I told you, I'm not weak. And I'll prove it. To everyone. That's why I came to apologize," the guy said softly, calmly. "What?" All the warlike fervor died down. "I want to apologize for yelling at you, Naruto." Itachi continued to stroke her back, thoughtfully, a little absent-mindedly. "I didn't mean to offend you. You are strong-willed, but then I was scared. Not of what you could do, but of what they could do to you." "Okay," Naruto grinned. Itachi twitched the corners of his lips in response. They sat in silence for a while. Night had fallen on Konoha, and the full moon was peeking through the windows. Naruto almost dozed off in his warm embrace when Itachi quietly asked, "So where did you get those scars?" "Overdid it with protection," the girl yawned, nodding at the floor. The Uchiha activated his Sharingan to examine the pattern on the floor. Then he raised his eyes to his student. "It was dangerous, Naruto. You could have died." Uzumaki raised her eyebrow so expressively that Itachi couldn't help but smile. Okay, I won't interfere. Just remember, I'm worried about you." These words spread inside like a burning warmth. Naruto closed her eyes, rolling them around on her tongue, repeating them to herself. "I'll remember, Itachi." She nodded happily. "And I also wanted to warn you about your mentor, Kakashi Hatake. His signature dish is the test with bells. For teamwork, common spirit and the like. Those who didn't pass, he sent back to the academy. And he doesn't care about their status, grades, and characteristics. But your team has no chance of failing the test." "Why do you think that is? What's unusual about team number 7? Naruto was lost in thought, and Itachi closed his eyes, mechanically stroking the girl's back. When he saw Naruto, disheveled, barefoot, in a torn, dirty dress, he thought that his worst fears had come true. And he could not help but admire the girl's endurance. Fear splashed in her eyes in half with determination. Even unarmed, she was ready to fight to the last. A strange calm descended on him as soon as she was in his arms. He ran the very tips of his fingers over her scraped back, over the bruises and scratches on her arms, untangling the remains of her once exquisite hairstyle. Fluffy strands tickled his chin when she buried her face in his shoulder. It became easier when he received forgiveness. And her childish belligerence caused a smile. So a small, angry kitten snorts and bristles its fur. It was difficult for him to admit his anxiety, and he was fully rewarded by her happy look. Perhaps he should get used to the fact that Uzumaki was the only one who could evoke a response in him. Shursui was right, he deliberately suppressed his emotions, because neither Anbu nor the genius of the clan were allowed to. He did it on purpose, so as not to feel the pain of losing friends and acquaintances. He did not want to get attached to anyone. Naruto broke all the foundations. When she appeared nearby, the whole spectrum of sensations fell upon him. And he floundered, tried to get out of this whirlpool, and he was in deeper and deeper. But for the first time, he felt truly alive. All the Uchiha felt this way next to Naruto. Even Sasuke, the eternally offended younger brother, who did not get the attention of either his father or brother. He smiled, laughed, snorted and chuckled, but he was alive. Itachi had already forgotten the last time his mother's eyes sparkled happily, when his father smiled openly. Naruto Uzumaki brought all this back to his family. This must be her secret technique, a catalyst for true thoughts and feelings. Itachi looked at the sleeping girl with a smile. Yes, the day had been hard. He ran his fingers along the whiskers on her cheeks, pressed on the tip of her nose, making the girl wrinkle and sneeze. So funny. Then his gaze fell on the bruises, and the guy frowned. Offending a child, especially a girl, is the last thing a shinobi should do. And even if everything heals quickly on her, it still wouldn't hurt to teach them a lesson. So that they think next time before even looking in her direction. And he also doesn't like the mentor of his brother's team. And what will stop him from combining business with business? Despite all the worries of the previous day, Naruto slept well and rested well. Stretching, she found Itachi dozing on the floor, surrounded by scrolls. She snorted humorously at her friend's concern and, carefully, so as not to wake him, went to wash up and make breakfast. It turned out that Uchiha are very cute creatures when they are half asleep. And most importantly, they are silent. Naruto complained about her completely ruined dress. Mikoto-san would probably be angry, listened to the rest of the incriminating evidence on her mentor, fed him breakfast and pushed him out the window, after forcing him to put Sakura's henge on him. Itachi grimaced, but did it. For which he received another pie left over from yesterday. Remembering this, Naruto still giggled. After all, Sakura with a pie in her teeth, date bayo. Apparently, the enthusiastic Sakura showed up at the training ground long before dawn. Otherwise, why would she greet Naruto with such an angry look? The girl waved her hand in response and headed briskly under the nearest tree. To finish her sweet minutes of sleep. A displeased shadow fell on her. Yeah, with a wide, juicy yawn. So they greeted each other. Sasuke fell next to her. Naruto immediately used his shoulder as a pillow. The Uchiha did not object, but Sakura heard gnashing of teeth. What do you think you're doing, Uzumaki? She jumped up. Get away from Sasuke-kun. And Kakashi-sensei is still not here, the Uchiha said into space. Sakura immediately switched to him. Began to scold her mentor in every way. Did Itachi tell you? Naruto whispered. That's good, date bayo. Do you have a plan? How to test Itachi's assumptions about our team. Fine. Tell me later? Sasuke-kun, are you not listening to me at all? Sakura was upset. He doesn't listen to anyone, Sakura-chan. Naruto waved her hand. Another argument was interrupted by the appearance of the mentor. 2 hours late, how punctual. He opened his mouth, but Naruto beat him to it. Did you see a black cat off on the road of life? She asked, batting her eyelashes. Or did an old lady cross your path and you were forced to go round? She gave out her mentor's most favorite excuses, which her friend had told her about this morning. The Jonin narrowed his visible eye and glared at her. No. Last night, someone beat up several Chunin and 2 civilians. They say that I did it. Naruto bit her lip. She seemed to understand why Itachi was so sleepy in the morning. Why are you like this, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked with a plaintive intonation, pressing her hands to her chest. A quiet "kai" was heard from the side. And then, Sakura's wild squeal. What's wrong with you, teacher? Your hair, she poked her finger at her mentor's hair that had changed color. The dye exceeded all expectations. Kakashi's hair was even brighter than Sakura's. Naruto snorted and sprayed water into her palm. The Uchiha was holding his face with the last of his strength. Today, you will face a deadly test, the Jonin grimaced, creating an illusion again. Deadly? Sakura trembled, looking at her partners. They did not react to the man's statement. Yes. You will need to take these bells from me, he demonstrated 2 bells. You can use any of your techniques. Do everything to kill me and take the trophy. You only have until noon. Those who fail will not get breakfast. He waved his hand towards 3 wooden posts. Bento boxes were bundled under them. Sakura's stomach rumbled sadly, and she blushed in embarrassment. And keep in mind, despite the fact that you graduated from the academy, I can easily send you back there if you fail my test. Let's begin. At his cry, all three of them disappeared from the training ground. Kakashi was left alone. Not for long. Uzumaki's shadow clones flew at him, he easily dispelled them, but he fell into the tenacious paws of a real girl who jumped on his back. However, she also flew away, sent flying by a powerful kick. Naruto looked at the calm Jonin, and he put his hand in his pocket and took out a book in a bright orange cover marked 18+. The girl snorted, turned around and ran into the nearest bushes, to Sasuke. "Well, what was that?" his friend said discontentedly, squatting down. Sakura sat down next to him, looking at her idol with awe. Naruto shrugged with a smile. "Oh, nothing special, Datebao. So what's your plan?" Hatake Kakashi did not like children. And he happily gave them a test, the purpose of which the team did not understand, and, therefore, could not pass. After which he sent them back to the academy, where they were given another teacher. He himself continued to run on solo missions, hide from doctors, and eagerly await new releases of Jiraiya's books. The current set broke all records for causing negative feelings in their mentor. From the very first moment of meeting them, troubles began to fall on Hatake, as if from a sack. His hair, his reputation, which was pretty tarnished, after the testimony of the beaten Chunin. It was decided that the illusion technique was used on them, but Kakashi was still looked at askance and with caution. Jonin would have gladly abandoned team number 7, if not for the personal order of the Hokage. What was the third thinking when he made him a mentor of a hated person? Because he hated Naruto Uzumaki with every fiber of his soul. She was the cause of the death of his teacher and his wife. Minato-sensei was the first to believe in Kakashi after his father's death, who became not only his mentor but also his friend. He and Kushina-san replaced his family, became the closest people. Kakashi sincerely admired his teacher, was proud of him. And Naruto only disgraced him. The stupid, noisy blonde inherited nothing from her genius father. All she did was scream and get indignant. She smiled at her offenders and did not give them back. She could not master elementary techniques and got out only due to Kushina-san's chakra. It is unlikely that Minato-sensei would be proud of such a child. As expected, Naruto immediately went head-on, using her favorite technique. She hung on the teacher, and Hatake barely held back his strength, throwing her to the tree. He wanted to nail her so that she would not get in the way under his feet. Uchiha Sasuke interested him much more. One of the heirs of the clan, he was probably trained by local geniuses Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. He wanted to see what they had achieved. And then a performance began, which Hatake certainly did not expect from Genin. In the foliage of the tree, right above the wide branch where he was sitting, Naruto's smiling face appeared. Hatake prepared to repel the attack, but the girl stole the book from him with the help of a fishing line covered with something sticky. She winked playfully and disappeared into the forest. Jonin rushed after it. After all, it was a gift copy given to him by the Toad Sannin himself. The light hair flashed so fast, it seemed that he only had to stretch out his hand. Carried away, Kakashi did not notice how he stepped on a couple of trees. Kunai whistled, flying over the head of the crouched shinobi. And Naruto turned sharply to him and opened a long scroll, from which kunai and shuriken sprayed in different directions. Chaotically, without a system, the scroll was apparently created by an amateur, but in this situation it was the best option. Even the replacement technique could not help much, because the weapons flew in all directions. Only with the help of the Sharingan hidden under the headband did Kakashi manage to dodge the projectiles launched with great force and time. He swallowed when he saw what a hole in the tree trunk the small-looking Senbon had punched. Uzumaki had no shortage of evil power. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to the middle of the training ground, where she disappeared with a slight poof. Shadow clone. The book floated smoothly to the place where she stood. Kakashi looked around carefully, rightly afraid of a trap. His student's chakra was found in the forest nearby. They were probably planning another attack with traps. That meant he had time to pick out a gift. Kakashi was just leaning over the book when a polyphonic chorus was heard. Katon, large fireball. Waves of flame, reinforced by wind, flew at him from four sides. Jonin did not expect that Sasuke already mastered this technique. In addition, someone helped him, reinforced the attack. He was unable to jump away. Naruto was opening another weapon scroll above his head. He had to go underground. When Kakashi emerged, 4 pairs of Sasuke and Naruto were looking at him. They were holding hands, wringing their chakra, uniting it. A primitive and very painful method, because in a fight it is usually impossible to get so close to a comrade. Besides, further separation is very painful, and only a professional medic can do it. But for Genin it is not bad, very good. The Yu Yu duet, the Uchiha Uzumaki tandem, was well coordinated. They understood and complemented each other, while Sakura was stamping her feet at the edge of the clearing, nervously clenching her fists. Now Kakashi understood why the third included this girl in his team. Compared to them, Sakura was frankly weak, her chakra reserve is small. Forced to constantly be distracted by her, the Uchiha Uzumaki would certainly slow down in their own development as ninja. And it seems they understood this, because they did not pay the slightest attention to Sakura. Holding hands, they folded the shadow clone seals. Sasuke directed, and Naruto served as the main generator and source of energy. Copies of not only Uzumaki, but also Uchiha flew at Kakashi. The originals themselves were lost in the crowd, and only the jingling of bells on their belts gave away their attempts. To distract attention, the Jonin threw a kunai right at Sakura. She fell to the ground with a squeal, covering her head with her hands. Sasuke didn't even raise an eyebrow, and Naruto, hissing something through clenched teeth, pushed his classmate into the bushes. The Uchiha covered her actions with another fireball. Kakashi didn't like this. Thanks to her excellent chakra control, Sakura can become the squad's medic, which means she should also be on the battlefield, monitoring who was wounded and where. And not running headlong through the forest. And again, he was wrong in his assumptions. The partners did not need a medic. When another kunai hit Sasuke, who hissed in pain, and passed over his shoulder, Naruto immediately appeared next to him and put her hand on it. It was enveloped in a familiar greenish chakra, which quickly removed all traces of the injury. This means that Naruto has the ability to use medical techniques and excellent chakra control. Kakashi wondered what else the third spies had missed in their reports. They could have fought for a long time. Fortunately, Naruto had a truly enormous reserve of chakra, but the alarm went off, which Kakashi had said at the beginning of the test. Team number 7 gathered in front of the wooden posts. Naruto was tied up, the others were standing nearby. "Mentor, why am I tied up?" She was indignant. The blonde looked battered, a little exhausted, but she struggled with 3 times the effort. "Because you pushed your teammate away, did not send security with her, did not protect her, although you had such an opportunity," the Jonin shrugged. "As a result, you all failed the test. Why do you think that is? What did I want to achieve from you today?" "Teamwork," Sasuke shrugged. "Exactly. And as a result, only the 2 of you and Uzumaki worked. Sakura was hanging around who knows where." The girl bowed her head, accepting the reproach. Kakashi chuckled to himself. While the Yu Yu were pressing him, he sent a clone after the third participant and put them in a light genjutsu. "Sorry, sensei," she said quietly. I got lost. And it happened because the others did not support you." Naruto proudly turned up his nose. Sasuke chuckled and turned away. Sakura's mood drooped even more. "But you still have a chance to correct your situation. I give you 2 hours to come up with a new plan that would include Haruno. If you fail, you will never become a shinobi. Naruto, as the initiator of the whole undertaking, must remain tied up. Feeding her is also prohibited." With these words, Kakashi shined behind the nearest tree. "Dobe, are you too hungry?" Sasuke's voice reached him. "You won't get it, team." The girl chuckled. "Oh well," Uchiha shrugged and started eating. After a bit of stomping around, Sakura followed his example and even tried to feed him with her chopsticks. To which Sasuke glared at her as if she was crazy. and Naruto hung on the ropes, as if she had fallen asleep. They clearly weren't going to develop a plan. Kakashi rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. He understood that in a real fight, performed by a higher-ranking ninja, the plan would have a chance of success. The medic could easily wait for them in the same bushes, but he couldn't praise Naruto. Something in him resisted it. By the end of the first hour, Sakura began to whine. Sasuke-kun, when are we going to come up with a plan with my participation? Sasuke-kun, you also want to become a shinobi, right? I'll become the strongest kunoichi. Sasuke-kun. 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 Uchiha sadly poked his wasabi with a stick. Uzumaki snored peacefully. Sakura whined. Idle, in a word. By the end of the second hour, Sakura was completely exhausted. She constantly tugged the guy, warily looking at the training ground around her, waiting for the teacher. Uchiha's nerves could not stand it. No, Sakura. We will not come up with anything. We do not need an extra person on the team. Uzumaki woke up from his scream. Team. You should not yell at Sakura like that. She was indignant. Haruno looked at her hopefully. And you, Sakura, in these 2 hours could have come up with at least one worthwhile idea. Datebao, you were the best in the stream. Sakura lowered her head, even her ears turned red with shame. Kakashi chose this moment to appear. Well, I'm waiting for your answer. We don't have a plan. Uchiha answered defiantly. I was sleeping, Uzumaki admitted. Team didn't wake me up in time, she complained right away. Dobe, her partner snapped. Sakura was silent. She was almost crying from despair. Ino would become a shinobi, but she wouldn't. And she wouldn't win Sasuke-kun's glory either. Kakashi could literally see the thoughts wandering in the girl's head. And these two had put him in front of a choice. He would have already disbanded any other team and sent them home, but this was a direct order from the Hokage. He had no right to violate it, so as not to be punished for failing to fulfill his duty. But if he now backed down from the conditions he had set himself, his reputation in the eyes of these children would go down the drain. It was also worth considering that they would not keep their mouths shut. And if Haruno will be simply happy from the very fact of the teacher's mercy, no one really communicates with Uzumaki, then Sasuke can calmly tell everything to his family, and through them, in turn, all of Konoha will find out. Okay, I accept your decision, he nodded. From now on, you are team number 7, I am your mentor. And we have a long way to go to become a real squad. I'm waiting for you tomorrow, at 9 o'clock at the Hokage's residence. We will take on a mission and learn to work together. So I'll become a ninja? Sakura squealed with delight. The disappointments were forgotten. Sasuke-kun, do you hear? Kakashi winced from the loud sound and left as a shunshin. And he no longer saw how Sasuke and Naruto exchanged gloomy glances. Everything is as we thought. He didn't even know that the plan was actually yours, a tired sigh. Come, walk me home, and then I'll start dividing the chakra. Naruto tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep. Their suspicions were confirmed. With each mission Sasuke became more and more gloomy. And they began to train with Itachi more and more often. The elder Uchiha saw their condition, but did not ask about anything, for which Naruto was sincerely grateful to him. Despite the dramatic statement about working together, they had not learned how to work together. Before the very first mission, Kakashi taught them to walk on trees, on walls, which Naruto and Sasuke were excellent at, and Sakura quickly mastered. And then the routine began. The lowest rank missions, endless weeding of vegetable gardens, collecting scrap metal around the village, searching for lost cats and dogs. Fat Tora jumped on the bed and purred loudly. He rubbed his forehead against her hand, demanding his portion of affection. Naruto grinned. He ran away again, and only today they returned him to his owner. Well, it was funny when the naughty cat scratched Sakura, jumped on Sasuke, and even reached Kakashi. Naruto had to resort to bribery to persuade the animal to return to the tenacious paws of its owner for a while. Tora looked at her with a skeptical and pitiful look until the bribe grew to 2 fish, a bowl of cream and a bowl of sour cream. For a whole week now, their training consisted of walking around the village, and walking around the village. This simply could not continue. Naruto jumped up, apologized to the hissing Tora, unhappy with the fact that he was abruptly dropped on the bed. Quickly changed her clothes, and flew out in the direction of the Hokage's residence. She urgently needed to talk to the old man, he would surely give them an interesting mission. The residents greeted her with silence and coolness. The working day had long since ended, and the employees had scattered to their homes. Only those on duty remained. On the Hokage floor, Naruto met Genma Shiranui. For some reason, he and a few other jonin treated the Jinchuriki well. They never bullied her, and helped her get home when the bullies were especially zealous. And sometimes they fed her, while constantly looking around. Naruto didn't know what their goals were. But just in case, she remembered them all. The one with the scar, the other one with the bandage. And Genma, who seemed to be the main one among them. And now, seeing her, the jonin jumped from the ceiling and went to Chuisenban at the other end of the corridor, on the windowsill. And Naruto headed for the door. Familiar voices were heard behind it. One of them clearly belonged to Kakashi. The third suffered from heightened paranoia and always not only locked the door, but also activated a special barrier, created back in the days of the second Hokage. Only he didn't take into account that the barrier was created by the Uzumaki, and the red demons always had their own minds. And in each seal, they added a symbol of blood relationship, allowing blood relatives to bypass them. Naruto's grandmother did her best for the residents, so the Jinchuriki could eavesdrop without fear of being discovered. Yuto has a fairly high level of medical techniques. She also works well with Sasuke. There is a suspicion that they are taught by the same person. A month ago, my people found out that she was creating small food seals and special pills for someone. We installed a wiretap in her apartment, but a week ago the connection was lost. The third was dissatisfied. Kakashi, you need to find out how she found out about Fuinjutsu and for whom she is creating seals. These are just small food seals, there was incomprehension in the mentor's voice. Naruto stuck to the door, Genma pretended to be a partner of a ficus nearby. For now, the third corrected him, taking a drag. Despite everything, she is an Uzumaki, a full-fledged representative of this clan. And that means Fuin is in her blood. As well as the willfulness of the red demons. You remember my order, right? Team number 7 must undergo a mandatory selection. The girl seemed to see how Kakashi stood at attention, mincing his words. Do not teach Uzumaki Naruto equally with the rest of the group members. The village's weapons must be moderately strong and controllable. Restrain the development of Uchiha Sasuke, do not allow situations conducive to the manifestation of the Sharingan. Carry out low-ranking missions, exercise control over the individual activities of the wards. Exactly so, Sarutobi apparently nodded. I do not want a repeat of the story of 12 years ago. Kushina, despite all my respect for her, was too willful a girl. However, she was an excellent jonin, a real shinobi of our village. Naruto, on the other hand. Uzumaki Naruto does not have the abilities of Kushina Uzumaki and the fourth Hokage, Kakashi cut off angrily. True. Make sure that it remains so. She must not know about the Kyuubi inside her. Understood. May I go? Go, Kakashi-kun. Hatake left through the window, and Naruto slid down the wall to the floor, covering her mouth with her hands to keep from screaming. Stinging tears ran down her cheeks. Another illusion destroyed. It was quiet at the closed training ground of the Kagami house, only the wind gliding through the treetops. Sitting under a tree, Itachi leisurely sharpened kunai, laid out the weapons on a scroll, preparing to seal. Habitual, mechanical actions allowed him to reflect on his own. As he feared, his and his father's suspicions about Kakashi's appointment were confirmed. Despite the obvious provocation of the children, he still agreed to become their mentor. Which did not fit with his characteristics at all. True, the goals remained unclear. Kakashi did not teach the children anything, but did not harm them either. In general, he tried not to talk to them. With his nose buried in a book, he dragged them on D-rank missions. Itachi carefully learned about the activities of the other mentors. Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma were recognized as the most irresponsible. However, Asuma can be forgiven. His Ino Shikacho team had its own, well-established, plan of action. Parents probably trained their children within the clans. Not being a mentalist, he could not help Ino in any way. And Shikamaru himself coped with the position of a full-time strategist and genius. Only Choji remained, but the teacher dealt with him closely. While Hatake taught the team only one thing, walking on walls and trees, not bothering with water. Itachi suspected that he was trying to make his own life easier in this way, because the guys moved faster this way. The first 2 days, Otudo was still angry, growling, and then with persistence, gritting his teeth, he began intensive training. Now he was silent to all questions about the teacher and the tasks. But Naruto always had a hot temper. She gave a succinct description of each day spent in the company of the Jonin, who she had already managed to dub a pervert for his love of a famous book series. And she once again made fun of him. Itachi burst out laughing when he realized what Naruto had done. During the first attack, she had quietly attached a sabotage-type parasite seal to his headband. The small bug stole chakra from the wearer, destroying any illusion he was hiding behind. It was impossible to detect it or wash it off. Only to burn it, but for that he had to find it first. Several such seals remained with the elder Uchiha from the time of the Third War, and Kagami had hesitated for a long time to present this fuin to his granddaughter. However, meeting the brightly painted Hatake on the streets, he had never regretted it. She loved to circle around the clearing, loudly complaining, letting off steam. After such scenes, even Sasuke thought a little and looked at the world more simply, as if the girl was expressing his thoughts too. Their mutual understanding reached its peak. Itachi even envied such trust a little. Only Naruto knew about the girl Sasuke ran on dates with. Sometimes she even covered for him. She often gave him money so that he could go shopping. Jinchuriki traditionally did not sell anything worthwhile, they inflated prices, so she almost never showed up at the market, successfully exploiting Sasuke and Itachi. Lost in thought, Itachi missed Naruto's appearance at the edge of the clearing. Pale as a ghost, with burning cheeks and red, tear-stained eyes, she walked decisively towards him, sat down next to him. And then, in a calm, indifferent tone, she retold everything she heard near the Hokage's office. She seemed to have burned out. In her life, the third was something unshakable. Strict, but kind, he always treated the orphan well. It was a relief. If the head of the village liked her, then not all people were bad. And now, her world was collapsing, losing its support. After all, the Hokage had not told Kakashi everything, he had hidden a lot, but his opinion was clear in short phrases. Naruto was suffocating, she was falling. Losing her endless light. And Itachi felt almost physical pain from this. Betrayal always hurts greatly. So he moved her onto his lap and hugged her, as he had done once after the holiday. Naruto clung to him, she was shaking, but she was no longer crying. She raised her face with sore eyes and asked in a quiet, broken voice. "Don't betray me, Itachi. Not you. I can't survive this." In response, the Uchiha hugged her, pressed her even tighter, feeling her longing and pain as if it were his own. He wished he could take them away from her. "I won't betray you," he promised swearingly. "Never." And Naruto relaxed in his arms. Itachi walked down the street of Konoha, without looking around, automatically avoiding the people he met. He held a couple of sticks of dango in his hand, which he devoured mechanically, barely paying attention to the taste of the sweets. And when did his senpai become like this? For as long as he knew him, Hatake Kakashi had been a person with a mind of his own. He kept to himself, and hardly communicated with anyone. He couldn't be called the life of the party, but he used to approach any mission responsibly. he always distinguished between good and bad, dark and light. If it was necessary to break the rules for the sake of innocent people, he broke them. If it was possible to bypass orders, he bypassed them. So what happened after he left ANBU? Oh, Itachi guessed that it was a matter of a low-level technique called rumors. After all, he himself did not take Naruto seriously at first, succumbed to public opinion. After all, it is so easy to see in a person what you expect to see. And often it takes a strong slap to come to your senses and start thinking with your own head. Hello, fighters of the kitchen front. Sasuke, who had crept up on him, slapped him on the shoulder. Hello, brother, Sasuke came up from the other side. Mom sent us to help you. She said that you couldn't carry everything alone, and that you left the scrolls at home. Are you back from the mission yet, Otudo? How did it go? Sasuke grimaced expressively, making Sasuke snort. It was a regular cattle drive, he shrugged. Naruto surrounded the herd with her clones and simply escorted it to its destination. I'm more interested in something else, Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his expressive eyes, looking attentively, and spoke ingratiatingly. When did you learn to combine chakra with Uzumaki? It's difficult and dangerous. Itachi was also interested. He had heard about the dual technique of his Otuto and Naruto, but he had never seen it performed. For some reason, they flatly refused to demonstrate it. Sasuke was right, combining chakra flows was an extremely dangerous and risky thing. Someone else's energy appeared in a shinobi, which belonged to his partner. He could understand the feelings and emotions of the other, he could find him anywhere. They became twice as strong, and twice as vulnerable, because the wounds of one affected the other. Such a merger required time, long, careful preparation. That is why it was never used on the battlefield, there was a risk of injuring one's own circulatory system. Separation, as a rule, was done by high-ranking medics over the course of several days. When he first heard about it, he wanted to box the ears of both brainless genin, who could come out of the fight with Kakashi completely crippled. But Uzumaki looked with her crystal blue eyes and said that there was no danger. She would never risk the life of a friend. Sasuke thought, scratched his nose. He was choosing his words, while his gaze slid over the people walking nearby, noisy benches and cafes. This is not exactly unification. More precisely, not at all. We do not delve into the circulation system, our connection remains close to the surface of contact. And through it, Naruto transmits neutral, medical chakra to me. Since there are no wounds, it goes to my reserve, feeding me. The Uchiha considered the words of their younger relative. And who separates you after this? Sasuke asked. Naruto does, Sasuke shrugged. Since the connection is shallow, it is not a problem for her to separate her own chakra from mine. It is so bright. What do you feel when this happens? Itachi looked intently at his brother. Regret settled in his chest at the thought that Sasuke had access to the girl's feelings, her hidden desires. And a little envy, to be so close to someone. His answer dispelled all illusions. Pain, Sasuke cut him off, turning away. Throughout the entire fight, pain. And I know that Naruto feels it many times stronger. Why do you think so? Sasuke asked. Her chakra is alive, poisonous, dangerous. And predatory. Even the smallest particle, penetrating me, seems to burn its way through my body. And I feel the hatred of the one who sits inside Uzumaki. Hatred specifically towards me. And Naruto is forced to sift it out, filter the chakra in order to send it to me already purified, neutral. Because I will not be able to withstand her real energy. And no one will be able to. Sasuke turned around, looked seriously into his brother's eyes, as if trying to convey something at the level of thoughts and instincts. Have you already tried? Sasuke interrupted the conversation with his eyes. Yes, at the very beginning, Sasuke mechanically rubbed his palm. At the first stage, it is the unrefined chakra that is required. It provides the connection. We cannot feel each other's emotions, only the pain of merging is between us. Itachi imagined Naruto and Sasuke having to push through the pain, to abstract themselves from it in order to fight. And Naruto also constantly purifies his chakra, separating the QB energy from it in order to transfer it to his partner. What kind of load does this put on their brains? It is not surprising that they do not want to repeat it in a calm environment. And no other conditions? Shursui continued to ask curiously. Well, chakra compatibility, for example. We need to think about the same thing, strive for the same thing. With all our minds. We only managed to do this twice. Once we wanted to surprise Kagami-san, and the second time we wanted to defeat Kakashi's mentor. How did you even know about this technique? Kagami-san gave us a scroll with a detailed description. You know, your father never ceases to amaze me, Itachi said into space, glancing sideways at his friend. He hummed and nodded. But it's a wonderful feeling to fight and not think about the chakra reserve. Sasuke rolled his eyes dreamily. Dobe doesn't even think about how lucky she is with the reserve. Itachi chuckled. He used to think so too. It seemed to him that the girl did not think at all about the amount of her own chakra. She easily created clones, used energy-consuming techniques, relying only on luck and regeneration. Until he realized that little Uzumaki does nothing for no reason. The upbringing of the cunning Kagami-san was telling. Techniques that he himself considered irrational, the girl expanded the channels, developed them and the hearth. Perfected the body. Life taught her to save, and this saving was expressed literally in everything. After another grueling training, the girl still had strength, but the next morning Itachi saw how, during another mission, she herself climbed and sprayed apple trees, although she could have created clones to help. He had already gotten used to it. If Naruto used economical techniques, held back energy during training, it meant she had decided to do something at home. And he wouldn't be able to talk her out of it. With each passing day, Itachi realized that he was becoming more and more confused about the girl. He couldn't predict her reaction and waited impatiently for her every answer, every grimace, in order to deduce at least some pattern in her logic. There was no pattern. And it was fascinating. Speak of the devil. Shursui nodded forward. Itachi saw the answer to his thoughts. Naruto was nervously shifting from one foot to the other at the shop window and staring at something inside. Her face displayed a whole bunch of different emotions. The girl was biting her lip, counting money in her palm. Hi. Sasuke flew up to his friend. What are you doing? Naruto jumped up. Don't scare me like that, Datebao, she exclaimed indignantly, swinging at her comrade. He deftly dodged, his eyes sparkling with joy. What are you doing here, Naruto-chan? Shursui sang. Nothing special, Shur-chan. The girl stuck her tongue out at him, smiled pleasantly at Itachi, and turned back to the display case. I need to buy new shoes. Kakashi-san said that he would ask the Hokage for a long mission of a higher rank, and my sandals will not survive a long journey. The Uchiha glanced at the girl's thin legs. Indeed, her sandals were practically falling apart. Naruto began to recount the money again, frowning amusingly. Standard shinobi footwear could be purchased at any specialized store. It was made from a special material that conducts chakra. Regular blue sandals were especially popular, although not the most beautiful and roughly made, but strong, durable, and cheap. But for those who wanted to look beautiful even on missions, especially for kunoichi, craftsmen could even make special shoes with heels. Such footwear was an order of magnitude more expensive, but its quality matched the price. In the window were closed soft shoes with a flat sole, without a heel, with thin ribbons that were usually tied at the ankles. Deep blue with an almost imperceptible dark red pattern along the edges of the cutout. Beautiful, made conscientiously, they were the ones that attracted the girl's attention. Do you not have enough money? Itachi asked softly and carefully, so as not to offend. Naruto blushed and shook her head so that her braid jumped in the air. No, it's enough, she sighed heavily. But. Datebao. Her expressive face reflected a serious struggle with a terrible temptation. On the one hand, she wanted to be at least a little beautiful, and on the other, she was trying to save money. Surely, all her pocket money that she managed to put aside would go on this purchase. And she still wanted so much. Itachi would definitely tell her that, in his opinion, she did not need any jewelry. But for the first time, Naruto wanted something for herself, just like that, not out of necessity. Oh, okay. She decided on something. Hello, sandals. With this cry, she went into the store and returned with a pair of standard shinobi shoes. She tried not to look at the display case. Itachi glanced sideways at his brother and friend, they nodded understandingly and dragged the girl towards the stalls with sweets. And the Uchiha himself went inside the shoe store. Good afternoon, the old man with light, faded eyes smiled warmly. How can I help you? A pair of shoes from the display case, Itachi pointed with his chin. And rabbit. A gift for that young kunoichi? The old man nodded understandingly. Please. As soon as the beautiful box was in his hands, joyful anticipation spread inside, it bubbled, asking to come out in cheerful laughter. Only the Uchiha's composure allowed him to keep his face. Itachi quickly put the gift away in a scroll, vividly imagining Naruto's reaction and her happy face when she saw it. And he wanted to smile. In a semi-dark room, in a huge cage, on the surface of the water, a huge fiery red fox dozed. His 9 tails did not stop for a minute, now wriggling, now making weak circles on the water, disturbing the chakra. From under his half-closed eyelids, fiery eyes blazed. People are such funny creatures. At first, he watched them with curiosity, then, he hated them. A monster, a demon, a creature, a spawn of Shinigami, Kyubi no Yoko. He had many names, so many that his true name had already been forgotten. Kurama. She called him Dawn Light. He only had to close his eyes, as he saw scarlet hair and scarlet eyes. Like blood, like cherries. Like a sunset. A warm smile, a sunbeam, a gentle, light hand running its fingers through thick fur. And the smell of the sea. It seemed that she was soaked with it, ever since she lived in Uzushio. His first cage, that. Mito Uzumaki proudly told her that you can't keep an animal like him free. Too dangerous. An animal. He never forgave her for that word, and for 15 years he undermined her from the inside, drinking her strength, disrupting the circulation of her chakra. The body of the hated Uzumaki couldn't take it, and soon, secretly from everyone, they gave him another vessel. And Mita wore seals filled with his chakra in her hair for the rest of her life, to deceive others. She was different. Inside her, Kyubi was not crucified, a huge cage, an almost limitless supply of water chakra on the floor and floating lamps under the ceiling, dispersing the darkness with their flickering. She came often, almost every week, and brought with her the smell of the sea and cherries. And their rich color in her eyes and hair. Her tongue was as poisonous as his chakra and sharp as the blade of the best master. She could remain silent for the entire visit, sitting leaning against the bars of the cage, or she could talk incessantly, telling about everything in the world. Once she even sang, sadly, mournfully, but she never cried. With horror, Kyubi realized that he was impatiently awaiting a new visit. He began to count his time in meetings. And she admitted that she had no friend closer to him. That's how he remembered his name. That's how he became the Dawn Flame. He fell in love with her, sincerely, truly. He had not had a best friend since the old man Rakudo. He forgot about hating people, and how can one hate a world in which SHE exists? And then there was their last meeting. The assault on Uzushio-gakure, the ritual hall with seals, and the fearful gray eyes of her daughter. Then she came to him for the last time. The crumbling walls of the cage, the stones falling into the water almost drowned out her quiet, cracked whisper. And she brought with her the smell of cherries and the sea. Kurama was even glad when he found himself chained to a huge ball. The chains held tightly, the pins pierced his palms and tails, and this pain sobered him up, made Kyubi wake up, remember his past hatred, and growl, tearing his throat. It seemed to him that he had gone crazy when he again found himself in a huge hall, flooded with water, inside a cage. Over and over again, he saw in his dream how the cage was destroyed, how stones fell on a fragile human figure. He relived every meeting, every emotion from communicating with her, and the pain of her death. He rushed about, got angry, soaking everything around him with his rage, breaking out on his Jinchuriki. For the fact that deep down, he was waiting for a silhouette in a red kimono to appear at the end of the hall. And instead of her, a blonde something appeared, almost floating away into the paws of Shinigami. This was the perfect chance to capture her body, to break free. He couldn't. Because she smelled of the sun, cherries and the sea. She started coming to him almost every day. At first she was silent, huddled in a corner, and then she started asking questions. And in these naive, childish questions, he heard her. The same facial features, the shape of the eyes, the same nervous little word, datebeo. It was probably inherited. Something that Kushina didn't have, but that her mother and daughter had. The best and most secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, trust. Naruto trusted people, and they, unwittingly, learned to trust her. Not all. Only those who could see and understand. He still couldn't come to terms with it. Especially with the presence of the red-eyed bastard next to her. And he took revenge, burning him with his hatred. And Naruto, appearing, shook her head and asked him not to harm her friend. The demon snorted and proudly turned away, ignoring the girl's requests. Naruto ruffled the hair on the back of her head and laughed nervously, saying that Sasuke and Itachi would definitely like him. The second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, who never existed, and the fourth, they were very similar. But Kurama never saw her in Naruto. Naruto is Naruto. Period. Are you planning revenge on Sasuke again? A figure in a blue sarafan appeared at the end of the hall, as usual. And why can't you leave him alone? The girl approached the cage, brazenly dragged one of the tails outside and sat on it, drowning in fluffy, chakra-saturated fur. Because he is an Uchiha. The descendant of this Madara. Kyuubi growled, grinning. But Sasuke is not Madara. But he can become one, the fox stubbornly said. It is in their blood, the thirst for power and murder. Itachi, for example, is not like that. He's just weird, a genius pacifist, snorted Kyuubi. And then a small, strong fist, reinforced with chakra, hit his tail. Don't you dare offend Itachi. Lightning danced in his blue eyes. Otherwise, next time I'll come and read children's fairy tales. You're getting cheeky, Vessel. The demon narrowed his eyes, bringing his muzzle almost right up to the girl's frowning face. Aren't you afraid of me at all? Thundered throughout the room. What do you think, Datebeo? I think that over the years you're becoming more and more like your grandmother, the fox said with a sigh and tiredly sank to the floor of the cage. Naruto lit up, as if this was the best praise in the world. Am I becoming as strong and brave as she was? No, Kyuubi grinned vengefully, she also bothered me at first. Oh well, after a short silence, the girl pouted, but quickly walked away. You promised to tell me about that technique without seals. Rasengan, I think. Kyuubi covered his eyes with his paw again, afraid of going blind from the enthusiasm of his host. He took on teaching a stupid girl, afraid of a repeat of the story with the seals. After all, she could go beyond the boundary during her experiments. She already had control, and not bad at that. Hand-to-hand combat skills, weapon handling, too. And the Uchiha would not leave her without training. So Fox decided to focus on techniques. His instincts told him that the girl would not be left alone for no reason. Suddenly Naruto raised her serious eyes. You said that this is my father's technique. How do you know about it? Before Fox's eyes again appeared the underground ritual hall of the Kage Palace of Uzushio-gakure, illuminated by lamps. Again, he saw a woman in a scarlet kimono, bloody, pale, chained to pillars, with special seals. And a crying girl, with gray eyes and neighboring seals. Your mother's seal was created in emergency conditions. And then they did not redo it. There was no time left for that, because officially Kushina should have been in Konoha by now. Despite the strong structure, there were still loopholes through which I could see the world around me. A collapsing cage and falling rocks, a dream that became a curse. Do I have the same thing? Naruto narrowed her eyes. No, Kyubi snorted. Your father tried his best to isolate me. Until you come down here, I can only get through to you when you are emotionally unstable. Okay, he didn't know what thoughts were wandering in her head when she frowned thoughtfully like that. Then she flashed her eyes again. So are you going to teach me or not? The fox laughed hoarsely. A couple of hours later, he carefully poked the tattered carcass of the Jinchuriki, sprawled out on the water like a star, with his claw. Naruto was breathing heavily, her hands were shaking, and her hair was stuck to her sweaty forehead. It's so hard, oh, she moaned, moving her fingers. But I still won't give up, Datebao. That's my ninja way. Kurama poked her again. You'd better come back, he shook his head vaguely. It seems like someone is calling you there, with the power of youth. How do you know? The girl raised her head. As long as you're here, the passage is open, and I can catch some things from the outside world, Lee shrugged. Anyway, that's all for today. Take the chakra and get out of here. And don't forget to train, vessel. He shouted at the end. The translucent silhouette waved his hand encouragingly. The smell of sun, sea, and cherries remained in the air. Naruto opened her eyes, stretched, and noticed her hands shaking mercilessly. But there was nothing she could do about it. The pain in her canals was a small price to pay for training with Kurama. She shook herself and went to the window Lee was banging against. Naruto, are you okay? I'll share the power of youth with you. The girl opened the window. Come in, she invited her friend. She noticed the bloody bandages on her hands. Did Gaisen overdo it again? He showed me the real power of youth. The guy shouted joyfully. And gave me very valuable lessons. With a laugh, the girl led the guest to the kitchen. They had met Lee and become friends back in the academy. Naruto was not officially acquainted with the Uchiha and could not be in their neighborhood, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. So she had to run to Grandpa Ka along long, roundabout routes under the fluffy hinge of a cat. And one day, after school, she came across a clearing where an unfamiliar guy with thick eyebrows was selflessly pounding a tree. His knuckles were broken and the bandages were soaked in blood, but he continued training, gritting his teeth. Then Naruto treated him, gave him a painkiller for the road and ran away. But from then on, she often began to appear in this clearing, helping the unfamiliar boy, watching his training, listening to stories full of emotion. She fed him between training sessions, gave him stimulants of her own making, and in exchange, Lee allowed her to use weak medical techniques on him so that Naruto could train. At first, business relations quickly grew into friendship, and now Lee could drop in for a visit just like that. Naruto poured a special healing mixture into a bowl, added some hot water and helped Lee remove the bandages. Here, she pushed the bowl towards him. Otherwise, you won't be able to bend your fingers tomorrow. The guy sighed and lowered his hands there. Like all ninja, he didn't like being treated, he was terrified of IVs and needles, running away from the medical center every time. But Naruto obeyed, following all her medical orders. Maybe because they were friends? Meanwhile, the girl took out half of the pie left over from yesterday, cut it into pieces. She added a glass of milk and put it in front of the guest. In 20 minutes, you can take your hands out. Then you can eat. She sat down opposite. Well, tell me, how are things with your team? Lee beamed and began to share the news with fervor. And what an amazing teacher he had, and Niji, his rival, so strong, but he will definitely defeat him one day. And the power of youth will help him with this. How is Sakura-san? He suddenly asked and blushed to the ears. Naruto had already noticed her friend's strange behavior towards Sakura more than once and remained silent. Who knows what his reasons are? But now. Lee, carefully, as if she were stepping on the unstable soil of the swamps, do you like Sakura? He blushed even more and nodded, lowering his head. Naruto bit her lip. It wasn't that she didn't like her teammate, no, Sakura was a beautiful, bright girl. But her split personality, constant mood swings, and aggressiveness were baffling. She felt sorry for Lee. Friend, you understand, she likes Sasuke. She dreams of marrying him. At the moment she hated herself for hurting him with her words. But she couldn't remain silent any longer, otherwise Lee would get stuck completely. And no power of youth will help here. I know, the guy nodded. But I thought you were dating him, and Sakura. No, Sasuke and I are just friends. Naruto felt her ears burning. Black eyes, long hair tied in a low ponytail, came to mind. She blushed even more. Definitely good friends. Like with you. The time had come, and Naruto went to get bandages specially soaked in healing ointment. Why don't you pay attention to some other girl? She asked from the room. And she began to go through all her classmates in her mind. As luck would have it, their group consisted mainly of clan princesses, whose parents would not let a clanless Lee, who did not possess Lee's chakra, near them. 1010 was the exception, but she, according to Lee himself, was crazy about Hyuga Niji. No. Rock Lee suddenly clenched his fists. I will get Sakura-san's attention. May the power of youth help me with this. And I, Naruto sighed, bandaging his friend's paws. We'll think of something, date Bayo. Just don't rush, I beg you. I won't. Apparently, the guy didn't even see her. He was all in dreams about the pink-haired kunoichi. After all, she's so. Naruto sighed heavily. Grandma Fumiko was right, medicine is powerless in matters of love. Itachi sat comfortably on a chair next to the Hokage's chair, unrolling a green scroll. Issuing new missions to Genin teams, checking reports on those already completed. A daily routine that amounted to a D-rank mission. Usually, this was done by Naruto and Sasuke's former homeroom teacher, Iruka Umino, but today the Chunin had no time. Quarterly reports, performance reviews for the past year, handing in the personal files of former students. When the Uchiha accidentally looked into the teacher's room, only a tail sticking up was visible from a pile of papers. Iruka-sensei asked to replace him at the Hokage's today, and Itachi easily agreed. This coincided with his goals. He wanted to take a look at his brother's group. When Team 7 entered the room, Itachi realized that things were even worse than he imagined. Sakura was beaming enthusiastically, glancing at Sasuke every now and then. Otudo looked at her warily and tried to keep his distance, barely maintaining an imperturbable mask. Naruto acted as a buffer between them, chattering cheerfully about something. And somewhere off to the side, the mentor, Hatake Kakashi, flickered. Ideal team cohesion. The students do not want to see the teacher would not set eyes on the students. That is why they began to call him Kakashi-san, realizing that he would not teach them anything. We came for a new mission, old man. Naruto exclaimed. Just let it be something more difficult. Tired of chasing cats, date Bayo. Hatake rolled his eyes. Sakura nudged the girl in the side. Uzumaki, Kakashi-sensei himself knows perfectly well what missions we should be given. Right, teacher? She addressed the Jonin. He sighed heavily, but nodded. Naruto, the third intervened in the meantime, all missions are distributed properly. Look, I have at my disposal. His lecture was interrupted in the most unceremonious manner by Tora, who had burst through the window. The cat swaggered into the center of the room, not paying attention to anyone, went up to Uzumaki, and started rubbing against her legs. Tora, my good one, the girl stroked him. You've been completely tortured. The cat closed his eyes contentedly and began rattling loudly throughout the room. Itachi could hardly hold back a smile. Otto described in vivid detail how they hunted the naughty cat, and how it defeated them in an unequal fight. But Sakura couldn't hold back. Uzumaki. Couldn't you have called the cat when we were catching it? She squealed. It scratched me. Look, it still hasn't healed. Tora didn't mean any harm. Naruto stood up for the animal. She squatted down to make it easier to iron and now looked up at her teammate with indignation. Tora was defending himself. He ruined my dress and made me look like a fool, Itachi understood without words. He hurt me too, Sasuke shrugged. But I'm not screaming. Sakura immediately turned her attention to him. And Itachi did not take his eyes off his former senpai. Teamwork was at zero, but the execution of the Hokage's order, which Naruto had mentioned, was perfect. Silence. The third could not stand it, slapped his palms on the table. Then he sat down on a chair, puffed on his pipe, and sighed heavily. The genin lined up and straightened up. But Sakura cast short angry glances at Naruto, at whose feet Tora was happily purring. 2 spots of blush brightly blazed on the blonde's cheeks. She bit her lips. She clearly did not like the performance that the kunoichi had put on in front of strangers. She cast a short apologetic glance at Itachi, who closed his eyelids for a second, accepting. Just yesterday, your mentor asked me to give you a higher-level mission. I agreed. The old man took out a scroll. You will become guards. Great. Sakura beamed. Sasuke chuckled. Naruto lit up too. Who are we going to guard? The daimyo? The princess? Patience. The third's good-natured mood returned, but Itachi watched the mischievous sparkles in his blue eyes. Uzumaki was not an idiot. She understood that they would not be given high-ranking persons right away. Rather, the reason for the joy was in the journey itself. Please, bring in the visitor. The door slid aside, and a gray-haired man with a pointed beard, in simple village clothes and with a bottle of sake in his hands appeared on the threshold. He immediately applied himself to it, gulping greedily. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in surprise, and Naruto winced. She could not stand alcohol, in any form. But they are just children. Meanwhile the customer was indignant. And that little one is generally better off sitting at home, playing with cats. Tora snorted, threateningly sticking out his claws. Naruto immediately patted him on the ear. Now, Tora, don't be offended. He didn't mean any harm. It's better if I take you with me on the mission, you'll be next to him the whole time, she smiled. Itachi chuckled when the customer turned pale. The drunken blush slid off his cheeks as soon as he saw Tora's promising, bloodthirsty grin. It seemed the cat even licked his lips. My name is Tazuna, the man cleared his throat. I'm an architect from the land of waves, building a bridge there. During the journey, you will have to protect me, even at the cost of your own lives. The friends exchanged gloomy glances. When the genin left with the customer, the third turned to his assistant. What is your opinion of the team, Itachi-kun? The Uchiha froze, thinking, once again analyzing in detail the picture he had seen earlier. The team is not united, everyone pulls the blanket over themselves, the mentor has no real authority. But perhaps this is just my opinion. Because this is the first time I see my brother's entire team in full force. But have you already met Naruto Uzumaki? Sarutobi bowed his head. Itachi looked at the opposite wall, unperturbed. So that's what all these questions were for. To find out the real state of affairs between the Uchiha clan and the Jinchuriki. Superficially, Hokage-sama, he replied. She visited our quarter a couple of times, but mostly she dropped by to pick up Sasuke. I'm glad they became friends, the old man puffed on his pipe. I don't think that's really true, Itachi shook his head. At all costs, they needed to protect the boys, at least for a couple more months, from the attention of the council, Danzo, and the third. From the very beginning, Naruto chose Otuto as her opponent and continues to insist on this game to this day. With such an opponent, she will only improve, the old shinobi noted. If she ever reaches Sasuke's level and makes him take her seriously, Itachi chuckled. And he tried to put all the pride, all the arrogance of an ancient clan into this phrase, into the expression on his face. Judging by the relaxed muscles and the contented sparkle in his eyes, he succeeded. So be it, let Naruto forgive him for these words. It was as if a slippery, disgusting slug was wriggling in his chest. But this had to be said to lull the vigilance of the ruling elite. That's why I'm not sure they can handle this mission, he shook his head. Sasuke is certainly ready for the tests, but the kunoichi. They can get hurt. Wouldn't it have been better to train them on D-rank missions? You're too strict, Itachi-kun, Sarutobi shook his head reproachfully. Sooner or later, chicks must fly out of the nest, young shinobi must learn from their mistakes. Got it, Itachi bowed his head and with an imperturbable face began to work on the papers. The Uchiha only seemed unfeeling on the outside, but in reality, you'd have to look hard to find another clan that was so hot-tempered. And now, inside, there was real rage seething. This mission was probably more difficult than it seemed at first glance. Sarutobi clearly expected that the kids would get some pretty painful bumps along the way and never ask to leave Konoha again. Of course, Kakashi wouldn't let the village's weapons suffer, but, for example, the death of the customer could well undermine Naruto's confidence in his abilities. And if Sasuke, her friend, got hurt? What was the life of one architect and a shinobi boy compared to an almost tame weapon? Itachi himself felt sick at the thought that his beloved little brother could get hurt. That he would have to heal Sasuke's wounds, see his pain. And he couldn't even break away now to say parting words or help pack his bag, because Hiruzen was carefully watching his every movement, facial expression and gesture out of the corner of his eye. He had hoped in vain to see anything. Years of work in ANBU, the title of clan genius, the title of heir to the head, deadly missions, and espionage had taught him best how to hide, to suppress his feelings. For the next 2 hours, Itachi was an emotionless doll, busy with paperwork. And when he left the Hokage's palace, Team 7 was no longer in the village. Are you worried, Dobe? Sasuke asked quietly, tugging the end of the girl's braid. This is the first time I've left the village, Naruto shared her worries. Before this, they wouldn't let me out, and when I tried to sneak out, they intercepted me. In my entire life, I've never seen anything except Konoha. Sasuke was silent for a moment, looking at her carefully. Everything will be fine, he lightly touched his friend's shoulder. She smiled, grateful for the support. Thank you. They had been walking for about 2 hours, the sun was high above the horizon, baking. But the heat did not kill Uzumaki's interest and enthusiasm. She turned her head, looking around. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. It seemed to the girl that even the air here was lighter, not as oppressive as inside the village. Sasuke's sharp elbow, which dug into her ribs, interrupted her admiration of nature. Dobe, when was the last time it rained? He whispered barely audibly. There definitely wasn't any precipitation in the last 24 hours, the girl hissed back, rubbing the sore spot. Can't you take it easy, team? She was indignant. And what's the point of these questions? Sasuke silently nodded at a small puddle on the side of the road. Do you think? They were attacked when the group moved 10 meters away from the puddle. In a split second, Kakashi was entangled in a steel chain and cut into pieces. Sakura screamed piercingly, her eyes widening as she looked at the parts of her teacher's body. 2 blurry shadows in torn cloaks and strange masks darted towards the genin. Naruto felt hot breath behind her, the smell of unwashed body and steel. Your turn, the attacker hissed. The girl silently moved to the side, Sasuke came in her place. The Uchiha jumped high, arched, following the steel band that bound the opponents, and nailed it to a tree with a shuriken, secured it with a kunai. The enemy shinobi reached out, jerked and hissed, unable to free themselves. Each had one glove with huge claws, from which the chain was drawn. And it was these gloves that Sasuke chose for landing. He easily landed, grabbed them and with a simultaneous blow sent both forward, forcing them to jerk like dogs on a leash. And then Naruto met one of them with a roundhouse kick. The sole imprinted on the bridge of his nose, breaking it with a crunch. Blood splashed, the shinobi hissed, and the girl carried out a series of blows to the ribs and kneecaps, practically paralyzing. So I updated my shoes, she chuckled, folding the seals of shadow cloning. During this time, the second one managed to free himself and rush to the architect, near whom Sakura froze. But he was met by a crowd of identical blondes with kunai in their hands. And Hatake Kakashi himself. Teacher. Sakura was overjoyed to tears. You're alive. But, how? Replacement technique, the Jonin nodded at the place where his cut body lay. In its place, there were only stumps of thick branches. Hatake looked sternly at the pale architect. I think we should talk. Team number 7 was sailing to the land of waves in a gloomy mood. No one likes to be deceived. Perhaps the only one who was not despondent was Naruto. She was lying on the bow of the boat, lowered her hand into the water and watched as tiny fish squirmed around her fingers, swirled, stretched out behind her in a multicolored train. And the thick fog, settling in droplets of moisture on her hair, did not prevent her from enjoying the journey. She liked to feel the cold stream sliding over her skin, refreshing it. The girl turned over on her back, put the backpack under her head. Sasuke immediately settled down on her hip as usual and dozed off, saving his strength. Uzumaki listened to the conversation between her mentor and the architect with half an ear. Shipowner Gato doesn't want the bridge to be completed. He makes a lot of money on shipping, and if we're connected to the mainland, he'll go broke. That's why he sent the killers, the man sobbed, rubbing his eyes under his glasses. I understand if you turn around and leave. But I couldn't do otherwise. My daughter and grandson. I hear him calling me, Grandpa. Grandpa, and I can't come closer. And my daughter will never be able to forgive the Leaf Shinobi for my death, she'll curse them and live with hatred in her heart. Sakura clenched her fists, Sasuke chuckled into the thick fabric of his friend's sarafan. Naruto bit his lip. Perhaps Kakashi-san most clearly expressed the general point of view on such simple blackmail. But the architect must be taught a lesson. She jumped up, pressing her hands to her chest. Of course, we will help you. She exclaimed. We simply have to help you. Only. I beg you, Naruto was choking, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Tazuna with pleading eyes. Please, if something happens to me, tell my grandparents that I love them very, very much, more than anything in the world. They have no one but me, she spread her arms, my parents died, only I am left. But my family will be proud if I die like a true shinobi. In battle. Her eyes lit up. I will fight and protect you. Don't look at me that I'm little, I'm already 11 years old. I can stand up for myself, I just graduated from the academy. Sakura watched this performance with wide eyes, the mask preventing her from reading Kakashi's reaction. Sasuke hugged his friend, burying his face in her shoulder. I will help you, Dobe. He said hoarsely. I want to return to my little sister as a hero, to brag to her. After all, I promised to go to the river with her and buy her some dango. Judging by everything, the architect felt terribly uncomfortable. Apparently, only now did he realize a simple truth, sitting in front of him were children, yesterday's schoolchildren. Not scary and powerful shinobi, but ordinary teenagers who had brothers, sisters, families. I can't, he squeezed out. I can't. The atmosphere immediately changed. Sasuke straightened up and with a predatory movement found himself nose to nose with the man. Never try to deceive the shinobi of the leaf, he said moralizingly, drilling with his impenetrable gaze. We are touchy, vindictive and vengeful. Speak for yourself, team, Naruto smiled sunnily. After all, I can forget, and then take revenge all over again. The architect was shocked. So you. I'm an orphan, I don't have grandparents, Uzumaki shrugged. And Sasuke doesn't have any sisters, but he does have an older brother, a jonin. You tricked me. Tazuna exclaimed, and the boatman immediately hissed at him. But now we're even, Sasuke chuckled. And next time, think before you trick a ninja. The return prank may not be so harmless, Naruto finished after him. But we'll still help you, Kakashi finished the presentation. Sasuke-kun, Sakura folded her arms over her chest. You were incredible. She moved closer, praising her teammates' acting skills. And Naruto returned to the bow of the boat and dipped her hand in the water, teasing the small fish. Life is beautiful. Naruto didn't like to cause pain, didn't like to fight just for the sake of winning. She wanted to become a medic to help people, to be needed and useful. To be able to take her comrades' pain for herself. And in battle, she valued her friend's loyal shoulder next to her most of all. Don't be afraid, Sasuke-kun, I will be able to protect you. I will fight for you to the death. For all of you. It doesn't matter whether a person loves you or hates you, if he is ready to trust you with his back in battle, it is worth a lot. And this means that you have become one step closer to understanding each other. Kakashi-san began to protect them from the swordsman of the mist, Momochi Zabuza, who appeared. He fought with him, using the Sharingan in his eye, which was always covered with a bandage. And yet he fell into the enemy's trap, found himself in the water prison. And now, while the real Zabuza was holding the Jonin in a huge water ball, his clones were attacking the rest of the team. The bandage jingled as it fell onto the grass. A light braid flashed in the air. A powerful blow knocked the air out of her lungs. Naruto braced herself for the fall, but strong arms caught her and laid her down on the grass. Don't worry, Dobe, Sasuke smiled at her with the corners of his lips. I'll take care of the rest. He rushed forward, after a swarm of his shurikens, which Zabuza had knocked down with one blow of his sword. Sasuke wheezed in his arms and twitched. Naruto felt his pain as if it were her own. A trickle of blood flowed from his bitten lip down his chin. With one click, the huge fan slipped out of the scroll and spread its dark wings. A directed stream of air knocked the prey out of the shinobi's hands, he hissed, and Sasuke ran up to his friend, who was leaning on the fan. Staggering, the girl approached the dropped bandage. Sakura was screaming and shouting something behind her, but the girl wasn't listening to her. She slowly bent down and picked up her headband. I told you to run. Kakashi raged in the water prison. I'm caught. That's it, we've lost. Take the architect and run. Do what you're told, girl. Run. And leave the old man with us, I'll get paid well for him. Momochi grinned. And abandon your teacher too, you can't help him in any way. Naruto looked at him calmly, with a slight smile. It doesn't matter if I die now. Even if Kakashi-san hates me, the teacher twitched in the water ball. But I won't leave him in trouble. A real shinobi will never abandon his comrade. And I want to help my friends. The scroll was opened, and senbons and kunai flew at the swordsman, followed by 50 shadow clones, which Zabuza simply destroyed with his sword. The girl turned one of the clones into a weapon, quickly shoved it into her backpack, so that she could take it out before Zabuza's eyes. Sasuke. Naruto threw him a huge folding shuriken. The Uchiha threw it at Zabuza, at the real one, who was hiding behind his clone. He caught it easily, with one hand, while continuing to hold Kakashi captive with the other. But the first shuriken was followed by a second one, which Momochi simply jumped over. With a pop, Naruto appeared from it, unfolding the fan. Thin streams of air, wrapped in a drill, rushed towards Zabuza. He was forced to pull his other hand out of the water. You're finished. She didn't even suspect that Zabuza could move so fast. In the blink of an eye, he was next to her, raising the weapon above his head. With a loud clang, the shuriken caught by the swordsman met the folded fan. The girl screamed from the monstrous power put into the blow. Her hands instantly went numb, and she dropped the weapon. And when the blade rushed towards her again, she closed her eyes. Naruto. Sasuke's desperate cry. No blow followed. Excellent plan, Naruto. The girl looked up. Kakashi stopped the blade with his hand, blood spurted into the water like a fountain. Thank you, Kakashi-san. Now run away from here. Naruto nodded, dived for the fan and threw herself out of the water, into Sasuke's arms, who caught her. Crazy! the Uchiha breathed out. And if he had figured you out? Wasn't it possible to make another clone? But it worked. Naruto beamed in response. Sasuke covered his eyes with his hand and sighed heavily. Itachi would have killed me if something had happened to you. What does Itachi have to do with it? Naruto didn't understand. Another heavy sigh. The fight between Kakashi and Zabuza was amazing. They anticipated the enemy's movements, were ahead of their thoughts. Giant water dragons sank their fangs into each other's throats, while their creators repeated the movements like a perfect mirror. Wow, Datebao. The Sharingan can do it like that? Naruto looked at Sasuke. I think Kakashi knows water techniques without that, the Uchiha shook his head. In the end, Zabuza was simply washed away by a huge wall of water. Three thin Senbon immediately pierced his neck. The special shinobi hunting for missing Nin bowed politely, took the criminal with him. They had no right to interfere with him, so as not to aggravate relations between the villages. And still this is unfair, Datebao. Naruto muttered. She felt something was wrong with what was happening, something had gone wrong again, but her tired mind could not yet figure out what exactly. Don't worry, Naruto, Kakashi came up to her. For a moment, he held his hand above his head, thinking, and then, having made up his mind, patted her fluffy head. Now everything will be fine. Datebao, the girl sniffled. And the next moment she was forced to catch her unconscious mentor. Naruto emerged from her memories. They had won, barely, but they had won. All that was left was to bring their mentor to his senses. The door to the room slid open and Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, appeared on the threshold, holding a teapot with a spiral of steam rising above it. I brought more water, as you asked. The woman placed the dishes next to the girl. She looked at the pale, motionless man. How is he? She asked worriedly. He will live, Naruto smiled. Now I won't let him die until he shows me all his water techniques, Datebao. The woman laughed lightly, nodded and left the room. Naruto began to grind herbs in a small bowl. As a child, when she watched Fumiko work, it seemed to her that her grandmother was casting a spell. It looked so mysterious. They were settled in the architect's house, given 2 rooms. Kakashi was immediately placed in one of them, and the genin settled in the second. Tazuna turned out to be a nice old man, lively, cheerful, and sociable. He had a quick-tongued daughter and a problematic grandson. The boy looked at her with an empty, angry look and hated any mention of heroes and shinobi. Naruto herself could have become the same, if Grandma Fumiko had not picked her up in time. Inari almost lost faith in people, in their kindness. He was disappointed in the world. And she did not even have time to shake him up. The residents, having heard that a medic shinobi had come to them, albeit a beginner, but still a medic shinobi, reached out to her with all their illnesses and ailments. From morning to evening, Naruto examined them, scanned their bodies, prescribed treatment. She wrote detailed recipes for decoctions and infusions, explained how to determine the herbs needed for this. She would come to bed late at night, fall down and immediately fall into a dreamless sleep, only to get up a couple of hours later and go give Kakashi a strengthening infusion. It helped tone the muscles, rid the body of toxins, cleansed it. Without a thorough examination and detailed analysis of the patient's condition, literally in the field, this was the best that Naruto could offer. The girl herself cleaned the channels, ran healing chakra through them, slowly returning them to normal. And diligently avoided the eyes and head. It would be a shame to damage something in the Sharingan out of ignorance. Naruto lifted her mentor's head and made him drink another portion of the infusion. She lifted the mask again and carefully laid him down, covering him with a blanket. She remembered how she was afraid to even touch a piece of fabric on her teacher's face for the first time. But a doctor's duty is above personal motives. The mentor had a masculine face, with a sharp, stubborn chin and bitter lines at the corners of his tightly pressed lips. Not a handsome man, like the Uchiha, but there was something about him that attracted attention. The girl stroked the man's stiff, gray hair. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, she sighed, why do you hate me so much? I didn't do anything bad. The girl smiled bitterly. Deep down, she was offended, because she didn't even know the reasons for such an attitude towards herself. Okay, she stood up, get well soon. And you better hurry up, otherwise I'll send Sakura here. She threatened cheerfully and left the room, closing the door behind her. She found Sasuke behind the house. Her friend was sitting on a small log, his hands folded under his chin in a familiar gesture. Naruto sat down next to her, resting her head on her shoulder. Are you tired? Crazy, she rolled her eyes. But I like it, she smiled. She closed her eyes, relaxing, feeling the fabric of her friend's t-shirt under her cheek, his hot, strong body. Sasuke pulled off the end of her braid, began to sort through the thin strands, twisting them around his finger. They often sat like that after training and didn't see anything special in it. Just support, so necessary for friends. True, Itachi was always next to them. And now he was missing. My brother told me that ninjas like the one who took Zabuza kill on the spot. They don't have to drag the victim somewhere. Sasuke looked straight ahead, squeezing the end of his scythe tighter. Naruto nodded. I started studying acupuncture with my grandmother. The way the senbons entered Zabuza's neck. Do you think we'll see him again? She turned to her friend. He answered with a gloomy look. Gato won't give up so easily. People have started leaving the construction site, and Tazuna alone can't handle it. I've been meaning to ask your teacher, but I'll ask you. The architect himself came out from around the corner, sat down on the ground next to them. He took out his pipe and lit it. Why are you helping me, even though I deceived you? Because it's right, the girl shrugged. She had no other answer. Because I want to help good people. And am I good? The old man squinted, looking at her through the smoke. I think so. They sat in silence, watching the village wake up, listening to the birds singing. Gato killed Inari's father. Tazuna blew out a smoke ring and watched it fly away into the clouds. He was the hero of our village, and Gato couldn't let a peasant oppose him. Since then, my grandson hasn't believed in the existence of heroes. He doesn't believe in anyone at all, the old man sighed heavily. A scorching hot wave of bright chakra came from within, driving away drowsiness and fatigue. Naruto jumped up. It's okay, we still have time. We'll talk to your Inari too, she smiled. He will believe in heroes again. In the meantime, we need to figure out what to do with the bridge. What to do with it? Almost all the builders had left, there was no one to do the work. Uzumaki bit her lip, holding back a smile. She made seals. The clearing behind the house was filled with blue-eyed blondes. Will 50 volunteers be enough for you? The girl chuckled. I slightly increased their endurance at the expense of survivability. Tazuna turned an uncomprehending look to Sasuke. Clones require more chakra, last less time, but are equal in strength to an adult man, he explained condescendingly. As soon as they disappear, Naruto will create new ones. Aha. Well, let's get to work. And by evening, another piece of good news awaited them. Kakashi-san had come to his senses. Naruto opened her eyes, the ceiling of the room in Tazuna's house was above her. She groaned, sat down, throwing off the blanket. Multiple shadow clone technique 3 times a day is capable of exhausting even the legendary vitality of Uzumaki. Collecting herbs in the forest, the girl suddenly discovered that her nose was bleeding. And then the memories of the scattered clones fell upon her. Her brain was drowning, choking, trying to sort the pictures. And although the copies did nothing special, the amount of information was amazing. Naruto fainted where she stood. Screams and cries of Inari were heard from below. His mother was being dragged away somewhere by Gato's people. Judging by the noise, 2, at least. The girl got up, found her things next to the mattress. A thick blue sundress, a fishnet tank top and shoes. Probably Tsunami undressed her. It was unlikely that Sakura would fold clothes so neatly. The short sleep did not give her a full rest, rather, she felt less broken. She caught up with Inari on the way to the bridge, saved him with the replacement technique. She hit the bandits with an air wave, and a couple of shadow clones stunned them from behind. While the girl tied them up like a caterpillar, the boy stomped nearby. "Why are you helping us?" he finally squeezed out. Naruto smiled, continuing to wrap the unconscious bodies with rope. "Because I want to become a medical ninja, and a medic's duty is to help those in need." She turned around, ruffled the boy's dark curls. "Whatever you said before, today you acted like a real hero. You weren't afraid, you rushed in pursuit to save your mother. And that means that heroes are still alive. They live inside each of us." She put her palm to the boy's chest, felt his rapidly beating heart. "You just need to find him." "You found him." Inari started to sob. "Father would be proud of you," Naruto finished him off. "Like you, he protected those dear to him to the last, did not back down even under threat of death. For him, it would have been cowardice, he simply could not look you and Mom in the eyes." "Little sister Naruto." He rushed to her, hugged her with his thin arms. The girl hugged him, began to stroke his head. "Oh, come on, don't cry. Everything ended well. Will you be able to handle the rest on your own?" "Uh-huh," he nodded, smearing tears and snot across his face. "Great. And I'll run to rescue my people. They left without me, the bastards." She hissed, narrowing her eyes. Now she'll tell Itachi what an irresponsible brother he has. She looked at Inari again. "And remember, being a hero is not easy, it's hard work. So be prepared." The boy perked up and beamed. "I'll be ready, Naruto's sister, Datebao." The girl laughed and ran to the bridge. It must be said, she made it in time. Sasuke was dodging numerous Senbon, locked among the ice mirrors. So far, he had succeeded, thanks to the reflexes that Itachi had developed in them. The elder Uchiha knew no mercy or pity during training, he drove them until they were bloody blisters. The ice boy in the mask could not even dream of the speed with which Sasuke's older brother threw kunai and shuriken at them. The folded fan crashed into the cheekbone of Sasuke's opponent at great speed and knocked him out of the mirror. "And you don't trifle, Uzumaki." The Uchiha raised his eyebrows and threw his friend her weapon. "I don't see the point, Datebao." They stood shoulder to shoulder, surrounded by a dome of mirrors. And in each one, the masked guy was reflected, the same one who had dragged Zabuza away. A light aroma of medicinal herbs reached Naruto, the ones she had been collecting in the clearing when she lost consciousness. But the enemy didn't look sick or weakened. "You? You're the guy I met in the forest." It dawned on her. The reflections bowed politely. "My name is Haku, Naruto. I'm very sorry that we meet under these conditions." His deep voice reflected off the shiny icy surfaces. It seemed like he was everywhere. "I don't want to kill you, so you better retreat." "And would you retreat if Zabuza were in Tezuna's place?" Naruto asked sadly and understandingly. The guy shook his head. "Then I'm sorry, Naruto." Senbon flew at them from all sides. The girl remembered that they had practiced defense against such an attack together with Itachi, but then the space had not been enclosed. In a split second, she pulled Sasuke to her, stood in front of him and unfolded her fan. She couldn't use the Tessin at full power, the air currents did not harm the mirrors. But using it as a banal shield was easy. As always, Sasuke understood her at a half-word. He hugged her by the waist, pressed her tightly to himself and began to spin around his axis with speed, turning the girl. She held an unfolded Tessin in front of her, on which metal needles knocked like raindrops on a roof. "And when did you manage to meet him?" His friend exhaled heavily. "We collected herbs together in the forest. Many people mistake me for a girl," Haku added. "You are the only one who was not mistaken." "A girl with an Adam's apple?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, again changing the position of the Tessin. As a result of Haku's attack, only a few Senbon reached their target. Naruto hissed, pulling the needle out of Sasuke's hand while he covered her, carefully looking at the enemy. An original defense, Haku assessed. But your mentor is still powerless against Zabuza-san. Sasuke kept his eyes on Haku, and Naruto turned to see how Kakashi and Sakura were doing. Just then, the swordsman ran towards the copy ninja, aiming for his Sharingan eye. Kakashi covered himself, sacrificing his hand. Kakashi-san, I won't heal you anymore. Naruto screamed. Do you have any idea how much chakra I spent while you were sleeping? Don't you appreciate my efforts at all, Datebao? Mama, Naruto, Kakashi smiled, don't be angry. I appreciate your efforts, but your eye is also dear to me. Show off. Sasuke muttered. Again. The girl unfolded her fan, and they began to spin again. Again, a feeling of unity, like two gears in a clock, perfectly suited to each other. That's how they worked in fights. She felt her partner's heartbeat with her back, heard his rapid breathing. He turned it in the right direction, his whisper in her ear told her where to turn the fan to cover them. We won't last that long, Sasuke croaked. How does he manage to move so fast? Naruto bit her lip, examining the many reflections of Haku. But only one of them was real. Why are you doing this? She asked, buying time. Why are you helping Zabuza? He's a criminal. He saved my life and soul, the guy's voice warmed. And I want all his dreams to come true. Meanwhile, Naruto took several fragile balls out of her pouch. What is this? Sasuke was surprised. Light paint. Does the memory of the Hokage's painted faces haunt you? The Uchiha sneered, taking another needle out of his shin. Something like that, Naruto agreed. Watch closely. Whatever the others said about awakening the Sharingan and abilities, absolutely all Uchiha had brains that were tuned to handle a large amount of information and process it quickly. They saw what the others couldn't catch. Natural abilities, carefully nurtured by the clan's mentors. Several shadow clones rushed to the mirrors. Paint flowed behind them in multicolored stripes. That's when they understood the principle of Haku's technique. He jumped from mirror to mirror with great speed, getting lost between his reflections. Again. This time they were just shadow clones. Again. Naruto covered Sasuke from the needles, but she herself didn't have time. A burning pain pierced her back, she hissed and began to fall to the side. Blood splashed out of her mouth, her stomach was burned by nine-tailed anger and a little, just a little, excitement and anxiety. Uzumaki. A familiar hissing sounded above her ear, strong arms grabbed her across the body. Have you decided to die here? You won't live to see it. The dome was surrounded by a thick fog, in which she sensed alien chakra. Oh, Zabuza-san has become mist. Your mentor is unlucky, Haku stated calmly, even indifferently. Now he is nowhere and everywhere, he is everywhere. He no longer has a form that the Sharingan could copy, and can strike from all sides. And again the needles. But this time Sasuke had already caught the enemy's movements, and was able to burn him with a fireball. But he left Naruto without cover, which Haku took advantage of. The girl was lying and could not even get up, her body seemed to be numb. Early fatigue and overexpenditure of chakra were taking their toll. She tried to crawl away from the Sanban flying towards her, when Sasuke stood in their way. He repelled the needles from the most vulnerable and dangerous points, getting several into his body. And at once, he looked like a hedgehog. Or a cactus. How are you? He turned, clenching his teeth. And Naruto saw that her previously black eyes had turned red, with one tomo swirling in them. Awakening of the Sharingan, she whispered. I know, he growled. My head is splitting, my eyes are burning. My partner is an idiot with suicidal tendencies. Why is this happening to me? They repelled the attacks several more times. You started keeping up with my movements. It must be your eyes, Haku reasoned. It's as if they were saturated with blood. But I can be faster. The numbness slowly passed, the girl managed to twist and pull out the needles with the help of clones. It immediately became much easier, and she managed to pull Sasuke away. He dodged the second batch himself. He spat out a fireball in response, and another, and another. Naruto supported him with wind. They could have circled like this forever, but one needle hit the girl in the ankle, breaking the tendon. Naruto screamed, feeling the burning pain, sat down. A shadow covered her. Sasuke, spreading his arms, shielded her with himself. She barely managed to catch him in her arms, finding a place with difficulty between the Stuxenbon. My head is splitting, my eyes are burning, my partner is an idiot with suicidal tendencies, he smiled weakly. His eyes brightened. But I couldn't do otherwise. And I lost consciousness. Naruto understood that she had to check his pulse, pull out the needles, provide first aid, share chakra. But inside, orange, burning rage was rising in waves. It clouded her brain, buzzed in her ears. Spiral streams of scarlet color began to rise around her, they swirled like a hurricane. Uzumaki was at the very center of it, holding her friend's motionless body in her arms. She looked with unseeing eyes at his pale face, at the blood coming from the wounds. Her lips were dry, parted, revealing a savage grin, the scars seemed to have cut into her cheeks, became longer. It was as if she were looking at herself from the outside. Carefully. Afraid to disturb him, she put her friend on the ground, and she herself rushed to hack. What is this? He whispered in horror. Such inhuman malice. Fox was screaming inside, asking him to come to his senses, to wake up, but Naruto, perhaps for the first time in her life, did not listen to him. Before her eyes stood motionless Sasuke, studded with sunbon. She had lost him, lost a friend, a loved one. She had failed to protect him. She raised her face to the sky and howled, the howl spread across the ice dome along with a wave of dense chakra. Her braid came undone, and her hair rose up, flowing through the air like living snakes. The ice began to crunch, ring, and cracks ran across it. And Naruto rushed at Haku. Quickly, dodging all the blows, as if Itachi was in front of her, sweeping away the needles, she grabbed the enemy by the hand, burned him with poisonous chakra, and hit him with all her might, breaking his mask. The ice fell to the ground in shards along with her. She continued to beat him, watching with pleasure as bruises decorated his face and hands, as a scarlet thread flowed from his mouth. Kill me! Haku croaked. Like a bucket of ice water. Naruto stopped, froze, sitting astride the guy. Her hair fell in golden strands, covering her face. She almost killed her opponent, like an animal, almost beat him to death. She went mad with bloodlust. The girl jumped back, rushed to her friend, instantly felt his pulse. Sharp, quiet, but quite stable. The rage passed as if it had never been. Naruto began to slowly pull out the needles, glancing sideways at Kakashi and his opponent. Kill me, the lying Haku asked again. No way. I won't even think about it. Uzumaki snorted, healing her wounds. You are a strong warrior, you can still fight. I can't handle you. Haku looked at the gray sky above his head. Remember, when we first met, you said that you would die for your friends. You would do everything to protect them. I also want to die for Zabuza-san. In our country, they hate Kekei Genkai. My biological father killed my mother and tried to kill me when he found out that I possessed ice techniques. He could not come to terms with it. And if it were not for Zabuza-san, I would have died of hunger and cold. He gave me a roof over my head, a home and a meaning in life. Fulfilling his dream is what I live for. I am his best tool. And I failed him. I could not kill you. What stupidity! The girl bowed her head, her hair fell into her eyes again, and she angrily brushed it away. Whether you are a weapon or a Kekei Genkai is unimportant. You are a person and cannot be a thing. She pulled out another needle. A greenish glow penetrated the wound. How much do you have to love a person to dissolve in him to such an extent? Strongly, Naruto, very strongly, Haku smiled. I hope that one day you will understand me. Forgive me, give me a little more time, I can't die yet. He made seals with one hand and disappeared. The ninja dog summoned by Kakashi detained the swordsman, the largest, a black bulldog, bit into his shoulder, forcing him to stand still. And lightning danced in the hands of the jonin, the discharges struck in different directions, a sound similar to the cries of many birds was heard in the air. Hatake rushed towards the swordsman, but Haku suddenly jumped out in his path. The hand with lightning pierced the guy's chest, coming out on the other side. The bird's cries died down. Naruto screamed, pressed her palm to her mouth. Despite the fact that Haku was her enemy, she sympathized with him. Because she knew what pain loneliness causes. When you hide in the farthest corner of the room during a thunderstorm. When you try with all your might to get at least one smile, an affectionate look or gesture. And a person is ready to accept any outstretched hand, just so as not to be alone anymore. She wanted to help Haku, to become his friend. Show that he had more than just Zabuza. And at the same time, she understood that it was all useless. The guy had chosen his destiny, had determined the meaning of his existence. And nothing would turn him from this path. She suddenly remembered how she had closed Grandma Fumiko's eyes. Her first death. Sasuke groaned weakly on his knees, instantly bringing her to her senses. She again took care of her friend's wounds, throwing short glances at the swordsman and the jonin. Hatake jumped away from the enemy's sword, carefully lowered Haku, and closed his eyes. Kakashi-san. Naruto, take care of Sasuke's wounds. I must deal with Momochi myself. For the first time, Naruto saw him so serious, collected. In front of her stood an ANBU, a weapon in a human body. And it was thirsty for revenge for the boy, so selflessly devoted to the swordsman. Killed because of him. Yes, Uzumaki whispered quietly, returning to her work. Tazuna and Sakura ran up to them. How is he? The girl leaned her head against the Uchiha's chest. Sasuke-kun, she called. Sasuke-kun! Sasuke-kun! She screamed shrilly, tears pouring from her eyes. Naruto winced. Don't cry, Datebao. You're just distracting him. He'll outlive you and me. Haruno looked up. So he's alive, alive? Really alive? Really, now don't interfere. Momochi, hidden by the mist, significantly battered Kakashi, but he didn't remain in debt. Now it was the swordsman's turn to lose. The first thing the copy ninja did was leave him without arms, hitting his elbows with kunai. Thus depriving him of the ability to hold a sword. Battered, covered in blood and dirt, beaten, they stood and grinned at each other. It is unknown how events would have developed if the shipowner Gado himself had not appeared on the bridge with a group of armed men. Well, I'll bet, you're still alive, he bared his teeth. How insulting. Forgive me, Zabuza, but you'll have to die. What? The swordsman didn't understand. Do you really think that I would waste highly qualified personnel on a lousy village? He pointed at his henchmen. It would be better to hire hidden village renegades. Especially since their corpses pay so well. The escorts burst into laughter. Gado turned his attention to Haku's corpse. Ah, that's the guy who broke my arm. I promised to remind him of that. He lowered his heavy cane. Naruto closed her eyes. The crunch of broken bones was in her ears. Sorry, Kakashi, I no longer have a reason to kill Tazuna. And fight you. Zabuza stood with his shoulders slightly hunched. Nothing remained of the shinobi, bursting with strength and fury, who rushed into battle with a roar. As if he died in an instant. The swordsman did not take his eyes off his partner's body, sliding along the folds of his clothes, along the bloody hole in his chest. By the shadow of a smile on his lips. And I have no more chakra, the jonin squatted down. Naruto put Sasuke down, stood up, and took the fan. The weapon seemed unusually heavy, weighing down her tired arms. Keep an eye on it, she said to Sakura, nodding at her friend. and she herself headed forward, towards her mentor and Zabuza. The swordsman did not even turn around at the sound of her steps. "I heard your conversation with Haku, girl." Bitter folds appeared under the bandages, hiding half of her face. "And although I have always insisted that a shinobi is just a tool for war, today I admit you are right. I could never see Haku as just a thing. Will you lend me your kunai?" Naruto came up, stood next to him, and offered the weapon on her open palm. Zabuza bent down, took it with his teeth, slightly scratching his skin. "I will help." The girl adjusted the fan. Hatred is the most destructive of all emotions. That's what her grandmother Fumiko had taught her. And that's why Naruto didn't hate Gato, who was standing nearby. No, she despised him. For money, for the illusion of power, he had ruined the lives of excellent shinobi, he had sent people to certain death, forced them to do mean things, vile things. And he himself had hidden behind their backs, like a rat. The swordsman nodded. They rushed forward at the same time. A suicide attack. The swordsman of the mist, deprived of his arms, and the leaf dropout, left with almost no strength. They fought their way through the crowd. Naruto cleared a path for Zabuza to get to Gato, dodging spears and short swords along the way. She used her folded fan as a club, dealing blows left and right, crunching bones, looking indifferently into eyes mad with fear. As if someone had erased all her emotions and feelings for a while. Later she will mourn Haku and his difficult fate, but now she simply has no right to do so. Zabuza turned into a demon thirsty for blood. He hacked, cut people, rushed forward, to his goal, jumping over living obstacles, literally walking on heads. But when the kunai was already stuck in Gato's chest, he himself was struck by several spears. Naruto immediately threw the owners of the weapon, but it was too late. The swordsman growled and struck several more blows with the blade, pushing the shipowner's body off the bridge. With a quick jerk, he turned to the girl, forcing the others to recoil. His gaze gradually dimmed due to the loss of blood and chakra. The latter was especially scary. It is chakra that allows a ninja to survive in battle, to reach the hospital even with the most terrible wounds. Zabuza could no longer be helped. "Help me get to him." He lay down next to Haku, touched his cheek tenderly. "I wish I were where you are." At that moment, a light, fluffy snow began to fall from the sky, the first this year. It fell in large flakes to the ground, covering it with a white sheet. Naruto continued to sit near her defeated opponents, not noticing the tears rolling down her cheeks. She did not see how the peasants came with pitchforks and hoes and drove away the rest of Gato's bandits. She did not see how Sasuke, who had woken up, approached her in the company of Sakura. She simply sat and watched. And cried. Thus ended their first serious mission. That's how it all happened. Sasuke finished his story. And they named the bridge after Naruto. Dobe not only cured many people in that village, but also helped the architect's grandson believe in himself again. They were sitting in the bright kitchen of the Uchiha house. In addition to Sasuke's family, Kagami and Shisui also dropped by to share their comments throughout the story. "I'm proud of you, you're both great," Mikoto patted her son on the head. "As expected from my son," Fugaku answered proudly. Sasuke lit up. And Itachi thought that at this rate he would go gray prematurely. The adventures of this couple were giving him the creeps. What if Naruto hadn't been a medic, if she hadn't managed to revive Sasuke? The younger brother could easily have died because of the deception of that old man, Tazuna. The swordsman of the mist alone is worth something. And also the carrier of the improved ice genome and the Gato company. But everything ended well, as Naruto herself would have noted. They coped, got their lumps, as the third expected, but did not give up, contrary to the expectations of the same third. And soon they will again require missions outside the village. By the way, about Naruto. Strangely enough, the girl gave the right to become a storyteller to her friend, removing herself. She sat on the veranda, dangling her bare feet in the air. It was so unlike the lively, spontaneous Uzumaki that Itachi became worried. What really happened to her on that mission? What did she talk about with Haku in the forest? And what did Zabuza tell during the fight? His brother kept silent about a lot, did not want to talk, deftly avoiding dangerous moments. This began to worry Itachi even more. While everyone was distracted by Kagami's caustic remark, Itachi slipped outside, closing the door behind him. Naruto leaned on her hands, raising her face to the full moon. The cool night breeze played with her loose golden strands, and the moonlight made the shadows under her eyes deeper and her cheekbones sharper. Itachi sat down next to her. "What's bothering you?" he asked softly. The guy himself did not understand how he found out about her anxiety. He felt the tension of a taut string. The girl sighed heavily, licked her dry lips. "I don't know. I guess I finally parted with illusions. I knew that shinobi are essentially the same killers, but before this mission." Itachi understood her perfectly. He remembered his impressions from his first serious mission. Then he was even younger than Naruto herself. The genius of the clan, of course. That day, he was sick to his stomach in the roadside bushes, after their team cut out 2 temporary settlements of enemy ninja. The life of a shinobi is dirt, blood, war, betrayal, and behind-the-scenes games. If you're lucky, you'll never fly high enough to plot against your own kind. But the life of a shinobi is also about friends who will never abandon you or leave you in trouble. He pulled the girl towards him by the shoulders, forcing her to bury her face in the shirt on his chest. Naruto sighed intermittently, hugged him around the waist, grabbed him so tightly that even pincers couldn't tear him off. Itachi felt her thin shoulders trembling under his hand. "And I'm also afraid," she said dully, "that one day you or Sasuke might get seriously injured. And I won't be able to control myself again, I'll go crazy. I'll let the demon out." "Then you need to improve your self-control," Itachi said instructively. Naruto snorted, raised her face, and looked at her friend skeptically. "I'm Uzumaki, Itachi. Due to our physiological peculiarities, we're all a little crazy." Itachi pressed the button on his nose. "Then you need to remember that we're all your friends, and we'll never turn our backs on you. No matter what happens. And at the same time, we remain strong shinobi. There's no need to worry about us so much. Once you become the chief medic of Konoha, then you will definitely be aware of all our wounds. And I will treat you brutally." Naruto giggled happily, rubbing her palms theatrically. Itachi smiled, hugged her tighter, sharing his warmth with her frozen body. "You are not a monster, Naruto. Trust me." And in response, a quiet voice sounded, warming him from head to toe. "I believe." A training field near Kagami Uchiha's house. Shursui had replaced Itachi and was now teaching Sasuke the basics of working with the first stage manifested Sharingan. Itachi himself had settled comfortably under a tree, in the shade, carefully observing what was happening and occasionally giving valuable advice. Naruto was lying next to him, her head on his lap, and was diligently reading some scroll with a medical focus. Itachi, with a gesture that had already become habitual, took the thick braid for himself and felt at 4 weak spots. He loved to pull out the long, thin golden strands and look through them at the sun. Naruto was snorting at him so amusingly, sulking, letting her hair down and doing the complex braiding again. And this made her look even more like a little fox. He noticed that Sasuke and Shursui had stopped training and were now standing close to each other and whispering about something. If they had rubbed their hands together angrily, they would have looked like small, angry demons. "What are you discussing?" he asked. Techniques, Shursui waved him off, and they turned so that their conversation could not be read on their lips. "You know," Itachi tugged at a blonde strand of hair, "I think they are plotting against us." Naruto looked up from the scroll, turned her gaze to the couple, and then shrugged. "It's entirely possible. They could do it. But if anything happens, I'll stop making Sasuke his favorite tomato soup." She seemed to be speaking very quietly, but Sasuke immediately perked up. Itachi barely held back a grin at the sight of Otudo's indignant face. "Naruto, this is blackmail," he shouted. And extortion, he added after thinking for a moment. These are security measures. Uzumaki retorted and stuck her tongue out at her friend. Shisui and Sasuke came up and almost buried their heads in Naruto's bag. Like children on the eve of a holiday, in anticipation of gifts and sweets. The girl herself did not pay any attention to the tyranny and robbery, once again immersed in the magical world of the scroll. Shisui, chewing a hot sandwich, handing the second to Itachi, looked over her shoulder. And choked. These are Tsunade Senju's notes. Where did you get them? Naruto looked up at him in surprise. What is it? Itachi caught his breath. What had the restless girl gotten herself into this time? It was the princess of the Senju clan who had once insisted on the formation of combat squads of 3 people. Which necessarily included an Irionin. This significantly increased the survivability of shinobi on missions. She even began training young medics, but was forced to stop due to military action. After she left the village, all notes written by her were immediately sent to the Hokage's secret archive. The number of people who had access to it could be counted on one hand. The Uchiha read the lines carefully. That's right, a detailed, sometimes even boring, description of the physiology, anatomy of a shinobi, and the influence of various techniques on it belonged to the pen of Princess Senju. Naruto, I'm not asking where this scroll came from. Itachi held the girl on her lap who had flinched. Uzumaki pouted. I'm more interested in how you got it. What's the problem? Sasuke, who had chewed another tomato, could not stand it. In the eyes of his Otuto, Itachi saw the same determination that overcame him. To protect his friend at any cost, to cover her, risking everything. These scrolls are kept in a special archive, Shisui explained. As far as I remember, in the entire history of the village, only 15 people could enter there. Most of whom are already dead. Who? The Otuto immediately became interested. Itachi saw the gears turning in his brain, giving out ideas on how to save the Jinchuriki from possible reprisals by the authorities. The first, second, third Hokage, Mito-san, the first's wife, Uchiha Madara, the third's current assistant, the 4 closest bodyguards of the Hokage, and the archivist himself. In addition, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki also had access at one time. So that's why he, Naruto drawled. Her face brightened, as if she had found the answer. The girl smiled cheerfully. Is there anyone from your clan? Yes, Itachi, Shisui nodded at his friend. At one time, the first Hokage made a pact with Madara Uchiha. If a worthy representative of the clan is born in the generation, then he will have blood access to the Holy of Holies. For example, me or my father did not receive it. But Itachi, at the age of 7, could already walk around there as if he were at home. Great! Naruto and Ota said in unison. Itachi felt his cheeks slightly blush under the admiring glances directed at him. For some unknown reason, the girl's gaze awakened pride in his soul. He wanted to straighten his shoulders, importantly, raise his chin. Her reaction was doubly pleasant. But Itachi would not be himself if he could not control himself. He turned his sharp gaze to Uzumaki. So who is he? Your unknown assistant? The girl sighed. Shiranui Ginma, she blurted out. He and a few other people have always treated me well, helped me. And the other day he came up to me and dragged me to the archives. We checked. I have blood access there. It turns out that my grandmother set up protection there, so she arranged a loophole for everyone who has at least a drop of her blood. And she spat on the first one's decree and set up several Fuin traps there, just for those worthy ones, to test their strength, to check the choice of the archive. She turned her suspicious gaze to Itachi. He sighed heavily, realizing that he would have to part with several more secrets. Your mother, even before the pregnancy, took it upon herself to teach me the basics of Fuin Jutsu. Well, the basics as understood by the Uzumaki clan. She taught me how to avoid such traps, how to penetrate where I shouldn't. A lot of other things. Even the fourth didn't know about our lessons. And you kept quiet? Naruto finally jumped up. Will you teach me? Well, please, please. Pleading sky blue eyes stared at him, the girl even folded her arms over her chest, fidgeting impatiently. She was ready to break loose right now. Naruto, I can teach Sasuke everything I know myself, Itachi sighed. Because we have, so to speak, the same look, the same strength. But I will not undertake to teach Fuinjutsu to a natural-born Uzumaki, because I can lead you down the wrong path. The girl was upset, although she tried not to show it. She turned away, hiding her eyes, biting her lips. And Itachi received reproachful glances from his brother and friend. He sighed again. Naru, he rarely called her by her short name, and Uzumaki allowed such liberties only to him. He hugged her, pulled her to himself and took the Master of Seal's diary out of his pocket. A couple of drops of Naruto's blood, and the text opened up for him. Show me what stage you are at now. She opened the necessary page. Itachi ran his eyes over it, turned over 5 sheets. And here is what Kushina-san taught me. In due time, you will get to it. Understand, I can tell you right now everything she told me. But Kushina-san sought to protect me, to make sure that I would not suffer from the inventions of her clan, could find a way out of the seals. She gave me an advantage in combat, reconnaissance and espionage. But she did not make me the Fuin master you want to become. You are on the right path, and I do not want to lead you astray. Do you understand? The girl was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, I understand. Then she looked up and smiled. But you will tell me about Mom and Dad, right? Of course, Itachi ruffled her hair, making her close her eyes happily. And he would never admit to anyone how much lighter his heart felt from her words. Naruto was the first to whom he explained the motives of his actions, even Sasuke did without it, accepting everything as it was. And the Uchiha tried not to think about the reason why he made such an exception for her. What secrets are revealed? Sasuke stretched out on the grass with a satisfied smile. Uzumaki will set traps, and Uchiha will avoid them. Harmony, in a word. The whole company laughed together. For some time, the silence was broken only by the singing of birds and friendly chewing. Do you know that the Chunin exam is coming soon? Itachi asked the younger ones. They looked at each other in confusion. No, what is this? A tournament where you will have to show everything you can do to be assigned a higher rank. Shursui took another rice triangle. As far as I know, Kakashi has already recommended your team, although usually newcomers are not sent to such competitions. Why? Naruto frowned. The mortality rate is increased, Itachi said. This time the exam will be held in Konoha. Guests from other hidden villages and countries will come here. He did not ask the guys to be more careful, they are already adults, they themselves understand what is what. But is it really necessary to go through this tournament to become a Chunin? Naruto bowed his head. Kagami-san, and Itachi himself, could be proud of their student. The girl asked unusually correct questions. Not necessarily, Dobe. Sasuke snorted, taking a sip of cold tea. Brother and Shursui did not pass any exams, they were awarded the rank of Hokage. And this means that the exam serves other purposes. Shinobi from other countries are arriving, Naruto joined in the work. Itachi listened attentively to the squabble of the younger ones and was proud of them. That's how, picking up each other's phrases, like hot coals from the hearth, they built their version of events. Logic, Sasuke's speed of reaction and Naruto's unpredictability, which could offer the most incredible, but at the same time possible options. One perfectly complemented the other, in the future, they will still need it. Itachi had already thanked the girl more than once for dragging Otudo to training one day. Making them partners became much easier. And more interesting. Before leaving, he tugged Naruto by the tip of his braid, they fell behind the others. Be doubly careful. No one should know that you are a Jinchuriki. I don't want you to get hurt. The girl smiled. I'll act according to the situation, don't worry. We'll cope. Naruto went shopping, buying food for the whole week. If Kakashi approved their candidacies for the exam, she would have no time to cook. All her free time would be taken up by training, and she did not want to switch to instant noodles, like in her distant hungry childhood. On the way, Sasuke caught up with her, whom Itachi had dragged into the dango shop. The elder Uchiha himself immediately extended a stick to Naruto. His smile, just the raised corners of his lips, made her heart tremble strangely. The girl blushed, accepting the treat. Their fingers touched, Uzumaki twitched. And then she scolded herself. She was behaving like the heroine of a sappy women's novel. By the way, about heroines, on the way they ran into Sakura, who immediately began to shoot her eyes in Sasuke's direction. Uchiha held on, Uchiha held on. Uchiha was impenetrable, gritting his teeth under Naruto's quiet laughter and Itachi's cheerful glances. The last thing he wanted was to get into such an awkward situation in front of his older brother. And now he didn't know how to get rid of the persistent girl. Can you imagine? You'll have a daughter-in-law like that. Naruto nodded at the couple walking ahead. Sakura grabbed Sasuke's hand like a pincer, chirping something sweetly. Shinigami is merciful, he won't allow this. Itachi rejoiced at the prospects. Naruto giggled into his palm. Don't you really want to walk with someone like that? Itachi looked at his brother ahead. I'm going with you. The girl stole another skewer. That's not what I mean, Naruto, the young man sighed. I know, she echoed. But I feel good and cozy with you. I have fun with Sasuke, and I'm calm with Grandpa Ka. And that's all I need. But one day you'll want children, Itachi winced subtly. As soon as he imagined the girl's thin waist being hugged by a man's arm, some stranger kissing her and whispering romantic nonsense in her ear, something huge, slippery, icy began to stir in his chest. Spinal biters who will waste my time, nerves, and my sweets? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm not mentally ready for this yet. Shouts were heard from the side, and the girl hurried there, literally throwing the bags into Itachi's hands. Some guy in a dark suit, with a bandaged bundle on his back, was holding Konohamaru, the grandson of the third and one of the best spies in Naruto's intelligence network, by the throat. The boy was kicking his legs, suffocating. His friends were stamping around nearby. Moegi was almost crying from despair. A blonde with lush ponytails and a huge fan was looking at all this with a bored look. Let him go. Sasuke hit the guy in the back of the head with a stone quite accurately, drawing attention to himself. The aggressor released the boy, who fell and started coughing. His playmates immediately dragged him away. And the next moment, Naruto pinned the attacker to a wooden fence with kunai. The blades carefully, even delicately, pierced the edges of the clothes, preventing the guy from moving. The blonde reached for the fan, but Sasuke's shurikens pinned it to the same fence. Aren't you ashamed? Naruto came closer. Attacked a defenseless child. She noticed the protectors with the Suna sign. You don't behave like that at home, and when you're visiting. The kid started it. The guy growled. Naruto looked with interest at the bright purple lines of war paint on his face, but did not notice any seals. So, just for beauty. He could have drawn something else. As far as I know, you are the children of the ruler of Suna. Itachi approached them with bags. Naruto narrowed her eyes. So this is what the upbringing in the ruling family is like, she sang sarcastically. The Kazekage's offspring flinched as if struck. You, the blonde hissed. I'll get you. You'd better watch your little brother. Naruto bared his teeth in a friendly manner. It seems he's been stealing your makeup. Itachi chuckled, Sasuke snickered. Konohamaru and his friends laughed. Sakura, as always, didn't know what to do. Naruto had chosen the perfect weapon. If you want the enemy to stop being feared and respected, ridicule him. The ruler's children blushed, turned pale, took a deep breath, clapped their mouths, but were unable to utter a word. Their efforts were interrupted by a cold voice. Kankuro, Temari. It's time for us to go. A boy with scarlet hair and a large pumpkin on his shoulders was hanging upside down from a wide tree branch near the road. The sand swirled around him with a slight rustle, and the next moment he was already near his comrades. They had strangely turned pale. Naruto frowned. They were clearly afraid of the stranger, to the point of trembling, to the point of panic. The guy turned around, empty emerald eyes looked at the girl, the wind blew away his short bangs and revealed the hieroglyph for love on his forehead. A dark aura emanated from him, insane. Almost demonic. Shikaku, came an incomprehensible answer from within. But Kyubi refused to explain the rest. I apologize for my brother's behavior, the guy said dryly. There was not a single emotion in his voice. We forgive you, the girl waved her off. Only, if possible, please return the kunai to me, she smiled slyly. The one called Kankuro fell to the ground like a dusty sack, and a wide paw made of sand brought Naruto her weapon. Thank you, Datebao. She immediately hid it in the bag, which she never parted with. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Sobu no Gara, the red-haired man introduced himself. Genuine surprise flashed in his eyes and disappeared. Nice to meet you. You came for the exam, right? Yes. Great. We'll be there too. She pulled her teammates closer. This is Sasuke, and this is Sakura, she pointed at each of them. Temari turned pale behind Gaara, Kankuro rudely pointed his finger at Naruto. You, are talking to him? He croaked. The atmosphere immediately changed, becoming tense again, almost icy. Gaara tensed up, Temari reached for her fan. Kankuro turned pale, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Itachi put the bags on the ground, gently, slowly, demonstrating every movement, approached team number 7 and hugged Naruto by the shoulders, looking straight into Gaara's eyes. Well, yeah. Naruto seemed not to understand, she looked at Itachi in surprise, then at Kankuro. Unlike you, I like him. For the first time, Gaara showed some emotion. He looked amazed at the girl glowing with joy. Uzumaki's smile grew even wider, it seemed to go beyond her cheeks. But it was still sincere, a little naive. Naruto was really happy about her new acquaintance. The plan was hatched instantly. There were many more advantages than disadvantages. New acquaintances, stories about an unfamiliar country. And you can try to find out what Shikaku is, which the fox grumbled about. Sabaku but again acquired his former imperturbability, he was clearly calculating something. The intent gaze of green eyes slid over Sasuke, who had pulled himself together, over Itachi's figure, his hand on the girl's shoulder. He had made some kind of decision. And he was still late. Naruto had already turned to the children. Konohamaru, Moegi, Odan. I have an important task for you. Do you agree? Yes. Sounded in unison. Find out where Kakashi-san is hiding and what he is doing. Yes. The children immediately ran away. Uzumaki picked up the bags, pushed them back to Itachi, and galloped off to the Suna people. You have time, right? She grabbed Gaara by the hand. Oh, yes. Great. Let's go, she dragged him along. Where are you taking Gaara? Temari snapped. I'm inviting him to lunch, the girl waved her hand. And in return, I want to listen to stories about life in Suna. I've never been there. In fact, I've never been anywhere except the land of waves, she told the already stunned Gaara, who was following her lead. Is she always like this? Temari asked the others suspiciously. The Uchiha brothers answered simultaneously, turned around, and headed after their friend. Yes, Sakura sighed, let's go. Where? To Naruto's house. Do you really think she'll leave you alone that easily? The kunoichi asked resignedly, and led the guests after her. Less than half an hour had passed, before the whole company settled down in the small, cozy Uzumaki kitchen. Naruto put on an apron and began to prepare a delicious dinner. It was necessary to celebrate a new acquaintance, and it wouldn't hurt to surprise the guests. Itachi stood next to her. She gave him the salad and sliced vegetables to take care of. They probably looked amazing from the side, they habitually complimented each other's movements, picked up cutlery, silently, at the level of thoughts and glances, passed on the necessary spices. The guests sat as if on pins and needles. They looked around, expecting an attack. Gaara's chakra pressure rose and fell, like waves running onto the shore. From this, his relatives turned pale and stuttered. But Naruto chatted cheerfully and easily, telling about Konoha, about its sights. It smelled delicious, and gradually their suspicions disappeared. "So what is Suna like?" asked Uzumaki, placing plates in front of the guests. "I heard there is a lot of sand there." As always, at such moments, the right words themselves slid off the tongue. Naruto understood that in one conversation it would not be possible to break through the many-year-old shell that had grown on Gaara. However, she wanted to do it. Something inside told her that he was not what he seemed. That she just needed to give him a chance, just believe in him. "Our village is in the middle of the desert." Gaara's gaze became cloudy. "There is a vast sky and clouds that you can reach with your hand. And the sun rises very, very close, burns and bestows its blessing on each new day. And at night, velvet stars shine there." Naruto listened with rapt attention. Perhaps Gaara did not like people, even feared them, but he was sincerely in love with the desert. His face became so spiritual, it seemed to glow from within when he mentioned sharp rocks, a sandy carpet and rare oases filled with greenery and small animals. He transformed into a brilliant and slightly crazy artist who painted magical pictures with his soft, quiet voice. The sand was spread over his body in a thin layer and perfectly shielded him from the attention of censors and other shinobi. And slightly interfered with probing his master Naruto. But the girl acted, rather, on the level of instincts, without using any special techniques. She was actively assisted by Kyubi, who was also overcome by curiosity. The fox mysteriously kept silent about the reasons for this. "You were surprised," Itachi noted to Kankuro, who was sitting next to him. He quietly cleared his throat, wide-eyed watching his enthusiastically telling story of his brother, who was gobbling up lunch. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes were shining. "Gaara has never talked so much in his life," he whispered. "He preferred to run away and meet the dawns in the desert. We barely found him and brought him home." "Why did he run away?" asked Sakura, clearly feeling uncomfortable in such a strange company. "You don't need to know this." Temari's sharp answer broke the warm atmosphere. The feeling of warmth and trust shattered like fragile crystal. Gaara shuddered, came to his senses, looking away from Naruto. The girl also seemed to wake up from hypnosis, shook her head. "We are opponents, perhaps I will have to kill you," the desert dweller said again, indifferently. "Why?" Naruto answered calmly. All the feigned carelessness disappeared, revealing the true Uzumaki to the world. "The fact that we are rivals does not mean that we are enemies. I do not consider you my enemy, Gaara no Sabaku." She looked straight, penetrating into the very heart. Something dark, heavy, like a large bird, hit the window. "It's for you," Uzumaki explained. "What makes you think that?" Temari immediately jumped up. "She is a jack of all trades, she can't sit quietly and watch. She needs to interfere in everything, she cares about everything. Because mine have long been accustomed to barriers and are simply knocking." Gaara nodded and headed for the window. "Thank you for lunch. See you in battle." Kankuro and Temari left silently, Sakura also hurried to leave. Sasuke helped clear the plates and wash the dishes. Naruto poured tea and took out sweets. "You didn't just invite him over for no reason," Uchiha noted. The girl didn't take her eyes off the dark surface of the drink. "Guys, who is Shikaku?" The brothers exchanged glances, and Itachi took the floor. "Shikaku is the name of the one-tailed Bijou, the spirit of the desert. They say he is bloodthirsty, killing everyone he sets his eyes on." "Crazy." "Gaara is Shikaku, or rather, his Jinchuriki." Naruto took a sip. "But he's not bad. I've been scanning him, checking him all this time. Evil, rude, yes, but not bad. There is no darkness in him." "So that's it." "So the desert dwellers brought the Bijou with them." I wonder what they are counting on. Itachi thought, intercepting his friend's meaningful look. No. No. And no. You won't do that, Naruto. It's too dangerous. The girl saw that her friend wasn't saying that out of malice, he was worried about her, he was concerned. And he wanted to protect her. And at any other time, she would have given him such an opportunity. But not in this case. Helping people is always dangerous, she smiled sadly. But I want to try. Perhaps Gaara didn't become like this on his own, someone brought him to this state. I have to figure it out. And the first step has already been taken, Sasuke noted. Naruto again looked down at her cup. Itachi turned to the window. The company's souls were uneasy. Itachi was going crazy with worry. The restless Uzumaki had found trouble for her 9 tails again. He tried to hide from his emotions on the training ground, to occupy his thoughts with training. The kunai flew right on target, touched each other, striking sparks. The man threw them with such force that splinters flew from the tree. He could not calm down, he could not. At the mere thought of what the sand demon could do to the cheerful Uzumaki, with this restless spark, his insides were frozen. He wanted to grab the girl by the shoulders, shake her, so that she would give up her idea. But all he could allow himself was to watch from the sidelines. And pray that trouble would bypass the Jinchuriki, that the Shinigami would not turn his gaze on her. And in his ears sounded the phrase that Shursui had told him. Ask yourself another question. Why are you so worried about her? Why, really? He whispered to himself. He could lie to others as much as he wanted, tell them that it was all just for Sasuke. But lying to himself was the last thing he should do. Naruto had long since settled firmly in his soul, he cared for her as much as his younger brother, if not more. He hadn't thought about it, letting life go its own way. So maybe it was time to think about it? As soon as the 7th team entered the building where the exam was to take place, they heard the sounds of blows. The guy in the green tights flew to the floor from a strong blow from an unfamiliar ninja with a Konoha forehead protector. His partner, Tenten, followed him. Niji stood aside and calmly watched the beating of his partners. Uzumaki sincerely did not understand his behavior. Was it really impossible to help the team? Lee. Naruto rushed forward, helping her friend to get up. Naruto. The guy beamed. You are participating too. The girl nodded and began to heal her abrasions. Then she turned to the approaching Sasuke and Sakura. To run into the appraising, slightly arrogant look of the Uchiha. For which the friend immediately received a sharp elbow in the ribs and looked indignantly at Uzumaki. Guys, meet my friend, Rock Lee. And these are my friends and teammates, Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto noticed Lee hovering in front of the kunoichi, looking at her with an adoring gaze. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, and Naruto shook her head in resignation. Rock Lee was an incorrigible optimist, since he still hoped for Haruno's favor. Having gotten to know the girl better, Uzumaki felt sincerely sorry for his friend. Hello, Sakura. He smiled. Let's date. I swear, I will protect you all my life. He waited for an answer with hope. The Uchiha began to look at him with the same hope, having seized on the opportunity to get rid of his teammates' advances with ingenious speed. Leave me alone. Sakura snapped, turning away. You're plump. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously looked at the toned figure in tight tights. Where did the picky girl find even 1 extra gram? Uzumaki herself nervously tugged at the edge of her blue sarafan. At one time, she carefully divided her life into spheres and tried to make sure that these spheres did not intersect. Home, assignments, training with Itachi, friendship with Lee, all these spheres. She was sincerely offended to see such a reaction of her comrades. The girl wanted them to be friends with Lee. After all, he was a great guy, sincere, a little naive and so straightforward. And also an excellent, strong shinobi. She wanted to hit Sakura for just one sad expression in her round dark eyes. Someone gently touched her hand. Sasuke looked at her with such a familiar smile, slightly raised lips. She saw the same on Itachi when she trained with him. The younger Uchiha turned to Lee. Naruto's friends are my friends, he extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Rock Lee. Guy's student immediately forgot about his previous grievances and happily shook the outstretched limb. Naruto was once again amazed at how quickly his friend's mood changed. Me too, Sasuke. I'm sure we'll become great rivals and comrades, he shouted. The Uchiha clearly didn't know what to say, but he nodded in agreement anyway. The last thing he wanted to do was offend Naruto. Someone cleared their throat behind them. The guys saw the same shinobi who had beaten Lee, and whom they had already forgotten, caught up in their new acquaintances. Are we bothering you? One of them asked sarcastically. No. Sakura raised her chin, clenching her fists belligerently. Uzumaki and Uchiha divided the duties between themselves as usual. Sasuke was examining the situation for unaccounted-for illusions, and Naruto concentrated on the faces of the impudent guys. They seemed vaguely familiar to her. It's an illusion, her friend nodded at the sign above their heads. It's the second floor. Naruto couldn't remember where she had seen these shinobi before. They reminded her of someone. The silence dragged on. The guys began to go on about the importance of the exam, its danger, and the girl mentally went over all the Chunin and Jonin she had seen in the village. Finally, it dawned on her. She remembered her second meeting with Itachi at the gates of Konoha. Katsuma! She exclaimed, hitting her fist into her palm. The boys jerked strangely. Excuse me? Asked one of them, with twin blades behind his back. Katsuma, Naruto said clearly, as if explaining to children. Kotetsu. She pointed at one. And Izumo. At the other. Kai. Sasuke chuckled. With a pop, the illusions dissipated, and in front of them stood Chunin in gray examiner uniforms. And the sign above their heads showed the second floor. Well, I told you, Katsuma, Datebao. Naruto rejoiced. The Chunin blushed, hissed indignantly, but Team 7 was no longer listening to them. Uzumaki in tow dragged them further down the corridor, to the stairs to the third floor. In the right room, they were met a little, unfriendly. Sakura recoiled from the hostile glances of the shinobi already present there. Sasuke was striking in his unperturbed appearance. Uzumaki honestly suspected that the representative of the Uchiha clan, locked in the interrogation room, was a global lesson in self-control for anyone. They did not give away their emotions even in severe pain. At least, that's what Grandpa Kagami said. She found a familiar scarlet head of hair in the crowd and waved. Hello, Gaara. Kankuro, Temari. The boring look in response, performed by the three deserters, did not bother her at all. But it confused the others. They had already managed to get acquainted with the terrifying aura of the Suna squad and now looked at the newcomers with apprehension and bewilderment. And they easily let the girl go ahead. Naruto sat down on the table, threw her braid behind her back, moved over, making room for Sasuke. Sakura awkwardly shuffled behind, frightened by the Suna genin. Do you know what will happen in the first stage? Uchiha asked them. Even if you knew, you still wouldn't tell. Temari snorted. So you don't know, the guy concluded. The desert dwellers frowned, realizing that they had given away their ignorance. Gaara, meanwhile, approached Naruto. He was stopped by a large raven that flew in through the window. It landed on the girl's lap, screamed deafeningly, opening its impressive beak, and flew away again. Soft wings brushed her hair, as if they had slapped her on the back of the head, and a black feather remained on her lap. Sasuke nodded contentedly to some thoughts of his own. As if he had put a check mark next to an item on a mental list. Naruto immediately raised her head. He was right. You and Sure are clearly up to something. I don't understand what you're talking about. Sasuke looked so innocent that his friend didn't believe him at all. You'd better listen to his warning. He's worried. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously for a while, but Sasuke remained satisfied and serene. and she turned away. Her thoughts immediately turned to the young man who had sent her the message. Her fingers brushed the pen, fleetingly and mechanically. He showed that he was always there and watching over them. So nice. The pen migrated to the inside pocket of her serif fan, right to her heart. Itachi settled on a wide tree branch right in front of the examination room windows. Marino Ibiki gave him a warning look, which the Uchiha ignored. As if he wanted to help the Ototo, some pathetic barriers on the windows would stop him. The Uzumaki ones are already much more powerful. Uzumaki. If you detach yourself from reality and look at the situation from the outside. Each clan member began to select a worthy bride from the moment the dojutsu was awakened. For a certain fee, the medics carried out all the tests, including genetics, made forecasts for the future. This is how certain lists of potential brides appeared. Itachi was lucky. At the time of the Sharingan awakening, Danzo was very interested in him. His father considered it inappropriate for the clan spy to have a weak spot, and did not select candidates. But Sasuke did not escape a similar fate. But not a single kunoichi from his circle made it onto the list. Sakura could only get lucky in one case, if Otuto chose her himself. In that case, her father would resign himself and accept his decision, but otherwise he would not let a girl whose blood could weaken the Uchiha gene pool anywhere near her. The rest belonged to clans, and in their common offspring, their dojutsu could overpower the Sharingan. Father did not include Naruto in the Sasuke list, although he recognized her as the most worthy option. But one should not underestimate the blood of the Master of Seals in her veins. A kunoichi could easily penetrate anywhere, see the lists, and there would be no scandal. She would simply close herself off and not let anyone near her anymore. And Uzumaki Fugaku did not want to lose the trust of the latter. Despite this, Shursui, when starting conversations about students, carefully hinted at a certain development of events, leading to the answer that Itachi already knew perfectly well. If you look at Naruto from the point of view of the heir of a great clan, she would be an excellent option. The last representative of the main branch of an ancient, once powerful clan, whose blood will refresh and strengthen the dojutsu. A future Iraianin, a master of Fuinjutsu, perhaps even a Sannin. But, something inside Itachi resisted such a look at the girl. For him, she was a cheerful sunbeam, jumping on the palm of his hand, warm and trusting. And he did not want to lose her favor. Without her, he would freeze completely. Besides, it would be better for Naruto to choose some non-clan shinobi for himself, so that his blood would not interrupt the Uzumaki genome. As her mother did in her time. She was shown signs of attention by Itachi's uncle, Fugaku's younger brother, Hisashi Hyuga, the twin brother of the current head of the Byakugan clan. But Kushina-san listened to her heart and chose Minato Namikaze. An orphan without a clan behind him, he could only offer her his hand and heart. And she followed him, turning away from wealth and a comfortable life. Itachi still remembered how their faces lit up when their eyes met. They loved each other even after years of being together. As a result, Naruto is a purebred Uzumaki, although her gene could not help but take something from her father, bending under his coloring. And he could not consider a friend as a piece of meat put up for sale at the market. What significance does a gene, heredity have compared to a warm smile that warms the heart, a strong hand, interlaced fingers? Itachi saw how Gaara no dog looked at her, and he wanted to cast his call on the boy so that they would peck out his eyes. Even now, the sand one did not take his eyes off her. The Uchiha leaned back on the tree trunk, felt the rough bark heated by the sun. Naruto took the best from her parents. The bright color of her father's hair, his boundless blue eyes of an unusual, slightly curved shape, like her mother's, her delicate facial features. A dazzling smile, boundless loyalty and devotion. It was as if he again felt the scent of her hair, cherry and the sea. And the summer sun. I wonder what her sunny, warm lips taste like. Itachi groaned and hit his head against the tree. What was he thinking? Since when had he been looking at his friend like that? Ever since he realized that she had grown up. He shouldn't have deceived himself. His genius mind had long ago realized that Uzumaki was an adult, independent kunoichi. He only realized it now. Whatever choice Uzumaki made, whoever she called her destiny, he would accept her decision. And he would try not to kill that lucky guy. His brother's short glance, cast at him from the corner of his eye, was both sympathetic and mocking. That's right, Sasuke, sympathize, laugh. Your brother is an idiot. When Naruto suddenly looked out the window, there was no one on the tree branch anymore. The girl shrugged and thoughtlessly stroked the black feather near her heart. She felt someone's gaze. Itachi landed on a tree branch growing near Training Ground 44, called the Forest of Death. A second later, Shursui appeared next to him. Oh, our little one's passed the first stage. He rejoiced, finding a familiar light braid and short black strands sticking out like a hedgehog in the crowd. But there are too many teens. I heard that our interrogation department conducted the test. He looked questioningly at his brother. Naruto neutralized Ibiki's pressure and thus saved the others. Shursui looked closely at the girl. She shrugged her shoulders, looked back several times, but shook her head at Sasuke's question. More and more of the bloody habanero nature is manifested in her. She, too, was impatient, fiery. Wait. Itachi leaned forward. Isn't that Uchiha in there? And then he recoiled, hiding in illusions, because the guy in question turned around, his gaze sliding along the tree branches. Not finding anything, but having made his own conclusions, he turned away and again began to listen to Mitarashi Anko, who was diligently intimidating the newcomers. Like all Uchiha, he was black-haired, black-eyed, with pleasant facial features, but something sharp, inhuman slid through them. The last time Itachi saw him, there was nothing like that in him. Yes, Shursui also carefully leaned forward. But he disappeared 5 months ago. I remember, even lines of the case flashed before his eyes. His mother and younger brother died in the spring from a fever, because of which he was able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I was training him, but we never managed to develop a single technique. He was sent on a mission to the land of rice fields, where he disappeared. In the village founded by Orochimaru. What a lucky coincidence, his friend nodded gloomily, reading between the lines what was unsaid. Tell my father about our suspicions, Itachi decided a few seconds later. I'll stay and watch our guys. I'll join you, Shursui nodded and dissolved into Shunshin. Itachi looked gloomily at the curtain behind which the genin were receiving the scrolls of heaven and earth. An old philosophy that they decided to make key at this stage. Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. The eternal problem of the Uchiha clan. Several years ago, he was exiled for conducting experiments on people. The third discovered this when he visited the snake's laboratory in the company of Anbu. It was also suspicious. He decided to visit his former student at an unfortunate time. The genius fled, abandoning his student, to a previously founded village, which became his refuge. But he did not abandon his goals. He dreamed of gaining immortality in order to be able to study all the techniques of the world. And for this, he needed a body with a Sharingan. Itachi suspected that Orochimaru was specifically waiting for a possible uprising of the clan in order to get some weakened Uchiha. It did not work out, the clan survived. And since then, the Uchiha began to encounter shinobi with sound protectors on missions. Even Itachi had to fight several of them. They were obviously working in a gentle mode, trying to capture them alive, so it was not difficult to dodge and win. But he had to be careful. The snake could use the pretext of attacking the country and get the guilty into his greedy, tenacious paws. By default, no one attacked, and the Uchiha did not leave any direct evidence. Until Ren disappeared 5 months ago. Itachi remembered that the attack stopped during the same time period. But what did Orochimaru need during the exam? Unless, his gaze fell on his brother. Was Sasuke really a new target? But for what purpose, if the scientist received the necessary body? The brain quickly processed the options, taking into account the specifics of Orochimaru's thinking and behavior. Itachi was considered a genius for a reason. If Orochimaru took possession of a body with Mangekyo Sharingan, he would definitely want to try it out. In battles not only with ordinary shinobi, but also with the Uchiha clan. The father kept a close eye on the younger generation. The children did not leave the clan lands without an escort, even to the academy they were taken by adults, many were homeschooled. Adults were even more dangerous. Only Sasuke remained, not at home, but not outside Konoha territory either. There would be no one to blame if he disappeared in the forest of death. Itachi summoned a raven, left it to wait for sure sway, and slipped into the training ground like a light shadow. He would not interfere with the exam itself, but he would not let Orochimaru near his brother either. Here, Sasuke handed Naruto the scroll as soon as they entered the forest. She put her hand behind her back. In certain places the braid was not so tight, the strands moved apart. She sealed the scroll in the ribbon given to her by Itachi. It not only served as an excellent storage device, but also held the seals perfectly. For the umpteenth time, the girl tied herself a knot as a keepsake, to give something to the elder Uchiha. A wild, pain-filled scream or howl echoed through the forest. Sakura squealed, clutching Sasuke's hand. "What is it, Sasuke-kun?" "Oh, someone has already been eaten," Uzumaki cheerfully shared with her and stomped forward. The best way not to think about fear is anger. We need to give Sakura a chance. As expected, Haruno instantly forgot about the surroundings and began to scold Naruto. "You are so heartless. Do you really think you're the best? You've always been behind in class. You." Naruto wasn't listening to her, looking around carefully. Sasuke was doing the same. Training ground number 44, or the Forest of Death. Absolutely everything within the fence was deadly. Giant leeches, sensing body heat and blood flow, attacked in swarms. Insects could lay eggs in a person's spine or drink him dry in a matter of seconds. There was no need to even mention huge predators. The most beautiful plants here could devour anything within reach. The sun barely penetrated the thick crowns of the tall trees, and fog and darkness swirled between the roots. Only Jonin and Anbu risked going here. The forest was perfect for their training. Kagami had once dragged Sasuke and Naruto to the initial levels of the Forest of Death to show how dangerous the wild nature and unfamiliar terrain could be. Uzumaki was afraid to fall asleep for another week. Suspicious rustling and murmuring sounds seemed to be everywhere. She heard the greedy, wet smacking of a plant chewing on another unlucky catch. Judging by his face, Sasuke also remembered that time. "We have the Earth Scroll, we need to get the Sky Scroll. Let's run?" The essence of the stage is simple: each team has one scroll, you need to get the second one, take it from other shinobi. In this way, half will be eliminated immediately. And you need to complete it in 5 days. Show up at the tower in the very center of the forest with 2 trophies. He was the first to jump onto the tree. The girls followed him. They rushed forward, watching the surroundings. Sakura nervously shuddered at every rustle, squealed, recoiled from any suspicious twig. You don't have to be afraid of everything. Naruto didn't turn around. Not all the animals here are dangerous. For example, there are squirrels, chipmunks, snakes. She fell sharply on her back, rolled over, dodging the throw of a huge beige snake. It hissed irritably, testing the air with its forked tongue. "Coo coo coo, what clever kids!" A male voice sang behind her. The genin jumped from the tree, turning in mid-flight. The clearing below offered more room for action. The stranger followed them. Black-haired, with pleasant features, he reminded Naruto of someone. Sasuke wrinkled his forehead, also trying to remember. They were not given time. A blast wave rolled across the clearing, they scattered. Naruto responded with a gust of wind with small, sharp ice crystals. Not much damage, but what a distraction. Under Kagami's guidance, she managed to master several water techniques, her second element. First of all, the Uchiha took care of his granddaughter's ability to obtain water in any situation. After all, she could be carried away to an area where there were no sources. Sasuke created fireballs one after another, followed by shurikens, giving the enemy no respite. He eluded them with truly snake-like agility. Naruto wrapped the kunai in wind, sharpening them even more, and rushed forward. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed how the scaly reptile rushed towards Sakura and Sasuke, who was covering her. Having jumped away from the enemy at a decent distance, she launched wind blades at the snake, putting as much chakra into them as possible. The scales withstood the onslaught, only small cuts appeared on the sides. But they were enough for the reptile to hiss, forget about the prey, and rush after the fleeing, nimble blonde. So we are left alone, Sasuke-kun, the enemy licked his lips, with a long tongue. Sasuke chuckled, grabbed the kunai more comfortably, checked the fishing line in the pockets on his belt. It's a pity that they forbade taking a spare weapon for the second stage, only what fits in the pouch. Although the same Uzumaki probably has a whole arsenal with her. I know you, he said calmly. You are Uchiha Ren, my brother's student. Disappeared on one of the missions. Neither his father nor Itachi concealed information about Orochimaru's plans for their clan. That's why Sasuke was hardly surprised when he saw a former ally, a Tokubetsu Jonin, in the crowd of Chunin contenders. He died in the sound. The old snake had finally achieved his goal. So what does he need now? To test a new body? Orochimaru extended his neck and rushed at him. Sasuke dodged and took out a fishing line. Using a clone as a decoy, he crept up from behind. He wound circles around the tree, entangling the enemy, dodging his attacks. Thin threads, soaked in his chakra, cut a layer of bark from the branches. And soon Orochimaru found himself pinned to a powerful trunk by a shiny web. Somehow the Sannin managed to dodge, to form seals. And horror fell upon Sasuke and Sakura. Fear paralyzed their limbs, did not allow them to move. Pain, there was pain everywhere. It hit the nerve endings, blinded the receptors. Sasuke understood with his mind that he was caught in a genjutsu, it was a trap, but he could do nothing. Orochimaru surpassed him in strength and experience. The chakra supply disappeared, and the enemy easily tore the line. Sasuke saw how he was slowly heading towards him, but the all-encompassing horror prevented him from thinking, moving, even breathing. The guy grabbed his throat. A wave of familiar scorching flame came from somewhere to the side. Thin fingers grabbed his hand, put a kunai in it. Come to your senses, Sasuke team. A familiar voice whispered in his ear. The Uchiha twisted, thrust the blade into his leg and screamed. From pain. From the relief that came when the genjutsu trap fell. Uzumaki was standing next to him. All covered in some kind of disgusting looking and smelling slime and terribly happy. Together, they brought Sakura to her senses. Haruno immediately put her blade forward. Where is the snake? Sasuke asked, watching the movements of Orochimaru. He looked at them with curiosity, licking his lips every minute. He ate too much, Datebao. The girl shrugged, unfolding her fan. And she barely managed to shield herself from the throw of another brownish snake. How many of them does he have? She was indignant, beating the reptile's eyes with streams of wind. The snake hissed, trying to strike blindly. Sasuke regretted that someone needed to guard Haruno, she couldn't cope on her own. How gladly he would have helped Uzumaki. But he was forced to only cover her with fire techniques. You can't do it alone. What are you suggesting? I'll help. Let's act. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows in surprise in two voices. Feeling a devilish surge of fire chakra. His opponent changed abruptly, the speed of her movements increased, and when she accidentally turned to him, he saw that her eyes seemed to be filled with blood, her pupils stretched out like thin threads. The cute scars on her cheeks lengthened, became jagged, untidy, like a crack in the earth's crust. A demon, he was facing a demon. He was toying with them, sometimes striking, sometimes slipping away. Her shadow clones attacked him, threw kunai in the hope of getting him. The air boiled and melted around him. Cat and mouse, demon snakes. Naruto felt the Kyuubi's chakra flowing through her body. Furious joy bubbled in her chest, mixed with impatient anticipation of the fight. The fox danced in his cage, his paws moving, his tails bristling like antennae. This feeling of unity was wonderful. The snake tried to grab her with its long tongue, for which it immediately paid. Uzumaki cut it into pieces with quick movements, and an air spear deprived the reptile of one eye. She couldn't help but laugh. And in this laughter, echoes of the thunderous laughter of the Kyuubi were heard. The feeling of superiority over the enemy was intoxicating. And most importantly, while the enemy with his pet snake was busy with her, he could not get to Sasuke and Sakura. The next moment, the slimy tongue of the enemy himself grabbed her, and the girl was paralyzed. Naruto internally shuddered with disgust, and Sakura's scream was heard from the side. So this is where the little nine-tailed fox hid. Cuckoo, and you can use its chakra. Interesting. He studied her like a scientist a butterfly under the glass of his microscope. Purple lights of chakra lit up on the tips of his fingers. The tongue slid over her body, lifting her sundress, leaving a wet trail. Good thing she was wearing shorts underneath. Sakura gasped. Sasuke's excitement became more noticeable, his chakra stirred like a candle flame. A sharp blow of fingers to the stomach, where the seal was, locking the Kyuubi, the name of some technique, and Naruto arched. She screamed from the sharp pain that swept through her body like a whirlwind. It seemed that her channels were burning, they were being torn apart. She writhed in the embrace of the tongue and screamed, her mind choking on a sea of information. This did not happen even with shadow cloning. Consciousness was slowly slipping away from her, as if someone had carved a thin pattern on her body with a hot blade. Naruto slowly slid into a faint, on the verge of feeling the grip of her tongue weaken. Sasuke caught his falling partner and jumped back. Naruto groaned, every touch hurt her. His own head was splitting, as if someone had generously sprinkled sand heated on a fire into his eyes. He was scared, truly scared, when his friend screamed. After all, he knew how dangerous the old snake was, and still he hadn't warned Uzumaki. Now she had been caught. Regret and guilt overwhelmed his mind as soon as he glanced at the unconscious, trembling body that Sakura had pulled to her and wrapped her arms around. Naruto was his first real friend, and he had let her down so much, underestimating the danger. Come on, Sasuke-kun, don't you want to avenge your friend on me? The snake grinned maliciously. Or maybe you want to get the scroll of heaven? He demonstrated a white scroll. Perhaps you don't want to lose the scroll of earth? A dark blue thick roll appeared in his other hand. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly where Naruto had hidden the scroll. It was impossible to get it without her desire, which meant Orochimaru had simply rummaged through the girl's pockets and got a similar one. But the Sannin had clearly underestimated his genius. Sasuke tugged the fishing line he had hidden at the very beginning of the duel. Thin threads whistled, grabbed the scroll of heaven, pulled it out of the man's hand and dragged it to its owner. I think we'll make an exchange, the Uchiha smiled thinly. Orochimaru hissed, a wave of horror fell upon the guy again, but now he was ready. In the eyes, on a red background, two tomo lit up, and the fire dragon technique flew at Orochimaru. And then reinforcements came. Itachi's phoenix flowers fell on the Sannin from above. Black flames slowly blossomed and grew in them. The elder brother was angry, very angry. His crows began to fly through the air, the Sharingan burning in each one's eyes. The greenish shroud of Susanoo descended on the genin themselves, and Senbon sprayed out of its chest towards Orochimaru. None of them hit Itachi or his clones. Sasuke admired the teamwork of his brother and his friend. Shursui knelt down next to him. Sasuke, how are you? What about Naruto? He used some kind of technique, and she lost consciousness. Itachi's crow surrounded Orochimaru in the meantime, each turning into a shuriken. The Sannin barely managed to hide in one of the trees. The next second, the blade stuck where he was standing. He crawled halfway out of another trunk. So reinforcements have arrived? The geniuses of the Uchiha clan? I can't handle them. For now. However, I knew what I was getting into when I chose this body. Coo. With a nasty laugh, he disappeared. The Sharingan did not detect his presence, but just in case, Itachi did not deactivate the dojutsu. He quickly darted towards his brother and girlfriend. The greenish glow of the protective technique was just fading from them. Naruto was barely breathing, her body was constantly convulsing, she was shaking violently. Medical techniques were of little help. The adrenaline of the fight and the Kyuubi chakra, which blocked any scanning, were still splashing in her blood. Her entire body seemed to bristle in a defensive reaction. Itachi put his hand on the girl's forehead, and she groaned as if in pain. He immediately pulled his hand back, a helpless expression flashed in his eyes. However, the elder Uchiha quickly pulled himself together. We need to find a place to rest so that Naruto can come to her senses. Sasuke nodded. I know where we can stop. Father showed me a place not far from here. Itachi silently picked up the girl in his arms, horrified at how light she seemed. As if she weighed nothing at all. They went to get their guide. Sakura was silent, only shifting admiring glances from one adult to the other. She will recover, won't she, Anai-san? Sasuke looked at his friend with concern. Of course, the corners of his lips lifted. Itachi tried to convince himself of this, to believe his own words. It was not going well. This is Naruto, she will not give up. Sasuke jerked his chin, clenched his fists. It is my fault. I did not tell her about Orochimaru immediately, as I found out about him. Do you think it would have helped? Sasuke turned around for a second. If she knew the truth, she would have become even more protective of you. And giving out information about the enemy during a fight, the stupidest and most irrational thing to do. That way he will be able to find out what you know and use it. Itachi was silent. He listened to Naruto's hoarse, heavy breathing, pressing her to himself with all his might. Just to feel her heartbeat, to know that she was still alive. They were dealing with Orochimaru's accomplices, and were almost too late. Maybe if they had arrived a little earlier, Naruto wouldn't have been hurt. However, Itachi understood that he would not be able to protect her forever. Uzumaki was a strong, talented kunoichi, trained by Kagami. She would not disappear. And he and Sasuke must gain real-life experience, only then would they be able to stand up for themselves. The place chosen by Sasuke was located in an inconspicuous clearing, to the east of the central tower. A cozy cave formed by the roots of an old tree, from which a wonderful view of the surrounding area opened up. Itachi regretfully laid Naruto on the grass, slid his fingers through his fluffy hair. The relatives pretended not to notice anything, looking away. And Uchiha could not tear himself away from the pale face, covered in abrasions and bruises, white lips, pressed into a thin line. What did he think then? Sunny and warm? Now they were poisonous and burning. The Kyuubi's chakra was spilling out, fighting, and even the genius of the clan couldn't predict the outcome. It's time for us to go, he finally straightened up. The others immediately followed. Officially, we had no right to help you, Sasuke began to explain the situation, mainly for Sakura. But Orochimaru is not an opponent you could handle. We already warned Fugaku-san about his presence. And the Hokage? Did you tell the Hokage? Sakura intervened. The three Uchiha exchanged knowing glances. Yes, Sakura, we warned the third, Itachi easily lied. According to his calculations, Mitarashi Anko had already found the bodies and identified the teacher. And the cursed seal had probably made itself known. So she would tell Sarutobi everything. Sakura was melting. Such a handsome man knew her name. Ino would be jealous. We will remain silent. She said meaningfully and blushed embarrassedly. Well done, Sasuke had a hard time holding back his laughter, while Itachi tried to take one last look at Naruto, assessing her condition. Sasuke moved aside so as not to interfere. A minute later, both shinobi dissolved in Shunshin. Sasuke sent Sakura to collect firewood for the fire, and he stayed to guard Uzumaki. It was unlikely that Orochimaru would dare to attack again, because his older brother and Shursui could be hanging around somewhere nearby. He unpacked the sleeping bag and began to undress Naruto, because the slimy, torn sarafan was good only for rags. The black ligature of the tattoo was still visible on his flat stomach. Sasuke leaned over her, put his ear to it. "Kyubi, if you can hear me, help her. She can't do it alone." A wave of chakra passed through the girl's body. Sasuke considered this an answer and covered her, wrapping her in a blanket like a baby. It was a pity he couldn't put up barriers around this shelter. Fuin was always difficult for him. His friend spent a whole day unconscious. All this time Sasuke gave her plenty of water to drink, wiped her with a damp cloth. And at night he warmed her up, falling asleep in an embrace with a fat caterpillar, consisting of a sleeping bag and Naruto. The girl was freezing and could not warm up. On the third day, the Ino Shikacho team flew out to their clearing, another group of newcomers who had graduated from the academy this year. Previously, Genin did not dare to participate in the exams immediately after graduation. Sasuke suspected that the Jonin mentors were politely asked to apply for participation so that the heirs of the Konoha clans would grow up faster, faced with difficulties. Even Sakura was behaving differently, not commenting on the behavior of Sasuke-kun, only silently glaring at the unconscious Naruto with angry eyes. Following the Konoha guys, their opponents jumped out. Sasuke looked at his protectors and groaned, "Sound again. What is this?" The Uchiha had no illusions about his abilities. Only colossal luck allowed him to take the second scroll from Orochimaru. And without the timely support of his brother and friend, the Sannin would have simply killed them, or worse. The whole village had heard about his experiments. The best option was to sit in the cave without getting out, but Sakura, seeing her eternal rival battered and wounded, could not pass by. She got out. "What, Ino, are you unlucky?" The blonde from the Mentalist clan turned around, her blue eyes flashing furiously. Not once did Sasuke compare her to Naruto. His friend was winning, or maybe he was being biased? But Uzumaki is brighter, you can feel her soul and life. And the sun. Compared to her, Ino seemed pale. Oh, the sound engineers rejoiced, more kids. We will have many scrolls. Sasuke understood, it was time to get out. He had to protect Naruto until she came to her senses. He hid the sky scroll in the seal, hiding it among the rags of his friend's clothes. It was unlikely that men would climb into the slimy rags. You won't get it, he grinned, coming out into the light. The sun's rays broke through the foliage and fell on the clearing. Hello, he nodded to his former classmates. Fat Choji Akimichi crunched on chips, and Nara yawned in greeting. How interesting, the strange guy with fur on his clothes grinned like a wolf. Are you planning to defeat us? Where's the third member of your team? What are you even talking to them for, Dosu? Another member of the sound team flared up. Kill them, take the scrolls, that's all. Choji, he thinks you're fat, Nara suddenly said, yawning. That's what he told me when we were fighting. Akimichi turned purple, threw away the empty bag of chips. And curled up into a huge ball, which rushed at the sound guys. Sasuke, Nara turned to him, Ino twisted her ankle. Will you lure them closer to me? No problem. The Uchiha nodded and rushed at the enemies. He needed to lead the enemies away from his sick friend, and he couldn't handle it alone with Sakura. The kunai crossed with a clang, the guy spat a gout of fire and set the girl's hair on fire. She pounced on him, 1 step, 2, 3, and now her shadow was captured by Shikamaru. Dosu took out some metal device, activated it, and nothing happened. He tugged at it, pressed it again and again, but the device did not work. Sasuke turned around. Naruto was kneeling at the threshold of their shelter, holding unfamiliar seals folded. She was shaking, sweat was running down her face, but the girl did not give up. I blocked the air in the holes of his device, she croaked. It won't last long, the girl coughed. I've had enough. Someone shouted. Leaf whirlwind. With relief and joy, the Uchiha saw the familiar green tights. Rock Lee scattered the opponents in a matter of seconds. The Sharingan involuntarily copied his actions, the guy caught his breath, the taijutsu techniques were so fast. Lee's team was waiting for him on the branches of a tree. Seeing such an inequality in forces, the sound guys preferred to get away. Rock Lee flew up to Naruto, a squirrel was sitting on his shoulder. The others also got closer. "What's wrong with her?" Lee sternly asked Sasuke. It seemed to the Uchiha that he was ready to break into his deadly dance again and beat him half to death. Naruto herself stopped him, she straightened up, wrapping herself in a blanket. "Everything is fine, Lee, don't worry. I'm just sick." "Hello, guys." Ino Shikacho nodded. They answered in kind. "How are you doing? Did you get all the scrolls?" "Yes." Lee shouted joyfully, throwing his fist up. "We defeated some team that used strange night clones. They spread out like mud. But Niji quickly discovered the fake with his Byakugan, and we defeated them." "We did too," Ino nodded importantly. "I captured the squad leader's mind and forced him to hand over the scroll to us." Sakura clenched her fists. Her eternal friend rival had distinguished herself again. And then everyone's stomachs began to rumble, even the imperturbable Niji blushed slightly. "How about a snack?" Naruto went into the cave. Numerous claps were heard from there. She came out fully dressed, with packages of food in her hands. "And then we'll all go to the tower together." "Together?" Niji raised an eyebrow arrogantly. Sasuke had heard of him. A genius of the Hyuga clan, from a side branch, graduated from the academy a year earlier. Might Guy's team. He deserved the latter. "Well, yeah," the girl shrugged carelessly, untying the knots. Sasuke saw with a grin how the other's eyes ran wide. How Choji's mouth began to water. "We have paired scrolls, so I don't see any reason to fight. If we go as a group, there will be a better chance of getting there safe and sound." Everyone admitted that she was right. The guys sat in a circle around the food, no one dared to start first. Either they were afraid of poisoning, or they were embarrassed. "Can we really eat this?" The chubby Akimichi looked at him hopefully. Naruto exchanged surprised glances with her friend. Yeah. Great. Enjoy your meal." He folded his arms and pounced on the food. The others followed his example. Ino and Sakura vied with each other to offer treats to Sasuke, who no longer knew where to hide from such attention. Choji was stuffing his face with food and did not react to external stimuli. Nara and Niji were also chewing, though with equally sour faces. The brunette Tenten was trying to wake the latter up. Naruto leaned against Lee's helpfully offered shoulder, sipping green tea. She still felt weak in her body, though it quickly passed under the influence of Uzumaki's endurance and vitality. That feeling. Orochimaru had introduced some kind of discord into her seal. The invisible chains that ran along her body changed their thickness, color, creating a slightly different pattern. The body reacted badly because the technique had remained unchanged for many years. The fox said that he did not feel anything catastrophic. It was just easier for him to get into the outside world. The cell began to let him through not only during moments of Naruto's emotional instability. If he still hated the Jinchuriki, it would worry the girl, but this way. At least Kurama will not be bored. "Thank you for the food." Someone shook her shoulder. Naruto opened her eyes. How did she manage to doze off? Choji stood in front of her with a slightly guilty expression. Despite this, he was very pleased. As they say, a well-fed Akimichi is a happy Akimichi. "Only we ate everything," he explained. "Speak for yourself." Ino immediately growled. "You yourself chewed more than the others put together." "It's not scary." Naruto yawned. "I don't want to eat anyway." Akimichi smiled broadly, and the girl, stretching and yawning, began to collect handkerchiefs and boxes from packages. "Do you still want to sleep?" Sakura was indignant. "You've already slept for a day. Have some conscience, Uzumaki." Sakura, the girl yawned heartily again. Envy is a bad feeling. Don't you have your own medic? Asked Shikamaru, while Naruto was cleaning up traces of people's presence in the cave. Sasuke was doing the same in the clearing. Yes, nodded the Uchiha, and this is her. He pointed his chin towards the shelter. The whole friendly crowd went to the tower. Fortunately, they did not meet any rivals, they only scared away a flock of birds, and a group of imposing squirrels, similar to the one sitting on Lee's shoulder. Rock Lee again returned to his previous behavior. In the first half hour, making sure that Sasuke was ensuring Naruto, he began to send loving glances to Sakura. The kunoichi shuddered, cringed, and pressed closer to the powerful figure of Akimichi, who was the only one who did not understand what was happening. The others did not interfere. Tenten rolled her eyes in resignation. Niji stared at Sasuke, wondering what kind of opponent he was. Nara yawned heartily, competing with a cheerful, but exhausted Naruto. So far, they had a solid draw. Ino chuckled and shot her eyes at Sasuke. And he began to ask Rock Lee about his victories, completed missions, thus arranging unobtrusive advertising. And he was not stopped by blows from Naruto's sharp elbow in the ribs. Rock Lee glowed with interest from his rival and comrade, shouting throughout the forest, proud of his successes. Aren't you ashamed, Datebao? Naruto asked when they reached the tower. The friend slowly fell behind. Lee is a good guy. And he considers you his friend. You shouldn't give him hope if this is not so. She was worried about the open rock, who was so easy to offend. Naruto, Sasuke stopped. I consider Rock Lee a good comrade and a pretty strong shinobi. And it's not me, but he who constantly encourages me. I still hope that he will take Sakura. Naruto looked straight into his eyes, nodded to herself. And laughed cheerfully. And so they approached the tower, the heart of the forest of death. They easily opened the sealed doors and found themselves in a large empty room. On the opposite wall hung a large scroll with writing. The genin came closer. If you desire the power of heaven, let your mind soar. If you lack earth, train your body, be ready to fight. When heaven and earth unite, they will guide you forever. This is our secret, our eternal motto. And what does this mean? Ino and Sakura asked at the same time, glared at each other with displeasure, but did not argue. They wanted to know the answer more. And Naruto seemed to be back in the darkened living room, where it smelled of dry herbs. Kagami Uchiha, closing her eyes with pleasure, savored the exquisite tea in small sips. He taught her etiquette and various types of tea ceremonies, from a simple tea party between friends to almost an entire ritual held at a meeting of the heads of hidden villages or hostile clans. Her teeth ached from the instructions, her muscles ached from being forced to stay in one position for a long time. But everything was rewarded by philosophical conversations, which her grandfather explained to her in a simple and understandable language. So he taught her to weave verbal lace on her own. He wanted her to become a harem of her clan, even if it was destroyed long ago. Nothing would stop her from reviving Uzumaki later. On her tongue a bitter taste of the drink, in her memory twilight and the smell of herbs. The mind of a shinobi is heaven, a soft half-smile. Discolored, but no less valuable words of the ancient dialect flowed smoothly from her tongue. His body is earth. Only after overcoming the doubts of the soul, a real shinobi understands whether he wants to fly or descend into the earth's firmament. Uzumaki. Why are you smiling? Haruno interrupted her thoughts. Naruto opened her eyes, came to. In general, Sakura, the meaning of the instruction is that the heavens are our minds, the earth is our bodies. If you don't have brains, but you have physical data, you should try harder to make up for the deficiency. If you have brains, but no abilities, go ahead, train your body. Something like that, Datebao. But now we can see what's in these scrolls? Asked Ino. Yes, Uzumaki, open it. Sakura supported her. I wouldn't even think about it. Naruto disowned. You never know what's in there. We were told to just come and bring the scrolls with us, which is what we did. They didn't say anything about the rest. But sitting here for almost another day, Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Naruto sighed heavily, an elusive movement of her hand, and now the scrolls are in her hands. She tore both at once and threw them away from herself. Smoke poured out of the crossed paper strips, through which a human figure was visible. Umino Irika himself. The teacher looked around the company that had opened up to him in surprise. He hadn't expected to see almost the entire academy graduating class, plus the previous one together. Sasuke nodded to Naruto. In this situation, the stage was supposed to identify those who would be able to complete the mission, no matter what. If someone broke the rules, the chunin who appeared would easily deal with them. Meanwhile, Irika looked at his watch, clicked the lid shut and smiled at his students. Congratulations, you have passed the second stage of the exam. And the rest, Teacher Irika? Sakura couldn't help but ask. The rest either came before you or died. Many did not follow the rules of the stage. He called several mentors, who shined them into a huge hall. At one end there was a small dais, on which the Hokage and the mentors of all the teams that had passed were currently standing. Behind them was a statue, huge hands folded in the simplest seal, and the symbols of the land of fire. The third Hokage stepped forward. "Line up," he said loudly. The genin quickly straightened up, like real adult shinobi. Naruto looked around the room, half listening to the Hokage's speech. He wouldn't say anything new anyway, not for her and Sasuke, for example. A mini-war as the goal of the exam, of course. It's pinpoint espionage, allowing one to find out the details of a potential enemy's techniques. Like, I know that you know that we both can do. But the news about the qualifying tests shocked everyone. As far as Uzumaki knew, they hadn't been held for the last 5 years, if her memory serves her right, Datebao. Back then, ninja took tests in larger numbers, but then either the exams became more difficult, or the training petered out. In short, the need for intermediate tests disappeared. Until today. Ino was indignant that they wouldn't be allowed to rest. The little Heim of her clan wasn't used to such stress, a mentalist, in a word. They were stronger in their minds. But Sakura didn't dare to argue openly, although it was clear from her eyes that she didn't like it. But Naruto was offended. It seemed like she expected something like this. She knew that they wouldn't be let forward so easily, but still, offended. They tried so hard, they hurried so much, and then. The judge generously suggested that those who were sick or unsure of their strength leave the line. Especially since they were no longer required to stick together as a team in order to move on. The third stage, single fights. Only Kabuto, a leaf ninja with whom they had a great chat after the written exam, left. Mitarashi Anko, who was present, looked at him suspiciously, rubbing her left shoulder. If Naruto had her way, she would have led Gekko Heiate himself by the hand to the Medicine building. Judging by his cough and skin tone, he has advanced lung tissue damage. Either lead dust, or just heavy metals, or extensive poisoning. It was hard to tell from where she was. A couple of scans, a general blood test, maybe some urine, saliva, a chakra sample, a couple of hairs. Naruto, Sasuke tugged her hand. "Why are you frozen? Our guys are already gone." Naruto shuddered and looked around. It turned out that while she was staring at the judge, the contenders were already climbing the stairs to the narrow balconies of the second floor, freeing up space for the fights. The judge was looking at her sideways with caution, hiding behind his tablet like a shield and generally planning to run away as far as possible if not for the Hokage on the other side. Naruto giggled, "All men are like that. When it comes to a fight, their courage is overflowing, just give them a basin. But as soon as a small scratch appears that needs to be shown to a professional, they are almost in a comatose state." "What's wrong?" asked her friend. "I want to conduct a medical examination of our judge," Uzumaki whispered in response. Hayate's back, sensing something was wrong, twitched expressively. Sasuke looked at his friend with pity and touched his forehead. "You've completely overstudied yourself, poor thing," he shook his head. I'll hand you over to my brother to look after your health, otherwise they'll be testing you. Oh, come on. She swung at Naruto's grinning friend. I just, she twirled her wrist in the air. Irionin, Sasuke said. And that sounded like a diagnosis. Her friend was called to fight first. The enemy was from Kabuto's team. Naruto bit her lip. Sasuke fought Orochimaru, gave it his all, and then didn't sleep for almost 3 days while she was sick. He looked after her, guarded her, protected her and Sakura from danger. He was almost constantly vigilant, using the new Sharingan plus keeping his body in a tense state couldn't help but affect him. And even if Sasuke never showed his weaknesses, even if his gaze was firm and self-confident, she knew how tired he was. She saw the shadows under his eyes, the slight trembling of his hands. In a fight, this could work against him. Cover me, she whispered to Sakura. And she ran to intercept Sasuke while he was going down the stairs, threw herself on his neck, pushing him against the railing. She pressed her whole body against him. She heard his shocked sigh. Saw the stunned faces of those present, the open beak of a black bird that had not been noticed before. At the moment, she had no time for this, she had too little time left. Sasuke, you will not lose. She screamed loudly. I believe in you, Datebao. She shouted something else, just as life-affirming, blinked her eyelashes, made big, naive eyes, which, when performed by her dirty, exhausted, beaten carcass, probably looked terrible. And from her hands, medical chakra flowed into Sasuke's body, patched up the body, removed the bruises, and healed the cuts. It was good that her friend had managed without internal injuries, they couldn't be healed that easily. She thrust a couple of pills of her own making into his palm. Sakura stood with her hands on her hips, snorting angrily, trying to tear away the impudent, blonde fool. In general, she covered as best she could. The performance was designed for those around her, the dense chakra of the Kyuubi, oozing from the seal shaken by Orochimaru, perfectly masked all of Uzumaki's actions. Although it would take a few more days before the body got used to the new type of cell and returned to its previous control of energy. The charge of vivacity will not last long, Uzumaki whispered, before releasing her friend from her embrace. He nodded, for a moment his eyes lost their impenetrability. Warm gratitude shone in them, the corners of his lips rose in a smile so beloved by Naruto. He nodded and went down. And the girl sank down on the floor near the wall, exhausted. Now she had no doubt, Sasuke would win. Sakura sat down next to him. Can you patch me up like that? She whispered, tracking the judges and mentors. Of all the mentors, Kakashi with his all-seeing Sharingan worried her the most. But he was rooting for Sasuke and pretended that the girls on his team didn't exist. Naruto leaned on her shoulder and grabbed the kunoichi's hand. She tensed up, ready to push her away, but the Uzumaki clung tightly. What's going on in the arena? I don't have the strength to get up, she complained, hugging her partner. She began to tell him how great Sasuke was, while Naruto treated her. Her chakra reserves were fully restored, and Kyuubi deigned to generously help, waving his 9 tails goodbye. When Sasuke's opponent flew up to the very ceiling, sent by a powerful kick from the Uchiha, Sakura jumped up, rushed forward, and began to actively support her chosen one. And Shikamaru Nara slowly approached Naruto. Should I sit here? You're tired, the guy yawned heartily and settled down next to him. Naruto began to treat him, trying to make sure that the greenish glow was not noticed by observers. The rules prohibited conspiracies, collusions, and assistance from rivals to each other. Everyone for themselves, everyone must demonstrate all their personal skills and abilities. But Uzumaki could not leave her comrades without support. Sasuke won, deftly knocking down his opponent right in the air. Naruto recognized the elements of the leaf whirlwind that Lee had performed. So he copied it after all, the bastard. And again he was leading in their personal competition. The girl smiled against her will and caught the same sly look in the black eyes of the returning Sasuke. Shino was the next to win, his opponent was a sound shinobi. Naruto even felt moral satisfaction when Orochimaru's subordinate was carried away by the medics. Although she felt sorry for the guy, the bugs clogged the outlets of the pipes in his hands, and the air, unable to leave the body, simply exploded the muscles, flesh and skin, thereby depriving him of the ability to move. She shuddered, just hearing Hyuga's conclusion about Shino's symbiosis with bugs. Unlike other girls, Naruto was calm about mice, even petting them, snakes and slugs, but bugs made the brave Kunoichi squeal, from which the Uchiha who usually visited her went deaf. The puppeteer from Suna showed a good result, although he cast a dark glance at Naruto. Apparently, he remembered her remark about women's cosmetics on her face. However, Sasuke was standing nearby, whom the girl was actively restoring after the fight, and Kankuro did not dare to say anything. And the admiring look of the lively girl warmed his heart, at least the look became kinder. Cold water from the tap in the toilet refreshed his face, washed away dirt and fatigue. Naruto habitually drove chakra through the body. Of course, such an exercise was not a panacea for all troubles, but in emergency cases, when there was no way to get to a contrast shower or fresh cold milk, it was great for invigorating. She rebraided her braid, hid all her developments and seals inside Itachi's ribbon, when the flapping of wings was heard overhead. The girl extended her hand, a huge raven with scarlet eyes, carefully landed on her fingers. He carefully, so as not to hurt with impressive claws, moved his paws, looked inquisitively. "Your brother won, did you see?" Naruto smiled. "And also, I was treating him then, not hugging him. Although I don't know why I'm making excuses to you. I just know that I need to say it." The raven cawed quietly, rubbing its beak against her tender cheek. "We haven't seen each other for only a couple of days, and I already miss you." Thin fingers ran over the black, hard feathers. "I was always surprised by the precision with which Itachi creates his clones, almost indistinguishable from the real ones. And his summoning is appropriate, although many considered those ravens to be clones too. Which the elder Uchiha brazenly took advantage of. I looked at Orochimaru's snakes, and thought, maybe I should get a pet too?" It seemed like the raven laughed. He opened his beak and hit a beetle crawling past with all his might. "No way, Datebao." Naruto shuddered. "No beetles, caterpillars, or cockroaches, you know I can't stand them." The hoarse croaking sounded almost like laughter. There was a knock on the door. "Fly." Naruto tossed the bird. "I will win, don't doubt it. I never give up." The bird gently brushed its wing over her hair and disappeared into the shadows. Naruto opened the door. Sakura was hesitating on the threshold. "Sorry, you probably want to wash up too." "I'm leaving already." "No." Haruno slammed the door and leaned against it. She stood there, clenching her fists, biting her lips nervously, and her eyes were filled with a doomed understanding of what was happening. Probably for the first time in her life, Sakura stopped being a capricious girl, finally understood that the life of a shinobi is not the romantic nonsense about adventures described in Jiraiya's first books. "I'm afraid," she said quietly. Naruto choked on the water she poured herself to drink. "I'm afraid," Haruno repeated without raising her head. "I thought my chakra control would give me an advantage, but everyone here, even you, has excellent control over their energy. And I have nothing else to offer." Oh, Uzumaki did not know what to say. She was used to seeing Sakura as the third member of the team, preventing her and Sasuke from working as a duet, used to getting her out of trouble, using hints and provocations to force her to look for information, to learn what was really necessary and useful. But the truth was that Sakura was also a person, with her own dreams and aspirations. She saw the shinobi world in the color of her hair, did not understand the whole truth, and when faced with it, she could not cope alone. Because of Sasuke's character and morbid infatuation, she lost her only real friend, Ino, who did not pay attention to her family, pedigree, and skills. And her team, both Sasuke and Naruto would have preferred Haruno to be shoved into a hospital or to work in the same school, but not to be cruelly broken on the battlefield. "I do not want Sasuke-kun to see me weak," her shoulders slumped. I want him to understand that I am worthy of him. However, since there is no other way out, since Haruno has already gone so far. You are strong, Sakura-chan, a sincere, bright smile. Naruto stroked Sakura's head. You may not have outstanding abilities like Sasuke or Neji, but you are strong in spirit, persistent and stubborn. You can do it, you'll see. The main thing is to believe in yourself. Don't give up. Her words made the girl's confidence grow stronger. She straightened her shoulders. I won't give up. She raised her chin proudly. You'll see, Sasuke-kun will be mine. The moment of weakness passed, Sakura nodded sharply and left, and Naruto grinned. Did Sasuke himself know? The irony of fate brought Sakura and Ino together in a duel. The former friends, constantly snapping, showed off their skills in taijutsu and kunai use. And they also argued about a date with Sasuke. Gloomy, imperturbable as a rock, Uchiha quietly asked his friend for political asylum out of the corner of his mouth. When Ino sacrificed her hair to weave the chakra-filled snare, Naruto shuddered, involuntarily stroking his thick braid. She couldn't do that, and with all the seals hidden in her golden locks, with the amount of chakra she had pumped into them, such a decision was becoming extremely life-threatening. Sakura screamed, furiously, screamed at Ino, driving it out of her head. This is Sakura's spirit. Kakashi said proudly. It's a split personality, Uzumaki corrected him. Are? Uchiha and Hitaki turned to her with the same questioning expression. Naruto sighed heavily. It was hard to be a medic mean in a team of fighters. Sakura has a second personality, bolder, more impudent, more decisive. Most likely, it was formed as a result of the suppression of certain aspects of her character and temperament, starting from early childhood. Forced to hide parts of her nature, Sakura's mind found a kind of outlet. The reason for this could have been either her upbringing in the family or personal motives. I've seen these motives. Sasuke shuddered. Naruto giggled. Well, yes, Sakura's mother is assertive, active, her daughter is all like her, a little copy. The unknown father of the Haruno family was becoming sincerely sorry. And Sasuke, as a potential groom, too. How long have you known this? Asked Hitaki. I became interested in her back at the academy, when I noticed how her mood changed dramatically, and the jumps were big, from one extreme to another. I'm not belittling her virtues, but I know about her shortcomings, too. Naruto snapped and turned away, refusing to discuss the matter further. Instead, she gave her unconscious friends a restorative infusion she had begged from the Irionen, and lubricated their wounds. She couldn't spend all her chakra, otherwise she wouldn't have enough for her own fight. But the fight between Temari and Tenten attracted all her attention. At least because the Kazekage's daughter used Tessin, just like Naruto herself. What do you say? Sasuke addressed her, nodding at the fan. Despite the fact that the art of Tessin Jutsu itself was almost lost, there were many types of combat fans in the world. Some masters were specifically engaged in their manufacture. Although the art of combat itself was lost and forgotten every year, only the pitiful foundations remained of it. Today's fighters couldn't do a third of what the masters of the past could do. Naruto was lucky, his grandmother left her notes. Without them, the girl would never have managed. Temari's fan emitted chakra for several meters. A trained eye could see the base made of chakra-conducting metal, the fabric wings stitched with a special thread. Of course, an expensive toy, dangerous. Even in a folded state, by directing a little chakra, the kunoichi could reflect Tenten's weapon. And it doesn't hold a candle to the works of the Uzushio masters. They created only one fan for one person, sealed it with his blood, chakra, life itself. The Tessin ceased to be just a weapon, became a friend, a brother, a comrade. They treated it like a living being. The Uzumaki, including her grandmother, considered their fans to be animated, endowed with a special character and temperament, and gave them names. Sometimes Naruto thought that she felt the joyful tremor of her Tessin when a battle with Itachi was coming. Or in childhood, when she was cold and scared in summer thunderstorms, it became warm. With it, only good dreams always came to her. Tessenjutsu performed by Uzumaki turned into a whole philosophy, a teaching about living in harmony with your fan. One red-haired demon with a fan in his hands on the battlefield was worth an entire squad. Because he was capable of not only controlling the wind, but also killing in a hard-fought fight, reflecting genjutsu, or using other elements. And also sealing other weapons, prisoners, cards, blowing them up. Much more. And all this, with the help of Tessenjutsu. Not bad work, but short-lived, the girl shook her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed how the desert dwellers listened to her. This fan has a simple fabric base, processed, not specially crafted material. It has its own, threshold, datebao. That is, it can only accept a certain amount of chakra. While Temari is still a teenager, this is good. But the reserve can increase by 12% until she is 20, and by another 3 or 4 until she is 25. That is, she will have to order fans at least twice more. It is also worth considering the wear of the material. Still, these are not the legendary cloaks of the Sannin that they receive in the summoning worlds. You mean to say that? Yes, the Uzumaki made their tessin from exactly this material, so one fan followed its owner throughout his life. Naruto gently touched the seal in which her Ayakashi was hidden, that's what her grandmother called it. Dark, with rich scarlet veins, it obeyed her perfectly. Later, after reading the theory of Tessenjutsu, Naruto learned that her grandmother never used it. She had sealed the fan in advance with the blood of her descendants, no matter in which generation. If worthy Ayakashi will obey you. As disobedient as demons. And just as loyal if you manage to gain his trust. Tenten flew up to the very ceiling, long scrolls swirling around her in a wondrous dance. She took out one weapon after another and threw them at her opponent, but she easily intercepted the fan and brushed them away. Tenten grinned and pulled the previously invisible strings. The weapon flew up to her, hanging over the desert dweller like a black, heavy cloud. Temari opened her fan completely. 3 moons, she grinned. A stream of wind, soaked through with chakra, blew Tenten away, threw her to the very edge of the field. And the daughter of the Kazekage disappeared. To appear behind her opponent, on the straightened tessin to fly over her head, like a huge bat. With a bloodthirsty grin, Temari jumped to the floor, waved her fan. Cutting wind technique. No-oh. Uzumaki's ringing voice rang out over the arena. Naruto watched with wide eyes as the ancient technique was activated. If this is what she thinks, there will be nothing left of Tenten. She rushed forward, onto the railing. Sasuke barely managed to intercept her by the belt. We must stop her. This technique will kill Tenten. We need to save her. She struggled, but the Uchiha held her tightly, pressing her to himself, hypnotizing her with his black eyes. And in these whirlpools Naruto saw herself, pale, frightened, with horror written on her face. The others did not understand why she was so alarmed. Of course, they did not know. It's too late. Nothing can be done, Dobe. The whirlwind picked up Tenten, spun her, lifted her up to the very ceiling. The girl was suffocating, her mouth open, she scratched her throat, trying to catch at least a drop of oxygen. Small scratches appeared on her shoulders, hips and chest, from which blood oozed. Relief undermined Naruto, she slid to the floor, still supported by her friend's hands. Once again, Tessenjutsu played a bad joke on her. She forgot that all the treasures of knowledge of this science were buried along with the whirlpool. And having heard the name, she was scared that Suna knew it from somewhere. A terrible combat technique of the Uzumaki, which only they used and which their enemies feared. The fame was carried through the centuries, the name was preserved, but the essence itself was lost in people's memories. What are you so scared of? Asked Sakura, frowning. Rock Lee silently handed over a glass of water. Cutting wind is a technique that cuts the enemy into uneven pieces. And it doesn't matter who is in front of her, the wind will not stop until the embedded chakra runs out, or until the person loses his pulse. The latter, by the way, happened more often. Now the others turned pale, imagining what could have happened to Tenten if Temari knew such a technique. The daughter of the Kazekage only grinned widely. I heard about it, that's why I started studying it, the fan folded with a click. True, I didn't think that I would be so mistaken in the name. Rock Lee could not stand it. He jumped down and took his partner. How can you? Do you really have no heart at all? Temari came up almost right next to him, leaned down to the guy's ear. No, exhaling. And she jumped onto the balcony to the brothers. Lee clenched his fists. I'll show you yet. I'll take revenge on you for Tenten, I'll show you, I'll win against you in a fair fight. Guy landed next to him, put his hand on his student's shoulder. And you better be careful, this guy is incredibly strong. Together, Master Tai jumped onto the balcony again. Rock Lee kept his eyes on the stretcher where Tenten was lying. You'll look at her, right, Naruto? The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. I'm not a doctor, Lee. The medical examiners from the hospital know better than you. Rock looked her straight in the eyes, openly, seriously. I don't trust them, but I do trust you. And I'll help you get past the guards. Sasuke put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Get a lol already, date Bayo. She narrowed her eyes, to which Uchiha chuckled, and Lee showed her a thumb, realizing that the girl had agreed. Extortionists, she concluded heavily. Shikamaru showed how laziness and genius could be perfectly combined in one organism. Naruto gloated, rubbing his paws contentedly. Having a person who bangs his head against walls as a subordinate is shameful, Orochimaru, very much so. The next duel belonged to her. The opponent was Inuzuka Kiba. Well, not the worst choice, he could have gotten the same Niji or Gaara, with a demon inside. It is unlikely that the arena is designed to find out which of the tailed beasts is the coolest. Naruto, good luck. You will win. Rock Lee yelled. Don't let us down, Dobe. Sasuke's eyes sparkled cheerfully. Problematic, woman, Shikamaru said and waved his hand at her. Naruto giggled, going down. Come on, Naruto, show him. Sakura yelled. Kiba bared his teeth, sticking out from his jacket. Inuzuka's snow-white dog, Akamaru, growled thinly. What can the main loser of Konoha show? He chuckled. You will lose. You won't wait, date Bayo. The referee gave the signal. Kiba immediately fell to the ground, grew claws, and rushed forward. His silhouette seemed to blur, dissolve, he was so fast. But what does this mean for a person who regularly fights the genius of the Uchiha clan, and not just one? Naruto jumped high up, tucked her legs under herself, letting the blow pass under her. Her clone landed on the floor, she herself stood on a kunai driven into the wall. Kiba growled, threw smoke bombs at the clone. Purple fog enveloped the fragile blonde figure. Only now Naruto noticed how small she seemed. Was she not growing at all? Together with his pet, the opponent expected to beat her in the smoke screen while she was disoriented, but the clone dissipated after the first blow. It was time to act before the screen completely disappeared. Sasuke often joked that a whole arsenal of shinobi was hidden in her clothes and hair. He hadn't even looked at the backpack yet. From the numerous pockets of Naruto's dress, she took out several bottles of perfume. Cheap, strong-smelling, she had grabbed them for a distraction back in the forest of death. She created several clones and covered them with a mouse henge. Ino and Sakura squealed when fragrantly smelling mice with small bottles in their paws sprayed in all directions from her feet. They had to treat as many places in the arena as possible. The dog clan's strong point was their keen sense of smell, but it could also become their weak point if they approached the diversion skillfully. Meanwhile, the smokescreen faded, and Kiba began to look around. Naruto jumped down to him, created a dozen clones at once, which the enemy began to methodically destroy, trying to get to the real one. And the girl took a fan out of her seals. Temari's convulsive sigh became her reward. Naruto knew what the desert woman saw. At that time, the Uzumaki clan had a man with an improved metal genome in their service. He could germinate it, mix it with other materials, be it stone or wood or fabric. Such work was incredibly expensive, but who, if not the seal masters, had the money? Dark wings, with scarlet veins, metallized fabric of the sannin, flexible metal. Therefore, the fan could bend like fabric and beat off the same senbons like steel. The crowning achievement of the Uzushio masters, a formidable combat weapon with a cutting edge and many seals all over the surface. And the fabric itself perfectly conducted chakra, absorbed it, and could accumulate it. It was not in vain that grandmother spent 6 months perfecting it. She wanted to send her daughter to Konoha the support she needed. It was a pity that mom did not have the opportunity to fully appreciate her gift, since she did not choose Tessenjutsu. On dark wings, with scarlet veins, Uzumaki's mon, so rarely seen on weapons these days. Do you think you scared me by taking out a fan, like that girl from Sand? Kiba grinned. Akamaru became a complete copy of him, and 2 gray drills screwed into the air, headed towards her. Uzumaki arched, covering herself with a fan, walked sideways between them and sent several air fists after them, dense balls of air that hit pain points. There was a howl, and in passing, she received information from the missing clones that the perfume had been sprayed. A few swings of the Tessen and now a cloyingly sweet aroma was floating over the arena. Kiba rose with difficulty, holding his nose. Are you kidding me, Uzumaki? He howled. You're fighting me with women's tricks. Beauty is a terrible force, Datebao. Naruto giggled. And a little quieter she added, and the more beautiful, the more terrible. Another smokescreen, dispersed by Ayakashi. The curved dance of the kunoichi and Tessen sent thin streams of air at the enemy, whipping the sides of the dog and the man. Neither the combat pills nor the shuriken attacks helped. Naruto fought them off and continued her dance. The air whip was almost a childish technique of the Tessenjutsu school, but there was no need to demonstrate all her skills. She had already lit up like a fan. She could not help but hurt Temari, who imagined herself better than everyone. She wanted to avenge Tenten, even in a childish way, who tried her best. The beaten Kiba could not even move. Akamaru whined pitifully, covering his nose with his paw. The Irionans put them in the rest room and went to get medicine. Naruto quietly approached her former rivals. Inuzuka opened one eye, and covered the puppy lying on his chest with the same hand. What do you want? He growled cautiously. Many would have wanted to finish what they started in the arena if their opponent had survived. Here, Naruto thrust a small bottle under his nose. What is this? Painkiller. You won't get any from them. She pointed with her chin in the direction where the white suits had rushed off. They don't. They believe that a shinobi should feel pain from wounds. That way, he will take care of himself and try not to end up in the hospital. Kiba nodded and drained half the bottle in one gulp. Can dogs drink this? Naruto thought about it, recalling the ingredients. It seemed that she hadn't used anything deadly, and it was unlikely that Akamaru would get sick from the extract of tansy and arnica. I guess you can, she shrugged. They have simple substances. Pour it into him. He held out the rest of the potion. Naruto carefully lifted Akamaru's head, unclenched his jaws. The puppy swallowed hard, barked uncertainly, and licked the girl's hand. Naruto stroked the soft fur with her fingertips. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you, she apologized to the puppy. But I did mean to hit you, she pursed her lips towards Kiba. He laughed hoarsely, raising his hands. Get well. Only the tip of her light braid waved in the air. And the medic Nin began to fuss around the sick man. Her friends greeted her with joyful exclamations. Rock even danced a kind of winner's dance around her. You're great, Hataki nodded. As always, you're gentle. You managed not to kill Kiba. And you shared the painkiller with him, Sasuke added. You have big eyes. Naruto stuck out her tongue and turned her gaze to the scoreboard. Hinata versus Niji? But that's Datebao. She breathed out in shock. At the academy, only the blind and the deaf did not know that Niji hated Hinata with every fiber of his being. After graduation, little changed. The same blood flowed through them, their fathers were twin brothers, and only a minute separated Hisashi from the title of the clan head. Instead, he got the seal of submission on his forehead and the eternal fear of the tearing pain of punishment. Naruto had a chance to see how the members of the side branch of the clan were punished. Humo had long been licking its lips at the dojutsu of the Hyuga clan. One day, their ambassador to the village decided to kidnap the heiress of the clan, Hinata. He organized the kidnapping, which was stopped at the very last moment. The ambassador himself was killed. This threatened strife, a war between Kumo and the Leaf. No evidence was found against them, it was impossible to prove the kidnapping, but the death of an important official. The remaining participants in the diplomatic mission demanded the death of the current head of the clan. Niji's father, who was so much like his brother, replaced him, gave his life. He kept the peace between the villages, the well-being of his family. Although it is unlikely that Niji himself knew the details of the matter. True, this did not change the fact that Niji was left without a father and received the seal of submission on his forehead. Sometimes Naruto even sympathized with him, although she did not understand how one could be such a scoundrel in relation to the sweet, timid Hinata. Despite the clan upbringing, the downtrodden heiress was growing up. And now they were pitted against each other, practically forced to fight each other. Genuine interest flashed across the Hokage's face. And Naruto wondered if the selection of pairs for duels was so random? Don't give up, Hinata. Uzumaki leaned over the railing, almost falling out. Show him what you're worth. I believe in you, Datebao. A timid smile, a weak gleam in pale eyes. And a real beating that followed. Hinata fought, showed all her skills. She fought Niji almost on equal terms, dodged, used the clan style. She even activated dojutsu. Their movements, harmonious, similar, were amazing. There is no spectacle in fights with the Byakugan. First of all, they are designed for internal damage, and not for external manifestations. But the taijutsu itself, great. Niji almost killed Hinata. At the very last moment he was stopped by the mentors of all the Konoha teams. Naruto jumped down, ran to the fallen girl. Knocked out Tenketsu, not the worst thing. Irionans will be able to restart the Kirakuki-ai. But the moral state made me worry. Still, Niji, chatting during the battle, hit the most painful, the Kunoichi's inability to stand up for herself, her modesty. Inexpressiveness, as Hyuga herself believed. You did well. You fought amazingly, Hinata. Naruto stroked the girl's hand. Hyuga smiled and closed her eyes, losing consciousness. Uzumaki turned sharply to Niji, rage rising in her chest. And only endless lessons in self-control from Grandpa Ka helped to restrain the famous fiery temperament of her clan. Niji snorted contemptuously. Losers will always remain losers. That is their fate. Destiny, you say? Naruto smiled wickedly. After these words, the rage subsided, the girl calmed down. And your fate? What is it? You are from the Hyuga side branch, right? She said ingratiatingly. Yes, Niji drawled, not understanding where she was leading. So you must protect the representatives of the main branch, even at the cost of your own life. That is your fate? Yes, the genius began to understand, but it was too late. So why did you almost kill the heiress and thereby go against your fate? Naruto bowed her head, mockingly, sarcastically looking into the pale eyes of the confused guy. Don't worry, Naruto, Rock Lee's warm hand brought long-awaited support. I want to fight Sasuke, and then Niji. Or you will fight him. We will avenge Hinata together. I agree, Datebao. The girl smiled. Their plans were not destined to come true. Sobu no Gara, the sand demon of the desert. Neither the speed that increased after removing the heavy weights from his legs, nor all the skill of Tai Rock Lee helped against him. Absolute defense made of sand. And the same absolute hatred rolling in waves across the arena. When he began to pound Lee on the back, Naruto momentarily, just for a second, released a little demonic chakra of the Kyuubi. Gaara turned sharply, with a predatory expression on his face. He slid along the ranks of genin, looking for the source of power. The reason for his hatred. Kurama explained that Shikaku, his younger brother, always hated power. And only respected it. Gaara sniffed the air like a bloodhound, trying to find his enemy. Other features appeared in his face, inhuman, animalistic. And he himself was no longer human. A demon, inside and out. Fear seized her insides with an icy palm, slid into her stomach like a slimy snake. If her seal had not been so strong, if she had not made friends with Kyuubi, the same fate would have awaited her. A semi-intelligent weapon of the village, whose body was tightly intertwined with the demon's aura, with his energy. So tightly that they could not exist without each other. Only now did Naruto realize with horror what Kurama had tried to warn her about. Shikaku had no limiters, his cage was Gaara's entire body, his only prison and boundaries. Gaara's mind was Shikaku's mind and vice versa. A strong symbiosis, where each participant suffered from the presence of the other. The raccoon only knows how to hate and does not know how to love at all. They did not teach him. So he does what he does best. A voice was heard inside. You are unstable again, it answered the silent question. Apparently, the boy was too small when the bijou was sealed in him. Ask the painted one, there he is, hanging around nearby. He liked you. Naruto mentally growled at the amused demon, but obediently turned to Kankuro. For Kyuubi, what was happening was just toys, but for her, it was a terrible reality in which Lee had already used the lotus. A painful technique that broke the shinobi's body. But the lotus always blooms twice. Tell me, she approached Kankuro. Sasuke glanced sideways, silently guarding. Was Gaara a demon since childhood? She did not know how else to formulate the question so as not to give herself away. Yes, the puppeteer nodded readily. He became one in his mother's womb. His semi-intelligent sand protected him from the cradle. And killed everyone who came close to him. He enjoyed the horror of the Uzumaki. And Naruto could not come to her senses. From the womb, Gaara was changed even before birth. Shikaku was implanted in him. For what? How could a fetus become a full-fledged Jinchuriki, who had no will or mind yet? So the demon worked on him. Lee. Her voice rang out over the arena along with the crunch of bones. Gaara crushed his opponent's arm and leg. After opening the gate of pain, the fight was stopped by the deserter's victory. Guy himself interrupted it, admitting his student's defeat. Naruto rushed to her friend and helped put him on a stretcher. Kurama, please, can he be helped? She screamed. Her voice echoed over the water. The fox in the cage winced and twitched an ear. There is only one summoning that can restore the boy's damaged nervous system. The slug, Katsuyu. Summon Tsunade Senju, Naruto finished resignedly. It was as if someone had run a soft tail across his cheek. Don't you dare cry, vessel. The fox barked discontentedly. The Uzumaki do not give up. For what? She asked Gaara, who was passing by, with only her lips. You're not a bad person, Datebao. She whispered furiously. Confusion, almost despair, was reflected on the guy's face. He quickly turned away and left. Naruto watched as Lee was carried away. Together with Guy, she listened to the verdict of the medic Nin. It was hard to believe that Rock Lee would no longer be able to fight. Becoming a shinobi had been his cherished dream since childhood. He had been working towards it, overcoming everything in his path. Would it really end like this? Would he remain disabled for life? The scan using the Senju princess's method showed not only broken bones in his arm and leg, but fragments embedded in his spinal cord. It was amazing how Lee was able to get back on his feet with such injuries. He must be in terrible pain. The rest of the qualifying round passed in a fog for her. Kurama was right, the Uzumaki did not give up, and Naruto was already mentally in her personal library, among the copied scrolls by Tsunade Senju. She was looking for everything that could help Lee get back on his feet. If necessary, she would make a contract with Katsuyu. But she would never abandon a friend, never and for nothing. The Hokage divided them into pairs, told each one the name of his opponent in the first fight of the third stage, and gave a month to prepare, so that the opponents again did not know what to prepare for, because the qualifying tournament allowed them to learn each other's strengths. Naruto got Neji, but Sasuke pulled out Gaara's number. When the official part was over, they were sent home so that the genin could find themselves teachers. Don't worry, she and Sasuke stood aside. Brother will train me. And what will you do? I will regain my previous control over chakra. The girl rubbed her stomach. The seal still ached painfully. And I'll make some preparations for the fight. Dobe, just don't kill the idiot. Uchiha rolled his eyes. Let's see how he behaves. Team Uzumaki chuckled. Kakashi-sensei, you'll train me alone, right? Sakura screamed. Hatake resignedly agreed. So these two have been placed. Sasuke was glad that he wouldn't see Haruno for the next month. Sasuke was choking with delight, telling about the qualifying fights, about the techniques of his opponents, and about the fact that he got the strongest opponent, Gaara no Sabaku. Oda was happy, anticipating a challenge to his skill. But as soon as he crossed the threshold of the room, he fell asleep without strength. Itachi only managed to drag the futon onto which his brother collapsed. The elder carefully covered him with a blanket, closed the door, and went downstairs. Fell asleep? Chuckled his father. Go check on Naruto. His mother handed him a pie. I'm worried about the girl. How is she after meeting Orochimaru? And what did he do with her seal? Can the demon escape from her? Frowned Fugaku. Itachi bowed briefly and left, deciding to get there on foot. Thanks to the Sharingan, he could see through the eyes of his clone, if, of course, the bird was at a short distance. And he was struck by the poisonous, burning feeling that appeared in his chest when Naruto threw herself on his brother's neck. At that moment, he experienced the thirst for murder. He wanted to tear the student away from the Otudo. And he barely restrained himself from appearing at the selection round in person. His face did not change, he did not give away his condition in any way. He continued to sit on the tree, but Shursui said that darkness settled in his eyes at that moment. Only Naruto's simple words were able to cool his rage, her smile, her touch. As if she touched his cheek. At the very beginning of their acquaintance, she often checked the wrinkles near his nose, whether they were real. He remembered how she sat on his lap and with an important, concentrated look began to study. There are many of them, short, precious memories. They are bright, like diamond splashes of water on a sunny day. And almost all are connected with Naruto. Itachi realized that he no longer remembered his previous life. Before her, it all merged into an endless series of days. While every day with Uzumaki was special. She helped to improve relations with his brother and parents, mysteriously managed to unite the entire clan. Uchiha now often held common holidays, knew each other's names. Lively, sincere laughter sounded more and more often in the quarter. A sorceress, not a shinobi, it was time to recognize her as an Akai, a spirit of the elements or nature. He stopped analyzing his attitude towards her, let everything go as it goes. The time will come, and he will understand what the warm feeling that she evokes is called. The main thing is that it is not too late. Hyuga Neji. He was considered the most gifted genin of his class, as was Otuto in his. A talented shinobi, despite the fact that he was from a side branch. Itachi suspected that Hayashi, not too pleased with his eldest daughter, would happily marry her off to Neji in order to preserve the genome and finally remove all the differences between the main branch and the side branch. It was with him that Naruto had to fight. But she was more into long-range combat, while Hyuga preferred hard contact. Of course, the girl had good achievements in Tai, but even this might not be enough if they didn't come up with something urgently. Itachi's path lay past the baths when he noticed a shaggy snow-white tail of unkempt hair. This could belong to only one person, Konoha's chief intelligence officer, the Toad Sannin. The Uchiha immediately calculated all the options, based on what Otu had told him about Orochimaru. Besides the snake, Jiraiya remained the only person who knew Fuinjutsu well enough. "Jiraiya-san," Itachi called softly. The man shuddered, looked back. Relief flashed across his face. "Ah, it's you, Itachi-kun. It's been a while since we've seen each other. How big and strong you've become. Your parents are proud of you. There's probably no end to the brides." The man exclaimed joyfully, looking at the Uchiha from all sides. Itachi smiled subtly. He liked the carefree, easygoing Sannin, although his sometimes excessive carelessness caused a lot of trouble. But it was Jiraiya who had continued Kushina-san's lessons, showing many good seals that the young man had planned to show Naruto in his time. By the way, about Naruto. Jiraiya-san, an acquaintance of mine might need the help of a Fuinjutsu expert. An acquaintance? The Sannin perked up, his eyes lit up. And is she beautiful? Itachi's smile became more obvious. The search for inspiration of the Toad Sannin was legendary not only in Konoha, but also in all more or less large cities with bathhouses. Very. Her last name is Uzumaki. Jiraiya became serious and nodded. In the village, only one person could bear such a last name. He and Uchiha walked slowly, at a leisurely pace, towards the old shinobi dormitories. Itachi slipped through the window, leaving the Sannin to wait by the door. He found Naruto sprawled on the bed. In one hand, she was clutching a half-eaten sandwich, in the other, a comb. Her hair, damp from the shower, flowed down her back in tangled strands, falling to the floor. Itachi lightly stroked her hot shoulder, blew into her ear. "Naru, wake up! Wake up!" He shook her more insistently. The girl reluctantly opened her eyes, found him with a cloudy gaze, and, apparently, did not recognize him right away. "What, do you need, Datebao?" She yawned, stretched, still holding the sandwich. She looked at him in surprise, then turned her gaze to Itachi. "Hi." She smiled broadly, blowing her bangs out of her eyes. "Long time no see." Uchiha chuckled. "Let the guest in, he's waiting at the door." "Who?" The girl headed for the exit, straightening her wrinkled house dress. "Your godfather." To be honest, Itachi was afraid of his friend's reaction. To be an orphan, an outcast, and suddenly find out that somewhere you have a strong godfather who could help, protect, but chose to hang out somewhere instead. Kushina-san would have talked to him a long time ago. With the help of a frying pan and the Kyubi chakra. Naruto only raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how?" And that's it. What's on her mind is unclear. The Sannin entered the apartment, carefully examining the girl. She, chewing a sandwich on the go, stomped into the kitchen, muttering something inviting. 15 minutes later, cups, a teapot, and a basket of cookies stood in front of them. "Please help yourself." Itachi said that you are his friend. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," the girl smiled. She washed herself, brought herself to her senses a little, although there was a trace of the pillow on her cheek. And she left her hair loose, it was dry and combing it had become a real problem. How Itachi understood her. "My name is the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya." The Sannin shook his mane. "An old pervert who writes dirty books that Kakashi-san reads," Uzumaki concluded. Itachi continued drinking tea, and the Sannin choked on his indignation. He blushed, then turned pale under the cheerful gaze of blue eyes. Orochimaru somehow changed Naruto's seal, he hastened to intervene. "Jiraiya-san, could you please make everything the way it was before?" Naruto tensed up next to her, she was ready to instantly break loose and run away. To prevent this, Itachi took her hand, began to stroke the protruding bone, calming her down. And he marveled at how thin her wrist was, he easily grasped it with 2 fingers. And at the same time managed to wield the heaviest tesson. The Sannin looked closely at their intertwined hands, chewed his lips. He clearly did not expect the girl to know about her chosenness. "For that, I need to see the seal." Naruto blushed and stepped back. A difficult childhood had left its mark on her, difficulties with trust. Despite her easygoing nature, she had a hard time getting along with people. She could chat, have fun, laugh, but to truly trust. And she did not allow everyone to touch her. It took Itachi more than 1 month to see her true self behind the mask of a relaxed blonde. Itachi? A raised eyebrow. Naruto raised corners of her lips. For some reason, it was his smile that always delighted the girl. I will be there, I will not allow anything bad to happen. Naruto nodded and went to change. Trusts. A seal of concentration, and a spiral appears on the stomach, surrounded by intricate seals. And around there are several more, they occupy almost the entire area of the peritoneum. Jiraiya squatted down, touched her with his palm, which made the girl shudder, and only iron self-control kept her in place. Itachi was proud of his student. Uchiha activated the Sharingan, he knew what the master was seeing. A thin stream of scarlet rage flowed into Naruto's blue calm. Or was it not quite rage? Itachi frowned. He did not feel the demon's malice at all, his presence, yes, but there was no hatred that reigned in his energy earlier. Rather, excitement, anticipation, and something else. It was difficult to figure out, especially if you do not have a sensor. So that's it. The Sannin understood. Your seals are double. Even if the demon's energy breaks the first boundary, the second will allow it to dissolve in your chakra. They are both even. But an odd seal is placed on top, which disrupts your control. Now, wait a minute. He hit the seal with all his might, the girl exhaled sharply, closed her eyes. A scarlet thread began to disappear from the sky blue, the background leveled out. Itachi exhaled, calmly. Toad bastard. You ruined all the fun. And how did the new seal bother him? It wasn't that Kyuubi was angry, but he couldn't help but scold the hermit. Thank you, Jiraiya-san, Datebao. You helped me a lot, Naruto bowed, impersonally, like a real Haim. Itachi understood, she would not say, would remain silent about the fact that she knew the status of a Sannin. She would not let him into her life. They drank some more tea, chatted, and then Jiraiya ran off in search of inspiration. Don't be offended by him, Naru. He was sent away right after your parents died. He hugged her, pressed her to himself, her shoulders were shaking, and her eyes were dry and lifeless. All her childhood, Naruto dreamed of such a person who would come and drive away her offenders. And here he is, her godfather, did not even want to get to know her better. It is not easy for him either. He loved both Kushina and Minato. He was waiting for you. The third forbade him and Tsunade to take custody of you. Give him time to get used to it, you'll see, Jiraiya-san is not a bad person. Just weird. And perverted, Naruto chuckled. His books alone are worth something. Have you read them? Itachi was surprised. I glanced at them once, Uzumaki winced. The first ones were okay. But the rest, too much love and not enough meaning. Will you help me comb my hair? She turned her back. With pleasure. With a light heart, Itachi ran his hands through the heavy, silken wealth. A month of preparation flew by. Naruto came up with a plan of action against Neji. As Itachi predicted, Ero-sannin got used to the idea that he had such an adult goddaughter. They began to walk together. Jiraiya knew many interesting and instructive stories, and, most importantly, he knew how to tell them. Naruto listened, remembered, and even adopted some of them. She especially liked the descriptions of the adventures of the then young Sannin. How Tsunade Haim chased her godfather. Jiraiya, in response to his cheerful laughter, blushed, muttered something under his breath. When he offered the girl to sign a contract with the Toads, Naruto still refused. It was not her thing, she did not feel a kinship with them, and she did not have enough determination for a free call. Fortunately, the godfather was not offended, he said that she was acting very wisely for her age. Not like some drunk grannies. They could not find anything for Lee. In a month, the girl read more medical works than in her entire previous life. At night, she visited the patient, examined him over and over again, scanned him, took tests, and made her way to the hospital lab. True, she had to make such raids during the shift of certain doctors who treated her better than the rest. Nothing worked. It turned out that she needed to fish out fragments from the spine, heal the damage, monitor the heartbeat, and control the chakra circulation system. And all this at the same time. One doctor simply did not have enough hands and energy, and there were few medics of at least Class B. And Kabuto, on whom great hopes were pinned, had disappeared somewhere. The medic simply disappeared, as if he did not exist. Naruto was again climbing the wall into the open window of Lee's ward. The nurse was talking very loudly to herself near the bushes where the girl was sitting. She was angry at the unruly patient who dragged himself into the yard to train and then fainted right there. Is that even a good thing? Naruto brought him vitamins of her own making, a few stimulants. And she also carefully, cautiously worked on the injuries, not letting them encapsulate. Little by little, so as not to harm. Uzumaki realized her lack of education, skills, and abilities, so she did not touch the spine itself, working on the areas around it, the arm and leg. But looking into Lee's eyes, seeing hope in them and knowing that you cannot justify it, it hurt. Perhaps that is why she walked at night when the patient was sleeping. She left him his favorite fruits and wild flowers, fresh every time. Today someone was standing by Lee's bed. Naruto heard the rustling of sand on the walls, recognized short red hair. The fan flew into her hand, a whirlwind threw Gaara against the wall. "What do you want to do with Lee?" she asked quietly, although it seemed impossible to wake up her friend, who was drugged with sleeping pills. "I came to kill him," the hermit noted heartlessly. "Why, Datebao?" "While still in the womb, a desert demon named Shikaku was implanted in me, the incarnation of a monk from our village, whose spirit was imprisoned in a special vessel." Gaara looked past her, the sand swirled, weaving around. "He brought madness into my mind, I have problems with emotions. And my father abandoned the plan to make a weapon out of me. Abandoned the plan that killed my mother and me." The guy was shaking, clutching the hem of his clothes. "I am no longer needed. Tell me, how can you live without a purpose in life?" He is connected to Shikaku, connected by unbreakable threads. And the worst thing is that he realizes that not everything is okay, that his mind is damaged. But he can't do anything. And I realized, my goal will be what I was created for. Murder. After all, people are afraid of those who are stronger than them. And as long as such shinobi exist, as long as they need to be killed, then I will exist too. I will become Hokage. And you will acknowledge me. She also wanted to find her place in life. A purpose for which she could exist. She had grandparents, friends, comrades. For many years now, she has lived only for them, to help those who are dear to her. Gaara does not have this. Naruto slowly approached, carefully took his hand. Any shinobi is a weapon. But I am sure that our parents would not want such a life for us. My mother would wish me to study techniques, especially ninjutsu, not to borrow, to put money aside after each mission. Not to always listen to Jiraiya, Datebao. The girl smiled weakly. And yours, she brushed strands of hair from the tattoo on her forehead. You can't put such a hieroglyph if you do not love a person and do not wish him happiness. His black-rimmed eyes widened, Gaara wheezed, grabbed his head and ran away. Naruto grabbed the handrails of the hospital bed, her spine relaxed a little. The tension receded. Didn't break, didn't kill. So maybe there's still hope? From the evening, distinguished guests began to arrive in the village. The daimyo's confidants, the Kazekage and his bodyguards, many famous shinobi, and simply important people. Bright caravans stretched along the roads, gathering crowds of people. The fights were traditionally held on a specially equipped training ground. A large arena with trees, bushes, and small protruding stones. Above it were stands, and a separate box for special guests. The Uchiha took a place near the head of the Hyuga, who came with his youngest daughter, Hanabi. Fugaku bowed sedately to his fellow head, while Makoto settled into the seat, saving seats for her husband and son. Itachi, as the heir, stood behind his father's shoulder like a silent statue, seeing Hayashi's appraising glances. The man had long since offered to intermarry the clans, but Fugaku always refused, not wanting to interrupt his genome with a weaker dojutsu. And Kagami Uchiha, with his fox-like agility and devilish cunning, was not to be written off. He declared this, appearing next to the clan head and bowing ceremoniously to him. An indifferent Shursui followed him. Finally, the ceremony was over, and they took their places. Genin entered the arena. Itachi saw a proud Otudo in a dark uniform with the Uchiha clan mon on his back. Naruto was standing nearby, short, slender, with a thick golden braid and a fan behind her back, in a simple blue knee-length dress. She smiled absent-mindedly, listening to Shiranui Ginma. Her duel was first in line. Itachi clenched his fists. For luck. For Naruto. He heard talk about the strongest genin, about his abilities. He saw how the head of the Hyuga clan straightened up. Itachi gritted his teeth, outwardly remaining calm. He had to believe in Naruto. He had to support her. He had promised. The opponents began to feel each other out with trial strikes. Neji blocked a couple of points on Naruto's body, for which he immediately received a heavy fan on the shoulder. A glancing touch, but it was painful enough if you knew how to hit. Naruto knew. They quickly moved one after another. Neji tried to touch Uzumaki, she slipped away, throwing him back with waves of wind. Finally, Hyuga got tired of this, he rushed forward, attacking. With a bang, the area was filled with blondes in blue sundresses. Neji was confused by so many opponents working at the same time, and Itachi, using the Sharingan, saw how the real Naruto slid first to one side of the area, then to the other. There was no system in her movements at all, she barely managed to escape from the second point when Neji dealt with all the clones. And he attacked. The girl managed to block several blows, even respond a couple of times, for which she had to throw the tessin. But she was not as strong in taijutsu as her opponent. Itachi saw her pain, her bitten lip. She flew to the walls, but each time she got up. Again and again. The fight turned into a pure beating. Your destiny is to lose to me, Hyuga hissed, taking his stance again. Naruto wiped the blood from her lips. You think so, Datebao? It doesn't matter to me whether I win or lose. Yes, of course I want to win, but most of all I need to avenge Hinata. She didn't fight to win, not to become a Chunin. She fought for your respect. And you humiliated her like that, Datebao. Naruto straightened up and put her hand in her dress pocket. Neji became wary. That's what I can't forgive you for. The scroll unfurled and kunai flew at the guy. With a whirlwind motion, he created a dome that deflected all the projectiles. But isn't this a clan technique known only to the main family? However, Naruto was little embarrassed. She slammed the fan shut and carefully placed it under her feet. And then she rushed at Neji with a kunai. How stupid. Hayashi Hyuga commented on her actions, addressing mainly his daughter Hanabi, but glancing at the Uchiha out of the corner of his eye. Itachi bit his lip until it bled. It was good that Shursui was covering him from the side. Neji used the 64-touch technique against Naruto. His heart sank when he saw his girl being beaten. She screamed helplessly, tried to run away, but Neji always caught up with her. And he beat her again. The stands and spectators disappeared, their screams disappeared. There was no father and mother. Itachi's entire world narrowed to a tiny bright point, a patch of land on which Naruto was being beaten. Narrowed to collapse. In his red-black world of Tsukiyomi, the sun finally rose. And he, a fool, did not notice it at once. If he did not have the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have awakened it now. Because there, in the arena, the person dearest to him was suffering. Itachi? Shursui touched his white knuckles. The Mangekyo Sharingan looked at him, looked and plunged him into an illusion. I love her, Itachi answered simply. And disappeared. Shursui chuckled, shook his head. It took you a long time to understand. Sasuke will be happy. And he slipped out after him. A split second was enough for them, no one noticed the red eyes. And Itachi again stared at the arena where Naruto was enduring the last blows. Now he was collected, cold. He knew what he wanted to achieve. Naruto must be his. He would not give her to any other lucky man. This is only his son, personal, only for his world. All Uchiha were possessive, this quality boiled in their blood. But only now Itachi realized his strength and power. Naruto must belong to him, of her own free will. And no other way. Are you giving up? Niji Hyuga asked meanwhile. And he received a blow from a heavy tesson in the stomach at the moment when he was weakened by the technique he had just performed, and flew into the funnel he had created with his rotation. And bluish walls of a barrier rose around him. Only now did he notice that Naruto was standing with one foot on the scroll. Only now did he understand the full treachery of her plan. Itachi was proud of his girl. Naruto used numerous distractions to place kunai with prepared seals on the arena, the basis for the barrier, its four corners. She placed the scroll in advance and sealed the chakra in it also while Niji was fighting the shadow clones. All that was left was to lure the Hyuga to the calculated point and lock him in. She had to sacrifice the chakra circulation system, but it worked. In the intervals between the last blows, while there was still energy left, the girl transferred the chakra needed for the push into the scroll, which into the kunai. A small stone can cause an avalanche. The blank in the scroll led to the simultaneous activation of all the others. Not a single four-sided barrier, but four identical walls, pushed out in a certain direction, the scroll, the lid on top. A real Fuin, a long-forgotten art. Amazing, said Kagami Uchiha. If she had made a mistake of even a palm, taken an extra step, she would have ended up inside the barrier with Niji. If she had put the scroll in the wrong place, the system would not have worked. Awesome plan. And amazing barrier techniques. The father immediately calculated the benefit. The Uchiha present chuckled contentedly, the Hyuga glanced at them irritably. And Naruto fell on her back, spreading her arms. Itachi saw her happy smile, shining eyes. Are you alive in there? Shiranui Genma asked in a completely unjudge-like manner. Yeah, Date Bao. The girl nevertheless stood up, leaning on the tesson. She sat down, crossed her legs, and made a concentration seal. I'll come to my senses in a minute. Niji tried to get out of the barrier, hitting it with chakra, screaming, but the walls didn't even think of falling. Uzumaki didn't skimp on preparing more energy. And the color of the barrier. Itachi remembered that to destroy such a Fuin, chakra of the same element as the creator was required. That is, in this case, water and wind. The veins bulged, the Byakugan worked, and the guy recoiled when a furious flame of chakra flared up inside the girl's body, angry, oppressive. As a doctor, Naruto did not know how to correct the consequences of knocked-out Tenketsu, but she could restart her own system with the help of Kyuubi's chakra. And when did she learn? Itachi realized that he had accumulated a lot of questions for the last representative of the Uzumaki clan. The story told by Niji was striking, made the stands flare up with bewilderment, indignation, sympathy. And Naruto answered in her favorite manner. You are not special, Niji, and never were. The world is full of people who were also unlucky in life, they lost everything. And who are different from the rest. She pressed her hand to her stomach for a moment. And if you believe that the fate of all people is the same, death, then why do you fight, Date Bao? I fight because I know that only I myself determine what my future will be. The vortexes of chakra swirling around her died down, vanished into her stomach. The girl approached the barrier and began to form seals, first at one wall, then at the other. Third, fourth, and the scroll. If it were a single technique, it would be much easier, but as it was, she had to repeat everything 5 times. The seals on the kunai flared up, the scroll began to smoke. The barrier seal manifested, and the funnel with Niji was in the very center of the intersecting lines. The walls turned from blue to orange. What are you trying to achieve? Making changes to the seal, Naruto said absent-mindedly. Don't bother me. She waved him off. After a couple of minutes, Niji began to sag. He was breathing heavily, shallowly, sweat was rolling down his forehead, pouring onto the dotted seal, from which he had pulled the bandage earlier. What, with me? The chakra stopped transmitting oxygen, you will soon suffocate, Uzumaki shrugged, again conjuring over the seals. When the opponent lost consciousness, the barrier fell. She looked up at the judge. I won, Datebao. Shiranui Genma, having chewed Senbon, was forced to admit that Niji had lost. Hyuga was lying on a bed in the infirmary at the arena, the medics diagnosed him with exhaustion. Fortunately, no internal organs were affected, the seal did not harm his body. No one had encountered the art of Uzumaki for a long time, the doctors had forgotten the influence of their techniques. A hot hand fell on his forehead. Niji was surprised to find his former rival next to him. She smiled warmly, sending him medical chakra. And what is this habit of mine, helping all my defeated opponents? She asked, winking at him. Niji closed his eyes for a moment. Do you really think that you can decide your own fate? Even in the Hyuga clan? Yeah, Datebao. Naruto removed her hand, and for a second the guy wanted to put it back in place. He overcame the incomprehensible desire. And the girl looked out the window, outside which 2 birds were freely flying. Did you see that orange energy that I used? Hyuga nodded. She prescribed only one path for me, a weapon, preferably blunt and silent. Ready for anything. But I want to become the main medic Nin, and I will achieve this. I'm sure, Niji smiled, that's how it will be. He grabbed her palm and slapped it loudly on his forehead. Naruto giggled, then stood up. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. They came to see you. I'll leave you alone. Get well soon. The girl left, letting Hayashi Hyuga go ahead. Niji tensed up. Judging by the leader's face, this was going to be a difficult conversation. For the sake of spectacle, the fights were switched around. Sasuke was moved to the end of the list, which Uchiha was angry about in his unperturbed manner. It's okay, the others will be finished in no time, Naruto reassured him. But you have time to check if everything is in place, Datebao. Uchiha nodded, his gaze becoming empty. He remembered and listed the places and the stashes stored in them. Naruto had prepared explosive seals for him especially for the tournament, seals for storing weapons, and even sealed several fireballs. To be honest, this was her first experience of this kind, so Uchiha decided that he would use them only as a last resort. Kankuro refused to fight, and Shikamaru, with lazy genius, won, but gave up the victory in favor of Temari. And now it was Sasuke's turn. Good luck, team. Thank you, Dobe. From the first minute, Sasuke did not like Gaara. He muttered something, asked someone for forgiveness. And then his sand attacked. Uchiha dodged, smiling, using the entire arsenal copied from Lee. He would definitely need to help Naruto find treatment for him, such a master of taijutsu, and comrade should not go to waste. Dobe, all her influence. He already had friends outside the clan. His speed was inferior to Lee's, but Sasuke had his own advantage, the Sharingan, a powerful copying technique. He began to cut circles around Gaara, entangling him in his favorite fishing line. From behind, with a quick movement, he attached an explosive seal to the pumpkin. The desert dweller did not even notice. He jumped in front, hit him in the stomach with his knee, under the ribs with his hand. And jumped back when the sand rushed to defend. It formed an impenetrable ball around Gaara, dense, hard. All the blows were dampened in him. He changed, tried to impale Uchiha on the spikes, not letting him get to Gaara locked inside. Okay, as Kagami-san says, there is no way to fight a crowbar. True, he attributed this to the Dobe's stubbornness. Shursui showed him a new technique with Itachi's kick, though he didn't have time to practice it properly, the acceleration was still too great, but he couldn't think of anything else yet. Having flown up the wall, he rushed down at speed. The wind whistled in his ears, 1,000 birds began to sing in his hand. Chidori is a powerful Sharingan technique for striking the forehead. Lightning pierced the sand, almost reached Gaara's face and went out. The sand again covered its bearer, who was making some seals, though Sasuke had already achieved his goal. The thin fishing line he had wrapped around Gaara at the beginning of the fight went inside the cocoon. And it affected the explosive seal. While there is no chakra in it, the sand does not notice it, which means he only has one try. Sasuke directed the energy along the thread. The explosion scattered the sand, threw back the dumbfounded desert dweller, and almost swept away the stunned Uchiha. He was right to wait with the dobe seals. As always, she overdid it and put in too much chakra. Or was it she who cared so much about him? He wished he could stay alive with such care. Sasuke glanced at his friend. She looked a little displeased. He read her lips. She overdid it a little, Datebao. Overdid it? Well, he'll give her what for later. The explosion seemed to serve as a signal. The stands fell asleep, the Kazekage grabbed the Hokage and soared onto the roof of a neighboring building, where 4 unknown individuals had erected a powerful fire barrier. Another distant explosion, noise, and screams. A guide from Suna jumped out into the arena. What's going on? Sasuke looked around. His parents, brother, Shisui, and Kagami-san in the company of Kakashi and Guy were already fighting with strangers with sound protectors. Benma landed next to Sasuke, he repelled the kunai thrown by the Suna man. Meanwhile, the Kazekage's children picked up their brother, who had lost consciousness from the explosion, and rushed off somewhere. As soon as he restores his chakra, the plan will continue, the desert man smiled. And he wheezed, a kunai pierced his throat. The Uchiha descended onto the arena. Naruto ran up out of breath. Training with Itachi had paid off. Now Genjutsu was not so easy to defeat her. Sasuke, catch up with Gaara, we need to intercept him. His father commanded. Kagami-san, Mikoto, you will deal with the snakes on the border of the village, he nodded in the direction from which the smoke was pouring. Naruto, you will help us break the barrier around the Hokage. Itachi, Shisui, you're with me. Yes, sir. They responded at the same time and scattered. Orochimaru stood behind the barrier, wearing the Kazekage robe. As soon as the Uchiha landed, the Hokage's men rushed towards them. Can you remove the barrier? No, but we have a Fuinjutsu master with us, Fugaku pointed at Naruto. She was already crawling around one of the fiery walls, hissing something under her breath. Then she took out a small book and began to quickly flip through the pages. Naruto? Itachi asked cautiously. I've never done anything like this, but my grandmother was into not only creating but also breaking various seals, she said, her eyes running along the lines, comparing the drawings. The thin-looking book contained several volumes. Another Fuin of the legendary clan. You can't become a master without this. Kukuku, Naruto-chan, do you really want to break my barrier? The snake grinned. You're welcome. I have a surprise for you. Wooden closed sarcophagi began to appear from the roof. And only the third one managed to stop the Hokage. Men in ancient armor emerged from the first 2. Hashirama-san and Tobirama-san. Shisui gasped, behind the girl. Itachi did not take his eyes off the light braid. Sarutobi glanced sideways at the not at all surprised girl, who did not even take her eyes off the book. Forgive me, Naruto. She chuckled, shrugged. It's stupid to apologize for something you don't regret, old man. Isn't it? A bitter crease appeared at his lips, which Itachi wanted to smooth out with his fingers. No one was rushing Uzumaki, but everyone present understood that time was running out. Soon the first and second rulers of the village would come to their senses and be able to fight at full strength. And then the third and the entire leaf would be in trouble. Hooray, I found it, Datebao. Naruto quickly read the open page. I will not remove the barrier, not with my level of knowledge. But I can let people in. And I will need volunteers to help. The Hokage's men stepped forward. They calculated correctly, the Uchiha, with their clan dojutsu, the best fighters in the leaf, they would be able to, if not defeat, then successfully delay the revived Hokage. With the symbols drawn on their palms, all three stood at one of the walls of the barrier at an equal distance. On my command, begin. Naruto quickly made seals, several of which were non-classical. Indeed, a burglar. Come on. All three put their palms, and a rectangular opening formed in front of the girl, into which the three Uchiha immediately dived. Itachi glanced briefly at Uzumaki, regretting that he could not even call her by name, so as not to put her in danger. Understanding was reflected on her face, she nodded. All three of them walked away, the girl's hands were smoking, there was a smell of burnt skin. Naruto. The Hokage couldn't find the words. It's okay, everything will heal, like on a dog. She chuckled. I'm for Sasuke. He can't have all the fun alone, Datebao. The Uchiha clan kept old chronicles that belonged to Madara Uchiha. In them, he described the wars of the clans, their fight for a place in the sun. And also his strongest opponents. But Itachi never thought that he would have the opportunity to fight the reincarnated Hokage. He took on the second, as the only one who owned the water element. And although his skill was not great, it was enough to dodge, block blows or survive in the depths of techniques, where the dead man regularly dragged him. He was almost swept away by water walls. In by a whirlpool, but each time Itachi returned, managing to react at the last moment. He evaporated water with fire, and in the end plunged the second's consciousness into Tsukiyomi. Itachi knew how much he was risking, freezing like this, motionless, in the middle of the battlefield, but the other techniques seemed impossible to pull off. Shursui did the same when he and Fugaku got tired of burning powerful tree shoots and parrying the first powerful blows. Both geniuses froze, not letting their opponents out of their snares. The elder Uchiha ensured their safety. Orochimaru took on the third. But even he could not resist the increased strength of his student. Therefore, he resorted to the last resort in any battle, the summoning of the god of death. Shinigami could defeat an entire army, but he also took a great price for his help. The second resisted, fought. Itachi was forced to cast Genjutsu again and again until the Hokage's consciousness won. He slipped out of the trap, rushed forward. Itachi took the sword blow with his blade, threw out shurikens. Shursui fell to the side, defeated by the first, exhausted. The founders of the village amazed the imagination, it was not for nothing that they were considered the strongest warriors in the shinobi world. Itachi fell to his knees, breathing hoarsely. The channels leading to his eyes were pulsating, blazing with fire, blood was running down his cheeks. His father was there immediately, helped him up, gave him stimulants. An icy wind blew, and it was as if the abyss had opened up behind him. Shinigami was fulfilling his part of the contract with Sarutobi. He took the souls of the first and second Hokage and absorbed them, thereby destroying 2 clones. A ghostly hand with scarlet beads had already reached out for the soul of Orochimaru, whom Sarutobi was squeezing with his last strength, when the snake summoned his sword. The glowing blade intercepted Itachi at the last moment, stabbed into the chakra-soaked wood that remained of the first Hokage. The Sannin hissed when Fugaku fed Sarutobi with his chakra. The Uchiha were not experts in medical techniques, they were only enough for such a simple transfer of chakra. To support the third's forces so that he could finish what he started. Even Orochimaru is powerless against the Shinigami. The deity pulled out and absorbed his soul. The Uchiha watched as the third's body sank to the roof, with a burnt wound on his chest. There was no time to rest. After Orochimaru's death, the barrier fell. Itachi, Shursui, you are for Naruto, and Sasuke, the father nodded understandingly. I will deal with the unrest in the village. Itachi nodded gratefully and started running. Shursui rushed to Kakashi with a shunshin, begged him for ninja dogs. they got the melancholy Pakken, who, it turned out, had already brought Naruto and company to the goal and disappeared. The Uchiha jumped through the trees almost without looking where he was stepping. He was driven forward by a single thought: Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. His heart, his mind, everything was in agony screams. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. His personal whirlpool, the son of his world Tsukiyomi. Naruto was late. When she arrived, Gaara had almost taken the form of a raccoon demon, was covered in scorch marks from explosive seals and fireballs mixed with Chidori, and Sasuke was lying exhausted on the ground, bleeding. "So what should I do with you, team?" the girl asked with a sigh, healing the deepest wounds, while Sakura, who had tagged along with her, bandaged the rest. "Understand and forgive, Dobe," his friend smiled weakly. "When we get home, I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you so much you'll never forget, Datebao. And I'll forgive you, for the seals." Naruto managed to blush slightly. Well, yes, she had miscalculated a bit. "Keep an eye on him," she threw at Sakura. A huge beige demon towered over them, covered in a ligature of tattoos, with yellow pupils against the background of absolutely black whites under heavy brow ridges. "All her clones won't be enough to defeat him." Gaara slept, stuck in his sand, without dreams, tossing and turning like a soulless, lifeless doll. Symbiosis. Kurama in his inner world looked gloomily at the carrier who had appeared. The tails wriggled, danced. "Can you do it again?" she asked tiredly. Even she was exhausted by the battle with Niji, the setting, changing and breaking of seals, the chase, the treatment. Her eyelids became heavy, her skin tightened like a mask. "No more than 4 tails." Kurama growled. "Otherwise, you will dissolve in me. I have to save Sasuke and Sakura. And Gaara, the rest doesn't matter." Naruto sank into the water. "Shikaku tried to hack my mind and sent Gaara's memories of the past, of his childhood. This is terrible, Kurama, it shouldn't be like this, Datebao. And have they treated you differently?" The fox bowed his head. "It doesn't matter anymore. I have Uchiha, I have you. You are my family." The fox fell silent, then turned up his nose. "And don't think that I'm going to get emotional here and let you do whatever you want. You're just an impudent snotty girl. Give me your seat." Naruto laughed loudly. The orange swirls turned scarlet, rising higher and higher, creating a dark figure in the very center. Sharp, long ears, paws with claws, 9 fluffy tails. The 9-tailed demon fox towered over the forest. Its heavy aura, fiery chakra spread around in waves, stirring the trees, knocking down the leaves. Like circles from a stone thrown into water. Sasuke, his mouth open, watched what Naruto had turned into. Would she be able to return? "Kyubi!" The raccoon roared, hitting himself in the stomach. A cloud of air burst out of his mouth and rushed towards the enemy at great speed. The fox jumped over him. Despite his full physical form, he had only enough strength for 4 tails. Not a little, but not much, compared to his full power. And inside, near the cage, a girl was sleeping, lost in her consciousness. Kurama tried to keep the waves from disturbing her. He rushed forward, jumped over another air bullet, spat fire in response, and while Shikaku was waving him off, he grabbed his thick body with all his tails, like a whip. And doused the guy sleeping on his forehead with his burning rage. Shikaku howled, Gaara's technique was interrupted, he woke up. But Kurama had exhausted his strength, so it was Naruto who dealt the finishing blow. In flight. She opened the tesson, grabbed the desert dweller by the collar and somehow managed to land with a double burden. "Moron and idiot," she said. "You could have made friends long ago if you had looked around more carefully. People are drawn to you, and you push them away. Datebao. My friends helped me overcome loneliness. And I will protect them at any cost." She passed out when she heard Sakura and Sasuke land next to her. Naruto's path could be tracked even without a dog. Shikamaru and Asuma, with a group of sound ninja, Shino in the wreckage of Kankuro's doll. A huge nine-tailed fox, towering over the forest. And a girl flying on a fan, clutching in her arms a former enemy, whom she still managed to save. Itachi lifted her from the ground, pressed her to himself, and they set off on the return journey. She was nearby, her heart pounding next to his. She was sleeping and smiling at something in her sleep. His soul calmed down again, he easily breathed in the fresh forest air, carrying notes of burning and sand. She was nearby. Everything was as it should be. Everything was right. Uzumaki, you must help me. Out of breath, Sasuke landed in front of the veranda of his home, constantly looking around huntedly. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise. She was helping comb the wet hair of the elder Uchiha, who had just come out of the shower. Itachi closed his eyes and quietly swooned with pleasure. What happened, team? Naruto continued her work, carefully parting the heavy, smooth strands, massaging the scalp. Sakura. Sasuke made big eyes and sat down next to them. She decided that I was badly hurt during the fight and now she keeps asking about my health. Worse, she feeds me lunches. Even worse, she cooks them herself. The guy shuddered. Otudo, the girl takes care of you, looks after you, Itachi said softly. And then he received a light blow to the head with a comb. Don't mock your brother, Naruto said admonishingly. Imagine if Sakura ran after you. I don't need such happiness. The elder Uchiha shuddered. Sasuke giggled maliciously, to which his brother showed him his fist. Of course, he could flick him on the forehead, but then he would have to move away from Naruto and interrupt the massage session. He would flick him later. Much later. Itachi closed his eyes again. Actually, I was looking for you, team. Naruto began to gather her hair into a low ponytail. They want to choose Tsunade Senju as the next Hokage. Godfather offers to go with him to look for the Sannin. What does this have to do with me, Dobe? I need to infiltrate the hospital and get Lee's medical records to show it to Tsunade. The doctors can't do anything anyway. And for this? Uchiha pushed her. And for this, I'll take you with me. Can you imagine, at least 2 weeks without Sakura? Father won't agree, Itachi intervened. Right now, the elders are afraid that other villages can take advantage of the lack of leadership and attack, so they practically don't let anyone outside the leaf. Even missions have been temporarily suspended, leaving only the most urgent and important ones. Sasuke's face sank dejectedly. He would like to travel in the company of the legendary Sannin and his best friend. I'll help you anyway, Naruto. Convince Tsunade-san to come and help Lee, he nodded decisively, brushing aside his regrets. She'll have time to walk around outside of Konoha when they have a Hokage again. Well, the girl drawled. Actually, I've already made arrangements with Fugaku-san, he's letting you go. And Ero-sanin convinced the elders. Something about the power of our common conviction, which will help bring Tsunade back to the village. Sasuke couldn't believe his ears. He grinned widely. I'm getting ready, he shouted, already running away. Get ready, Dobe, tonight we're going to rob the Konoha hospital. Datebao. Naruto burst out laughing, burying her face in Itachi's back. Itachi's mother finished weaving flowers into the girl's intricate hairstyle at the back of her head. Well, that's it. Did you prepare a gift, or did you and Sasuke buy one for both of you again? Each has their own, Mom. Sasuke entered the room. His eyes widened when Naruto turned around. Dobe, are you a girl? Sasuke. Mikoto exclaimed indignantly. Sorry, Mom, the Uchiha apologized, although his eyes sparkled with mischief. Naruto laughed quietly, covering his mouth with his hand. The woman waved her hand at her son, she had already come to terms with such a relationship between the partners. She was not even going to fix it. When are you leaving? She asked instead. As soon as we celebrate Itachi's birthday. Tomorrow morning, Naruto stood up and bowed. Thank you for your concern, Mikoto-san. The woman dressed her in a simple blue dress, with an intricate hairstyle at the back of her head, weaving flowers into the silky, heavy strands. Naruto felt like a princess to herself. In a way, she was the harem of her clan. With all the stress and battles, they had almost forgotten about the eldest Uchiha's birthday. Luckily, she had prepared Naruto's gift in advance. All the clan heads showed their respect and congratulations, sending formal gifts with a written message. His fellow clansmen, busy with the restoration of the village, congratulated him informally when they met or passed by. No one was in the mood for large-scale celebrations, at least not yet. So that evening, only those Itachi personally wanted to see gathered at Fugaku's house. The parents themselves, of course, Kagami and Sasuke, Naruto, and Sasuke, a modest list, but Itachi felt happy. For his sake, Naruto and Mikoto spent the whole day in the kitchen, not letting anyone in, forbidding anyone to peek. They even put up a barrier against the curious black eyes of the younger Uchiha, spying for his brother's best friend. Their surprise was a success. In addition to traditional dishes, the table was decorated with dango of various sizes, with all kinds of sauces. Fugaku and Kagami looked at each other, barely holding back their laughter. There was no one in the Uchiha clan who did not know about the heir's tender love for this sweet, so the relatives did not philosophize cunningly and invent God knows what. The entire corner of Itachi's bedroom was occupied by boxes, bags, cardboard boxes with dango from the Tuchi confectionery. They were already taking over the center. After the meal, everyone went out into the garden with drinks. Kagami Uchiha took out a thin pipe and lit it. And under the canopy of trees, the words of an ancient legend, like the world itself, flowed between the grasses. They curled, rose into the sky together with a light, translucent tobacco smoke. They spread with the breeze, jingling like bell flowers. They wove into the dark crimson skies after the recent sunset and seemed as natural as the nature itself around them. Soon Fugaku joined him. Mikoto sat down next to her husband, and he hugged her, tucking a plucked flower behind her ear. Sasuke dozed off behind the trunk, his back to his father, falling asleep to the rhythmic knocking of the beads of words. And above the storyteller's head, Sasuke lay down on a wide branch. Kagami was stringing beads, creating new, bright, colorful rosary beads of another, long-forgotten story. Itachi settled down with tea on the veranda. After all the fuss, he wanted to be alone for a while. "This is the best birthday ever," he said quietly in time with the light steps behind him. Naruto sat down next to him, wiping her hands. She wanted to wash the dishes and managed to insist on her own, convincing Mikoto that she could do it in no time. After all, there is such a useful technique as shadow cloning. Even despite the dango? The girl grinned slyly. Itachi snorted. Even despite the dango, he confirmed. And it's good that you were able to delay your departure to look for Tsunade. Naruto turned her face to the night wind. I asked my godfather to postpone the trip. I wanted to give him the gift in person. A small box, awkwardly wrapped in plain blue paper with a red ribbon across. It contained a pendant, a thin chain and 3 flat rings, located at an equal distance from each other. The metal thread seemed to be interrupted and continued between them. The one on the far right is for storing weapons. The other side one is for techniques. Well, and the one in the center is for chakra reserves. The seals aren't very capacious, that's just how it turned out, Datebao. The girl laughed embarrassedly, running her hand through the hair on the back of her head and almost ruining her hairstyle. Itachi immediately put on the chain and checked the seals. Everything worked perfectly. His heart fluttered, his chest warmed. Uzumaki was taking care of him as best she could. Thank you, Naru, he hugged her, a good end to a good day. They sat like that, listening to Kagami's stories and watching the stars slowly blaze up in the sky. Naruto dozed off, lay down on his lap. Itachi slowly unbraided her hair, took out the flowers and put them on the warm boards nearby. The moon silvered the girl's features, laying striped shadows on her cheeks. He enjoyed the warmth of his personal whirlpool. It smelled of cherries and the sea. And the sun. In the first city they found themselves at a celebration. "You can't start searching without a good mood," Jiraiya proclaimed. "And to get it, you need to have a good rest." And he rushed off to find inspiration, leaving the guys alone. "Old pervert, Datebao." Uzumaki shook her head. "And what are we going to do? How are we going to look for Tsunade?" Sasuke handed his friend a stick with fried squid. "He has the photo." "I took 2 more from the archive," the girl waved her hand. "We'll ask, what else, Datebao?" They did ask. While Jiraiya disappeared into the hot springs and entertainment events, the guys carefully questioned all the gambling establishments and taverns in search of the Sannin. Naruto sighed, looked at the setting sun. This was their 3rd city in the week since leaving Konoha. Tsunade Senju disappeared into thin air. No one had heard of a woman nicknamed the legendary loser. Jiraiya told him all the details about his old friend. She was over 50 years old, but she used a special technique to look younger. A talented doctor, a famous shinobi, famous for the power of her blows. But she had never had any luck. Not in games, not in love. Jiraiya remained silent about what he meant, only his gaze became sad, like a beaten puppy. He and Sasuke always met in the evenings in such clearings, where they could rest after useless searches or train. The channels were no longer blazing with fire, as they had been at first, the skin no longer suffered from chakra burns. 3 months had passed since Kurama first told her about his father's technique. And finally, she succeeded. How many water balloons she transferred, and how many with air, countless. She spent almost all the income from missions and the contract with the Uchiha on equipment for training. The house was practically littered with rubber. She stretched out her hand, concentrated, directed the chakra, spun, concentrated and strengthened. A small blue ball lit up in her palm. A lethal close combat technique. I wonder what would happen if I added an element to it. She definitely needed to calculate everything on paper. Or try it in practice. Some other time, a little later, when she had fully mastered this level. She was interrupted by the sound of footsteps and ragged breathing. The girl dispelled the ball. She didn't want to show off her technique yet, even in front of a friend. Too many questions could arise. She trusted Sasuke, but she didn't trust the others. And she didn't want to put her friend in danger. Too few people knew who her parents were, there was no point in stirring up the past. Not now. Happy Uchiha flew out into the clearing. Naruto jumped up. Sad, serious thoughts were forgotten. Learned something? Yes, Dobe. He accidentally met the man to whom Loser had lost to her. He heard her say that she wanted to get even in Tanzaku. So what are we waiting for, Datebao? Let's go wake up the pervert. Jiraiya was not at all happy when a bucket of ice water fell on him in the middle of the night. But the guys didn't even think to ask his opinion, they made the man change his clothes, pay for the room and dragged him along with them. To Tanzaku. Tsunade looked even too young for her age. And very, very drunk. While Sasuke looked stunned at the curvy brown-eyed girl with 2 low ponytails, who, according to the file, was 55 years old, and Jiraiya drank with her for company, Naruto did not just look, she saw. The Senju princess almost broke down, withdrew into herself. At the very bottom of her eyes, doom and emptiness froze. She was in pain, too much pain, and she tried to forget, to leave, so as not to see, not to feel, not to remember. Being Hokage is too stupid a game. It is not for me. Neither money nor power, nothing matters compared to life. The 4th became Hokage and died young, the 3rd, where did he go? He took on something that was beyond his strength. All the bitterness of her life, all her disappointment poured out in these words. Don't you dare. Naruto quietly slammed her fists on the table, stubbornly looked the woman in the eyes. Don't you dare talk about the 3rd like that. She didn't raise her voice, she spoke quietly, but everyone heard her. Perhaps the old man was not the best person and ruler, but he loved Konoha. Just like we love it, she looked at her companions. Sasuke nodded, supporting. My friends live in Konoha, people who have become my family. And I want to become stronger, so that I can protect them and make the leaf better, make it the best village in the world. Tsunade drained her cup in one gulp, looked intently at the girl. Naruto withstood this gaze, although it seemed that the frost went to the bones. Big words for a brat like you, the woman chuckled. But do you have enough determination to fulfill your dream? Will you be able to go all the way to the end and not give up? Not die on the battlefield, like expendable material? My will is strong, stronger than yours, Tsunade-hime. The Sannin jumped up. Are you challenging me? Naruto stood up after him. Face to face, eye to eye. Jiraiya groaned muffledly. Tsunade's assistant Shizune trembled, hugging the pig Tuntun to herself. And only Sasuke, accustomed to his friend's antics, continued to calmly sip green tea brought by the efficient staff. But Naruto knew that he was holding his fingers close to the pouch, ready to break into a deadly attack at any moment. What if so? She raised her eyebrows. Or is loser so legendary that she's afraid to lose to a child? Datebao? Okay, Tsunade suddenly calmed down, sat down, unexpectedly sober, with a challenge in her eyes. I propose a bet. I bet my necklace, and you bet the position of Hokage. In a week, you must learn the technique of the fourth Hokage Rasengan. If you win, I will go with you and become Hokage, and I will also give you the necklace. If not, do not take offense, you will have to return with nothing. She leaned forward, rested her hands on the table. Prove to me your determination and will, prove that you can make the village better. Mistress. Shizune gasped. But this necklace is not worth it, you value it so much. There were only 2 similar copies in the world, and both were fabulously expensive. Compressed chakra of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who was called the god of the shinobi world. He gave it the appearance of a greenish stone and gave it to his descendants. One necklace had been lost over the years. But that wasn't why the jewelry was special to Tsunade. I agree, Naruto nodded. I'm going to win, Datebao. In the evening, when the girl came out of the shower, drying her wet hair, there was a knock on the door of her room. Tsunade's assistant was standing on the threshold. Kato-san? The girl was surprised. Come in, sit down. She poured tea and thrust a cup at the woman, who was clearly upset about something. Naruto, please, give up this argument. Shizune began, without looking up, squeezing the cup. This necklace is a dear memory for the lady. The only thing she has left from the people she loved. Then why did she put it on the line? The woman sighed heavily. Lady Tsunade was not always like this. She has changed very much, a burning gulp. This necklace was a gift, first to my brother, then to my uncle. They both died. And the jewelry is all that the lady has left as a keepsake. So please, do not take it away from her. Naruto clenched her fists, looking gloomily at her interlocutor. I never give in or retreat, I always go all the way. And I never go back on my words, Datebao. Shizune blushed and left, slamming the door loudly. And Naruto quickly changed her clothes and flew out the window. She still needed to talk to someone. She found Tsunade sitting on the gate at the entrance to Tanzaku. She was accompanied by a bottle of sake and a small cup, which she constantly brought to her mouth. Her cheeks were already flushed, which even the piercing wind could not cool. But despite the amount of alcohol she had drunk, she looked at him evenly and confidently when Naruto sat down opposite her. The subject of the dispute, a pendant made of green stone, the necklace of the first Hokage, now reminded the girl of a collar for the great Sannin, behind which stretched a long chain of dark memories and shadows of the past that did not let the woman go. Shizune talked to you? The Sannin correctly assessed the expression on her face. Did you come to tell me that you give up and will not fight me? I never go back on my words, Datebao. Naruto grinned. I came to ask why you are trying to get rid of the necklace, and it comes back to you. Tsunade clenched the pendant in her fist, and Naruto turned away, looking at the road leading to the city. From early childhood, I was hated in the village, she began quietly. The woman blinked in surprise, relaxed and leaned back on the post again. And how can you love a demon, Datebao? But there are many good people in Konoha. Maybe not all, but many. Only when I grew up, I realized this. Jonin, who fed me, Anbu, who tactfully did not notice it. My first teacher, who scolded me in front of everyone in class, but was the first to rush to my aid when I got into trouble. The owner of the ramen shop and the owner of the pastry shop, who did not care whether I was a demon or not, they were always happy to see me, even if I came just like that. The medic, who always treated me, blew on my scraped knees and taught me how to cook, stroked my head. There are many such people. And I want to be like them. I have family and friends, there are those for whom I will tear my veins, break my bones, to protect them. And to make our common home, the village of the leaf, better. The Sannin sighed, twirling a cup of sake between her fingers. I gave Nawaki a necklace. And kissed him. For good luck. And a month later, he died during the attack on the leaf. I didn't have time to do anything. After that, I demanded that the squads begin to take medics. To increase the survival rate on missions and their successful completion. I was supported by a young man I still didn't know at the time, Kato Dan. His sister died, and he wanted to prevent more deaths. He considered all of Konoha his family, his home. And he wanted to make it better. I gave him a necklace. And kissed him. For good luck. He was dying in my arms, all my ninja medic skills turned out to be useless. She pulled out another cup from somewhere, poured sake into it and handed it to the girl. It looks like we're having an evening of revelations tonight, she chuckled, saluting. Naruto accepted it, took a tiny sip, and winced. You don't know how to drink? The Sannin teased her good-naturedly. Well, first of all, I'm underage, the girl answered pedantically, adjusting the invisible glasses on her nose. And secondly, a drunk Uzumaki is a local disaster, because it takes our heads off in no time. I've already checked. The medic giggled. Am I not the first to get you drunk? Grandpa, Naruto winced. Her head was starting to hurt just from the memories. Somewhere he heard that alcohol doesn't affect Uzumaki. He decided to test it on me. And how? It does, but it quickly neutralizes, thanks to the physiological characteristics of the resilient clan. But during that short period of intoxication, we can do such, the girl made big eyes. They both giggled. Tsunade drank another cup, took out a second bottle. And you won't lecture me and moralize like Shizune? She raised an eyebrow. Why? Naruto shrugged. You are a grown, independent woman, you have your own head on your shoulders. I think you understand that with your indifference, your words, and ridicule, you betray the dream of your loved ones. And you suffer from it. And you can't do otherwise, you are afraid to believe again, because this blind faith has already taken your loved ones from you. It is difficult to understand what a woman feels, but you just have to imagine that she has lost Itachi or Sasuke, and everything falls into place. Fear, doubt, the torment of endless guilt. For what she did not have time, did not do, but she could. But I did not come here for this, Datebao. The girl took out a medical card from the seal. Something bad happened to my friend. Our doctors can't help him. They moved to the middle of the crossbar and bent over the papers together. Naruto shone a powerful flashlight while the woman read the lines of prescriptions, performed operations, and test results. The chances are 50-50, the medic concluded, stepping back. And that's just according to your data, things could have gotten worse. Naruto tried hard to push away the thought that Lee's condition had worsened during her absence. She believed in her friend, in his determination and strength. That's why she was in a hurry to bring the medic before Lee finally lost heart and gave up on his dream. She waved back a portion of sake, then another, her head began to buzz, spin, and become pleasantly light. Naruto managed to concentrate with difficulty. Tsunade looked at her with a sarcastic look. Are you really giving up? Uzumaki shook her head and took out her calculations on this problem from the seal. Everything she had calculated and thought up, relying on the call of the Senju princess. And she jumped down. I'm going to bed. I think I've had enough. Jiraiya, raising an eyebrow, looked skeptically at the picturesque picture that opened up to him. He wanted to start explaining the Rasengan to the girl, but then Naruto was lying on Sasuke's lap, sipping ice water from a fogged jug through a straw. The guy covered the girl's sore eyes with his hand. Seeing the sannin, he shrugged. Uzumaki doesn't know how to drink at all. You know, I have a bad feeling about this. Datebao. Naruto raised her head. The week given to Tsunade to master the technique was soon ending. The friends spent all this time in a small clearing not far from Tanzaku. Sitting at different ends of it, they practiced their own techniques. Uchiha tried to reduce the time it took to create Chidori. Naruto recalled the combat cannons with a fan. No one mentioned the argument. Naruto had no doubt in her victory, she just needed to give the sannin time to think it over, to rethink his position. She knew, Jiraiya would not leave his old partner alone, he would read morals and lectures until he achieved a result. It did not matter what. And Uchiha simply believed in his friend, that she had some kind of plan. HM? His friend activated the Sharingan, looked around. The wind rustled as usual in the crowns of the trees growing around, running like a wave through the grass and flowers. A spring gurgled, gushing from underground nearby. But today, these sounds seemed frightening to Uzumaki. Something was about to happen. Your intuition is amazing, Naruto. The friends turned around abruptly. Kabuto stood on a tree branch in the company of some strange man with blue skin and gill slits under his eyes. A huge bandaged sword peeked out from behind his shoulders. Both were wearing strange black cloaks with red clouds. The men jumped down and came almost right up to him. Kabuto's companion bared his teeth, showing sharp, shark-like teeth. Swordsman of the Mist. Sasuke did not know, and no one except her had seen on that very first mission, with what teeth Sabuza was clenching the kunai given to him by the girl. They were triangular, sharp, although not as big as this blue-skinned one's. Naruto, you'd better come with us voluntarily, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The girl jumped back, took out a fan. Catch me if you can. Sasuke, run. Call for help. The friend nodded, understood at a half-word. Naruto did not ask for help, she wanted to separate the opponents. For some reason, she needed to take the swordsman away from the clearing. You shouldn't have sent your friend away. He doesn't stand a chance against Kisame. We'll see about that, Datebao. Naruto sent a whirlwind of air at the enemy. Kabuto turned out to be a very agile, skillful opponent. He dodged almost all attacks, tried to go on the offensive. Several combat pills doubled his reserve. I will never give up. Naruto dodged his throws, jumped and hopped through the trees, pronouncing each syllable on the exhale. It was a big mistake, Naruto, it was a big mistake. Kabuto didn't give her a second to breathe, didn't let her go far from him, constantly closing the distance. Naruto had to block his blows with a folded tesson all the time, destroy his attacks by passing his chakra through the fan. She couldn't even get to the bag that contained the barrier seals. And it was unlikely that Kabuto would have allowed her to pull the same trick as with Niji. She had to stall for time in the hope that someone would notice the surge of chakra, hear the singing of Sasuke's Chidori, and come to the rescue. The girl hissed when his hands, enveloped in sharp chakra, damaged her arm muscles. Kabuto kicked away the tesson, approached her, almost touched his hand to the girl's cheek. Do you know why they sent me for you, Naruto? The organization needs you alive and more or less unharmed. And I can cut you into pieces and still save your life. The wounds were healing, slowly, but they were healing under the influence of Kurama's chakra. Several shadow clones created earlier distracted the medic. And then the ground began to crack and collapse, as if during an earthquake. Tsunade Senju appeared in the clearing. Sasuke. Uzumaki turned to her. Jiraiya went to help him. Senju waved her off, staring intently at the figure in the black cloak. One of the three Sannin, how interesting. Kabuto practically hissed. He took out his cards, which he bragged about during the exam, read something on one, and rushed forward. A medic, and he's afraid of blood. A pitiful sight. Tsunade let him get closer, putting her chest under the blow, from which she choked. But at the same time, she managed to strike the medic's neck. He flew off, paralyzed. He looked with horror at his arms and legs, refusing to obey their master. How are you? Tsunade flew up to the girl, enveloping the wounds with medical chakra. What did you do to him? Naruto did not notice how she addressed the woman as you, absorbed in the spectacle behind her. Kabuto was slowly rising, his bones were crunching, his limbs were twitching chaotically, as if in a seizure. The brain, giving a command to the nerves, gives a weak electrical impulse. I just caused a short circuit, the woman hissed. The wounds on her hands were much deeper than she thought. Kabuto damaged not only the ligaments, but also the muscles and tendons, almost completely paralyzing the girl's arms. Meanwhile, the medic dealt with his own injury. Well, I must say, a wonderful technique. He admired almost sincerely. And he bared his teeth. Only painfully simple. I found a way to neutralize it. And I know how to defeat you. He rushed forward, but instead of striking the woman, he pierced his own palm. Tsunade froze, shaking uncontrollably. And in her eyes horror, to the point of nausea. With his next move, Kabuto cut her shoulder, but the Sannin seemed not to notice, consumed by her own fear. Come to your senses, Datebao. Naruto screamed. The fox had almost managed, there was just a little bit left. Her own helplessness was killing her. It won't work, Naruto. Kabuto shook his head. She began to be afraid of blood ever since Nawaki and Dan died. She can't heal anyone, she can't help anyone. Hearing the names of her relatives, Tsunade jerked as if from a blow. Her face distorted with pain, she grabbed the pendant on her neck, squeezing it. Kabuto approached and raised the chakra blade for the final, decisive blow. At the same moment, Naruto felt her hands with relief. And she rushed forward, to intercept. The blade dug into her left shoulder, going almost to the bone. The girl hissed through clenched teeth. Don't you dare give up. She almost spat in the direction of the motionless Senju. I believe in you. And they believed too, Datebao. Now she had to protect not only herself, but also the Sannin, who was paralyzed by his own terror. She was inferior to Kabuto in speed, but superior in preparation. Uchiha clan techniques. They clashed hands with the man, he moved her palms away from his ribs, she ducked at the very last moment when the blade flew over her head. Once she even received a kick in the stomach, but she grabbed his leg, pulled the enemy towards herself. The blade painfully entered her side, she choked from the fire that pierced her body. But she managed to hold him near her with one hand. Moving her right hand to the side, she began to concentrate her chakra. She had to demonstrate her undoubted victory to Tsunade. They struck at the same time. The ball of compressed chakra smoothly entered Kabuto's stomach, throwing him a decent distance away. At the same second, Naruto felt a burning, tearing pain in her heart. She grabbed her chest with her hands, trying to breathe, but the air wouldn't get into her lungs, it was stuck somewhere in her throat. Her vision became blurry, and then drowned in soft blackness. She didn't feel the impact with the ground anymore. No one knew, but every night, over and over again, she saw them in her dreams. She saw her restless brother graduating from the academy, how he proudly showed her his headband. Yes, he was an adult, already a real shinobi. In her dreams, she smiled and kissed him on the forehead. For luck. Warm lilac eyes, in which she, without embellishment and titles, without beautiful speeches and ranks. Just the woman Tsunade. A disheveled blonde with kissed lips and eyes burning with passion. In his eyes, she is not for everyone. Only for him, the only one. Beloved by him, loving him. There is nothing more terrible than experiencing the death of a loved one. And although the life of a shinobi is a constant game with death, Tsunade was never able to accept it. Her world shattered into pieces when they were gone. Every time the blood reminded her of the bloody, unrecognizable body of her younger brother, his tousled brown hair visible from under the sheet. Again the woman heard her stifled sobs there, in the dark corridor, felt the damp wall under her shoulder and covered her mouth to hold back the screams. Along with the blood, a cold, nasty rain flowed down her face. And her thin lips begged to be saved. He did not want to die, but he had not yet done so much for the village, which he sincerely loved. The rain fell on his face in slanting streams, washing away his blood. And under the gray drops, his beloved lilac eyes faded. Together with the rain, Tsunade cried and went crazy. Every time she saw blood. But today something had changed. A ringing voice sounded in her ears, repeating that she believed in her, in Tsunade Senju. And to the sound of this voice, smiling Nawaki and Dan left her. Their dream still lives. In this girl and in other children like her. For whom Konoha is their home. Who live for the sake of the bright future of the village. Tsunade smiled, not noticing the tears streaming down her face. The necklace stopped pressing on her chest, it no longer weighed a ton. Naruto, where have you been before? A light breeze touched the center of her forehead, where the seal was. As if she had been kissed. For luck. Her hand stopped shaking. Tsunade came to when Naruto's body fell in front of her on the grass. Blood was gushing from a torn wound on his side, the sleeve of his dress was already wet from a cut on his shoulder. The first thing the woman did was check her pulse. Her heart was practically not beating, the area of the vessels around it had been damaged by Kabuto's technique. Tsunade easily cut the dress from the neck to the waist, revealing tanned skin, covered with a network of small cuts. Mid-chakra rushed inside, healing the damage, but Tsunade, with all her talent, was not fast enough. Come on, hold on. Don't you dare die. She hissed. She was not distracted even by Kabuto, who had come to his senses and healed the damage from the Rasengan with a rapid regeneration technique. The woman had made her choice. Even if she had to die for it. Shizune, who had found them, attacked him. She tried to keep the enemy away from her mentor with poison needles. The ground beneath his feet turned into a swamp. Jiraiya had returned with Sasuke on his shoulder. It seems I came just in time, he smiled. His gaze darted to the motionless Naruto, the Sannin turned pale. The heart under his palm was beating quieter and quieter, until it stopped completely. Tsunade could not believe her eyes, she put her ear to her chest. No, there was no pulse. Don't you dare die. She hissed and sent medical chakra again. Jiraiya and Shizune covered her, although Kabuto had already managed to damage the ligaments on his assistant's leg. But the Sannin methodically and purposefully tried to kill the enemy. He was not distracted by his usual jokes, did not give in. And such a Jiraiya was frightening. The man went to his goal, literally straight ahead. It was this man who became the legendary Sannin in his time. Tsunade did not stop her attempts to save Naruto. It seemed to her that she herself had stopped breathing. Her heart fluttered once, twice. On the third, the girl sighed softly, opened her cloudy eyes. I won, Bie-chan, she smiled weakly, touched the necklace. She looked up at the medic. I told you, I believe in you, Datebao. And lost consciousness again. Tsunade straightened up. For the first time in recent years, she again felt like a real Sannin, a fighter, a shinobi, full of strength. Shizune, keep an eye on her. At the same time, all three of them said the summoning formula. Katsuyu, a giant slug, Gamabunta, a huge toad all covered in scars and with a pipe. And the beige snake, Hoshi, the same age as Orochimaru's main summon, Manda, although not as strong as him, but still cunning, agile. And poisonous. Dangerous. So Orochimaru gave you his summoning, Jiraiya noted the obvious. Yes, he managed to do so just before his death, Kabuto smiled. Tsunade looked at her old friend and raised an eyebrow. He nodded. Yakushi had not taken into account only one thing. The Sannin were used to fighting in alliance and knew each other inside out. For so many years, they knew how to combine their techniques, complement their attacks. They acted as one. The small slug separated from Katsuyu and crawled towards Naruto and Shizune. To collect natural chakra, to heal the remaining damage. Gamabunta spat a stream of oil towards Hoshi, which Jiraiya set on fire. Katsuyu disintegrated into 1,000 small slugs, which all fell upon the snake's tail, holding it back. The Gama toad threw his blade to Tsunade, who pinned Hoshi to the ground, plunging it right into her neck. You are wounded and will not last long, he said to Tsunade. Do you think so, boy? The woman asked almost affectionately. She made seals. Dark patterns of the seal ran across her face, steam of evaporated chakra came from the wounds. And soon there was no trace of the damage. Cellular restoration technique. Your teacher was not the only one who has been researching new techniques in recent years. I can create new cells and send them throughout the body, healing literally any damage. Kabuto was considered a talented shinobi for good reason. He quickly calculated the development of the situation and his chances of victory. Without a partner against two angry Sannin, one of whom was a medic of a higher class than him. Their summons were still active, while his head could not be lifted from the ground, pinned by a Tonto. He chose to retreat. The effect of the cellular restoration technique ceased. Tsunade felt how her true age was inevitably returning. The skin dried out, thinned, covered with pigment spots, wrinkles appeared on the face, and the hair turned gray. Lady, Shizune twitched worriedly. It's not worth it, Tsunade shook her head, looking at the sleeping Naruto. I don't regret anything. I need to rest a little, and I can use the rejuvenation technique. Better tell me what's wrong with the guy, she turned to Jiraiya. Katsuyu crawled almost entirely onto Sasuke, covering him from head to toe with her soft, swaying body. I don't know what that swordsman told him, but the guy's Sharingan has awakened. 3 Tomo. He told me that Naruto was already killed, came from under Katsuyu. Like, they only need the 9-tailed demon that is inside her. The girl herself is of no use, the Uchiha winced, but sat up on his own. The slug went to its home plane with a quiet pop. Tsunade sat down next to the girl, stroked her disheveled golden hair. And in the end, it all comes down to Uzumaki again, she smiled. The men behind her were silent. An incomprehensible organization, new unknown enemies. New problems, perhaps not only for Konoha, since they were hunting for the bijou. But for now, their demon was safe, sleeping peacefully on the grass near Tanzaku. What have you decided, Tsunade? Jiraiya was the first to break the silence. The woman stood up, straightened up proudly. Isn't it obvious? I lost. So it's time to forget about the name. From now on, I am the 5th Hokage. She hung the necklace around the girl's neck. I will believe in you, as you believed in me. There were no regrets in her soul. Jiraiya gave you up. Naruto looked at Tsunade, who was sitting on the edge of the lab table, swinging her legs, and was as pleased as Tora had been after eating sour cream. Immediately upon returning to Konoha, after taking the oath, Senju began to actively sort out the neglected affairs of the village, held a Jonin council, met with the Council of Clans. Fugaku-san was extremely pleased with its results. She also had a row with the elders and Danzo over some reason, but Uzumaki did not go into details about that. Upon arrival, the medic performed Lee's operation. Together with Naruto, they finalized the girl's calculations. Tsunade explained in detail what was possible, what was not, and why. For the operation to be successful, it was necessary to force all the cells to regenerate simultaneously, in the same proportion and speed. One person simply could not withstand such a load, and taking assistants with whom you still cannot synchronize the work meant death or disability for the patient. But why should one medic strain herself when there is such a wonderful summons as Katsuyu? In fact, there is only one slug on her plane, all small, large copies. All this is Katsuyu, the creation of one mind, one being. And they work harmoniously. 6 small slugs occupied the operating table. 4 controlled the heartbeat, the flow of chakra, cell regeneration, the healing of wounds after fragments pulled out of the spinal nerve. Another 1 collected and transmitted senju chakra, well, and the 6th was on standby, a spare, so to speak. He sat in Naruto's arms, whom senju allowed to approach the operating room. In extreme cases, the fox's chakra could easily pick up and hold Lee for a couple of seconds. Already at the end, the woman wearily admitted that she was amazed how Lee could move at all with such injuries. The operation was a success. Guy was ready to pray to the Sannin. And the Hokage began sending squads to clean up sound. Leaving Orochimaru's lair with all his experiments unattended was extremely dangerous. Even Kabuto couldn't clean everything up, which meant she had to protect herself at least from this side. The Sannin shoved Uzumaki where she belonged in the Konoha hospital. Now Naruto was studying officially, systematically, mastering the intricacies of the Iranian craft. They managed to meet with Senju only at night. Both were so busy that they crawled home half dead. And a couple of hours later they crawled back to work. But Tsunade always found an hour or two to teach Uzumaki special techniques and work with medical seals. Most often, the Sannin spent her lunch break in the hospital lab, where Naruto prepared mixtures, infusions, extracts, conducted comparative analyses, and did full examinations. The woman climbed onto the table, chewing a bun, pointing out mistakes, shortcomings, or explaining how things could be done better, faster, and with less energy expenditure. In what exactly? Naruto carefully clarified, checking the stopwatch. Another ointment was boiling and bubbling on the fire, which needed to be cooled before use. You didn't train the Rasengan, you didn't even start the technique in Tanzaku. She pointed her finger at it with a triumphant look. You knew it in advance. And that's not entirely fair. In your opinion, giving a genin a technique that an adult, a Hokage, spent 3 years on is the height of honesty? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Tsunade flushed and turned away offended, like a small child. She only behaved like that with the girl alone. She relaxed, taking off the difficult position of Hokage within the walls of the laboratory. If you want, I can give you back the necklace, Datebao, Naruto suggested. The green pendant swung when she removed the ointment from the fire. No, the woman shook her head and smiled. I asked you to demonstrate your determination. You proved that you can make the leaf better. The necklace is rightfully yours. That's great, Datebao. The girl rejoiced. I'd already gotten used to it. Oh, you. Senju swung a rice cake at her. Their friendly squabble was interrupted by the knock of the door. The women froze when the door slid open with a crash and a young lab assistant burst into the room. Tsunade-sama, the detachment you sent to sound has arrived. The friends exchanged glances. Have they arrived? The best jonin and chunin that the village could spare, without compromising its security in the current situation, were sent to sound. Shiranui Genma, Namishi Rado, Kato Shizune, led by Itachi Uchiha. Later, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui, who had their own mission nearby, joined them. The latter literally dragged the bodies of the squad on themselves. The shinobi were breathing with difficulty, unconscious. Naruto looked at the pale Itachi with horror, her breath caught, and her heart seemed to stop. This shouldn't be. Itachi is a genius, the most powerful shinobi of the Leaf Village. He simply cannot die. Naruto. Tsunade's commanding shout brought the girl to her senses. Senju looked sternly, demandingly. Take care of Itachi. And remember, you are a medic nin of the village hidden in the leaves. You have no right to have a personal attitude towards the patient. Got it, Bachan, Datebao. Uzumaki sighed several times, returning her thoughts to crystal clarity and confidence. She had been walking towards her dream for too long. She was a medic, the life of it, the patient depended on her knowledge and skills. The others looked much worse than the elder Uchiha. Wounds almost completely covered their bodies, here and there fragments of broken bones were exposed. Tsunade and a group of assistants immediately went to the operating room. She had to supervise the treatment of several patients at once, leaving one for the student. With the help of 2 residents, Naruto moved Itachi to a free ward, put him on the table and began to undress him. The torn, dirty clothes went into a box in the corner of the room. They had to be run through the analyzer to find out what had attacked the Leaf Shinobi. Surprisingly, there were almost no injuries on the Uchiha's body. Only a few bruises and minor scratches darkened his smooth, pale skin. But something was keeping him from coming to his senses. Blood for analysis, quickly. Naruto commanded one of the assistants, scanning the body in the meantime. The pulse was weak, irregular, constantly straying, the flow of blood and chakra was too uneven. The medic took 2 portions, one for a detailed, later analysis, the other for a quick one, the results of which would be needed immediately. He ran it through a portable medical fuin. An unusual substance was detected in his blood. Its nature is unknown, most likely one of Orochimaru's experiments, he reported. He looked closely at the scroll and looked at the medic in bewilderment. Does it contain chakra? Uzumaki nodded, taking the information into account. She had healed the internal injuries, although Itachi would have to lie in the hospital for a while. All that was left was an incomprehensible substance. When you know what to look for, it is much easier to help the patient. You just need to rescan the body and circulatory system more thoroughly to understand Itachi's chakra type, and then find one that differs from it. Naruto moved her hands, shrouded in a greenish glow. Standard techniques did not work, the poison seemed to elude her. Meanwhile, the body was fading, its functions were disrupted. Water, quickly. Having made a nutrient solution, she cleansed the liver and lungs several times. Itachi arched in pain when the bubble of water filled with chakra was absorbed into his body. The assistants grabbed him and held him together with Naruto. She pressed the guy down, putting her hand on his chest, and with the other continuing to cleanse the liver. It was definitely some kind of poison, and it seemed to be alive, thinking, constantly eluding her. As soon as it was found in one place, it quickly appeared in another point of the body. And it did harm, burned out the circulatory system, the vessels of the inner circle. In addition to the chase, it was necessary to constantly patch up the damage caused by the poison. Every second counted, Itachi was getting worse and worse. Sweat ran down his forehead, burned his eyes, one of the lab assistants ran a wet napkin over his skin. The girl blew away the wet strands, not taking her eyes off the patient. Naruto did not notice the admiring glances of the assistants, she completely forgot about them until one of them attached a ribbon with a microphone to her neck, putting a small transmitter in her ear. Tsunade-sama wants to talk to you, he bowed briefly. Surprisingly, there was no time. The teacher's voice sounded in his ear. Naruto, does Itachi have any physical injuries? Almost none, Bh-chan. The girl stuck out her tongue. Come on, my dear, come here to the medic. She won't hurt you. Extensive hematomas, minor internal bleeding, and 2 broken ribs. There's a crack on one more. They were poisoned by an unknown poison, we can't make it leave the body. We're trying to find something in common, at least some kind of clue. How are you doing? Almost, come on, date Bayo. Naruto hissed, she almost laid her cheek on the patient's chest. She felt a particle of poison in the kidney, small, very tiny. If you know the type of hostile chakra, it will be easier to neutralize it. Yes, date Bayo, caught. Her eyes widened when she analyzed the captured piece of poison. The chakra caused a close, almost familiar sensation of burning heat and had a painfully familiar aroma. Bachan, are you listening to me? Yes. What did you find? The poison contains the Kyuubi's chakra. It seems Orochimaru found a way to get a small amount for himself. Most likely, even before I was born. Tsunade was silent for a moment. Are you sure? She finally asked. Of what, Datebao? Naruto was not distracted from his work. That it is the Kyuubi's chakra, yes. And that the snake did not receive it from me. I used the Biju's chakra once in my life, during the exam, in the fight against the Hyuga. And Orochimaru suspiciously did not appear during the fox's attack on the village, although he could have taken advantage of this, the Sannin said thoughtfully. Uzumaki knew that all the medics involved in the operations could hear their conversations. How are we going to fight her? I have one idea. I don't know if it will work, Datebao, the girl bit her lip. But there are no other options anyway. He will die if we do not take urgent measures. Her decision was based on pure sensations. The piece of chakra was glad to get to her, did not fight, did not burn. She reached for the seal, for her inner demon vessel. One hand was enveloped in familiar orange, boiling, bubbling energy. The assistants recoiled when the scarlet eyes with a thin thread of a pupil glanced at them. The girl ran her hands over the patient's body, the man wheezed, the demon chakra left real burns. Biting her lip, Naruto enveloped her other hand in ordinary, medical chakra. Thanks to the unification training with Sasuke, she learned to cleanse her energy from demonic particles, to filter it before transmitting. But she had never done this at the same time before. The contrast tore her mind apart, melted her brain. It was like an exquisite act of sadism. With one hand she left wounds, with the other she immediately healed them. But it was useful. Uzumaki felt the chakra in the poison reaching out to her, trying to return to its own. Like tiny iron grains sticking to a magnet. Without the Ninetales chakra, the poison turned into a heavy residue, which Naruto was able to neutralize easily, since she had spent the last week in the lab preparing the necessary drugs for the hospital. Itachi's face relaxed, his body stopped arching in the invisible fire. The whole action took about 3 minutes at most. I'll send you clones with demonic energy, Naruto wheezed tiredly into the microphone. Only after them we'll have to heal the damage right away. We can handle it, Tsunade snapped. Several girls appeared with a pop and rushed to the operating room to see the Sannin. To create them, Naruto used only and exclusively demon chakra, which Kurama generously shared. He also complained about the storm he had caused in his inner world. She made sure Itachi was transported to a ward, connected to equipment and IVs, and gave his mentor information about the usual component of the poison. Automatically, she untangled herself from the white surgical suit and fell heavily onto a miraculously found chair in the common corridor. Her tired brain only now began to ask questions. Why did Tsunade give her Itachi, and not Shizune, for example? After all, Uchiha is the heir to the clan, and if he died, the Hokage would have had serious problems. But she still entrusted a serious operation to a half-baked girl. Another lesson for her. The girl smiled bitterly and understandingly. She gave her someone who evoked strong emotions in her, whose death would be a blow to her. She gave him because she believed in her student. Because in another situation, Naruto would have been just as confused, but Senju would no longer be there would be no one to give her an encouraging and sobering kick. And the patient could have died. After all, the Sannin had decided to contact her on the microphone for a reason. She was ready to catch her in case of failure. But she still believed. Gave her a chance to cope on her own, to find a way out. And Naruto was grateful for that. She looked at her shaking hands, her fingers barely bending. Fear, real horror for Itachi, the realization of the situation, came down on her with full force. She couldn't believe that he was alive, lying in intensive care, and would soon come to his senses. Too many impressions, her mind refused to perceive new ones. Uzumaki-san? The girl raised her head and saw the medic who had rushed off with Tsunade. Naruto, she shook her head. But you. And what, Datebao? A raised eyebrow. How did the operation go? Successfully, he nodded happily. Your clones helped us a lot. I'm glad. Uzumaki was almost falling asleep. They took her by the arm, led her somewhere, sat her down on a chair again, shoved a cup of hot tea into her palms. The wonderful smell of thyme touched her nose. After the second sip, the body deigned to wake up. In the staff lounge, not only the medic Nin who helped her and Tsunade had gathered, but also the rest of those who were off duty. They had set the table, laid out all their supplies, stashes, and were now looking at the girl with interest. Appraisingly, penetratingly. At one time, Shizune had whispered that not all executioners were as meticulous as representatives of the most humane profession. The medic Nin in Konoha were a kind of closed community where outsiders were not allowed. With their own hierarchy, with their own, sometimes the most incredible, goals. For them, human life was a priority, nothing else. For all the time of her work, Naruto was never able to become a part of this world. She felt that they were looking at her, sniffing her. And she was not going to break herself to please someone else's interests. Either they accept her as she is, or they don't accept her at all. At that moment, looking at the faces of those gathered, she realized, she was recognized. Tsunade-sama has business at the Hokage Palace, explained the medic who brought her. We wanted to know about the poison. We've never seen anything like it. It was as if it had a mind. Another medic picked up. Naruto took a sip, mechanically chewing the cookie that was thoughtfully slipped to her. In essence, Biju are clots of energy, endowed with their own consciousness, emotions, and feelings. In this they are no different from people. They live, breathe, love or hate, sympathize, understand. And when a huge amount of Kyubi chakra is released and accumulates in one carrier, far from the fox itself, it develops the beginnings of intelligence. The simplest instincts, depending on what state Kyubi was in at the moment of its release. For example, now he is calm and even somewhat pleased. Naruto knew that tomorrow this conversation would fly around the hospital. But that chakra was too angry. It wanted to kill, destroy, break. That's why I assumed that it had accumulated during the fox's attack on Konoha. Somehow Orochimaru managed to combine this chakra and the most complex organic poison. Perhaps the technology of his cursed seal was used for this, I don't know. This can only be found out after an extensive analysis, which the Hokage herself will most likely do. She thought for a while, and was not disturbed. The girl herself shook herself, returned to the interrupted topic. Thus, the poison turned out to be semi-intelligent. It felt the healing energy, and diligently hid from it. But as soon as the chakra sensed its owner, the fox, albeit locked up, it tried to return to the owner. Without its action, the poison disintegrated into its components. Listen, another nurse intervened, is it true what they say about Jiraiya-san and Tsunade-sama? That he ran away from her? Time flew by during the light, cheerful conversation about the adventures of the great Sannin and his escapes from his battle girlfriend. Delicious tea, sweets, and warm company did their job, the medics relaxed. Naruto was able to free herself only late in the evening, when it was already dark on the streets. The light in the Hokage's office was still on, Tsunade's silhouette was visible in the window. You know, she began when the girl closed the door behind her and activated the shields. All these years, I thought about what would have happened if I had not been personally interested in Dan's life. If I had thought like a medic, not cried, not worried whether he would have survived or not. Instead, I listened to his last words. Naruto sat down on the sofa. He still wouldn't have survived, Bie-chan, she shook her head. Tsunade perked up. Because I know that you did everything possible. Despite everything. The woman nodded and put some papers aside. I want to send another squad to sound. Composition? The leaders are Nara Shikamaru and Sasuke Uchiha, they will pick the rest. The guys are the only ones who received the rank of Chunin. Why, Datebao? Naruto knew that the mentor would not do anything just like that, there is a reason for everything. First of all, I looked at the attitude of the genin towards others, enemies, and allies. I do not need inveterate individualists who will abandon the team at the first opportunity. At best, they will carry everything on themselves. At worst, they will ineptly distribute responsibilities and blame their colleagues for the inevitable failure. And, Naruto, the woman looked a little guilty. I can't give you a rank yet. I don't want to attract unnecessary attention. I have already set the elders and Danzo against me. What have you done, Bie-chan? I recognized you as my granddaughter and took you under my guardianship, the Sannin smiled. The girl jumped up, squealed and threw herself on the Hokage's neck. She laughed, but hugged the spontaneous girl. Then she pushed her away a little, smoothed her golden bangs, and looked her straight in the eyes seriously. Naruto, you are now the Hokage's granddaughter. Remember that. Behave as befits the honorable granddaughter of the Hokage-sama. She made an important face, clearly copying Ebisu, Konohamaru's teacher. Then she smiled broadly. From now on, there is no one more important to me than you. Because you are my family, my closest person. Naruto nodded, closed her eyes, and hugged her tighter. Thank you, Bie-chan. They sat hugging for a while, but then Tsunade sent the girl back to the couch. The squad will leave as soon as the victims come to their senses, and give me a report on what happened. We must be prepared for the unexpected. Naruto, you will be included in the squad without fail. And not only as a regular medic, but also as a full-fledged operative. You and Sasuke will be the strike force, the rest are obliged to take you to Orochimaru's hideout at any cost. He is an expert in seals and genjutsu, that's why such a balance of forces. I understand, Datebao. The woman folded her arms across her chest. Now about something else. What did you manage to understand from the analysis of the Uchiha's condition? Naruto bit her lip, fiddled with the end of her braid, her gaze wandering around the room while she prepared an answer. The new Hokage breathed new life into the office. The endless trinkets and figurines disappeared from the shelves. The third's favorite ficus migrated to the corner. And now the wall was prominently decorated with congratulatory messages from fellow Kage on the occasion of accepting the post. However, their masterpieces really deserved a place in a frame. Each letter began with traditional congratulations. The Tsuchikage refuted them and complained about the youth who violate all the shinobi commandments at once. The Mizukage closed the hat with a juicy imprint of scarlet lipstick and suggested that her old friends celebrate this event, perhaps even in the mist, where she would provide her faithful drinking companion with a warm welcome. Considering that she had the lava genome, there was no need to doubt the woman's words. The Raikage simply crossed out the first lines and amiably cursed his rival, whom he still could not forgive for her damaged hands. Instead of the Kazekage who died at the hands of Orochimaru, the Council of Elders wrote. Suna still could not choose a new head. As far as Naruto knew, Senju responded in the same style. In addition to poisoning and hematomas, there are all the signs of sensory overload of the brain. Apparently, too much use of the Sharingan took its toll. And also, he is going blind too quickly for his young age. I found traces of genjutsu on the others. However, the consequences were quickly neutralized. Tsunade peered at the sheets of paper laid out in front of her. I think Itachi was the last one who remained conscious. He helped his own, hence the brain overload. Genjutsu itself cannot harm such a master, but if he had to remove it from the others. Hatake Kakashi's report speaks to the correctness of my hypothesis. They found a detachment inside a protective barrier. A very specific barrier, the woman raised an expressive eyebrow. Naruto blushed slightly. I made several scrolls for Itachi. Just in case. But what are we going to do about his blindness? She returned to the topic that was worrying her again. We can't leave everything like this. It's impossible, Tsunade agreed. And I've already talked to Fugaku. Because of the clan dojutsu, an eye transplant from a donor is needed. Sure sway? We checked, it doesn't fit. The closest option is Sasuke. But he's still too young. His father and I agreed to perform the operation in a year and a half. By the end of this period, both brothers will reach the required state. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I promise you this as a grandmother. The Hokage smiled broadly. And Naruto beamed in response. Itachi slowly emerged from the intoxicating haze with the taste of herbs, iron and salt. The sun's warmth began to break through the endless burning pain, like flowers from under the snow. A familiar voice urged him to endure a little longer, just a little bit. And the light scent of cherries and the sea brought with it peace. He fell into a peaceful, dreamless sleep. His eyes hurt from the bright light. His body felt a slight weakness, and there was no trace of pain left. He was in a ward of the Konoha hospital. A summer wind rushed in through the slightly open window, bringing the scent of wild flowers standing in a vase on the nightstand. Large, ripe, juicy tomatoes and a plate of dango in sweet sauce were also placed there. Itachi turned his head towards a light rustle coming from the other side. Naruto, in a light dress, with a braid down to her hip, was setting up in 4, calculating something, silently whispering to herself. Her lips moved as she wrote down the readings from the devices. So funny, sweet. Homely. Native, one of our own. Are you awake yet? Welcome back, Datebao. She flared up with joy, noticing his awakening. And gently hugged him around the neck. Warm strands of hair slid over his bare skin. Naked? Itachi concentrated on his feelings. Not only was he lying naked under the blanket, but a precious gift had disappeared from his neck. Naru, who undressed me? He asked carefully. His voice was hoarse after a long silence. How long have I been here? You've been here for 2 days. And I undressed you. Is something wrong, Datebao? The girl was surprised. Understanding appeared on her face. She rummaged in the pocket of her dress and handed him the chain. You were squeezing it in your hand, you didn't want to let go. I had to resort to desperate measures, she laughed. The gift lay on his neck again. Itachi calmed down, feeling the usual weight. The door swung open sharply. Sasuke appeared on the threshold, gloomy as a cloud. What did you do to my brother, Dobe? He growled, closing the door behind him. He carefully looked at Itachi, whom Naruto had seated, putting pillows under his back. He turned his stern gaze to his friend, but the elder Uchiha noticed sparks of laughter in Otudo's eyes. You won't believe it. Naruto did not even think to hide her joy. Cured him. So he will live? Sasuke was very naturally horrified. Yeah, Datebao. And if possible, happily ever after. What should I do? If not for the clan's upbringing, the guy would have grabbed his head. The girl burst into laughter. Itachi couldn't help but chuckle like a one-man show. Sasuke was nervous, and now he was letting out his tension. He probably didn't leave the room, scaring everyone with the stone face of a perfect Uchiha. You can eat my tomatoes as a consolation, Otudo. Itachi waved towards the nightstand. Just leave me some dango. You still can't. Sasuke declared vindicatively, biting into a ripe vegetable. Thick juice splashed and ran down his chin. The aroma of juicy, sun-warmed tomatoes spread through the air. Itachi swallowed the saliva that had formed. Until the attending physician allows it. And who is the attending physician? Maybe I can come to an agreement with him? There was a strong desire to quickly taste the sweets in his voice. I'm a doctor. Naruto waved her hand. And yes, for now I don't allow you dango. We are currently cleansing your body, you shouldn't interfere with the drug's action. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here indefinitely. Itachi sighed heavily and leaned back on the pillows. On the one hand, a diet, but on the other, his attending physician. His mind sadly reminded him that the girl had already seen him naked. And apparently, she didn't like it, since she didn't even get embarrassed or blush, as Kunoichi usually did during training and missions, when circumstances forced them to undress. I'll call Tsunade Bie-chan, she wanted to talk to you. Naruto left. Itachi saw her off, caressing her golden locks with his gaze. She saved your life, literally pulled you back from the brink of death, Sasuke shared. And she hasn't left your side all these days. She spent the night here, in the staff room. Even Hokage-sama and I couldn't get her out. But if you want reciprocity, you'd better confess straight out, Enai-san. Uzumaki is such a dope that she absolutely doesn't understand hints. Itachi didn't have time to answer. Tsunade Senju entered. He had heard about the broken drunkard, the loser in the game and in love, but opposite him stood the Hokage of the hidden village, the strongest shinobi, a brilliant medic. She had intelligence, will, and the blood of an ancient clan. And she looked at him with interest, without the hostility expected from a Senju representative. Itachi-kun, I want you to tell me the details of the mission. Yes, Tsunade-sama. We managed to infiltrate Orochimaru's lair in sound, although it was well guarded by shinobi who had been changed by the cursed seal. What he did to them, they were like demons, they knew no fatigue or mercy. However, the seal's duration was limited and led to catastrophic consequences. Inside, we were immediately attacked by a strange orange gas. In it, I felt. Itachi glanced briefly at Uzumaki, standing behind the Sannin. She nodded. In it, I felt the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox. We managed to move forward, despite attempts to impose genjutsu on the squad. I removed the effects of the technique from my comrades. In one of the halls, we found a cage with a boy, from whom the nine-tails chakra was emanating. As far as I understood, when the fox attacked Konoha, some of the released chakra was locked in the body of a baby boy from the monastery. Then Orochimaru kidnapped him for his experiments. By that time, the enemy had received reinforcements, and we were forced to leave. We got outside, where I activated the barrier, before the poison took effect. What happened to that boy? He died, not a single muscle twitched, not a single line of emotion betrayed Itachi. The man was not going to admit that he had killed that boy. His very existence could harm not only Naruto, but the entire village. Akatsuki, which Otuto had mentioned, could take advantage of this. Apparently, Tsunade read the answer between the lines. She nodded and stood up. Very well, rest, Itachi-kun. Excuse me, allow me to ask a question, Tsunade-sama. What do you plan to do next? The woman turned her head slightly, already standing at the door. I will send another squad there. It is time to wipe this place off the face of the earth. In ANBU, they teach a lot: how to approach an enemy and a guarded object, how to breathe silently, how to look so that the target does not notice surveillance, the so-called light look and other skills necessary for a high-class shinobi. And who would have thought that all this knowledge would be needed to spy on a girl you like? Itachi sat on his favorite tree growing opposite the laboratory windows, watching as Uzumaki, humming under her breath, prepared another healing mixture for patients. Her swaying golden braid attracted his gaze, like a bow on a string, a cat. Each clan shinobi was required to learn the art of seduction. How to present your body favorably, how to flirt subtly, how to seduce with one look, and how to please partners of both. Es. All this was included in the reconnaissance section. The Uchiha even had a slight advantage over the others. All of them were, if not beautiful, then attractive in appearance. No holes for bugs, no transparent, glassy eyes. Before going on his first mission, Itachi also underwent similar training. Kagami-san took care of him and Shursui. True, due to their age, the lessons were purely theoretical. Although they came in handy later on missions, a few years later. He invited both kunoichi and ordinary women on dates, met, slept with them. But he had no idea how to hint to the most unpredictable, according to Kakashi, ninja of the Leaf Village, that he liked her. All his experience was powerless against Naruto's illogical thinking. It seemed that her thoughts were going their own way. It was different from the usual. He was sincerely grateful to Kagami-san for appointing him as Uzumaki's teacher. Thus, the relative allowed him to get to know the girl better. Naruto is a strong-willed person. She would make friends in all countries, communicate with people easily, directly, smile at them warmly, from the bottom of her heart, because it was part of her nature. It was impossible to force her to do anything. You could only give her the opportunity to choose, but to force her was unrealistic. And she could no longer be changed, she could only be broken. Itachi's entire being resisted the thought that Naruto would become like Sakura, still stuttering and blushing at the sight of the object of her adoration. No, he needed exactly the Uzumaki she was now. Strong, unbending, a little distrustful, prickly, a little naive. Native, her own. He would wait, because he was already closer to her than anyone else. She led him into her inner circle, trusted him as he trusted her. He would be there, a support and a pillar. And he would try to protect her. Although sometimes he wanted to kill one unbearable Hyuga, who practically settled in the hospital and does not take his frightening transparent eyes off the girl when she enters his room. Itachi wanted to immerse him in Tsukiyomi. The only thing that stopped him was the thought that the same Naruto would have to deal with the victim. And she spends her days and nights in the hospital. After the successful completion of the mission in sound, with the help of another property of the Sharingan, Otudo showed him his memories. What he and Naruto found in Orochimaru's former lair. Of course, Kabuto tried to take everything he could from there. The most serious developments, almost all the documents, the results of the experiments. But what was left was more than enough for the guys. Sasuke woke up in horror for a long time. Before his eyes there were people, experimental subjects, cut up, with a cursed seal grafted on them, which literally turned them into animals. But Orochimaru did not trust even his henchmen, relying entirely on himself. In his personal quarters, Naruto found several Fuin caches with documentation on the latest experiments with the cursed seal, with recipes for numerous poisons. A precious find, if you do not know at what price the scientist achieved the results. They completely cleared the underground shelter, destroying it almost to the ground. Both Uzumaki and Ototo had destructive abilities in abundance. On the way to sound, they were attacked by Orochimaru's henchmen who had survived numerous cleansings of the leaf, his servants, whom Kabuto had sent, buying himself time. Almost all of the squad members suffered. If not for the help of the Suna squad, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Rock Lee would have had a hard time. But at least their condition did not cause concern, unlike Niji and Choji. They were at death's door for a long time. After the operations, they were assigned to Naruto for treatment. The entire squad. Itachi did not know what the girl was thinking about when she froze, when her gaze glazed over the retorts. Why her fingers did not flutter over the mixtures or the microscope. He wanted to hug her, hide her, so that this tired doom would leave her eyes. What did she see in Orochimaru's lair that she didn't even tell Sasuke? What did she read in those documents that accidentally fell under the active Katan techniques? She didn't tell anyone. Her gaze gave her away, a person who had discovered an unsightly truth. And he could only be nearby, hold her hand, waiting out such moments of thoughtfulness. They passed like rain passes. And her sunny smile flared up again, and a rainbow shone in Itachi's personal world. He unsealed the ice cream and easily entered the room, through the open window. It was time for some workaholics to take a break. Itachi, Datebao. Naruto was comically happy, grabbed her other half and sat down on the windowsill. The man kept her company. Reminds me of our second meeting, he chuckled. It was just as hot then. Naruto crunched the ice in agreement. Do you regret becoming an Iranian? No. The girl waved her hands. I learned so many new things. She began to tell, gesticulating animatedly, and at the same time managed to nibble on ice cream. Itachi grinned. He took all of Uzumaki's achievements for granted, because he was confident in his friend's abilities. But if you think about it, she studied for many years, from early childhood. And she could use the mystical hand technique even before leaving the academy. That is, even then she could have claimed the rank, and now, having filled in all the gaps, even more so. He already knew that for the sake of safety, the Hokage decided not to give the girl the rank of Chunin, so this could be an excellent decision. Medics always stood apart from other shinobi. For them the official status did not matter, only the internal classification. That is, anyone could get the same A rank, while remaining a genin. To do this, it was necessary to pass certain tests under the supervision of the Hokage. Naru, aren't you thinking of taking the exam for a higher rank medic? He cut into her monologue, after another enthusiastic Datebao. Suddenly the girl blushed in embarrassment, covered her mouth with her hand, and looked at him guiltily. Bachan tested me right after I returned to the village and gave me a B rank, she said cautiously. And you kept quiet? Itachi raised his eyebrows, not knowing whether to be angry or laugh. Uzumaki is incorrigible. I forgot, Datebao. Naruto drawled, folding her arms under her chest and pressing hard on his pity. I got so carried away that I completely forgot about it. Itachi only shook his head. Congratulations, he smiled softly and stroked the girl's hair. She smiled happily, realizing that there would be no scolding. Now, as a genin, she could carry out missions for Chunin as a medic. He took another portion of fruit ice from the seal, broke it, and immediately identified half of it as Naruto. The idol was ruined by the annoying ringing of the timer. Oh, sorry, I have to run, Datebao. Naruto slid off the windowsill. Naruto. Itachi leaned forward, afraid that she would run away before he had time to carry out his plan. Maybe we should go for a walk together this evening? Uzumaki nodded. With pleasure, Itachi. I'm off. Thanks for the treat. Itachi was left looking at the door behind which his friend disappeared. And wondering if Uzumaki realized that he had asked her out on a date. Unlikely. Uzumaki walked down the corridor, immersed in reading case histories, greeting the medical students she met along the way. She had settled into the hospital, and before she knew it, it had become her second home. The girl would often not show up in her own apartment for days, spending the night in the staff room. Well, what could she do? There was a sofa, a shower, she had brought a change of clothes, and she could always run to Ichiraku for a bite to eat. But that way she could devote more time to her studies and work. Bachan had taken her seriously, gradually training her to a rank. Although the Hokage had not said so directly, it was not difficult for Naruto to find out what category the books the Sannin had given her belonged to. And everything seemed fine, but his soul was somehow restless. Intuition was flickering on the periphery of his consciousness, tingling his mind, sometimes preventing him from sleeping peacefully. Something was about to happen, something serious in Uzumaki's life. And Naruto herself did not notice how frequent meetings with Itachi became her salvation. After conversations with the senior Uchiha, she fell asleep peacefully, and her dreams were light and bright. The girl shook her head and concentrated on the test data. Their first serious mission, without an escort, without the backup of mentors. And if Naruto, after the Land of Waves, realized that they could easily be killed, that the opponents would not spare the genin, then the guys faced something like this for the first time. And they came out of the test with honor. Although the same Kiba could have been a less destructive hero. The wound damaged part of the intestine, slightly touched the liver. Of course, for a body saturated with chakra, nothing serious, but the girl still had to tinker, pulling him out of a critical state. Shikamaru left on his own 2 feet that same day. That's why he is a genius, to get off with a couple of scratches, minor shifts after Genjutsu and a meeting with a beautiful girl from Suna. The Hokage herself had to deal with Choji. The pills had a deadly effect on his body, almost burning the chakra channels to the evil yokai. If the medicine sent after Tsunade had been even a little late, there would have been one less Akimichi in the world. Niji was dealing with Shizune. With the help of a strand of hair placed in the seal and a huge amount of chakra, Tsunade's assistant was able to pull another genius literally from the other side. That's who Naruto was heading to, putting aside all thoughts of Itachi for a while. She would think about him a little later. Good afternoon, Medic-san, Hyuga greeted her, squinting sarcastically. He still did not take the girl seriously, although it was thanks to her that he recovered much faster than one could have expected. Naruto did not spare either medications or chakra, the reserve of which was greater than that of all the medics in the village. With the exception of Tsunade, perhaps. Good afternoon, terminal patient, Uzumaki smiled mischievously in response. Niji grimaced expressively. With his characteristic clan imperturbability and fire in his eyes, Hyuga was eager to leave the hospital for training with tripled force. Who would let him go? Naruto almost didn't think about the Chunin exam when she prescribed him a cleansing enema. Almost. Maybe just a little. Another Hyuga was sitting near the wall. Usually, Hyuga treated minor wounds within the clan or paid for the services of the Uchiha SPA medics, preferring to deal with another brother clan, which is why they appeared in the hospital even less often than other shinobi. However, this time he couldn't avoid the hospital. Due to his clan issues, Hayashi was afraid that a promising warrior, and his nephew at that, would be harmed or simply killed. And therefore, someone from the Hyuga side branch was always on duty in his ward. The Hokage turned a blind eye to this. She had more important things to do than argue about the presence of bodyguards in the ward. Fortunately, he did not interfere much. During the examinations, he generally sat in the corner and only closely watched every movement of the medic. Niji had already undressed as usual, allowing the girl to examine the scar left by the through wound in his shoulder. The blade passed very close to the heart, touched the area near it. Again, the medics were in time. Naruto felt the muscles with chakra, listened to his breathing and involuntarily compared Niji with Itachi. The Uchiha was older, and his body was better formed. Flexible, sinewy, lean, rangy. Like a hound, aimed only at hunting and killing. His smooth, almost untanned skin was covered with thin threads of scars. It seemed a little roughened from constant training and battles. And he liked it more. Naruto blushed, moved away, and began to quickly fill out the map. Niji raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, starting to wrap himself in the clan's traditional kimono again. "When will they let me go?" he asked, hopefully. Uzumaki giggled, as if they were talking about a prison, not a hospital. "We'll keep you in recovery today, and tomorrow you can be discharged," she smiled. "Just don't overdo it with the training, at least for 2 days. Okay, Datebao?" At this point, she was mostly addressing her bodyguard. He would make sure that the genius didn't hurt himself. He nodded. "What was that noise this morning?" Niji asked, throwing an orange from the basket on his nightstand to Uzumaki. He had a constant stream of visitors, especially the recovered and therefore twice as happy Rock Lee. They were only forbidden to come in when there was an examination going on, despite the fact that their classmate was conducting it. Therefore, the genius of the Hyuga clan quickly calculated the advantages of Uzumaki staying in the ward for as long as possible. And often stopped her just to chat. However, Naruto did not give in, she stayed only when she had free time. Now was the time. She had already kicked Inuzuka out of the hospital, examined Choji, and the shift was only starting in half an hour. "It was Kakashi-san who ended up in our department, Datebao." Naruto chuckled, seeing how the Hyuga's eyebrows simultaneously rose in surprise. Every shinobi was required to undergo a full medical examination once every 3 to 4 months, once every 6 months at most. But the higher the ninja's rank rose, the worse they followed this order. And the medics simply didn't have enough people to catch everyone. And if it was easy enough to do this with the genin and some chunin, then they had to be outrageous with the jonin. The longer they held their rank, the more cunning they showed. There were, of course, conscientious individuals, like Iruka Umino or Kurina Yuhi, who had recently become a jonin. But there were also those whose escapes became legendary among the population of Konoha. For example, in an effort to avoid the attention of doctors, Shiranui Gunma could compete with the ghost of Shursui in terms of the speed of disappearance of Shunshin. However, he did not lag behind. Itachi never showed up at the hospital at all, charmed by the look of his deep, velvety black eyes. The nurses scribbled in his card without looking. In addition, they had a SPA, the doctors of which checked everyone in the clan. Asuma Sarutobi hid on the territory of his clan and did not stick his head out until he noticed that the doctors had lost their enthusiasm. Naruto also took part in the hunt. She caught the resisting Konohamaru team. But Kakashi is a completely different story. Hatake Kakashi was the first among the runaways. And what medic nin can compete with the copy nin? One and you're in Genjutsu, and the shinobi himself is already on the other side of the village, in one of his many secret hideouts. As it turned out, he can be dealt with too. Tsunade didn't stand on ceremony and, in response to yet another complaint from Shizun about the disobedient Jonin, called him into her office and knocked him out with one precise blow. And then she dragged him to the emergency room, where they were glad to see him as if he were family. They immediately tied him to the bed, gave him injections, put him on N4 and poured in a couple of laxative infusions for better cleansing of the body. So, when Kakashi came to, it was already too late. So he was indignant, twitching in the belts on which Jiraiya personally placed chakra-blocking seals. Neji heard this noise. Naruto saw how both Hyuga wanted to laugh, but they held back with all their might, observing clan dignity. That's why she was glad when a lab assistant flew into the room and gave her the Hokage's order to come to the office immediately. The guys also needed to relax. She had no doubt, tomorrow, stories about the exploits of her dear mentor would fly all over Konoha. On the way, Naruto felt a weak light gaze on her. Itachi taught her to concentrate in order to be able to detect ANBU-level surveillance, showed what exactly to pay attention to, what signs, omens, and so on. This only convinced her that something was coming. Tsunade put her finger to her lips and showed seals for concentration and sensory scanning of the surrounding space. Naruto obediently closed her eyes, listened to herself. Together with the elder Uchiha, they improved the girl's sensory skills. Now the defeat radius was 100 meters. Nothing, empty. Naruto moved a little further and at 110 she detected a surge of chakra, a thin thread of which led to the Hokage's office. Where exactly, the girl did not understand, and it was not necessary. Danzo, the head of Root, could not calm down after recognizing the Jinchuriki as the Hokage's granddaughter and a hospital medic. He found fault with all of Tsunade's orders, increased his attention to the Uchiha clan, whose dojutsu he had long been licking his lips at. However, they, who were up to their ears in business with the SPA, businesses within the quarter and the police, sat quietly and paid no attention to anything. The night of the Kyuubi attack taught them to value their lives. Moreover, the Hokage and the Council of Clans were on their side. The Sannin silently approached, grabbed the girl in her arms and shunshined to her home, where she immediately put all the barrier seals she knew. Tsunade was called loser, but the woman had never been an idiot. Before leaving, she rented out all the real estate belonging to Senju and once a year, through a trusted person, confirmed the agreement. And upon her return, she occupied a small 2-story house, which had long served as a place for her grandmother to rest from her hyperactive, energetic grandfather. Mito had set up a defense there that Danzo had never dreamed of. Tsunade brewed tea, poured it into cups, rummaged through the sideboard and pulled out a basket of cookies and chocolate-covered nuts. Only then did she sit down opposite him. Naruto, we need to have a serious talk. Have you heard of the Akatsuki organization? Kabuto and the swordsman you fought when you came for me are part of it. The organization's mission is to capture all the Biju and remove them from their carriers. For what purpose it is still unknown. The Council of Elders, with the full support of the head of the Root Anbu Shimura Danzo, decided that you need to be sent out of the village for the next 2 years along with the Sannin Jiraiya. For training. For your safety and the safety of the leaf. Naruto blinked her eyes in shock. Leave Konoha, your home? But, how is that possible, Bie-chan, Datebao, she exclaimed in confusion. And she froze when she saw the Hokage's serious look. She calmed down and tried to pull herself together. Have you already thought of something? It wasn't for nothing that you invited me here, she gestured around the small kitchen at home. Yes, Tsunade took a sip and carefully put the cup aside. I think you yourself understand that Jiraiya has nothing to teach you. Not with your goals. You want to become a medic. But Danzo needs a Jinchuriki fighter, Naruto gloomily said the conclusions they had made together with Itachi during one of their training sessions. True, he needs a completely subservient operative, the woman nodded, twirling a nut in her fingers, not noticing how it was staining her skin with chocolate. He and the elders believe that Jiraiya will be able to hide and protect you if necessary, and will also teach you a lot. After all, the Sannin, she snorted, expressing her attitude to this opinion of the council and her friend as well. In some ways, he had to agree with her. Jiraiya was not a natural teacher, like Tsunade. He constantly forgot that it was necessary to fuss with children, to explain to them simple things like chakra control and concentration. And he preferred to combine the search for inspiration with intelligence, and not with the role of a mentor. But you don't think so, Uzumaki noted shrewdly. Tsunade sighed heavily. Akatsuki is led by a former student of Jiraiya and his friends. I think his love for them will not allow him to fight at full strength. He could lose. And I do not agree to let you go from under the protection of the leaf at a dangerous time. Besides, Naruto straightened up, realizing that they had come to the most important motive of this conversation. I have too few people I could trust. Tsunade looked directly, openly. About whom I could say for sure that they were not sent by Danzo or the elders. The same Anko, she is too attached to her former teacher, Orochimaru. And what she presents as hatred is in fact an old, deep-rooted grudge. Why did he take Kabuto instead of her? Why did he leave her? Tsunade waved her hand, sipping her tea. Let's get back to our conversation. At one time, I planned to delegate some of my affairs to trusted people, because even I have a hard time keeping up with everything at once. I wanted to hand over the hospital to you. By that time, you should have already learned all this kitchen. Supplies, medicines, patients, reports on operations and examinations, everything would go through you. Of course, Shizune and I would not leave you without help. We would monitor you, help with advice, but you would be the one supervising the main work. That's why I need you here and now. I don't want to give such an important aspect of the village's life into the hands of Danzo's henchmen. But what about Shizune? Why not her, Datebao? Shizune is needed in the place of my personal assistant. The woman shook her head. It will not arouse suspicion. Besides, Kato is loyal to me personally, and not to Konoha. I understand, Datebao, Naruto drawled. The Hokage's voiced plans frightened her. Hand over the hospital to some girl, even a B-rank medic? A Jinchuriki at that? Work, and hard work at that, had never scared Naruto. She was capable of working until she was sweating. But such a colossal responsibility scared her. Tsunade gently took her hand, squeezed it in her warm fingers, releasing a little chakra. You shouldn't be afraid of responsibility. In recent years, you are the only medic who mastered the mystical hand technique while still a student at the academy. And the Uchiha training instilled in you seriousness, gave you the necessary knowledge. Do you think they didn't tell me that it was you who calculated the accounting of 2 Uchiha enterprises for several months in a row, with the easy help of Kagami-san? Tsunade looked at her skeptically. Naruto blushed. And we will be there, we will catch you if you fail, we will not let you make serious mistakes. And the other medic mean too. They have already subtly hinted to me several times about your potential, Tsunade snorted, recalling those hints. They managed all these years, when almost all medicine in Konoha was abandoned? She said the last part with bitterness. In her time, Tsunade spent a lot of time and effort to train at least 2 generations of medic mean. But as soon as she left Konoha, they immediately stopped teaching genin anything more serious than feeding them neutral chakra so that their charges would at least survive until they got to the hospital. And now those who worked in the Konoha hospital were either her former students or the first students of those of her charges who had completed the course. But even I can't ignore the decision of the Council of Elders, the voice of the head of the Root ANBU, Tsunade grimaced. She didn't like old people, she really didn't like them. And what do you suggest, Datebao? You have 2 options for how things will develop. You can leave with Jiraiya, travel the world with him, see other countries and villages, learn his techniques. That's the first option. And the second? Naruto Uzumaki leaves the leaf, and 2 months later, my second student, an A-rank medic mean, appears in her place, whom I left in a small village. She will become the head of the Konoha hospital. Naruto, you must understand, if you choose the second option, you will have to hide your true identity from your friends, people close to you. Change your appearance, habits, even your voice, forget your true name for a while and not reveal the secret to anyone. Think about how it will be for you to be in Konoha, to see them running past every day and remain silent. Naruto bit her lip. But what about you, Bie-chan? She looked up at the Sannin. You need my help, Datebao. Naruto, the woman breathed out. As Hokage, I explained my motives and desires to you. And now I am talking to you as a grandmother. There is nothing more important to me than your happiness. If this means you leaving with Jiraiya, I will wait for souvenirs from the countries and cities you visit. Upon your return, we will sit over a cup of tea, and you will tell us your impressions. To be honest, this is exactly the path I would like for you. Because with the second option, you will be forced to lie to your friends for 2 years, to do everything so that they don't suspect anything. Naruto looked at Bie-chan in confusion. Her head was a complete mess of a heap of thoughts, a hurricane of feelings and doubts. Tsunade looked at her understandingly. Think carefully. You have a week to make a decision. In 7 days, you and Jiraiya should no longer be in the village. Uzumaki nodded, and the woman removed the barriers. The girl immediately rushed home. Seeing the streets of Konoha full of life now, the figures of her friends, hearing their voices, was very painful now. At home, she began to pace the room, rearranging things in upset feelings. In her thoughts and heart, there was complete confusion, which she could not cope with. Just the thought that she was practically being kicked out of Konoha, even for 2 years, squeezed her chest. Her heart sank from it. The girl stood in the center of the room and used the breathing exercises that Kagami's grandfather had shown her so that she could curb her typical clan temperament. If she left with her godfather now, she would lose 2 years that she could have spent honing her techniques. Tsunade was right when she said that the hospital might have to be given to a shinobi loyal to Danzo, because Shizen simply wouldn't be physically able to juggle 2 posts, and there were few trusted people, even fewer medics among them. If Danzo captured the medic Nin, he would essentially be able to continue Orochimaru's work, albeit not in such a harsh and cruel version. But 2 years of deceiving people who trusted her. Naruto walked around the room, her gaze falling on a framed photograph. Sasuke and Itachi, her 2 best friends. If she considered Temi a brother, almost a twin, knew that he would be able to understand and forgive, then Itachi. As if 2 different people stood before her. Before, there was always a strange alienation between them on the part of the Uchiha. There were always clearly defined boundaries that they did not dare to go beyond. Despite the fact that they became friends, Naruto knew exactly why, or rather, for whom Itachi did everything. Sasuke, his beloved younger brother. She saw this as if she was reading an open book. And she agreed to remain in the background, an assistant and an extra, if only the genius of the clan taught her. But a few months ago, this barrier fell. Itachi became closer, more understandable. Like air, he penetrated her, mixed like watercolor with water. His looks, his smiles. Naruto felt that they were addressed specifically to her. Such closeness caused vague, incomprehensible feelings in the depths of her soul, still weak, unfamiliar to the girl. She had never experienced anything like this before. There was admiration and unconditional trust, hope and soft, mocking tenderness. Uzumaki tried not to delve into these feelings, so as not to get confused in what she did not understand. She did not rush, did not listen to them especially, but she knew, they were maturing in the depths of her heart, forcing her to notice in Itachi what she had not seen before. A heavy strand of shiny hair falling over his eyes, thin, strong fingers with neat nails, arrows of eyelashes and restrained laughter in the depths of the eyes, making his face shine with an inner light, which made the man even more attractive in appearance. Naruto did not talk about her little discoveries with anyone, putting them aside like precious photographs in a box. And she waited for the fruit to ripen in her soul, to understand what was happening to her. She pulled Toru by the tail, and finally reached it. Will Itachi be able to forgive her if he finds out about the deception? Will she be able to not give herself away for 2 years if she chooses the second path? Having come to nothing, Naruto went to the promised meeting with the man. Evening Konoha was quieting down, noisy shopkeepers were putting away their goods. Here and there the girl saw familiar melenin, greeted them, answered friendly questions. She laughed with them, was sad with them. And with each step she realized that she would not be able to leave these people, she would not be able to leave the leaf. Itachi was waiting for Naruto near the abandoned training ground. Despite everything, even if the girl did not understand anything, he decided to make sure that she enjoyed this evening. His mother, smiling slyly, thrust a scroll with a treat into his hands. His father, without looking up from the newspaper, sternly informed him that he had ordered him to clean up a small house that stood away from the main one. If Itachi returned late or in the morning, he could spend the night there without waking anyone, especially Sasuke. Itachi snorted, the aforementioned Sasuke choked on his tea. The house that Fugaku had spoken of was intended for newlyweds, so that they could get used to living together separately from everyone, and so that the family would not interfere with them in the first days of their new life. Father could not have given a more subtle hint. And he knew that all this would remain within the clan. The Uchiha did not have the habit of gossiping about the relationships of their relatives. And Naruto was generally considered a friend by almost all families. And whoever spread rumors about her or Itachi and Sasuke would inevitably face severe punishment. They would hardly have even told the head, they would have figured it out themselves. Fortunately, irascibility was also in the Uchiha's blood, as was restraint and thoughtfulness of decisions. All thoughts flew out of his head when Naruto approached him. A little absent-minded, upset about something, she still tried to pull herself together and smile at him. Itachi, without further ado, picked her up in his arms, cast a complex illusion on them and slid to the borders of the village. Thanks to Kushina-san's lessons, the barrier let him through without hesitation. And Naruto had a universal key to all the fuin of the whirlpool, the blood of the Uzumaki. Pressing the precious load to his chest, feeling how his heart beat wildly near his fingers, squeezing his ribs, he rushed through the trees to his favorite place within the leaf. Naruto looked around with interest and calmly followed him when he took her hand and led her along a narrow path between lush bushes of intoxicatingly smelling hydrangeas and magnolias. He pulled back the curtain of thin willow branches, revealing to the girl a small lake, hidden among tall, spreading trees. Fireflies hovered above it, the willow wept bitterly on the smooth surface of the water, causing crystal drops to resound everywhere. Each time the fireflies soared, began to circle, then descended and hid in the thick grass, so that with the next ringing they would soar upward again. No one knew about this place except Itachi himself. Here he found peace for his heart. And here he spent most of his free time in recent days. How beautiful, Datebao! Naruto whispered reverently, coming closer to the lake. She watched the fireflies hover with her eyes wide with delight and her mouth slightly open, even offering her palm to a couple of them, but they did not land. Itachi unsealed the scroll and took out a basket with treats and a thin but warm blanket, sending his mother a mental thank you. He himself, even with all his genius, had not thought of this. It turns out that next to Uzumaki you need to forget about all the charming techniques and just enjoy her closeness, their time spent together. They sat on a blanket, ate Makoto-san's delicious pies and watched the enchanting, never-repeated dance of fireflies. In a measured, quiet voice, Itachi told an ancient legend about a goddess who fell in love with a mortal. They lived a long life together, full of adventures and dangers, and when he died, she ordered to bury him in her sacred lake. And she herself sank to the shore and began to mourn the lost beloved. The gods took pity on her and turned her into a thin willow, and the soul of her beloved scattered like a handful of fireflies in its branches. Since then, they were always together. It took a while for the man to notice that Naruto was barely listening to him, lost in her thoughts. "Naru, is something bothering you?" She shuddered, looked at him with some fear, which made Itachi even more sure that his friend was hiding something. "Itachi, tell me," she hesitantly wrung her fingers, bit her lips. "Not like her at all. Tell me, if you found out that I was hiding something from you, or deceiving you, what would you do?" She cast a sidelong glance from under her bangs. Hiding? Deceiving? His heart trembled. What had already happened in the few hours that they had not seen each other? I would first find out why you did this, he answered judiciously, lifted his friend's face by the chin, looked into her sad blue eyes. I trust you, and immediately bit his tongue. The flower that distorted the girl's face cut across his heart like a sharp blade. Naruto turned away, clenched her hands into fists. Itachi felt a serious struggle going on inside her. She doubted, hesitated. But when she straightened up proudly, the man understood. Uzumaki had decided something for herself. In a week, I'm leaving with Jiraiya for training. For 2 years, she said quietly. The man closed his eyes. He expected something like this when he heard from Sasuke about Akatsuki. His opponent, the swordsman of the mist, turned out to be a very talkative fish. It was not for nothing that Naruto ordered him to be taken away from the spring, an additional source of his native element. Although without the support of the Sannin, Otudo would have had a hard time anyway. However, he managed to find out the main thing: the organization collects biju, thereby killing their carriers. It was only a matter of time before they would come for Naruto. Were you worried about that? He smiled. Well, yes, the girl ran her hand through the hair on the top of her head out of habit. I didn't want to bother you in advance, Datebao. She lied, clumsily, artlessly. This made Itachi's heart clench, from pity. How many times had he lied, hiding his wounds and fatigue, just to avoid worrying his mother and brother? How many times had he smiled, looking into his father's worried eyes, deceiving him that everything was fine? What had made Naruto learn this? To lie to him? A pain, thin as a needle, swirled in his chest. To calm it, Itachi pulled Naruto to him, hugged her, inhaling the beloved scent of her hair. Whatever happened, he would find out what the reason was. But now Naruto needed his support. Trying to find out the truth would only cause her unnecessary suffering. Do you need any help? Uzumaki's face brightened, this time she was smiling quite sincerely. Just stay with me, she asked, leaning against his shoulder and again directing her gaze to the fireflies. I feel calmer this way. Itachi squeezed the thin hand, icy fragile fingers. And promised himself that he would definitely find out what was hidden behind Uzumaki's training. What did she want to protect her friends from? They spent the whole night together. Walked through the forest, holding hands, mostly silent. Naruto looked at him as if she was trying to remember every detail, every gesture. And Itachi shook the magnolia bushes above her head, showering her with a rain of accumulated night moisture and petals. And listened to her ringing, sonorous laughter. Their entire date had a note of desperate determination on the part of Uzumaki. Despite this, Itachi fell asleep in the morning absolutely happy. A loud knock woke the Godame Hokage at dawn. Slowly, half asleep, she opened the door. Uzumaki stood on the threshold, flushed, with her braid disheveled. Not a wink of sleep. She must have wandered all night, and then run, Tsunade decided, briefly noting her clothes damp from the dew and her ragged breathing. The woman let her granddaughter in, closed the door. She put up barriers, and only after that Naruto exhaled decisively. I agree to the second option, Datebao. Here, Tsunade unloaded 3 tall stacks of books in front of the girl. You need to learn all of this by heart if you want to rise to rank A. You should also think over your image, name, rehearse it to get used to it. And be sure to tell it to me. It's hard to explain why I don't know the name of my own student, the Sannin smiled slyly. Where will I live when I come to Konoha? The girl methodically packed the literature into scrolls. At my home. Shizen was left a house after her uncle died, she lives there. My second student doesn't have any housing in Konoha, Tsunade shrugged. When Naruto finished and sat down on the couch again, she took the scroll out of the seal. This is a contract for concluding a blood pact with the summoning of Katsuyu, she explained while the girl unfolded and examined the names written there. Try to negotiate with the summoning, convince her to cooperate. And just talk. Katsuyu is a kind, sympathetic soul. Plus, he knows a lot about medical techniques. And he spits acid really well, Datebao. Uzumaki's eyes flashed. Of course, Tsunade shook her head proudly. The women looked at each other and laughed. Itachi hurried as best he could. He flew like a shadow across the roofs of houses, slid along the branches of trees. The Hokage sent him on a mission. It seemed like nothing complicated, but by the time Naruto left, he was late. When he returned, she was no longer in the village. A week, he missed the entire week that he could have spent with her. To remember her, to breathe her in. He didn't have time, he was late. He kept stalling for time, didn't say the most important thing. The girl turned around, as if she felt him, said something to the Sannin, who nodded. And slipped into a grove nearby. Jiraiya slowly, whistling under his breath, went on alone. And the girl stood under a wide tree, her head thrown back. Okay, I'll have time to say goodbye to you, Datebao, she smiled. Itachi jumped down next to her like lightning, almost right next to her, and caught that smile on her lips. A kiss, gentle, not demanding, just a touch of lips. But so sweet, long awaited. Everything could change, 2 years is a long time. Not for him, for her. That's why he wanted to give her this time to think. And remember her before parting. The taste of cherries and the bright, scorching sun that had now settled in his chest and illuminated his entire world. Gentle, dry lips, a little surprised. With the tip of his tongue, the man licked the plump lower one, which made the girl open her mouth and moan lightly. She hugged him around the neck, pressed herself closer, letting him feel her weight on his hands. Itachi pulled away with difficulty, buried his forehead in hers. Naruto looked stunned, surprised. She touched her lips with her fingertips, looking at the Uchiha with confusion. Her eyes darkened like the sky before a storm. Naru, think of me as more than just a friend, he said softly. Please. Something strange, dark, flashed in the depths of her blue eyes. Naruto nodded, the corners of her mouth twitching, but the girl was too stunned to smile. She simply walked out of the grove and ran to catch up with the Sannin. Itachi ran home, hiding under an illusion. Not paying attention to anyone, his face became stony again when he submitted his report, listening to the Hokage's approval. And only at home, hiding in his room, in its complete darkness, did he allow himself to touch his lips with his fingertips. Tsunade dedicated her old friend to the plan only partially. Jiraiya was supposed to accompany Naruto to a village on the border of the Land of Fire, to distant relatives of the Senju, where the girl would continue to study medicine. Which is what the godfather did, the very next day disappearing from the settlement, where there was not a single open bathhouse. Naruto really liked his Bachan friends. Old Lady Tsume and her husband Takeo accepted the girl with open arms. The couple could not believe that little Tsunechan, who often visited them, became a whole Hokage. And they asked about her health, her personal life. To which Takeo grumbled, and Tsume giggled, winking at Naruto like a conspirator. Tsume was once one of the best silk embroiderers, her kimonos were bought by the daimyo of all the countries. At 15, she married the woodcarver Takeo. And since then, they have been together. Naruto turned away in embarrassment when she saw her husband looking at his wife. And it seemed to her that he saw neither wrinkles nor old age. In his eyes, she was still a young silk embroiderer. She plunged headlong into the atmosphere of home warmth and comfort, harmony and love, in which she was to spend 2 months. During this time, she had to read a lot of books given to her by the Bachan, and learn even more in order to be able to pass the test for an A-rank medic. The girl trained all day long, found crippled animals, helped everyone in the village. The villagers were only glad of the appearance, albeit temporary, of a medic Nin. Tsume, scolding her for being small and thin, forcibly dragged her out to eat and rest. And in the evenings she would undo her braid and comb her hair, for a long, long time, humming to herself. She asked Shinigami not to touch the girl, not to turn his face towards her. Naruto would fall asleep to this singing. What the girl never did was run away from problems. She bravely met them face to face. As soon as she thought about it, her fingers involuntarily touched her lips, on which her first kiss was imprinted like fire. With embarrassment, Naruto remembered the firmness of Itachi's lips, their gentle, sweet taste. How her legs buckled and her breath caught when he touched her with the tip of his tongue. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed her insides and squeezed them into a lump. She had to admit, it wasn't disgusting like she had imagined in childhood when she saw adult kisses. Itachi asked her to think of him not as a friend. But as who? A lover? A lover? Such thoughts made Naruto want to apply snow or ice to her burning cheeks. For the first time, she realized that Itachi was a man. An attractive, strong shinobi. Of course, she liked him as a friend, she trusted him. But something more? For the umpteenth time, she decided not to rush things. Time would put everything in its place. She needed to give herself the opportunity to sort out her thoughts. She only noticed that Itachi would have made her cheeks flared up again a good husband. But Naruto Uzumaki would think about that when he returned to the village. In the meantime, she was Shinomori Hino, a student of the 5th Hokage. And she had never had, does not have, and will not have a relationship with the heir to the Uchiha clan. When creating her image, Naruto did not overthink it. She based it on her shinobi friends. Her hair was chemically treated with an improved dye composition from Fumiko's grandmother. Her ears were adorned with small stud earrings with round stones of gray, cat's eye. The necessary fuen were on a metal base, changing the natural color of the eyes with complex illusions. The dress, like Shizune's, was completely blue, without white inserts. And the mask was like Kakashi-san's. On the top there were seals, among which was one that did not allow you to take it off. On the bottom, on the throat, there was another fuen that changed the voice. No deformation of the ligaments, no damage, changes only at the exit. Well, and for dessert 2 metal mesh t-shirts, to change. Tsunade was generous and gave the girl her grandmother's legacy. The t-shirt hid chakra perfectly, like the ancient armor of Uzushio. The girl killed all her free time at night on this transformation. She did not even suspect the existence of such seals until she opened the disguise section in her grandmother's book. And so, at the end of the 2nd month, a girl with dark brown hair, gathered in a wide, loose knot at the base of her neck, stood in front of the mirror. A simple dress and sandals with low, wide heels made her a little taller. The mask hid half of her face, leaving only dark brown, almost black, eyes visible. She had economical, stingy movements, the calm of Buddha, and a deep, husky voice. She had to work on her habits and character, train for a long time. Tsunade was right again, Naruto had to almost completely remake himself. The girl was in constant tension, controlling every word, every gesture. Although outwardly it did not show in any way. She stood in front of the mirror and said goodbye to Naruto Uzumaki for 2 long years. Now she is Shinomori Hino. Tsunade-sama, did you call? Shursui addressed the Hokage, who was busy with papers. Itachi and Sasuke in a green vest stood on either side of him like silent statues. Yes. In the documents obtained from Orochimaru's lair, analysts found the coordinates of the remaining snake nests. It is necessary to clear them out without unnecessary noise, without attracting attention. This is a task for your 3, she handed the scroll to Itachi. Together, you possess almost all the elements. 2 medics will go with you. There is no time limit. You can carry it out. The shinobi silently disappeared from the office. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, looked at the bustling village outside the window. There was no need to worry about this now, the 3 Uchiha geniuses would handle it perfectly. Soon, very soon, reinforcements would arrive. Shizune was torn in 2, trying to make it to the hospital and as the Hokage's assistant. So the girl would soon have a nervous breakdown. Tsunade sighed. If it were up to her, she would have appointed someone else, someone more experienced, to this position. But there was no choice. Everyone who claimed the title of head of the hospital turned out to be either the elder's protégés or had a funny seal on their tongue. The Hokage simply could not allow Danzo to seize the sphere of influence as well. No matter, soon her student would be in her place. Both of her students. The Hokage was engaged in a lively conversation with the heads of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Nara clans when the door opened and a shinobi slipped in. "Tsunade-sama, you have a visitor. She says you were expecting her." The Sannin nodded and beamed when she saw a dark-haired young woman of about 20 years old enter. A mask hid her face, leaving her eyes, and her dress, her figure. "Shinomori," she exclaimed happily. "Master," the woman shook her head reproachfully, a faint smile appearing under the mask. "I asked you to." The Hokage turned to those present. "Allow me to introduce Shinomori Hino, my student, whom I left to watch over a certain village." The woman bowed, and the curious glances of the clan heads crossed on her. But she continued to look back seriously and at the same time serenely. "Please, call me Shino." "So only your friends call you?" Hyuga raised an eyebrow, hinting at sycophancy. "That's what everyone calls me," the woman cut him off calmly. "I don't like my full name." Soon the heads of the clan said goodbye to the Hokage, leaving her alone with the student. "Well," the Sannin asked cheerfully, "are you ready for the A-rank test, future head of the Konoha hospital?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," the woman bowed in a shallow bow to her equal. Tsunade laughed contentedly and easily. A new game, 2 years long, had begun. And this time she had reinforcements. Itachi leaned tiredly against a tree, watching the ruins of Orochimaru's latest hideout smoke and, in some places, still blaze. What if all 3 cleaners were on good terms with Katon? The medic immediately began to fuss around him, activating his chakra. Shursui and Sasuke controlled the area, but it seemed there shouldn't be any more surprises. They had managed to clean up all the consequences of the Sannin's experiments. This was the last hideout in a long list of snake nests. Sometimes Itachi thought that they had covered the entire world with their network. For 6 months, the shinobi had been running from one country to another, rushing into battle, clearing out the dead Sannin's hiding places. Even from the other world, he managed to cause them trouble. The consequences of his experiments could hardly be called harmless. Talented shinobi, the last representatives of their families with an improved genome, with an instilled cursed seal, they became truly dangerous opponents. The Uchiha ate on the go, slept for several hours a day, and then started running again, resting only immediately before the battle. They had to use all their skills to not only survive, but also to win. Finally, everything was over, they could return to Konoha. Even if Orochimaru still had shelters, looking for them without clues was like trying to find a dark cat in a dark room. Especially if it was not there. Pointless and useless. They had already done most of the work, checking all the places on the list. Secretly, Itachi cherished the hope of meeting Naruto with Jiraiya in one of the many cities. Once or twice he thought he saw a tail of disheveled snow-white hair, but each time he was convinced that there was no scent of the Sannin there. Sasuke landed nearby. He glanced at his brother with his activated Sharingan. "Let's move?" Itachi nodded and stood up with difficulty. Everything was blurry before his eyes, the repeated use of Mangekyo was taking its toll. "Yes, Otuto. We can go home." Already at the village, his head was spinning, his vision was swimming. General fatigue, overexertion from using the dojutsu, and the weakness he had begun to feel in recent days were taking their toll. Out of the corner of his ear, he heard the worried exclamations of his friend and brother. On the border between sleep and reality, it seemed to him that he again felt the familiar smell of cherries and the sea. Itachi woke up already in the hospital, in a single room. Sasuke was sitting next to him, still in a dirty, dusty uniform. Apparently he had not gone home to change. "How are you, Enai-san?" He immediately jumped up, seeing that his brother had come to his senses. "All right, Otuto," the elder poked the younger in the forehead, making him snort. "I'll get dressed now, and we'll go home." "I'm afraid you won't go anywhere for now," a deep, hoarse voice rang out. A woman in a dark dress entered the room, a mask hid half of her face, only her forehead and clear, deep dark eyes were visible. In one hand she held a tablet, in the other a tray with medicines and injections. You have been diagnosed with a viral disease. She put the tray on the nightstand and began scanning the patient's chest in the lung area. She nodded with gloomy satisfaction at some of her own conclusions. The initial stage, the foci have not had time to spread, there is only one, small one. Now your immune system is fighting hard, which is helped by the fire type of your chakra. You will spend this week in the hospital isolation ward, where we will monitor the progress of the treatment, and at the same time check for resistance of the virus to the main series of drugs. And to the reserve one at the same time, she added after thinking. The medic gave several injections, made him take the medicine and told him to rest, sternly reminding Sasuke that the patient needed rest. Can't your brother be treated at our home? Sasuke asked hopefully, not liking hospitals. The woman looked at him tiredly, like a small child, which made the Uchiha embarrassed. No, she can't. I don't want to treat an entire clan instead of one person. It's all right, Otudo. Itachi calmed his brother softly, not taking his attentive gaze off the medic mean. She's right, there's no need to infect the entire clan. The woman snorted quietly and left, closing the door behind her. Who is this? Asked the elder Uchiha. I haven't seen her in the hospital before. Shinomori Hino came from the window. Shursui was sitting on the windowsill. The ghost climbed inside the ward and sat down on his friend's bed. Tsunade-sama's student, A-rank medic mean. And the head of the Konoha hospital. A local kami, the rest are almost ready to pray to her. Naruto leaned tiredly against the window glass. Who knew it would be so difficult? And it wasn't about the amount of work, although there was plenty of that too. A medic must be ready to work from dawn to dusk, as Grandma Fumiko used to say, there was no schedule for him. The entire village was his training ground, the health of all the residents was his daily mission. It was about the attitude of the hospital doctors. Even Uzumaki, the little demon, was one of them for them, since she had grown up in Konoha, they had known her since childhood, they had heard about her tricks. But the newcomer Shinomori Hino was a dark horse. Feeling suspicious, checking glances on herself all the time, hearing whispers behind her back, it was tiring. At the same time, it was necessary to control herself, keep a mask. Even in her thoughts she began to call herself a woman, making a self-hypnosis that she had become older. Like walking around a training ground strewn with explosive seals. And Naruto couldn't even complain to anyone. Simply because she didn't have such a habit. Gritting her teeth, she continued to work, believing that one day she would win their trust again. In addition, health checks of citizens began, and the hospital was filled with people, so there was simply no time for reflection. The first 2 months, Shizune often visited her, checked, helped, but then everything was reduced to weekly reports to the Hokage. Explosions thundered somewhere in the distance. Naruto raised her head. Her first impulse was to rush there, to the epicenter, and the girl restrained herself with difficulty. Her place was here. Shinomori Hino would never do such a thing, would not rush headlong into danger. Shino-san, a young medic, looked in the door. They brought the wounded. The woman went out into the corridor filled with groaning people, medics in white overalls. Her appearance was met with gloomy, suspicious looks. What happened? Several explosive seals scattered around Konoha were accidentally activated, one of the medics muttered. Naruto pursed her lips. Bachan told her that some kind of sabotage was being prepared about 30 years ago, as a result of which the enemies planned to wipe Konoha off the face of the earth. They installed special explosive seals throughout the village, but their plans were thwarted by a battle in which the then young Sannin participated. The opponents died, and the seals were never found. Tsunade quietly, secretly from Danzo, sent a couple of squads consisting of Hyuga and Inuzuka to look for them. Apparently, not all of them were found. The medics were chattering, doing their job, but it was obvious that they were confused and did not know who to grab first, who to help and in what order. There was too much blood, dirt and scraps of bones and meat, and people were screaming in fear and pain, breaking free, not letting anyone help them. Naruto tried to get attention, to no avail. Everyone was too concerned about the condition of the victims. thinking about their families who could have been at the epicenter of the explosion. All the hospital doctors are serious, sober people who remain calm even in critical situations. They just didn't expect this, it all happened too suddenly. The woman put her fingers in her mouth and whistled deafeningly. As if on cue, the medics turned their heads towards her. So, a team of lab technicians to check the hospital and the adjacent territory. We need to find out if there are explosive seals left here or not. If there are, defuse them. 6 guys nodded and rushed off. Naruto quickly walked past the gurneys. Maintain them in this condition, clean them, remove the fragments. She commanded, quickly scanning the patients. She was the only one in the hospital with rank A, this one for surgery, prepare the fuin. Sedatives, painkillers. She distributed them into teams, assigned them to the patients. 2, not the most severe cases, were immediately dragged into the operating rooms. The medics rustled, each taking their gurney. Naruto rushed to the 3rd operating room. Now Shizune and Tsunade, who helped her at first, were not with her, she had to cope on her own. The seals were activated. Naruto concentrated chakra, gave short orders to the medics, monitoring the healing. Some shinobi had to collect bones, literally fragment by fragment. The patients mixed into one, never-ending stream. She healed, shared chakra. Mixed and prepared drugs, adding her energy. Some even had to fix damaged channels, knocked out by tenketsu. Almost all of them required immediate medical intervention so that there would be as few unpleasant, irreversible consequences as possible. And when the patients ended, she fell into a chair, squeezed out like a lemon. Constant control of chakra, your actions, constant tension, when the patient's life depends on you and you can't make a mistake, so as not to leave the shinobi disabled. Are you still here? She raised an eyebrow at the same tired, exhausted assistants. The medics looked at each other and nodded. Quickly go home, check on your relatives. They snickered like cockroaches when the light was turned on. Naruto chuckled, straightened up and, groaning like an old granny, headed for the staff room. There she had a bag of ice-cold, fresh milk and a sagging old sofa, everything she needed to be happy. She appointed those on duty, determined the order in which the medics could leave their post in order to check on the well-being of their relatives. Judging by the surprised look of the Irionin, they did not expect that they would be allowed to do this. But Naruto had already gone to explore the vastness of the sofa in the staff room. They woke her up 2 minutes later. One of the medics grabbed her dress with shaking, bloody hands, trying to shout. Shino-san, there, he forcibly dragged the already awake woman behind him. In the operating room, a girl with dark braids stained with dirt and blood was lying on her stomach. The lower half of her spine was torn apart, her arm was twisted at an impossible angle. The medic ran up to her and patted her shoulder. Mina. Say something. He asked pitifully, almost crying. Only now did Naruto notice the obvious resemblance between them. Leave the child alone, she shouted, coming up to scan. The medic quickly jumped back. The condition was better than she expected. The bones of the spine were destroyed, but the spine itself was not badly damaged, no more than Lee's in the fight with Gaara. But the bones of the arm were shattered, the vessels were damaged. And there was something wrong with the chakra. Naruto took a closer look. Tenketsu. Due to the shock and physical damage, some of them covered up, but not tightly, like a lid on a boiling kettle. Chakra broke through them unevenly, in jerks and strong jerks, thereby destroying still thin, childish channels. If she had not discussed her calculations for Rock Lee's treatment with Tsunade at the time, she might not have immediately understood what exactly needed to be done. The calculations stood before her eyes, as if she had done them yesterday. Prepare fuin, she commanded, in the blink of an eye wrapping herself in a white jumpsuit. Summoning Katsuyu, and 5 of her copies, crawled across the table. The spine again, Shino-san? Inquired another Katsuyu, climbing onto the woman's neck. Despite how people treated the unpresentable and weak-looking summoning, the slug was always exceptionally polite and correct. Unlike other summoned animals, Katsuyu easily and willingly obeyed her master. Despite her modest, peaceful nature and quiet voice, in battle she turned into a real warrior. And her energy was easily absorbed by the human body and did not require preparation. This time, also a hand, Katsuyu, the woman nodded tiredly, feeling an invigorating wave flowing down her spine. While the slug kept the girl alive, Naruto began to closely restore the spine and cleanse the channels. Chakra shot, interfered, again and again breaking through vulnerable points. Katsuyu, take on the pumping of excess, she asked, manipulating thin streams. Slowly fused blood vessels, damaged nerves, and restored destroyed channels. The girl will still become a shinobi, although for the first 6 months after the operation she should be careful and not exceed the load. Katsuyu balanced the total amount of energy, fed it directly into the body, monitored the heartbeat. Naruto was sweating. Back then, watching Tsunade Bie-chan operate on Lee, she had no idea how serious this was. And the Sannin hadn't even dealt with the energy circulation system as such. After the spine, she worked on the arm. Katsuyu had firmly settled on her shoulder, watching, sometimes advising, helping. Her thin voice was the only thing that broke through the squeak and noise of the devices. 6 hours later, the operation was over. The girl was sent to intensive care under the supervision of her exhausted, nervous brother, and Naruto, hugging the warm, soft body of the slug, settled back on the couch in the doctor's office. Katsuyu grumbled and grumbled, but continued to restore her mistress. Katsuyu could share chakra with a person, but for more serious techniques she used the energy of a partner, of course, if the reserve allowed. Therefore, Tsunade significantly increased hers, creating a storage seal. There she dumped excess chakra in order to unseal it at the right moment and use it for combat or healing. Her technique was a chain of seals and filigree control of energy, which she concentrated in one point and then directed into the body, giving the cells energy to divide. Thus, she could heal almost any of her wounds in a matter of seconds. Naruto did not need such a thing. In fact, she already had a storage seal. Hyubi lived in it. Both the mentor and the student were terribly interested in whether Uzumaki would be able to perform a similar technique without a seal, like Tsunade. In the end, the Sannin decided that the fox's energy was too unpredictable, it could knock down control at any moment, and therefore began to train the student on Byakugo. She only regretted that it was impossible to put a seal until the age of 15, when the hormonal boom of the transitional period subsided. Otherwise, it was easy to disrupt the functioning of the body. Naruto's head was spinning at the thought of how much more there was to learn. In the evenings, Tsunade studied with her, trained her further, her brain was swollen from the information. But the woman did not moan, did not resist. And yet she still had to learn to sense natural chakra and accumulate it, entering Sannin mode. Then, Byakugo and working with him. The prospects were both enticing and frightening. Naruto yawned and was surprised to find a cup of tea with time thrust into her hand. She raised her head. In front of her were battered, tired, like herself, medic Min. And they smiled, nodded in greeting. Shino-san. Shino-san, Shino-san, someone was shaking her shoulder. Naruto blinked. Minori, the same medic, the older brother of the rescued girl who accidentally found herself near the explosion, stood in front of her. 2 months had passed since that incident, and he had voluntarily taken on the duties of assistant and secretary to the head of the hospital. Shino-san, what should we do with the Uchiha? Isolation for a week, extensive blood analysis. Check the virus for a reaction to the main and reserve list of drugs. The woman stretched and yawned. She glanced at her watch. Oh, she had a good nap, a whole hour and a half. And she remembered the past at the same time. Minori nodded and passed on the order to the medic Min, who had appeared. You should rest, Shino-san. He looked at the woman with sympathy. Aha, she yawned again, sent chakra through her body, and shook herself. It's okay, I'm fine. Tell me, how is Mina feeling? Is she following the regimen? As they walked down the corridor, the guy enthusiastically told them about the girl's successes. Mina had entered the academy and had even managed to perform the replacement technique, although she was very tired. Naruto asked him to make sure that the girl took care of herself. At this rate, they reached the head of the department, where they said goodbye. The assistant's shift ended, and Naruto literally kicked this workaholic home, promising to use the teacher's methods if he did not listen. The guy was impressed and ran away. At the very beginning of her career, Naruto found a company of builders who agreed to check the general condition of the hospital, the wiring, etc. They expanded the general archive, rebuilt a couple of lab assistants and staff rooms, and repaired the third, smallest, laboratory. Then came the checks for the availability of bandages, stocks of dry medicines and herbs, and equipment for those very laboratories. As a result, today she has a meeting with the heads of the Nara and Yamanaka clans, at least not at once. She planned to shake them down for the supply of raw materials for the Konoha hospital. For the clan of reindeer herders and the clan of flower growers, medicines were only a small part of the business. Naruto planned to change that. And why sell high-quality materials to the side when they were needed within the village? Samples of the contract had already been drawn up in the best traditions of Kagami Uchiha, and she had no shortage of tenacity and the ability to wriggle out of it. Thanks to Grandpa Ka. If she could get a discount, there would still be money left over for bonuses for the medics, whom the hospital had not seen since Tsunade left the village. First, she went to the reindeer herders. First, it was the most difficult case, and second, with the consent of the Nara, it would be easier to convince the Yamanaka. The house greeted her with an angry mother of the clan head's family and a hiding male part. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise, to which the woman merely waved her hand and invited him in for a cup of tea. Shikaku dared to emerge from the deep underground only half an hour later. Their conversation flowed easily, unhurriedly, peacefully. Nara accepted only logical counterarguments, no water in speeches. They slowly discussed all the proposals and wishes, considering them from all sides. Profit for the clan will never be superfluous. Besides, another connection with the Hokage appeared. Naruto saw the gears turning in the man's head. Finally, he nodded and signed the preliminary agreement. Then they drank tea, talked about nothing, and after that they bowed for a long time. As a result, the woman went to Yamanaka only 3 hours later. As she expected, having learned of Nara's consent, Inoichi did not resist for long and, chewing his lip, signed the agreement. But even with him, the conversation lasted at least 2 hours. In communication with the heads of clans, haste was not allowed. You could offend a person and get yourself problems for many years. They are not vindictive, but not forgetful either. Naruto reminded herself of Katsuyu with her constant politeness. She spoke calmly, in impersonal phrases, confusing the interlocutor in her threads. Of course, she was as far from Kagami as the moon, so she did not try to take on too much. But she did not miss her own. The success of the enterprise pleasantly warmed her soul. She already heard the melodic ringing of the re at the bonuses of the employees. A heavy, fogged-up mirror in the bathroom. A sharp movement of the palm, and a narrow clean strip reflected the slender silhouette of a girl in a dark mask, drowning in clouds of herbal steam. She took it off for short moments when washing, and did not part with it even at home. She probably already forgot what she looked like without it. Naruto leaned her forehead against the smooth surface. She had stopped being afraid of exposure in the first month. She walked around Konoha calmly, negotiated deliveries and construction, chatted about nothing with sellers, and got to know her former classmates again. Naruto Uzumaki seemed to dissolve in Shinomori Hino, in her eternally calm intonations, stingy, economical movements. Sometimes Naruto was afraid that she would not be able to become herself when the time came. She grew old in the hospital, matured. And it was hard to remain a child when you saw how genin were hurt, mere children who were going on a mission for the first time. When you saw how people died, suffered from wounds or illness. Or simply from old age. She sympathized with each of them. Words of condolence came from the heart, but the woman learned not to tear it to pieces every time. She cried when she failed to save a patient for the first time. She cried all night, and Tsunade sat next to her, stroking her head. Shizune guarded their peace, Tun grunted on her lap. They did not interfere with the hysteria, because they knew a new day would come, and with the dawn Shinomori Hino would go on duty again. As always collected, purposeful. She completely immersed herself in work, in research and study, slightly relaxing the strict control. Thanks to this, Shinomori Hino got rid of her stiffness, which so surprised the melee nin, and became more lively, albeit sarcastic. Thanks to the hide-and-seek game, Naruto mastered control over herself and her emotions, which Kagami Uchiha was never able to instill in her. Everything was going well until Itachi's appearance stirred up a heavy, crushing burden of guilt deep in her soul. Her chest was squeezed by the fear of losing the trust of the person dearest to her. If he found out, would he be able to forgive? Naruto stroked her lips, remembering the kiss. Now, 6 months later, she began to understand her own feelings a little better. She probably would like Itachi to be interested in her. Having splashed ice water in her eyes, the woman wrapped herself in a warm robe, twisted her dark hair into a bun on top of her head and went to cook a late dinner. Tsunade, as always, would be late at work, so she would come home hungry like a pack of wolves. And Shizune might drop in. The stew was quietly bubbling in a saucepan with cheese and herbs, and the kitchen was filled with wonderful aromas when Tsunade came home. Alone, so she sent Shizune off to sleep. As if she didn't know that the Hokage and the head of the hospital would spend half the night sitting over important documents, and would only go to bed in the morning. The Sannin returned from the bathroom refreshed as Naruto was finishing setting the plates on the table. Salad, milk in tall glasses, stewed meat. And in the oven, a pie with wild berries was simmering and soaking in juice. Amazing, yum, the Hokage was gobbling it up. If men knew how you cook, they'd snatch you up. Naruto snorted. Only when she was alone with Byacchan and Shizune could she allow herself to relax a little, to remember her former self. What did Senju once say? Don't think that you could remain unchanged in this life. We all choose roles, and they leave their mark on us. Perhaps this was the answer? The role of Shinomori Hino had already affected her behavior, but she was still Naruto Uzumaki. It became a little easier. I heard that you got an Uchiha? Which one? Itachi. A viral disease. A week of intensive treatment, and everything will be fine. The Hokage nodded, pulling the salad bowl towards herself. She crunched on a cucumber, which made her look like an offended hamster. Naruto couldn't help but giggle. Tsunade waved her off. It seemed like nothing in the world could tear her away from her food. You can't imagine what's going on, she rolled her eyes. The treasurer and the storekeeper decided to take advantage of my appointment to a weak, defenseless position and vilely ran away into retirement. And they're not even 80 yet. What a nightmare. Naruto laughed. No, the nightmare is that these two pedants kept detailed reports, describing every little thing, right down to the pen they bought for the reception hall. And now they've handed over all their work for the last 10 years to me and went off to rest. The Hokage couldn't stand it, she hit the tabletop so hard that all the dishes jumped. And their handwriting is, God forbid, Chunin, on mission reports. Shizune and I spent the whole day sorting through their records, checking and rechecking. And we only managed to get through the first 5 years. Oh, that means I'm on time. Naruto was delighted. I signed contracts for the supply of raw materials for the hospital with the Nara and Yamanaka clans. A trial batch should arrive tomorrow, I'll go early in the morning to receive them. Are you kidding me? Senju stated with complete confidence. Nara is eating my soul with documentation. Even though he is lazy, he is very strict about the laws. At least she didn't get to a kimchi? No, I plan to next week. Naruto looked at her mentor, swallowed her saliva and chewed the crispy bottom of a whole cucumber. Then I still need to drop by the academy, give the task of identifying future medics. As they say, there are never too many doctors. Just don't overdo it, or we'll be left without an army at all, the woman chuckled. I'll only mark those who have good chakra control, Naruto shrugged. That'll be enough for now. She cleared away the dirty dishes, put a pie and a teapot with jasmine tea on the table. While Tsunade filled the cups, cut the treats, washed the dishes so as not to be distracted later. The women again settled comfortably opposite each other in the small kitchen. By the way, about the students. A couple of months ago, Sakura Haruno came to me and asked to become a mentor. I agreed. The girl has excellent control, but a small reserve of chakra. However, this disadvantage is easily removed by Byakugo, if she can master it, of course. But that's not what I'm talking about now. Do you mind if she comes to the hospital a couple of times a week for practice, so to speak? Are you asking my permission? Uzumaki raised her eyebrows in surprise. Now the hospital is only your fiefdom, you are the mistress of it, Tsunade explained patiently. I can find a test subject for the student myself. Naruto thought it over, figured out where she could safely send Sakura so that she wouldn't interfere with the others' work at first, until she learned the necessary techniques. At least that way she'd relieve the BHon a little. I think we can start with the composition of the simplest ointments and medicines. The third small laboratory is at her disposal she recalled the schedule. On Tuesday and Thursday, the rest of the time I have advanced training courses for the hospital personnel there. But all the exams and decisions are on you. Got it. By the way, why don't I know anything about the courses? The Hokage narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I forgot to tell you, the woman winced in response. The population check was only finished yesterday. Hatake Kakashi was caught. Escaped again? Yeah, raking around the turns with his dog paws, Naruto snorted. To be honest, if it weren't for my assistant, with his first rank in throwing darts and needles, I would have had to call you for help. They laughed, imagining Kakashi, covered in darts. Because of his constant escapes from the hospital, examinations had to be carried out much more often. From which an unusual suffering appeared on his face. He even stopped going to the monument. The medics figured out where to catch him first. As a rule, they fell asleep in the morning. Naruto also helped sort out the treasurer's notes, after which she went to bed. Already half asleep, she felt Tun-Tun climbing on her and curling up, tucking the hook of his tail. But she no longer had the strength to push the impudent piglet off. Shino-san. Shino-san. There was a knock on the lab window. Naruto tore her gaze away from the test tube with blood and saw Sasuke sitting on the windowsill. When will Itachi be released? Asked the Uchiha. In 5 days, she responded patiently, returning to work. It was unknown what the younger Uchiha had detected with his 6th, 7th, 10th sense, but his visits had turned into a daily tradition. Usually the guy did not stand on ceremony, entered through the window, sat down on the table and drilled the woman with an impenetrable black gaze. You already told me that yesterday, he noted. Yes? The medic looked at the flip calendar, turned the page. In 4 days. And again returned to work, ignoring the visitor. You know, you remind me of someone. Sasuke tilted his head to the side. His face did not change, not a single muscle twitched, only his thin fingers twitched slightly. Well, the Chunin didn't notice it or thought it was a reaction to the boiling mixture on the second table. The woman turned away and took the mixture off the fire. My great-uncle, Kagami Uchiha. He's also calm, gloomy, and even indifferent. Just like you. And the same sense of humor. The woman turned around and raised an eyebrow. I hope that was a compliment? Minori burst into the lab, habitually ignored the strangers, and threw the transmitter to the woman. Shino-san, there has been an escape from Konoha prison. There are casualties among the Chunin. Understood. Are the teams assembled? Yes. Run to your place. Yes. There was absolutely nothing to do in the hospital all day. Using serious techniques was out of the question, as was training. All that was left was to read books and study scrolls. Itachi ran his fingers along the spine of the worn blue volume. A romance novel, the only one Naruto had ever read. After that, she had passed judgment on all the others. And in the margins, in a thin, still angular, uneven handwriting, were Uzumaki's poisonous comments, apt characterizations of the characters. Just a couple of phrases, and the novel resembled a humorous story. Naruto. I wonder what decision she would make when she returned. Itachi was bored, hopelessly bored, and also jealous of all the guys the sociable girl would certainly meet during the trip. Jealousy burned like a fireball of Catan, and only the Uchiha's endurance helped to restrain it. If he had seen Naruto with another in reality, and not in his thoughts, nothing would have been able to stop the abyss that had unfolded. Uchiha love, there is nothing stronger, nothing more beautiful, when the heart beats only for one person. And there is nothing more terrible if this person betrays. But he believed Naruto, believed as if he believed himself. Her first kiss, the smell of the midday forest and the sun, a thick golden braid and stunned eyes, blue, like the crystal waters of mountain lakes. Itachi wanted to show her all the most beautiful places in the world that he managed to find during missions. He wanted to hug her, to feel the warm weight of a thin body in his arms again, to bury his fingers in long strands, to breathe in the smell of cherries and the sea. He missed her, he yearned. But he knew, he just had to wait, and she would come back. In the meantime, he could do something. After all, there is a lot of training and techniques for two, not to mention one. Before you know it, the bright scarlet sunset comes, like her eyes when using the fox chakra. Thin, pale fingers touched the frayed ribbon that served as a bookmark. It was hard to imagine that she had once braided it. Had she really had a thin, wispy ponytail? Itachi, try as he might, could not remember Uzumaki as a child. Only the light crown of her head, and the bursts of laughter where it ran. And the Hokage's faces, painted to the point of impossibility. Although, if you think about it, the fourth always got the least of it. He was not a slobbering, romantic hero, he did not moan and sigh heavily for his beloved, as Jiraiya-san loved to describe it. He wished her good morning and immersed himself in everyday affairs, missions, and tasks, in order to remember Naruto at sunset and wish her good, bright dreams, like herself. Shino-san entered the room and closed the door. Itachi noticed bruises on her face and cheekbone, a torn sleeve of her dress, and a slight limp. Did something happen? He asked worriedly. The woman shook her head, began her examination and the traditional blood draw. The prisoners escaped from prison. The escape was organized by Mizuki, a former spy for Orochimaru. Everything is fine now, the teacher dealt with it. Who was hurt? Itachi had no doubt that there were victims. And for some reason, he again felt the warmth of the sun and the smell of cherries and the sea coming from this woman. He remembered how Naruto conducted experiments. She used the strongest perfume, and the man sniffed. And always, through any illusion, the natural scent of the girl broke through. Cherries on a sunny sea. Shinomori-san? He grabbed the woman by the hand. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Uchiha was embarrassed. No, nothing. It seemed so. For a moment, just for a moment, he saw bright blue eyes. Hallucinations? The medic asked with professional interest. No, more like memories. I see, she put the questionnaire away. The Katsumas, Yumino Irika, and Mitarashi Enko were hurt, they are now in the hospital. The rest got off with a fright. She finished the examination and left. Itachi hit his head on the wall. It can't be said that he loved Naruto too much for his clan, there is no such thing as too much. Naruto walked out into the hallway, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes, pressing the tablet to her madly pounding heart. A year and a half, only a year and a half left. The escape of prisoners, the influx of casualties, Itachi's strange behavior. The warmth of his hand, the firm grip on her wrist, the smooth skin under her palms as she examined his lungs. She thought the guilt would drive her crazy. She wanted to confess, to tell the whole truth, only to him. But in doing so, she would fail not only Itachi himself, but also Tsunade. She could be accused of not fulfilling her obligations. The mentor had risked too much for her safety, for her training, for the girl to simply spit on her efforts. The night in Konoha was always beautiful and quiet. And every night Naruto took risks. She went out into the garden and tried to enter the hermit mode, as Tsunade Bie-chan had taught her. In the body of every shinobi, there is spiritual and physical energy, and around him, in the world itself, natural chakra is spread. You need to feel yourself a part of nature, let the sun chakra into yourself. This will allow you to strengthen your techniques, use new ones. But there is a terrible danger in this. If you let in too little nature chakra, you will not enter the hermit mode, but if you overdo it, you can petrify and die. And at the same time, you need to maintain all three of your types of chakra in balance. When did this stop Uzumaki? Naruto took off her dress, remaining in shorts and a short top, sat down on the grass. To feel like a part of nature, to reveal yourself to the world. Even Tsunade could not describe what exactly it was like. A cool night breeze walked across her heated skin, blades of grass pricked the tender skin of her bare legs. Naruto relaxed, let go of her mind. And she saw her chakra, a blazing blue balance mixed with a raging orange storm. Naruto inhaled deeply, equalizing Kurama's chakra, her own, touching the physical one, the one that is always nearby, flowing through the body, which is not used for techniques. It took half a year just to balance these two types of energy. Fortunately, working as an Irionin had taught her not to rush. A vortex, a spiral, a whirlpool of identical mixing forces spinning around her. Naruto dissolved in it. And her eyes widened in surprise. It was as if a dense material had been applied to her skin, to every cell. She felt everything, the breath of the wind, the movement of every blade of grass, the singing of cicadas. And there, in the rosehip bushes, a robin was sleeping in its nest, a large hawk moth was fluttering around it. And two chakra centers were blazing nearby. Naruto scanned the area. Well, that's right, one ANBU from the Hokage's guard, peacefully sleeping on the second floor of the house, and the second. She didn't recognize him. Naruto relaxed again, immersed herself in the balance of her energies. And she saw a blazing seal where a person's head is, or rather, a tongue. Chakra embedded in Fuin. So, Root is watching over them. Well, never mind, let him keep an eye on them, they won't be able to get through Mito's barrier anyway. An amazing feeling of unity with the whole world, her sensory abilities were amplified many times. Naruto felt chakra around her, spilled right in the air. It covered her body like a dense blanket, rushed inside, tried to enter through every cell, but the woman had no idea how to let it in. How, to make a passage? Stop moving, to feel only natural energy, forgetting about her own. In the darkness of her lowered eyelids, the balanced whirlpool went out. And in its place, transparent, swaying water poured in like a silvery haze of fog over the lake where she and Itachi were sitting. It slowly entered the whirlpool. Naruto watched for the same amount of all three energies. The work was painstaking, excruciating for muscles aching from fatigue. And she couldn't hold on. She called Katsuyu, sprawled on the ground, feeling completely broken. Every cell of her body ached, every bone demanded rest. The slug understood without words what was required of her, climbed onto the girl, plunging her into the energy-filled body. But now, for the first time in 6 months of diligent training, Naruto understood what exactly was required of her, how to feel the Sen chakra and let it in. All that was left was to speed up this process, bring it to automatism. So she and Katsuyu fell asleep, right on the cold ground. Contrary to her expectations, she felt fine in the morning. She would have to thank the summons next time, otherwise she was so exhausted that she didn't even notice her departure. Naruto, as usual, robbed the refrigerator of the staff room for a pack of milk and cookies and headed to the lab. Early morning, when the duty officers were still dozing at their posts with half an eye, the patients were fast asleep. And there was no one else in the hospital. You can sit quietly, have breakfast. Take your time to do important tests, check reports and extracts. And much more. The main thing is that no one distracts you with buzzing in your ear. How cruelly she was mistaken. Sakura stood by the small lab, her fists clenched, her expression determined. Naruto nodded to herself. How could she forget about her teammates' precision and enthusiasm? After all, she had come early for Kakashi-san's test. Shino-san? The girl asked a little timidly. Tsunade-sama sent me to you. Yes, she was talking about her student. The woman let the kunoichi in, slammed the door with her hip, dropping the loot onto the nearest surface. This lab is free on Tuesday and Thursday. Everything you learn from the teacher in theory, you can try out here. I'll warn the Irionans, they'll give you the key if I'm not there. If you have any questions, ask, I'll help. Okay, the girl nodded, took a list of tasks and ointment recipes out of her pouch and got to work, occasionally asking what was where. Naruto had a snack, drinking almost the entire liter with pleasure. Sakura looked at her sideways in surprise, apparently such behavior did not fit with the head of the hospital. But the woman did not care, unlike the kunoichi, she did not get to eat in the morning. She had to jump up from the cold ground, warm up in the shower, run chakra through her body and rush to work on the roofs to have time to do all the tests before receiving patients. Itachi Uchiha. The blood showed a decreased percentage of the virus. Medicines and a strong immune system played their role. By the end of the week, the guy will be healthy. And he will leave the hospital, allowing him to bury shame and regret in the depths of his soul for the rest of these 1.5 years. Shino-san? Sakura turned to her, looking puzzledly at the long sharp leaves of the swamp sedge. But this is ordinary swamp grass. She hissed when the edge cut her finger. Naruto came up, carefully tore the leaf, and sniffed it. This is calamus, Sakura. Indeed, it is a swamp grass, but it contains essential oil, starch, ascorbic and organic acids, and many other important substances. It can easily purify water, and if mixed in the right proportion with chamomile and rosehip infusion, it can also purify the body. When chakra is added, it can remove a mild poison. You will prepare the infusion now. And be careful, she healed the wound. Sakura nodded and returned to her task. She asked several more times about the properties of plants and received an interesting legend and the chemical composition of each herb in response. Naruto silently enjoyed the silence, the almost invisible presence of the quiet Sakura. What happened during the 2 months that she was absent? She received the answer when Sasuke came again. His appearance made Sakura tremble and shudder. Uchiha disappeared at the speed of light, and Naruto had to give the girl a sedative she had prepared herself. And after that, she learned how wonderful Sasuke-kun was, what a wonderful husband he would make, how much Sakura loved him. So brave, decisive, handsome, kind. Naruto had never noticed any kindness from his friend towards Sakura. And he also saved Sakura on a joint mission, which was only the two of them. Well, and Kakashi-san, of course, but it doesn't matter. It probably means something. And after that, Haruno decided not to be a burden to him anymore. But to become a strong kunoichi who could protect Sasuke-kun. Naruto went out for a while to hand over the test results to the archive. Sasuke intercepted her. She had to tell him the days when it was dangerous to approach the hospital. He nodded and ran to his brother as if Haruno was already chasing him. And Naruto had to go back and listen to the renewed twittering. That's when she realized, this was going to be a long 1.5 years. Time flew by at the speed of chakra in the Rasengan. Uzumaki continued to work, study, teach Sakura, help Tsunade whenever possible. And she herself did not notice how the time came for the eye surgery for Itachi and Sasuke. It was believed that only an incomplete Mangekyo Sharingan could be transplanted, and after the transplant, the dojutsu would become perfect. In fact, the transplant was supposed to restore the sight of the older brother and help the younger one master Mangekyo without much loss in due time. Such details were carefully hidden, they were passed down in words from generation to generation, from grandfather to son. They were afraid to write them down, so as to leave at least some trump cards up their sleeve. They planned to carry out the operation late at night, on the territory of the Uchiha clan. During the day, anyone could come into the quarter, it is difficult to track everyone without running into trouble. Besides, Root wouldn't hesitate to attack in the sunlight. Danzo doesn't care about anything except achieving his own goals. The clan's strongest fighters concentrated around the headman's house. Fugaku looked tensely at Tsunade, who looked at Shino, who was just putting together the barrier seals. "Are you sure it will hold up?" the medic asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, I'm putting some chakra into it," the woman shrugged. The last symbols were completed, and it was as if a bluish, translucent box had fallen on the house. The women put on special suits and began. The operation itself didn't take much time, but the preparation for it and the consequences. "If everything goes well, I'll put the Byakugo seal on you," Tsunade promised. "I'll hold you to your word, teacher," the assistant calmly noted. A quick exchange of dojutsu, fastening and checking of channels, running a small amount of chakra to strengthen them and examine from the inside. All this time Naruto felt the barrier shaking under numerous blows. The Hokage ordered the Uchiha not to get involved in an open confrontation, so as not to get any incriminating evidence against the clan. Only self-defense, delaying the enemy. The wrist to which the alarm from the shield was attached was burning like fire, but the woman, clenching her teeth, held on and helped. They finished in a couple of hours, bandaged the eyes, and left the patients to sleep. And they themselves went out onto the veranda of the house. Guys in white masks were running around, attacking the defending Uchiha. "What's going on here?" Tsunade put her hand on her hip. Her haori fluttered in the wind. Naruto and Shizune prepared senbons, in case of an attack. As soon as the Hokage appeared, the root fighters dispersed like fog in the morning. The barrier fell, and Fugaku ran up to the medic. The operation was a success, the Sannin nodded. "They need rest, enhanced nutrition, vitamins. Shino will come in and check on them." The three medics left the clan's territory, leaving the Uchiha to sort things out themselves. A powerful barrier immediately appeared behind them, preventing anyone from entering the quarter who did not have Uchiha blood. Previously, it could not be used precisely because of the presence of medics. This barrier completely blocked all external and internal life of the clan until it was removed. Shizune went home, and Tsunade took Naruto to her laboratory. Over the past time, the girl had fully mastered Sun chakra, even solved the problem of its accumulation. During the collection of natural energy, a person must sit still. In battle, this seems almost impossible, unless you are, of course, an Uzumaki with barrier fuins. But shadow clones do not have such problems. They collect chakra and dissipate, passing it on to the carrier. Naruto honed her skills in using natural energy. Blue shadows appeared on her eyelids, her pupils became vertical, a thin thread on a blue background when she entered hermit mode. She and Tsunade laughed for a long time when the girl used the Byakugo technique for the first time without a special storage seal. Tattoos rushed chaotically all over her body from the fuin on her stomach, uneven, crooked, one bigger, the other smaller. The Kyubi chakra pulsated, lived its own life, it was impossible to control it on a subtle level. And it also restored in random order, some better, some worse. Naruto looked like an incorrect tiger, who mixed up his stripes. They went down into a deep basement, the Sannin closed the doors, put up barriers, and only then turned to the student. She looked serious and worried. "Are you sure of your decision?" Naruto nodded. Tsunade nodded and showed the student which symbols should be folded to make a storage seal for herself. And she couldn't help but notice how Uzumaki's eyes gleamed slyly, how she started to do something weird with the direction and location. Subtle control, a carefully measured portion of energy connecting the inner space, creating another pocket inside the body. A little unpleasant, tense, but bearable. Tsunade frowned, rushed to check her granddaughter when no seals appeared on her forehead. After all, she did everything right. Couldn't she form the accumulator? Or did she hurt herself somewhere? The scan showed that everything was in perfect order, all the organs were safe and sound. "No need to worry, teacher." Naruto moved her hands away, opened the collar of her dress. The rhombus of the seal was located slightly above the cleavage of her breasts. Lilac, correctly folded. Tsunade checked it several times. Why here? She narrowed her eyes. The girl chuckled, shrugged. In fact, I already have one pocket, it's just that the energy doesn't fit. I made it so that the energy from the QB seal could be pumped here, of course, cleaning and dosing it along the way. They communicate, but in one direction. The energy from Byakugo won't disappear anywhere. Tsunade silently pressed her to herself. Kamikaze. She exhaled. They sat down at the lab table, opposite each other. We've dragged out the Uchiha operation, Tsunade shook her head. Now we urgently need to figure out where to put Shinomori Hino, because Naruto Uzumaki should be back in 3 months. And also, she bit her lip, doubting. I'll understand if you refuse. But I need to get the elders and Danzo out of the way. I understand that they care about the village, but their methods, she shook her head. Naruto nodded in agreement. More than once she had witnessed a conversation in which the elders called the Jinchuriki a blunt weapon, and suggested restricting her freedom in a cage in the root. More than once she had caught Danzo's henchmen looking through Uzumaki Naruto's personal medical file. They were especially interested in the ability to bear children. Of course, the descendant of a powerful clan, the student of a Sannin, the carrier of a unique genome. Danzo almost directly forced Tsunade to transfer custody of the Jinchuriki to him. The Hokage was still holding on to her authority as the head of the village and the Sannin, but this could not continue for long. The woman would never have found out about this if she had not become Shinomori Hino. Left alone in her dark room, Naruto hugged the Tessin and cried bitterly. It was disgusting, how disgusting it all was. It was as if a bucket of cold, sticky mud had been poured on her. Even Tsunade could not avoid political intrigue. At one time, she, as the last carrier of the Senju genome, was forced to marry. A week after Dan's death. They even managed to find her suitors, most of whom were from the root. Then the Sannin kicked the door down, knocked down the wall, grabbed her beloved's niece, his only remaining relative, in her arms and left the village. And to keep them from pestering her, she blocked her reproductive function. Of course, she left herself a chance to recover, where would we be without it? But, she never used it in the years since that day. But it was not in vain that she had been the head of the hospital all these years. By dawn, Uzumaki came to her senses, she had come up with a completely feasible plan. All that was left was to say goodbye to everyone and wait for her friends to recover. Itachi did not see anything, the bandage was not removed from his eyes, but he understood by the smell who had come to him. A silent medic, a Sannin's apprentice. She checked the results of the operation, examined the canals. When I can't see you, it seems like there's another person in front of me, Itachi whispered. Naruto recoiled as if she'd been hit with a backhand. Her face distorted for a moment, and only the mask helped hide it. You're in pain, Itachi continued calmly. It will pass, the medic said hoarsely, and moved away. Tomorrow we can take off the bandage. And she quickly left so that no one would see her exhausted face. With time, Uzumaki's mental strength was also leaving, she was exhausted. By the end of the term, the feeling of guilt and fear tormented her with redoubled force. It seemed to her that Itachi would recognize her at any moment, and Sasuke would call her by name. And she looked for black-haired heads in the crowd in order to quickly run away, to get out of their way. Her soul was rushing, burning in an invisible fire. By the end of the week of Uchiha's rehabilitation, she came to Tsunade, moved the shunshin home. And silently poured sake, putting a sedative next to it. I thought of how Shinomori Hino would leave. From her tone, Tsunade took an automatic sip. Both of one and the other. In Orochimaru's secret documents, Naruto did not look at her. I found the results of the study of 2 bodies. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The snake was looking for immortality, hoping that the legendary vitality of my clan would help him with this. And he stole the body of the former Jinchuriki. However, all efforts were in vain. Our vitality is directly related to the features of not only physiology, but also living chakra. Minato did not have any improved genome. He recognized their bodies, he destroyed them, Bachan, out of frustration. She herself did not notice how she returned to her previous manner of communication. The closer the time of return to the village became, the brighter the Uzumaki nature emerged. At work, she managed to restrain it. "That's not all, is it?" the Sannin asked shrewdly, pouring more sake. "I found the recipe for that very poison, on the Ninetails chakra. Naruto has an alibi, but no one else has it. It will be easy to blame it on Orochimaru's henchman or even Kabuto, who has come for revenge." "And who did you choose?" "Danzo. It's hard to get close to him, he only visits his estate or the root basements. Besides, Orochimaru wrote that he grafted my grandfather's genome into him. Mokutan can block the fox's chakra and poison." She shook her head. Naruto grinned, she had already foreseen this question. "A certain Yamato Tenzo came to us for examination. I pinched off a piece of him, and then asked him to create a tree according to the specified parameters of chakra, structure, and so on. An imitation of Danzo's Mokutan." The medic's eyes lit up with admiration. The woman nodded. "Danzo didn't graft it quite correctly, and he doesn't know how to control it. This kind of Mokutan resonates with the fox's chakra, strengthening it." "But how do you intend to do this?" "I have a plan." "Shino. Everything is thought out, there is no need to worry, teacher." "It is because of Itachi, isn't it? You were always running away from him. And I see the pain in your eyes as you look at him." "Yes. But the more I look at him from the outside, the more clearly I understand, he will not forgive me if he finds out. He is proud." "Naruto. I'll prepare everything, Bachan, but you'll have to help me too." "I understand, I'll help." Lord Danzo was resting on the veranda of his mansion after a hard day's work spent caring for the village. He looked at the swaying tree branches and sipped sake from a small patterned bowl. At such moments, life played with all its colors. A small glass ball rolled at his feet. The old man picked it up and looked at the light. The glass cracked under his fingers, and orange smoke poured out, immediately getting into his nose and throat. His right hand responded with a burning pain, his skin and bones cracked, his lungs were burned. He wheezed, began to scratch his throat with his nails, and fell to the floor of the veranda. The guards who rushed to his aid could do nothing. The cells of the first Hokage that had once been grafted onto him, which he had never been able to subdue, now subdued him. A huge tree trunk rose from his hand into the sky and flared up with a poisonous, black and orange fire. At its roots, an old man in a torn kimono was curled up in pain. The poison reacted, killing even faster. With hatred, Danzo thought of the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beast at the last moment. 3 days later, the funeral of one of the respected residents of the village, the student of the second Hokage, Shimura Danzo, took place. Presumably, he was killed by Orochimaru's henchmen, who had clearly made their way into Konoha along snake paths. People cursed the scoundrels, cried in front of the grave, and brought white flowers. And almost no one paid attention to the death of the medic who tried to save the life of Shimura Danzo. Shinomori Hino, head of the Konoha hospital, student of the Sannin and the 5th Hokage. Naruto stood in front of the mirror in the small room in Tanzaku, where she had agreed to meet Jiraiya, and with relief took off the hated mask. Over the course of 2 years, the fabric seemed to have become fused to her face. She had to work hard on Danzo's death. Although, as they say, everything in genius is simple. Finding out the location of the mansion is easy, finding out the old man's schedule is also easy. It is enough to simply watch him for a couple of weeks. But bypassing the security was already more difficult. Naruto asked Katsuyu to help her with the reverse summoning. The slug sent the owner first to her level and immediately returned to the specified coordinates. A ball filled with gaseous poison that bursts when touched. And a carefully calibrated reaction of Mokutan and the fox's chakra, based on Orochimaru's records. Her girlfriend calculated 3 days. Well, and then it was a matter of technique. The genjutsu that Tsunade taught her, distracting maneuvers, and a body very similar to the image of Shinomori Hino flies into the fire. And the guards, rushing to search for the killer, find nothing, because the girl had already escaped with the help of the same Katsuyu. Black water poured into the sink, her hair became lighter and lighter. Naruto made a braid, her fingers moved slowly, reluctantly remembering the complex weaving. With difficulty, in jerks, she returned to her previous life. Her lips moved, quietly pronouncing her native datebao, and fear stirred in her chest. The same premonition of something very bad disturbed her soul. Naruto was afraid to look Itachi in the face, afraid to meet him. She could not lie to him. Her fingers touched the seal on her chest. She did everything right, she did not let the teacher and the village down. She had saved the lives of her friends so many times. But will Itachi be able to understand this? Understand and forgive. To her surprise, the old dress turned out to be too small and did not fasten on the chest. In 2 years, the girl had stretched out, rounded out in the right places. With a sigh, having applied henge, the girl ran to the shops. Fortunately, the salary deferred in advance allowed for more than that. Jiraiya was already waiting for her in the room, and together with her godfather, they went home. As befits someone who had been absent for a long time, Naruto looked around, looked with admiring eyes, and her heart ached, hurt, reached out to the black-haired man. And at the same time, she was afraid of meeting him. She greeted the Katsumas dozing at their post, happily chatted with Sakura, who immediately bragged about her status as a student of the 5th. She waved to Kiba and the moose that Akamaru had grown into, and which Inuzuka mistakenly called a dog. And gradually, she found herself in the Bachan's office. Besides them, Fugaku, who had come for some business of his own, and Sasuke were present there. Tsunade joyfully hugged the girl, holding her tightly to herself. Naruto listened with delight to the beating of her dear heart, being, finally, in her true form. Such a relief, as if a mountain had fallen from her shoulders. But before she could open her mouth, Itachi walked quickly into the office. He stopped next to Naruto and gently pulled the collar of her dress, revealing the Byakugo tattoo. Naruto turned pale, because no one except Tsunade knew this technique. I thought so. Itachi's bitter tone hit her, piercing her insides with pain. The man turned around and walked out just as quickly. Naruto, as if mown down, fell to her knees. Itachi shot out of the Hokage palace like an arrow and rushed to where he had detected the signal. Before the shinobi had time to roll up the listening seals, he was already near them. Much had been said about the genius of the Uchiha clan. He killed in a split second, without pity, without regret. He could come up with the best plan to emerge victorious with a minimum expenditure of strength and chakra. And his name, completely unsuitable for a man, perfectly reflected his essence in battles: a predatory, agile, dangerous beast. He managed to kill 3 when the 4th, who was on the side, began to wheeze. A girl with a folded fan behind her back and a kunai in her hand was standing by the window of a small, semi-dark room. Wow, datebao. She whistled. Itachi meanwhile began to search the bodies. After thinking for a bit, Naruto joined him. We have long suspected that the elders were listening in on the Hokage's office, but we could not prove it. They kept the connection off, activating the seals without a system, chaotically. And keeping a Hyuga with an active Byakugan or, even worse, an Uchiha with a Sharingan near the residence. It meant perhaps not shouting that you knew everything. Naruto nodded, as always picking up on her friend's thought. That's why, right before the office, I noticed that the connection was active again. But I needed an alibi to leave the Hokage without hindrance. The elders knew about our friendship, so. People like to see things that are not really there, he shrugged. So that's it, Naruto said in confusion, lowering her head. Itachi looked at her, sighed heavily, stood up himself, helped her up, grabbed her by the shoulders, looked into her blue eyes full of anxiety and fear. Naru, did you really believe that I would be offended by you, that I would break off our friendship because of some solitary mission? I told you, I believe you. Naruto swallowed, and the friends returned to searching. Besides, it was not difficult for me to draw parallels between you and Shinomori Hino, Itachi explained, searching the secret pockets of the corpses' uniforms. The image and character are thought out perfectly, but you are an overly enthusiastic person. And when you worked, you did not control the smallest details that are known to those who know you well. What do you mean? Your posture, the habit of biting your lips when you are nervous, the manner of shaking your head told me that the head of the hospital was used to wearing a completely different hairstyle, for example, a heavy braid. And a similar smell that only I sensed. Sasuke tried to find more material evidence, but he did not succeed. You controlled yourself too well in his presence. So that's why he came to the hospital every day, Datebao. Naruto was indignant. The search was over. Seals, shuriken, kunai, and several chains lay in neat piles on the floor, but there was no evidence that the spies were connected to the elders. Exactly, nodded the elder Uchiha, approaching the girl. They had time to chat. We received direct evidence after Danzo's death. You probably forgot, but I was part of the group that cleared Orochimaru's shelters. The documents we found said that he kept samples of that very poison only in sound. So only one person could recreate the poison and subjugate it. He came close, hugged his friend, stroked her hair. For Danzo's death, our entire clan is ready to carry you in their arms. If they knew about your involvement, but the truth is known only to my family and Kagami-san with sure sway. He was silent for a while and sincerely, from the bottom of his heart, said, I'm glad you're here, Naru. Welcome back. She looked at him carefully, looking for an answer in his eyes, facial expressions, but Itachi was not lying. He took off his mask in front of her, and the girl smiled. She buried her face in his chest. I missed you so much. She raised her face again, this time worried, a little embarrassed. Itachi, He pressed her head to his chest, not letting her finish her sentence. Don't say anything. We have nowhere else to rush. Now we have time. But remember, he brought his lips close to her ear, his breath burned her delicate skin, making her shudder. Goosebumps ran along the girl's bare arms. I will not give you to anyone. But what about freedom of choice, Datebao? Uzumaki exclaimed with cheerful indignation, moving away. You have a choice, Uchiha calmly shrugged. Me or me? The friends looked at each other and laughed. Perhaps Naru is not yet aware of all her feelings, perhaps they do not exist yet. But there is really no need to rush. And he will accept any of her choices, but he will try to make it the way he needs. Because, it's Naruto. The most alive, the most unusual. You don't want to hide your thoughts or feelings from her. It's much nicer to watch her long strands of hair sticking out of her hair shine like molten sun, her bright blue eyes sparkle, threatening another cheerful Datebao. She's not pretty, there are plenty of pretty ones, charming, unpredictable, spontaneous. It's so easy and bright with her that the mere thought that she will belong to someone else makes you angry. Are you done there? Sasuke appeared in the window, chuckled, looking at the embarrassed Naruto. Dobe, you're so, dobe. Team. She flared up, squinting her eyes. We'll finish now, Otudo, Itachi interrupted their squabble. Did it seem to him, or did they both look at him offendedly? The black flame of Amaterasu did not leave even ashes from the bodies, only dark uneven scorch marks indicated the use of the technique. But even the elders couldn't prove that someone was killed here. Together, they returned to the Hokage's office, sat down on the chairs they had brought. Only Sasuke managed to jump onto the sofa next to his father. The Hokage had long since stopped demanding that they observe etiquette and rules in a private setting. Tsunade immediately installed the seals, scanned the room and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent work, Itachi, Naruto. I hope they won't be able to install other seals for at least some time. Have you destroyed the communication channel? Yes, Tsunade-sama, nodded the Uchiha. There are no clues left. Good, the woman slapped the table. I have restored team number 7, now it is a combat squad, Captain Hatake Kakashi. This evening, at the third training ground, you, Sakura and Sasuke will have to test what you have learned over the past 2 years. The friends looked at each other and nodded. Then the Uchiha, bowing briefly, left the office. They had decided their business earlier. Naruto was left alone. The girl calmly met the Hokage's piercing, thoughtful gaze. Something happened, BA-chan? She leaned back in her chair, folding her arms under her chest. Naruto, you will be officially assigned to the hospital as a regular medic mean. But you will have to retake my A-rank exams. I think you understand that I will not be able to assign you to your previous position anytime soon, for at least a year, so as not to arouse suspicion. I understand, but that is not what you wanted to talk about, Naruto frowned. After Danzo's death, the Root ANBU squads were disbanded and incorporated into the traditional ANBU. But then problems arose. As a result of Danzo's special training and teaching methods, all shinobi developed significant mental abnormalities, especially in the emotional sphere. Doctors will have to deal with this. As you know, every doctor is required to study a course in human psychology, and there are those who have chosen psychology as their specialty. Danzo's troops have taken over most of the hospital's medic mean, and there simply aren't enough hands to perform daily duties. The woman looked hard at her student. And she smiled playfully and winked. Are you really trying to scare me with hard work, Datebeo? And Tsunade laughed. Because she knew that even without being the head, Naruto would quietly take control of everything and get the hospital running. She could be sure of that. Good. You can be free until the evening. I'll come and see how you'll chase Kakashi. Naruto jumped up and saluted. Yes, Hokage BA-chan. And she ran away, dodging the heavy scroll that was thrown after her. The woman's cheerful laughter was heard behind the slammed door. In the evening, the third training ground was very, very lively. The Sanins, hidden in the shadows of the trees, watched attentively as the youth chased Hatake Kakashi. There was no other way to call it. Itachi settled on a tree branch right above Tsunade's head and assessed the new strengths of his brother's team. Sakura Haruno had become much more confident in herself and her abilities. Her training with the Hokage had had an effect. Deeply in love with Sasuke, she had learned to restrain herself in his presence. She probably realized that screaming and hearts in her eyes would not achieve anything. She got out of her pink dress, cut her hair shorter, and took off her rose-colored glasses. Now he was a real medic of the squad and an excellent fighter Tai. Although he still has a lot to learn. Incidentally, she had recently been awarded the rank of Chunin. But Sasuke had received the rank of Jonin at the last exam. A blurry dark figure with an activated Sharingan flickered across the training ground. He also didn't look like that boy in white shorts, who was the center of attention at the academy. Dark clothes, a katana on his back. Otudo had achieved amazing success with it. He learned even more techniques, learned to use the world around him, optimized his previous skills. Now his Chidori was created in seconds and didn't take so much effort, and the seals on his wrists hit a lot of sharp fishing line, which Sasuke had adored since childhood. Finally, Naruto Uzumaki, the only Sannin genin in the world. Tsunade-sama said that she was not going to raise the girl's rank so as not to attract attention to her. However, it was not clear that she was suffering about this. Look how cheerfully and coolly she attacks poor Hatake with Raisengans. She was probably taking revenge for escaping from the hospital. Spitting on everything, she put on her usual dark blue dress with long sleeves, without white inserts. As she said, let them consider it a funny tradition of some melee nin. The main thing is that it is convenient for her, the rest is unimportant. And she will somehow survive the opinions of strangers. Behind her back is a folded tesson, covered with a thick, intricately woven braid. The guys worked harmoniously. Hatake simply did not have time to hide from them. Sasuke was looking for him with his Sharingan, Sakura literally got him out from under the ground, and Naruto was hitting him from above with aerial techniques. And you can't say that the fight is serious. Sasuke did not use Chidori, and Naruto did not enter hermit mode. They were just having fun, chasing the former mentor, and now captain, all over the field. Kakashi jumped into the nearest river, wanted to use the Sweat-Ton technique, but Naruto quickly intercepted control of the water from him, creating streams swirling like a drill. The Doton techniques known to the copyist were powerless against Sakura, who was rubbing her fists, and Sasuke had dominion over Katon. And the boys remembered the properties of Kakashi's Sharingan, so they practically didn't use seals, working on pure chakra and enthusiasm. Do you think we should maybe save Hatake from being killed? Tsunade raised her head as Naruto reached into her pouch with a cheerful date bao. Everyone on the field tensed up, including Uzumaki's comrades. Who knew what kind of secret weapon she was hiding in her seals? Let's wait a little longer. Naruto is going to use his opponent's weaknesses against him. Sakura's jaw dropped, and Sasuke chuckled, clearly holding back his laughter, when Naruto showed the captain a thick book with a bright orange cover. So that's why she needed the author's copy with my autograph. Jiraiya exclaimed. And I thought she had become familiar with my work. Itachi watched with interest as Tsunade struggled to restrain herself from punching her former partner in the forehead with all her might. She held back. It's not in print yet. Meanwhile, Hatake continued to seduce Naruto, twirling the book in her fingers. So you give up, Kakashi-san, date bao? Hatake nodded, caught the book on the fly, and was lost to the outside world for at least a day. Tsunade shook her head disapprovingly and went out to the guys. Well done, you demonstrated excellent teamwork. Sakura, tomorrow you will show Naruto the hospital, tell him everything. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. When the appropriate missions appear, I will call you. You are free to go. Yes. The shinobi disappeared into the approaching twilight, and Tsunade headed back to the Hokage's residence. Naruto was walking home in the company of two Uchiha brothers. Are you sure that you will not be recognized? Asked Sasuke. They should not, date bao. I deliberately took opposite character traits. And who would look closely at a medic nin of a lower rank, anyway? She mechanically touched her chest where the seal was. Itachi shook his head but did not dissuade Naruto. She herself understood perfectly well how observant doctors sometimes were. What are your plans for tomorrow? He asked instead. Pass the exams for A-rank BHon, look at the future place of work and begin the duties of a full-time medic nin, Naruto shrugged. And come to our house. Your parents, Kagami-san and Shursui really wanted to see you, the elder Uchiha said with emphasis. And come to your house, Sifugaku-san, Mikoto-san and Kagami-san, date bao, Naruto obediently agreed. And this is where I did my internship. Sakura showed a small laboratory. With a soft smile, she looked at the side table, filled with retorts, piled high with notes. Shino-san looked after me. At times she was completely unbearable, so cold, reserved, but she always helped me, no matter what. I learned most of the potions from her. She was constantly refining and researching something. She was very much loved in the hospital. Naruto looked at the same table. For her research, she took as a basis the cunning poisons of the elder of the Sand Village Chiyasama, which she used in the last war, and the antidotes to them created by Tsunade. She decomposed them into elements, established connections, and improved them, creating completely new forms of difficult-to-identify poisons and antidotes to them. In light of the fact that Chia's grandson, Sasori, was a member of Akatsuki, not only a puppeteer but also a poison specialist, her work could come in handy. In the morning, she still passed the nominal check with the Hokage. They sent the deathly pale Shizune off to have a snack and rest, and they sat down to read the reports. In fact, Naruto hadn't been gone that long. She had honestly earned her a rank, so Tsunade decided not to waste time checking what had already been checked earlier. Naruto was pleased to return to the hospital, where she was happily greeted by the medic nin with whom she had worked before her leaving the village. The girl obediently followed Sakura through all the more or less important rooms, and then quickly joined the atmosphere of hectic activity. As Bachan said, most of the medics worked with former rude employees. The medics looked after the shinobi, restored their ruined health and simply checked their mental reactions. So the rest of the hospital was short of hands, and the new assistant was accepted with all possible enthusiasm. Naruto immediately put the sheets of paper with notes in a box on the windowsill and began preparing the usual mixtures that were needed almost constantly in everyday activities. Sakura sat down at the next table. Naruto, a little later, she asked cautiously, I know that Jiraiya-san is our best scout. Tell me, did he manage to find out anything about Akatsuki? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Sakura hastened to justify herself. I heard about this organization from the teacher. But how dangerous is it? The godfather did not hide the data he had collected from Uzumaki. As soon as they left Tanzaku, he dragged her into the nearest tavern. It may be noisy and crowded, but there's less chance that you'll be heard. There, under the barrier, he laid out the information he had. The Akatsuki are trying to collect all the bijou, remove them from their carriers. Bijou? Sakura was surprised. Tailed beasts, the number of tails determines the level of power. From 1 to 9. They have terrible techniques and a large reserve of energy, so people sought to use them for their own purposes. For wars, murders, and so on. But earlier it was believed that bijou could not be subjugated to one's will. Until they came up with the idea of sealing tailed beasts into people who could use the power of beasts. Such shinobi began to be called Jinchuriki, and they are the main weapon of the village. They were feared and hated for their strength, abilities, techniques, considered almost demons in the flesh. Like that desert dweller, Gaara? Haruno remembered their first Chunin exam. He is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, a one-tailed tanuki. Their conversation was conveniently interrupted by an urgent call. Naruto was not sure that she could answer Sakura's question about who was the weapon of their village. Naruto, this is for you. Sakura stuck her head out of the staff room and shouted down the hall, waving a paper bundle. The doors started opening one after another. The medics looked at the pink-haired kunoichi with curiosity. And she was waiting for Uzumaki. Naruto sat up in 4, checked the readings of 2 shinobi who were dragged poisoned from a recent mission, and only then approached her partner. What happened? She asked worriedly. Here, she thrust the bundle, they left this for you. Again, no one knows who. The girl went into the staff room, slowly unfolded the paper. A thin headscarf slipped out, filled to the brim with chakra. Beige, and along the edge, thin blue ligature. From the sands, only there can they create a real work of art from a piece of fabric, because the desert dwellers are always forced to hide under a large number of layers of clothing. And under the scarf were several early works by Elder Chie. And he knew everything. Naruto shook her head, an involuntary, happy smile bursting from her lips. She quickly walked over to the window overlooking the courtyard so that no one would see her so indecently happy. Although Itachi had promised not to pressure her, to respect and accept any of her choices, no one could stop the Uchiha from making it clear in such an unobtrusive way that this girl had an admirer. He brought a gift from every mission, never a useless one. Medical techniques or a special collection of herbs, scrolls with rare Uzumaki seals, and where did he find them? And he left them incognito in the staff room or in the small lab on the table that had become hers. Only 3, but each of them made her heart pound faster and her cheeks blush. Although Naruto did not show it when they met in the evening for training. She liked Itachi, she sincerely respected him, but how to understand that this is the one? Like her mom and dad, for life. Her gaze slid over the trees of the courtyard and the lonely bench where patients who were staying in the hospital for an indefinite period liked to sit. A pale, dark-haired guy was sitting on it now, drawing something, looking at the birds chirping nearby. Sai, a year older than you, Minori approached her. Naruto hastily wrapped the gifts back in paper, earning a mocking look from the medic. The girl looked out the window again. What's wrong with him? She asked in bewilderment, glancing at Minori and Sakura. She had seen members of the former root, empty, without emotions. Sai was different from them with something. Elusive, difficult to define. Minori nodded, reading the girl's conclusions from her facial expression. You guessed right away, but we understood only after some time. The man sank heavily onto the sofa, tiredly rubbing his face with his palms. The room was gradually filling with medics whose shift had ended or was about to begin. They listened attentively, nodded, supplemented the man's story. The members of the former root are practically not amenable to treatment, not because of stubbornness or harmfulness, they simply do not understand why they need it. Unlike them, Sai can feel, albeit weakly and incompletely, but compared to his colleagues, this is already a lot. We hoped for his help, that he would reach out to his own. However, the guy turned out to be even more stubborn than them, because he understands that he needs to hide from the Iranians. Talking to him is like talking to a doll. A very impudent and ill-mannered doll, hissed Sakura. He says whatever he wants, whatever comes to mind. And he doesn't react to anything at all. He's not even afraid of threats. It's okay, Naruto rubbed her hands, we'll shake him up, Datebao. Leave it to me. Naruto, Haruno said instructively, a medic must understand when to continue fighting and when to give up. All efforts are useless, leave the guy alone and direct your efforts to other patients. An incomprehensible resentment towards this Sai spoke in her. Naruto hissed like an angry cat, her eyes flashed furiously. You can't treat if your soul doesn't hurt at least a little from someone else's misfortune. You can't help but sympathize with people. And in order to relieve them of pain, that's where cold calculation and sober reasoning are needed, Datebao. You can't turn away from people, give up, she clenched her fists. I never give up. She herself had been bullied from the hospital at one time by the same doctors, who considered it unworthy to waste energy on a demon that could be useful elsewhere. Sakura looked down, and Naruto snorted, contentedly, put the gifts in the seal and left, catching the approving glances of the medics. It was not for nothing that Kakashi-san called her the most unpredictable ninja, surprise is her strong point. And she is best at improvising. Besides, you can combine business with pleasure. Hello, are you Sai? She smiled, finding herself in front of the bench. I'm Naruto. You are an artist, right? I need your help. And before he came to his senses, she grabbed the guy by the hand and dragged him along, not letting him get a word in. Now I will bring you to the Holy of Holies of our hospital. Along the way she greeted the medics who were cheerfully watching their procession. Sai did not break free, not feeling any danger from the abnormal woman who had attacked him. Besides, she was clearly one of the hospital staff, and they had been ordered to obey the Iranians. To the main operating room? He asked without interest. His voice was soft and melodious. Better, to the warehouse, Datebao. The girl beamed. You see, our supplies are stored there, medicines, bandages, and other things, but they are not labeled. And lately we have an increased number of genin who want to become doctors. But they still do not understand herbs, they can easily mix everything up. We need to sign everything for them. Since you are an artist, you should also do calligraphy professionally. Why can't the others? Well, the girl scratched her nose embarrassedly. We have handwriting, well, we have it. As Itachi said, if you want to convince someone of your lie, believe it yourself. And Naruto forgot for a while that she was a Fuin master, that she had to correctly and clearly write out each facet of the seal symbols. She needed to get closer to Sai, get to know him better. And she really needed to work in the warehouse. So why not combine them? 2 hours flew by in an instant. All this time Naruto was bothering Sai, telling him about her friends, acquaintances, and just the village, trying to get at least monosyllabic answers and counter questions. Her conclusions were correct. The root fighters understand that what they did before is contrary to the interests of the current Hokage. They are confused, they don't know what to expect next, where they will be sent, what will be done to them. And they are in no hurry to take off their natural armor of misunderstanding. Their personality is not as deeply damaged as Minori assumed. They are not emotionless, they just block this part of the psyche, as Danzo wanted from them. Naruto gritted her teeth and was glad that she killed the old man who mocked talented shinobi, some of whom even went through Orochimaru's laboratories. The clock struck 6 when the girl came to. She pushed aside another drawer. We'll finish another time, she smiled at Sai. It seemed that nothing had changed in his face, but he seemed to have faded. She hurried to explain, my shift at the morgue starts in 15 minutes. And you should rest too. You write and draw really well, date Bao. Why do you need to be on duty at the morgue? The guy bowed his head. We make extracts, rewrite the pathologist's conclusions for the Hokage's reports. A tedious job for the whole night, date Bao. The girl complained. Okay, see you later. See you later. Sai nodded and hesitantly raised his hand in response to wave, as she did. Naruto was proud of herself, there was progress. Itachi had recently returned from a mission, handed in his report to the Hokage, and a gift to Naruto. And now he was waiting for the girl near the hospital. He had important news for her. The most offensive thing was that they would almost certainly have to part again, albeit briefly. A danger to a friend's life was not something Naruto could ignore. A familiar medic told her that she had another shift at the morgue today, and Itachi headed there without delay. He hid in a cold, semi-dark room, catching the fast approach of a familiar, bright chakra. He touched the light braid. And the next moment he was forced to leave from under the fire of small shurikens. A bluish raisin-gan ball began to form in the girl's hand, and she had to relocate to the ceiling. Naru, you don't have to kill me. Itachi said calmly, and laughter danced in his eyes. Scaring me, that's what you don't have to, date Bao. Naruto muttered, dispelling the technique. It doesn't look like you're scared, the Uchiha raised an eyebrow, pulling the star out of the wall. Naruto shrugged, created a clone, who immediately headed to a small table at the end of the hall. The morgue was located in a long, rectangular basement, cold, gloomy, but the medics had arranged it so that shifts could be carried out in comfort. In the corner, there was a small sofa of an incomprehensible color due to age, with springs sticking out on the sides, next to it a stove, a teapot, several mugs, and a bag of tea leaves. Tea? Naruto cordially offered. They often spent time like this, over a cup of tea, flavored with warm conversation. After all, how else can you get to know a person if you don't talk to him? No time, his friend shook his head. The Kazekage was kidnapped by Akatsuki. My mission did not take place in Suna, but close enough to find out about it in time. I have already reported to the Hokage. Fear, excitement, anxiety, desperate determination flashed in a kaleidoscope in the girl's eyes. Fortunately, cold prudence prevailed. Send a raven to Sasuke, I'll wake up Sakura. We also need Temari, she is currently the Suna ambassador to Konoha, the girl nodded, creating clones. And she herself began to brew tea, rummaged through the shelves of a small cabinet in search of pastries or cookies. It seemed that the close proximity of the dead did not bother her at all. As she herself said, disgust is the first thing that future medic mean are weaned off. Itachi liked to watch her fuss. Wherever it happened, in a hospital, in a morgue, or in the kitchen, it always looked so cozy, sweet, homey. But logic, common sense, and harsh practice suggested that Naruto would agree to the role of a housewife in 50 years, if not more. And he liked that too. He liked everything about her. He wanted to see her next to him, to talk to her. Naruto knew how to listen easily, brightly, with lively interest, and it made his soul feel warmer. As his father said, for a shinobi, especially an Uchiha, the main question is not whether you love a woman, but whether you are ready to lose her. Itachi was not ready to lose Naruto. That is why he wanted to protect her, to save her. To make her his. With her full approval. So far, everything is going as it should. She almost confessed to him, he was right to stop her then. It would have come out under the pressure of circumstances, excitement and nerves, and he did not need that. Itachi wanted her to think it over carefully and say it seriously, in a calm environment, when at least for a moment there would be no need to rush and worry about the life of another. And also, he was simply afraid that Naruto would say that he saw him only as a friend. It was better to wait a little, to increase his chances for sure. Sasuke appeared in the morgue, cheerful as boiling water, dragging a sleepy Temari on his shoulder. Sakura slipped behind the Uzumaki clone through the door, closed the door behind her and nodded in greeting. Uzumaki handed out a variety of slightly chipped mugs that were probably as old as she was. She sat down on a free gurney, spreading a clean sheet underneath. Sakura winced and preferred to stay by the wall. But Itachi wasn't suffering, he settled down on the second gurney. Sasuke sat Temari down on the couch and settled down next to her. Is this the way the Uchiha clan's heirs kidnap girls in the middle of the night, putting their guards in genjutsu? The desert dweller raised an eyebrow, trying to look as dignified as possible. It was good that Sasuke politely allowed her to throw on her dress. Your brother was kidnapped, Naruto ignored her question. By the Akatsuki organization. Temari turned pale, convulsively swallowed the scalding drink, and coughed. Sasuke politely, with a bit of mockery, patted her on the back, helping her catch her breath. Then he turned his gaze to his friend. What's your plan? I want to ask you, Datebao. I don't intend to abandon Gaara in trouble. After the test, during numerous training sessions, the forces in the team were divided in such a way that the Uchiha was the generator of ideas, Uzumaki was responsible for technical execution, and Sakura served as a support group and a theoretical base. And now she entered the battle. To her credit, she did not dissuade or complain, as she would have certainly done before. Perhaps she really has matured. If we are lucky, the Suna elders will decide everything overnight, she thought, tapping her finger on her lips. Then their hawk will not arrive before noon. Before that, we have no right to advance. It can be regarded as an act of military aggression against an allied village. As far as I understand, Gaara damaged some technique on his opponent's hands and his bird, which is why they can't fly, so the kidnappers will go on foot. Itachi was now thinking out loud. A day and a half at most. It takes another 3 days to prepare for and conduct the ritual. I haven't been able to find out the details, I only know that Gaara will live until then. When you left, what was going on there? Temari asked excitedly. Your brother was gathering a squad for pursuit. And you didn't even help your brother? You are allies of our village. It was obvious that the girl was scared. This was not part of my assignment, a calm, indifferent tone sobered the desert dweller. So, we can count on him holding them off for a little while longer. Itachi was proud of his Otudo. He had matured, a real leader, a rough plan of action was already forming in his head. And Uzumaki could finalize it. We are forbidden to appear within Suna until the hawk arrives. It is unknown whether he will come. He will, Temari cut him off. Then she wilted, sadly shaking her head. Gaara is our Kage, the strongest warrior. We cannot bring him back alone. Moreover, Konoha knows much more about Akatsuki. So, let's take as a working version that the hawk will arrive by noon, Sasuke thought out loud. It's 2 days' journey to Suna. If we go after official permission, we'll lose almost another day. Then we need time to find traces of Gaara on the spot. How? Sakura raised an eyebrow skeptically. Ninken, Sasuke shrugged. Why not in Izuka dogs? Naruto intervened now. Kiba would be happy to lend Akamaru. The abilities of summoned dogs are broader, and it's easier to explain to them, Sasuke thought, drummed his fingers on his knee and continued his reasoning. Most likely, Akatsuki will also put fighters on our way another delay. This way we can lose all the time the desert dwellers won. And you suggest, Naruto nudged him. To leave now, without waiting for a letter from Suna. If the Hokage gets it, fine, we'll show up as a rescue team. No, that's okay too, we have our own unofficial pass, he nodded at Temari. We'll be the escort group and guard for the ambassador of the sand. But it's getting dark soon, Sakura timidly objected. It's not a problem for a fighter with the Sharingan, Itachi answered softly. Sasuke nodded. We have more serious questions, he said gloomily. How are we going to persuade the Hokage to let us go? How are we going to persuade Hitaki, who has the ability to summon dogs? And how are we going to contact Tsunade-sama while we're running to find out if she's received the news or not? I'll make arrangements with BA-chan, Datebao. She'll let us go. I'll take Kakashi-sensei on myself, Sakura nodded. I'll think about ways to contact her, the Uchiha agreed. Half an hour to get ready, we'll meet at the Hokage's residence. Itachi looked at the serious, determined guys, whom he remembered as children. None of them even thought about the possibility of retreat. Even though Gaara was a friend only to Uzumaki, all three respected him. And they couldn't abandon one. Itachi's anxiety was reflected in Otudo's eyes. They were dragging Naruto, another Jinchuriki, straight into the clutches of Akatsuki. But they couldn't leave her unattended in the village, she would run away sooner or later anyway. It was better to help and support her impulses than to lose her. The shinobi scattered like shadows, only the clone, whom the responsible Uzumaki had left to fill out papers, creaked his pen. Half an hour later, as decided, they met at the Hokage's residence. Tsunade had not yet gone home, sorting through the remains of fresh mission reports. The sunset had just managed to burn out, and a blessed coolness descended on Konoha, when the whole company burst into the Hokage's office. Sasuke quickly and businesslike laid out his thoughts and plans. Tsunade measured the determined faces with a suspicious glance and nodded with a sigh. Only I haven't figured out how to keep in touch, the Uchiha admitted. Senju and Naruto looked at each other, loudly slapped each other, one on the forehead, the other on the table. Katsuyu, they said in unison. Katsuyu is a unique summoned animal. The Senju princess took pity on her incomprehensible subordinates. She is one, all her copies are herself. And through them you can communicate over long distances. I will be able to contact Naruto when the letter arrives so that the mission becomes official. I will also write it down for tomorrow. And otherwise, be careful. And do it. Yes. They flew out the window and rushed to the border of the village. Itachi was supposed to secretly lead them through the barrier, but the Hokage motioned for him to stay. When we receive the letter, you will go to them to support Guy's team. Itachi bowed and shunshined to the meeting place. Kakashi's team, led by a gloomy captain, who was somehow persuaded by Sakura, was already waiting for him. Officially, they had no right to leave the village, so they had to act in a roundabout way, past the main gate. Itachi led everyone personally, only Naruto did not need it. The protective barrier was installed by the people of her clan, led by the same restless grandmother who took care of the descendants. Since then, the seals have not been changed, as well as the access passwords. Be careful, please. Itachi adjusted a strand of hair that had fallen out. I will, Datebao. Naruto nodded understandingly, quickly hugged him and rushed to catch up with the squad. Itachi turned and disappeared into the approaching darkness. Kakashi-sensei, we need to rest, demanded Sakura. We can't run without stopping. And then a small box of pills flew at her. The girl barely managed to intercept it. And what does this mean, Uzumaki? She got angry. If she could, she would try to hit her eternal rival. But Sasuke looked demandingly, seriously waiting for an answer, as did Kakashi, and she did not risk starting a fight. Naruto listened to herself. At any other time, she would have happily rushed to Suna as fast as possible. Special scrolls for sealing combat puppets, various poisons from rare herbs. But now something was pressing, pulling inside, forcing her to run with all her might. I don't know, the girl ran her hands over her shoulders. But we need to hurry. Some kind of bad premonition. And because of your premonition, we will strain ourselves? Haruno raised an eyebrow. Sakura, you know how important all five senses are in the shinobi world: sight, smell, touch, hearing and taste. Kakashi did not stop, looking ahead, but still caught the girl's nod. But real warriors also try to develop their intuition, to sharpen it to the limit. Naruto almost did not listen to their conversation. She was driven forward by the desire to help her friend, memories of that long-ago joint mission, on which Gaara was almost killed by his own. And how angry she was at such behavior of the inhabitants of Suna. But most of all, she was amazed that her friend was able to forgive them and start life with a clean slate. And now, he became Kazekage. And now he is in a deadly trap. Naruto, a small slug Katsuyu peeked out from the neckline of her dress. The squad listened to the thin voice. Tsunade-sama conveyed that she received the letter and sent a detachment of Might Gaia support. Did Uzumaki imagine it, or did Kakashi groan softly? Thank you, Katsuyu, she thanked softly, stroked the slug, who hid under her dress again. The box with pills returned to her. The girl swallowed one. The stimulants, not the strongest and most harmful, were able to maintain the muscle's performance for another 8 hours. Then there would be a mandatory lull, she would still need to rest. But by that time Naruto planned to reach at least the borders of the desert. The short period of rest coincided with a sandstorm. The sky was covered with a dull, dense veil. The sand stung, bit, got stuck in the back of the neck. Fortunately, Temari found a small cave where they could wait it out. Naruto sat at the very edge, looking at the clouds of sand raised by the wind. In her grandmother's book, she looked at the section that talked about sealing Biju, in particular, Kyubi. And Kurama himself willingly shared memories and harmful comments about certain actions of the ancient Uzumaki. In all techniques, absolutely all, if the carrier was not a member of the Scarlet Clan, when the Biju was removed, he died. Shinobi have 2 types of chakra, spiritual, which he uses in techniques, and bodily, which fills the muscles, blood, the cells of the body. It is not noticed, cannot be used, but as long as it is there, even if it is not spiritual, the shinobi will remain alive. Many, having squandered the reserve, having destroyed the hearth, remained alive precisely due to bodily energy. The Biju chakra was so closely intertwined with both types that it was almost impossible to separate them. When removed, it involuntarily dragged it along with itself. Only the Uzumaki could not pay attention to this, possessing phenomenal vitality. Because of their physiology, the Biju chakra acted a little differently, not intertwining with the carrier's own power, which made it possible to safely take out the tailed beast. Despite his red hair, Gaara was not an Uzumaki. And with every minute of inaction, Naruto became more and more worried about him. Katsuyu appeared from the neckline again, climbed onto his shoulder, the vibrations of her soft, gentle body tickled, sending cheerful goosebumps all over his body. The slug climbed onto his shoulder, leaned against his ear so that only Naruto could hear. Itachi-san asked me to tell you that sometimes you think too loudly. And problems should be solved as they arise. Naruto almost laughed. Somehow, one of Katsuyu's copies ended up with Itachi, and Naruto's companion probably complained that the girl could not find a place for herself. So they asked their friend to calm her down. It was just some kind of conspiracy. But they got what they wanted, the tension began to subside little by little. The storm went to the east and died down there, the sun peeped out again. And the detachment moved on. They reached the village in less than 2 days. They were already waiting for them in Suna. Let's go. Let's go. The short shinobi was rushing about. We need to hurry. Kankuro's squad was killed, he himself was wounded, poisoned by an unknown poison. We really need medics. Naruto sighed intermittently. The tension was ringing like a taut string. This is what her intuition had been persistently warning her about. Not only Gaara, but also his brother had suffered. In the bright room, medics were crowded around the patient's bed. Kankuro was rushing about in delirium, screaming and scratching his throat with his nails. Without his war paint, he looked unusually human. Everyone turned around at the sound of footsteps. In addition to the patient, an old woman of about 80 attracted attention. Wrinkled like a baked apple, with sagging cheeks, watery gray eyes that widened as soon as Kakashi appeared. Her figure was hidden by a black robe, on her head a funny hat. But Naruto felt the flow of her energy, just like a young shinobi. Quickly, astonishingly quickly for her age, she rushed at Kakashi with a scream. He was dumbfounded, not knowing where to hide from the obviously crazy old woman. Sakura and Naruto rushed forward, and raced past, to Kankuro's bed, where, pushing aside the medics, they began the examination. "Do you think Kakashi-sensei can handle it?" Sakura raised an eyebrow in response to the noise behind her and the captain's pathetic attempts to justify himself. "I have to, Datebao," Naruto shrugged, looking at the dilation of his pupils with the help of a flashlight. Sakura climbed into his mouth. Uzumaki meanwhile leaned against the man's hot, sweat-damp chest. His heart was beating dully, abruptly. Something was bothering him, something was harming all the important organs. The girl exchanged glances with her partner. Heavy metals, they nodded to each other. During their work at the hospital, there were never any arguments between them. They skillfully divided up the duties when they were given the same patient. However, this happened rarely. While Sakura was explaining the problem to the doctors, Naruto prepared basins with the solution and handed them to her partner. She would be treating Kankuro, and Uzumaki would take on the poison and making an antidote for it. She picked up the basin with the dissolved poison that Sakura had taken out and handed the second one to her assistant, asking him to take her to the lab. "Kakashi-san, stop messing around," she said to the teacher, whom the lively old woman had professionally cornered, shrilly screeching something about the white fang of Konoha, whom she wanted to kill. Hatake looked confused. He was not used to fighting with allies, especially elderly women. He looked at Uzumaki for support. "I'll kill him. I'll take revenge on the white fang of Konoha for the death of my son," the old woman snapped, taking out a kunai. "But it's not the white fang," the second elder, a blind old man with bushy eyebrows, intervened. "The white fang died many years ago. Remember, sister, how worried you were that he didn't die by your hand." The elderly kunoichi chewed her lips thoughtfully, looking closely at the smiling Hatake. "Yes, he's too young for a fang," she finally agreed. The Suna shinobi behind her took a breath. Naruto understood them. It was not easy to stop the elder, and they would not forgive them for killing ninja from an allied village. Her gaze caught on the cap, the gray hair framing her face. In her mind, the girl rejuvenated the woman by several years. And she gasped, "Chie-sama." Exactly like in the images from the war that Tsunade had shown her. "Why didn't you remove the poison yourself, Elder Chie?" she addressed, gripping the basin more comfortably. The woman turned her attention, intently, tenaciously, despite the seemingly absent-minded look. "The poison was made by my grandson, Akasuna Sasori," she reluctantly said. "And I can conclude that he has greatly surpassed me in this art." "In all arts," she concluded bitterly. "I understand," Naruto nodded and hurried to the laboratory. Behind her, Hatake called the Ninken. There was less and less time left, and she still had to take care of Kankuro, track down Gaara's kidnappers, and prepare at least 3 portions of the antidote. Just in case. The small lab was in a small greenhouse, under a transparent roof of thick glass. Naruto admired it. How convenient, you don't have to go for ingredients, but pick them right here. She analyzed the poison, broke it down into components, determined the effect of each on the final result. She created several clones to speed up the work on the antidote. The greenhouse was filled with busily scurrying blondes. A couple of them dragged materials and tools from neighboring labs so that each double did not have to stand in line, but did their own work. While the original was finishing the analysis, the others had already managed to prepare the base. The Sunites looked at the boiling work with wide eyes and tried not to interfere. "Unlike Elder Chie, this is the first time I've seen someone use such a chakra-consuming technique when you can get by with your own efforts," she croaked, sitting down on a chair. "And aren't you worried about Kankuro at all? It seems you considered him your friend." Naruto added a couple more inflorescences and rubbed them. Her hands did their usual, mechanical work while she examined Chie. Cunning, smart, a real elder, and on top of that, she started some kind of test. What does she want to achieve? "I believe in Sakura and I know that she can handle it. It's not for nothing that she's the 5th Hokage student, Datebao." She shrugged. "We don't have much time, Gaara could die." So wouldn't it be better to divide the work and entrust the patient to the one who can handle it, instead of pushing around the ward and getting in her way? And about the technique? Chie narrowed her eyes. I'm an Uzumaki, it's not expensive for me. Everyone knows the endurance and chakra volumes of the Scarlet Clan, so even Chie couldn't find fault with the girl's answer. Naruto bit her lip and shook her head. Sasori's poison was based on Chie's poison, only he improved it, made it more destructive. A lot of components, one mistake and the antidote will become ineffective. However, it was not for nothing that she studied Chie-sama's works for a long time in Konoha. He is a genius, she was forced to admit in a whisper. And she caught an echo of pain in Chie's eyes. Sasuke, who entered, prevented her from asking the question. Are you finished? He asked his friend. Naruto looked at her comrade with annoyance. A little more, and she would have probably managed to get the elder to talk. Why did her grandson leave the village? How did Suna let such a talented shinobi go? Almost. Kakashi-san's dogs found the Akatsuki hideout. We leave in 4 hours, we need to rest a bit, and Sakura is exhausted. She pulled Kankuro out. Naruto nodded, taking note. The clones dispersed, transmitting the information. I have 4 portions of the antidote ready, she said. 1 for Kankuro, the rest are in reserve. Okay, he came up almost right next to her, ran his hand over her back. Don't worry, Naruto. The girl smiled weakly. Thank you, Sasuke. They were given 1 room, that's all they need for a short rest. Kakashi sat down near the wall by the door and dozed off. Sasuke chose the corner opposite the door, Sakura lay down on the futon, and Naruto took the windowsill, leaning her forehead against the cold glass. Despite the anxiety for Gaara, a cold calm reigned inside. They will cope, no matter what happens, they will cope, because they are a team, a group. And they will save their friend. The girl relaxed her muscles, ran chakra through her body. It's a pity that Katsuyu had to be let go. But what is not, is not. It is necessary to use the allotted time usefully. In order not to disturb her friends, she left the room, feeling the close attention of the activated Sharingan. Uchiha said nothing, closed his eyes again. After all, she was a grown girl, she understood that she could not let the squad down because of fatigue. Coffee for the desert was a truly royal treat, not all shinobi could afford it. But the palace had it. Naruto, inhaling with pleasure the strong smell, soaked in milk, sipping the drink from a huge mug, gutted her shoulder bag. Despite its modest size, it hid much more than in shinobi backpacks. Kunai for various barriers, scrolls with weapons, food supplies, clothes, and medicine, a couple of scrolls with chakra reserves, and several fireballs that Itachi made for her. Clean paper, special ink, and brushes. Naruto unsealed the scroll with antidotes, with a light clap. A bunch of multicolored ampoules, sorted by size and date of manufacture. During her departure from the village, she was fond of collecting formulas for poisons from various villages and preparing antidotes for them. Just in case. Suna, Chie-sama. On each ampoule, instead of a signature, there is a formula. This makes it easier to figure out what and when to inject. At least for Uzumaki. Judging by Sasori's analysis of the poison and the formulas for the antidotes she has. Naruto put 3 of them aside, sealed the rest again, and hid the scroll in her bag. They won't save you, but they can certainly slow down the poison's effect. I'll go with you. Naruto shuddered. Chie had snuck up so unexpectedly. In my old age, I want to participate in battle for the last time. If I die, then as a shinobi should, she said proudly. Besides, my grandson is there. It's my duty to figure out what happened to him. Naruto sighed, finishing her coffee. I'm not the squad leader, I can't decide. But you can convince him, the old woman winked slyly. For the first time in days, Naruto laughed sincerely. The squad moved forward at a confident pace, following Hitaki and Pakken. Naruto was restoring Haruno's chakra reserve on the go. The Uchiha was amazed by her stamina and reserve for the umpteenth time. She ran without rest, made an antidote, did not sleep during the break, and was still fresh as morning dew. And only her usually carefree blue eyes darkened with anxiety. A source of chakra flashed ahead, Itachi made a sign to stop, and Sasuke activated his dojutsu. Ever since that first defeat, he had dreamed of revenge, wanted to try out new techniques, his strength on that swordsman from the mist. But he had no idea that their meeting would take place so soon. It was he who was sent by Akatsuki to delay the squad. Hashigate Kisame, and behind his back was the huge semi-intelligent sword Samahata. It absorbs chakra, making a reserve for its owner, which is why shinobi are called the tailless bijou. Sasuke painstakingly collected information about it since returning with Tsunade to the leaf. Naruto tensed up, frowned. She probably felt the pressure of chakra. Her clones attacked the grinning swordsman. Well, really, aren't Konoha shinobi capable of more? He mockingly drawled. A huge wave, tsunami, rushed towards them. On its crest, with a predatory cry, waving his bandaged Samahata, the swordsman himself rushed. Sasuke and Naruto moved forward, blocking the others. The fireball blossomed and turned into a wall. The Uchiha did not skimp on chakra. Uzumaki took out the scrolls nearby, unsealing her own katan. Water and fire clashed, hissed, and the clearing was covered in thick, damp steam. Sasuke considered his options. He couldn't use techniques directly, Samahata absorbed them like a sponge. That meant only Tai. It was a pity that Rock Lee wasn't with them, he could have fought back. But he and his team had left for a mission before Naruto returned and still hadn't returned. His eyes darted from one partner to another, assessing their capabilities. Sakura was the squad's medic, Kakashi wasn't that good at pure taijutsu, Chie was a puppet master, Naruto was a medic and... He beamed. That's it. A Fuinjutsu master. She should have the right seals. He approached the squad, called his friend and the commander and gave them the information, while Kisame was distracted by countless blonde clones with Raisengans. The swordsman destroyed them with laughter, clearly amused. There is one Fuin, Naruto nodded. A trap that drains the opponent's chakra and transfers it to the one to whom the barrier is bound. But, the Uchiha responded understandingly. Both opponents must be inside the barrier, where everything depends only on their abilities. I will have to lock you there. Hatake corrected, tracking Kisame's movements out of the corner of his eye. Together, we have a better chance of winning. Give me time, Naruto nodded. I'm tired of this. The swordsman complained in the meantime. A couple of seals and a huge blue shark is rushing at them. The shinobi scattered, dodging fangs and fins that turned out to be very sharp. But Sakura and Granny Chie didn't have time. Kisame flew up to them at great speed and imprisoned them in a water prison. Are you really going to leave your comrades to die? Mockingly shining with small, nasty eyes. No way, Datebao. Naruto rushed at him. Where? Sakura, locked in the water, cried out, helplessly pounding the walls of the ball with her fists. Uzumaki, run, idiot. You must complete the task. Only Tai, Tessin against the sword. Sasuke followed his friend, the Chidori sang in his hand, slid along the blade of the katana. The glitter, the ringing, the sparks, the endless circling of him and Kakashi around the enemy, everything, just to distract him from the Uzumaki clones swarming nearby. And she herself was probably there. Sasuke jumped back, Naruto was nearby, squeezed his wrist, put a seal. You must be as close to him as possible, Datebao, she whispered. The Uchiha nodded and again jumped into the center of the battle, slipped away from another attack of the shark, almost close to Samahata. Naruto and 3 of her clones at the corners of the square synchronously made seals. The purple barrier was erected in a matter of seconds, and they became its basis, to make it more durable. After all, the same kunai Kisame with his devilish power would demolish in no time. The seal burned his wrist when the swordsman tried to break through the barrier with Samahata. The sword drank chakra from the seal, therefore, from Uzumaki, and Sasuke drank chakra from the sword. Kisame quickly realized his situation, but it was too late. Naruto had formed seals that limited the use of chakra. Violation was punishable by wild pain throughout the body, tearing apart consciousness and a burning mind. Quickly and accurately, the shadow copies destroyed Kisame's water clones, holding his comrades captive. The water prison collapsed, no longer receiving nourishment from the creator, and Sakura and Chie collapsed on the grass, coughing and choking. Uchiha and Kakashi pounced on the swordsman, each of them having copied Might Guy's technique at one time. They acted together like two whirlwinds. Sasuke felt such rapture for the first time, beating the criminal's body with all his might. His body sang, as if it carried out the movements itself, without the slightest command from his brain. And only out of the corner of his eye did he allow himself to linger on his sweaty girlfriend, who controlled the Fuin. The exhausted body and the shreds of the cloak fell on the grass. Naruto removed the barrier, the seal on Sasuke's wrist disappeared, as if it had never been there. The whole company approached the missing Nin. And they were dumbfounded. In his place lay the corpse of a completely different person, with a Suna protector on his forehead and an Akatsuki cloak. Yoshi, Chie whispered. One of Kankuro's squad. Sakura examined the body with professional interest. Look, she turned to Uzumaki, there is some kind of medical equipment here. I don't know anything like it, she stated, puzzled. Kabuto, his experiments, Datebao, the girl nodded in response. We have to go, Hatake interrupted their conversation. A minute later, there was no one on the field. While the dog led them further. Relying on his sense of smell, Uzumaki thought sadly that she needed to somehow strengthen her techniques. She couldn't go on forever with just tiny Raisengans. The godfather suggested adding more chakra to make the ball bigger, but she was thinking about mixing the technique with wind or water. Or even building it on natural chakra alone. It should be a killer thing. But all that later, when there was time, and for now Pakken pointed to a large rock with a paper seal in the very center. Familiar shinobi were already standing near it. Naruto. Rock Lee rejoiced. The girl hugged her friend, nodded to Tenten, and smiled at Niji. Hi, long time no see. And Guy started his usual song. I overtook you, my eternal rival, Kakashi. Hatake smiled sourly. We had a little trouble along the way, he shrugged. I hope you don't mean me, Chie said threateningly. Of course not, elder. Hatake immediately waved his hands. Enai-san, what are you doing here? Sasuke was surprised. Hokage-sama sent me along with Might-san's team, Itachi said calmly. Naruto smiled with the corners of his lips, receiving a shining smile in response. Now Uzumaki was sure that everything would definitely end well. It couldn't be otherwise, because Itachi was nearby. He was one of the strongest shinobi, and simply a genius. There's something scary inside, Niji activated the Byakugan. Something scary, dark, powerful. I've never seen anything like it. Gaara? He's still alive, but he's hanging in the air. They're sucking chakra out of him. There's only a little left. This is a special Fuin. The seal of the 5 peaks. There are 4 more seals that need to be removed at the same time. Niji nodded, looked around the area, and gave the coordinates. All this time, Itachi was watching to make sure that Gaara's chakra did not disappear. Team Guy connected the transmitters and quickly ran to the designated places. Kakashi jumped onto the rock. A couple of minutes later, he nodded and pulled off the seal. Sakura. The girl ran up and hit the rock with all her might. The huge rock hummed hard and crumbled into pieces. Inside was a huge natural cave. At the end of it stood a strange and scary statue, its eyes rolling. Its hands, sticking out from under the ground with spread fingers, were chained in wooden shackles. On each finger stood a ghostly figure with glowing eyes. Bluish dragons burst out of the statue's mouth, entangling the unconscious Gaara in a cocoon, Scarlet threads of chakra stretched from his eyes and mouth and went into the grinning mouth of the sculpture. Sasuke, get ready to pull Gaara out. The friend nodded, preparing a strong fishing line. Naruto rushed forward, dodged strange exploding bugs, needles from the tail of some short, hunched shinobi. Rasengan hit the dragons, clones with the second hit, straight into the open eye of the statue. The girl jumped back, took out Tessin, and protected herself from Sanban, probably poisoned. Whirlwinds of blades rushed towards the opponents, some of them hit straight into the fingers and eyes of the statue. This was enough for the technique to be interrupted. Small tails of chakra were absorbed back into Gaara, and his body flew to the ground. Naruto only heard the fishing line whistle, saw thin threads entangling the Kazekage. The next moment, she was already pressed to her chest, and the scarlet shroud of Susanoo was burning around her. Itachi sat down next to Gaara, who was already being examined by Sakura. Deidara, Sasori, take care of them. One of the ghostly figures threw. What about the boy? Asked the blonde, one eye of whom was covered by a long, lush fringe. There is no shikaku in him anyway, and without the bijou he will not survive, an indifferent, metallic voice. Naruto watched as the shadows of Akatsuki dissolved, as the statue disappeared in clouds of smoke. Only 2 members of the organization remained. Naruto, Sakura whispered quietly, he is dying. He has very little chakra, it no longer supports his body. There is one technique, Uzumaki answered just as quietly, remembering. But I will not be able to help you in battle. I will be behind the barrier. Go ahead, Hatake took out a kunai, we will figure it out ourselves here. The main thing now is to save Gaara. A transparent, small, but very strong barrier rose in a minute. Only a clone with a Tessin remained outside. Naruto summoned Katsuyu inside. The slug examined and felt the patient, and shook its antennae, dejectedly. We'll have to rebuild everything practically from scratch, Naruto. And I don't give any guarantees, she pronounced her verdict in a thin voice. We have to try, Katsuyu. We can't give up, Datebao. Gaara is very important to his village. And to you, a warm smile was heard in her voice. Yes, he is my friend. Katsuyu enveloped Gaara, immersed him and Naruto into herself. This way she would be able to keep him alive, while the girl would treat his wounds, fill his body with chakra. But this would require the Uzumaki's own reserves. The pulse beat lightly and erratically under her fingers. Gaara was moving further and further away and was not going to return. Naruto snorted, that means she'll have to force him. Shikaku was clearly not going to part with his host easily, he clung to him to the last. This led to the ritual drawing out the spiritual chakra and affecting the physical one. If they had come a little later, there would have been no one left to save. There is a colossal amount of work to do, subtly dividing the energy, feeding it not just to every organ, but to every piece, every scrap of the body, almost every cell. Watching it take root. A difficult, painstaking task that requires all your concentration. Itachi waited for Naruto to disappear inside Katsuyu. He saw her tension, thin streams of chakra flowing from her fingertips, absorbed into the Kazekage's body. She would cope, the man had no doubts about the Uzumaki's tenacity and stubbornness. The clone winked at him encouragingly, adjusted the Tessin in his hands. Well then, the blonde was upset. And I was so counting on getting revenge on the Kazekage. I have a personal score to settle with him, he waved a piece of his hand, covered by the rags of his sleeve. It won't work, Sasuke grinned, threw a kunai. The blonde dodged, folded seals. A huge white bird, molded from clay, flew up to him. It's good that I have a spare one. He rejoiced. Tried to catch me, boy. The Nuknin flew out. We're after him, Hatake approached Sasuke. Can you manage without us? Quite, Sakura cracked her knuckles, looking at her opponent predatorily. Itachi was not so optimistic. Akasuna Sasori, the famous puppet master who captured an entire country with his puppets, a specialist in poisons without antidotes. It was unknown what trump cards he had up his sleeve. The puppet's tail darted without warning, revealing secret compartments from which needles sprayed in all directions. Itachi dodged, thanks to his Sharingan. And thanks to it, he saw the chakra threads with which the elder intercepted Sakura. They danced, dodged, not allowing the needles to injure themselves. Haruno had already reported that there were only 3 portions of antidotes, they would still be useful later. This puppet's name is Hirako. He was once a shinobi of our village, too. Chie pursed her lips. Human puppets are created from the bodies of ninja, so they retain the ability to use chakra and all their techniques. I'm glad you haven't lost your memory, Granny, mockery in his voice. I remember all your actions, grandson, bitterness poisoned more than any poison. Oh, just no tearful tragedies, he probably rolled his eyes. You always remained a shinobi. Even when you sent your family and friends to certain death. You still blame me for this, Chie shook her head. Obeying the movements of deft fingers, Sakura soared into the air, to deliver a crushing blow to Hirako. I stopped blaming anyone a long time ago, the figure in the cloak shook his head. The hood slid off, and Chie gasped, convulsively. Art has become the purpose of my existence. What could be more magnificent than power imprinted in eternity? He hasn't changed a bit in the last 20 years, the woman whispered in shock. Akasuna meanwhile took out another scroll. I think you'll appreciate my next gesture. A doll of a disheveled, black-haired man with narrow eyes, in a tattered robe, torn in places. The third Kazekage, the elder exclaimed. Itachi frowned. The third was considered the strongest ruler of Suna, he possessed a powerful weapon, iron sand. From his chakra he made a magnet, with which he controlled it. As far as the Uchiha knew, the third disappeared without a trace 20 years ago. Efforts to find him led to nothing. So you killed him? Like the fourth. As soon as I saw the bodies of the Kazekage and his assistants, I began to suspect your intrigues. I was not interested in the fourth, Sasori waved his hand. Rather, my former partner from Akatsuki, Orochimaru, made his mark here. Itachi finally managed to catch the enemy's gaze, however, Genjutsu did not work on him. The man looked closely. His entire body seemed to not exist, only a single clot of chakra was beating in his chest. Powerful, thick, but the only one. No circulation system, nothing like that. The doll opened its mouth, and the notorious iron sand began to spill into the air with a metallic rustle. It gathered into various forms, kunai, sanbon, and simple sharp blocks capable of crushing anyone careless. Susanu's cloak withstood any blows, and Akasuna frowned. So not interesting, my future puppets. I think it's time to separate you. He threw off his cloak, Sakura screamed in surprise. Sasori Akasuna himself was a doll. Chakra poured into the wooden body from the cylinder in the chest, which Itachi felt. He opened another valve, from which 100 thinnest threads burst out. The scroll unrolled with a rustle, dolls in dark red cloaks soared into the air. Like a swarm of angry forest bees, they blocked the sky. Each had a weapon in their hands. A katana, a saber, a spear, a morning star, a kuzaringama, and much, much more. And they were all aimed at the Uzumaki barrier. At one time, Granny managed to conquer and hold the castle with only 10 dolls. What will happen if I use my fighting 100 against that girl who is trying to save the current Kazekage from death? Itachi turned around abruptly. Naruto was floating inside the body of her, summoning together with Gaara, her hair unraveled and flowing in waves around her. Her wide-open eyes saw something inaccessible to others. A thin thread of blood ran from her bitten lower lip along her chin. She was healing, completely absorbed in her work, her mind, thoughts, feelings, everything was spinning around Gaara. Her clone was unlikely to be able to hold the barrier alone. Protect the girl, Chie nodded. I can handle my grandson myself. Even if it is the last thing I do in my life. And I will help. Sakura supported, adjusting her gloves. Itachi rushed into battle together with the fighting 100. He spun, dodged poison blades, arrows, threads, and chains. And he didn't let anyone near the barrier. He intercepted and blocked blows, hooked numerous explosive seals. His phoenix flowers bloomed in the air, burning the dolls to ashes. Shurikens filled with chakra cut the puppeteer's threads. The crows of numerous clones cawed deafeningly, and the dolls seemed to not become fewer. But their remains crunched underfoot when Itachi ran up and struck. Naruto's copy actively helped him. Uzumaki could not stand aside when her friends were in danger. She spent her chakra wastefully on wind techniques. Streams slid, wrapped themselves like snakes, breaking the necks of opponents. Blades of wind whistled, cutting everything in their path. She mowed down more than a third of the 100 when the energy ran out. With a soft pop, the clone disappeared. Itachi dodged another stream of fire that burst from the doll's mouth. The second attacked with a cutting water whip, which the man evaporated with his katan. And they kept coming, like evil demons, with terrible, inhuman eyes. They had practically no invulnerable places, and Itachi's Susanoo cover had been placed over Naruto's barrier. She had to be safe. It was hard to fight when you couldn't use the strongest weapons, Genjutsu and Black Flame. Dangerous, especially near allies. But Itachi was a genius, he still destroyed the dolls. Because he had someone to protect. Nearby, Sakura methodically and persistently smashed the third Kazekage's doll. She clearly inherited her tenacity from her teacher. She had already taken 2 doses of the antidote, her chakra was almost at 0, but she still fought, gritting her teeth. And Granny Chie is not far behind, tired, out of breath. The iron sand has deprived all the puppets except Sakura and her right hand, but she does not give up. She hides from Sasori's fire and from his sharp cutting water. When nothing was left of the fighting 100, a cold, calculating anger spread inside. No one has the right to threaten the people dear to the Uchiha. Itachi shot his own body, using a special technique. The surrounding world blurred, the muscles groaned indignantly, as did the hand touched by the spikes. This technique can be used for a short time, at a short distance. It increases physical performance, speed, strength, endurance. And makes you pay with your health, torn ligaments, if you overdo it. Uchiha Shio died during the Third War, when he defended his family. He danced alone against a squad of 50, and was unable to stop in time. He defeated them all. His body was mangled, but his face held the expression of a man who had done everything right. A fist reinforced with chakra pierced the cylinder in Sasori's chest. Itachi looked coldly into the doll's eyes. Akasuna was fading, his chakra slowly leaking out. Itachi pulled out his hand and pierced the cube with a pair of swords. Just in case. There was a bang and a hoarse groan behind him. The barrier disappeared, and Naruto, coughing up blood, fell on Gaara's unconscious body. Itachi rushed towards her as fast as he could. Deidara led his pursuers further and further away from this shelter. Sticky, tenacious bugs rained down from the bird, which attached themselves to clothing and exploded. Only the constant replacement technique saved the Konoha Jonin. Sasuke, can you hold him off for a while? Are you sure, Kakashi-san? Only recently Hatake awakened the Mangekyo in his dojutsu. Its use put a colossal strain on the brain. Especially if the person did not belong to the Uchiha clan. Yes, we must deal with him as soon as possible, the captain snapped. Sasuke shrugged and sped up. He jumped right in front of the bird, smashing it to pieces with his Chidori. Kakashi used the transfer technique on the demolition man's second arm, tore it off, moving it to another dimension. But even without arms, Deidara turned out to be a nimble, agile guy. He clenched the kunai with his teeth and managed to parry their blows in this way. He ran and jumped all over the forest, hid, created clones out of clay. However, the latter was of little use against the dojutsu. Sasuke was sweating and tired, got a few scratches. Kakashi was almost constantly holding his eye when they finally managed to lure the bomber into a trap. A thin fishing line wrapped around his body, squeezed, while copies of Kakashi were placed in certain places on the barrier seal. Deidara clenched his teeth, spat out a kunai. His body began to swell, chakra flowed in all directions. The Jonin jumped back, activating the barrier in time. They were clearly underestimated, because Deidara, hiding in the nearby bushes, still ended up inside the Fuin. Sasuke had not spent so much time training with Uzumaki for nothing. She loved to drive him into a trap and leave him sitting in the company of her shadow clone, just as talkative and restless as the original. Uchiha passed through one of the walls, since the Fuin was tuned specifically to his chakra. He would definitely have to thank Naruto again. And calmly chopped off the head of the grinning opponent. This was not a game where you could feel sorry for someone and let them go in the hope of correction. The Demolition Man was dangerous, and first of all for one blue-eyed, fair-haired Jinchuriki. They searched and burned the body, because no one had the scrolls, and leaving the body or dragging it on themselves was dangerous. Who knew if Deidara's accomplices were nearby or not? And they were glad to themselves that the Demolition Man had no hands. On his chest, the Jonin found a third mouth, sewn up with a harsh thread. And around it, strange seals. If the Nukenin had managed to unravel the thread, it was unlikely that they would have survived such an explosion. We need to go back. Hatake looked back worriedly, to where Sakura and Naruto remained in the company of Itachi and old lady Chie. Now I have a bad feeling. Sasuke nodded and the Jonins rushed back. Naruto almost dissolved in the caressing warmth of Katsuyu surrounding her. She restored her body, damage, chakra, restarted the Kirakuki, saturating it with energy. And at the same time, she held the barrier, controlled the summoning and shared her powers with the slime. The salty smell of blood spread in the air around, thick, warm drops flowed from her ears and down her neck. Naruto impatiently wiped them away, continuing to work. If only she had to restore Gaara alone, without wasting chakra on Fuin and summoning. Her reserves would be just enough, but as it was, she couldn't cope. Naruto coughed, her throat was mercilessly torn, her mouth felt the iron taste of blood. The barrier fell first, followed by Katsuyu, who apologized and dissolved in the smoke. The girl cried in despair. So much strength, so much effort, and all in vain? Her hands, still emitting weak chakra, covered the dry, wrinkled palms. Help me, girl. Chie looked at the crying girl, whose efforts had gone to waste. And she had succeeded, almost succeeded. And she remembered the words she had said earlier. They had run to help Gaara, and Chie had been discussing the usefulness of such a weapon as a Jinchuriki. The girl stopped, turned around, furiously lashing her scythe through the air. Her fists were clenched, her chest was shaking with barely contained emotions. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, she said clearly. Every word was seething with seething rage. Who are you to decide what we should do? To decide our fate? How are you different from us? If you hadn't shoved Shikaku into Gaara, none of this would have happened to him. He wouldn't have suffered his entire life. You know nothing about him and didn't try to find out. The worst thing was that there was no hatred in her eyes. Only pity poisoned by rage and bitterness. Then Chie understood, Naruto knew what he was talking about. He understood Gaara like no one else, because she had been through it herself. And that was why she was now crying so bitterly, quietly, burying her face in the chest of a half-dead shinobi. And that was why Chie decided to use her secret and most sacred technique, which she had created, to make her grandson happy. A powerful wave of strangely bluish chakra passed through Naruto's palms. I came up with the resurrection technique myself, Chie said, not taking her eyes off the Kazekage's pale face. You can even revive a doll with it. But the price for this will be the life of the one who uses it. You can also heal with it, but even then, life is shortened. You've almost done everything, girl, you did it right. I just have to catch a little bit more. Gaara's eyelids trembled once, twice. On the third, he opened his eyes, focusing with difficulty. Gradually, his gaze became clearer, and recognition flashed in it. Gaara. I'm so glad. Datebao. Naruto threw herself on her friend's neck. I'm so happy. The Kazekage hugged the girl, looking around at the others with an uncomprehending gaze. Naruto, are you okay? Sasuke and Kakashi ran up to them. In the distance, Team Guy appeared, beaten but clearly happy with their victories. Naruto was quietly crying on his shoulder, squeezing it with all her might. An unfamiliar black-haired man was stroking her disheveled hair, and she was squeezing his fingers in response. Elder Chia was smiling happily, although she tried to maintain an unapproachable appearance. However, she was not successful. And around ruins, fragments of rocks and dolls, blood and bodies. No, Gaara understood absolutely nothing. Will someone explain to me what is happening here? He addressed those present. In the village, they were celebrated as winners. After all, they were winners. They saved the Kazekage, defeated two of Akatsuki's strongest fighters, and solved the long-standing mystery of the disappearance of the village's third ruler. So, they were almost forced to accept the hospitable invitation and rest a little before returning to Konoha. The guys didn't resist. The girls soaked in baths with salts and oils with moans of pleasure, the guys healed their wounds and gained strength. Rock Lee was sent to explain to Kankuro, Temari, and especially Gaara what had happened, hoping that the power of youth would tire the Kazekage out, and he wouldn't torture the others. And Naruto was looking for Granny Chie, who was hiding from her, using all her many years of experience. Apparently, she knew what question the girl wanted to ask. And she didn't want to answer it. But Uzumaki wouldn't be herself if she didn't know how to achieve her goals. She interrogated the entire palace, involved all the shinobi, but managed to intercept the elder before she left back to her mansion. Chie was sitting in a small living room, holding a bowl of herbal infusion in her hands. Dull gray eyes from under heavy eyelids stared meaninglessly into space. She was not here and not now, reliving the death of her son, his wife, and her grandson over and over again. Naruto sat down on the sofa opposite, poured the infusion into a second bowl, inhaled the aromatic smoke, and waited until her interlocutor's gaze became meaningful again. Chie pursed her lips in displeasure. "You won't leave me alone, will you, persistent girl?" "I prefer the word persistent, Datebao." "Ask," the elder agreed with a sigh, taking a sip. "How much do you have left? You said that technique takes life. How much did it take from you?" "I don't know," the woman shrugged. "But I doubt I'll live longer than 5 years." "Yes, I think I'll make it in 5. Naruto gasped for air. But that's so unfair. Is there really no way to help and bring you back to life?" "No, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for your help, for bringing Gaara back, but the price is too high." "Datebao," she said, confused. Chie looked at her bowed head with a smile. And she wasn't saying it out of malice, no, the girl's character was as bright as the strands of her hair, sunny, light, warm. She knows how to sympathize, she still takes everything to heart, although it seems like life has beaten her up pretty badly. And she still managed to maintain her kindness. "Naruto Uzumaki," she creaked sternly. "In that cave, after completing the technique, it was as if all the years I've lived fell on my shoulders. But you know, their burden has never been so light and pleasant." She smiled and ruffled her hair. Then she looked stern again. "Now, let me rest." Naruto bowed and left. Chie leaned back on the sofa. "Follow her," she advised without turning around. The only response was the swaying of the thick curtains. Itachi found Naruto on the balcony of the girls' assigned room. "It's not fair," Uzumaki said. "Granny Chie is a very good woman, so why can't I help her? Why does she refuse?" The man placed his hands on her thin, fragile shoulders, took his brush and began to concentrate on stroking each finger. Naruto leaned her head back on his chest. Wow, he hadn't even noticed how she had grown, the top of her head reaching his neck. "Naruto, she doesn't want to because she's done everything she wanted in this life. And she understands, you have to pay for everything in this life. If you want to get something, be ready to give something in return. The law of life." "I know," her shoulders slumped, she turned around abruptly, and looked up. "But it's still unfair. Consolation is that her last years will pass in peace, because she no longer needs to worry about her grandson's actions. He hugged the girl's waist and pressed her to himself. Naruto was nothing like the skinny, slender young ladies. She never went on diets and did not watch her figure carefully. She believed that training and exercise would not allow her to accumulate excess weight. Therefore, she was strong, dense, although quite slender. The girl sighed happily and pressed herself against him. "Thank you," she exhaled. So they stood on the balcony until the first stars began to light up in the sky. These were their last minutes of peace. Because in Konoha, Tsunade congratulated them on the successful completion of the mission and immediately stunned them with new news. "There will be a replenishment in your squad. He himself asked to join you, and I am inclined to satisfy his demands. Come in," she shouted to someone in the corridor. A black-haired guy with very pale skin entered the office. The gray shirt and black jacket over it were so short that they revealed his stomach. He smiled with only his lips. "Meet the new member of your group, Sai." He bowed, then looked at Naruto intently, no longer smiling. "I want to know more about those connections you told me about." Naruto nodded. Sasuke darkened. And only Sakura moved her appraising gaze from the newcomer to the Uchiha and back, pleased with the addition. "Sai, you're like a child, Datebao." Naruto sighed heavily, once again healing his comrade's broken arm. Was it really impossible to keep quiet? "But I read that the truth strengthens relationships between friends," the guy objected. "And that friends never lie to each other." To prove it, he even showed a book with a highlighted paragraph in it. The girl sighed again. It could be said that Sai's relationship with his teammates, to put it mildly, had not improved. The former root member did not know how to manage his emotions, what he could say and what he could not. Psychology books were of little help. And after each meeting, or even a small mission, they tried to either beat him up with chakra or fry him with katan. Somehow it turned out that Naruto became his consultant on the issue of making friends. And sometimes it seemed to her that she was much older than her comrades. A teacher in a kindergarten who tries to reconcile fighting children who still do not really understand anything, who quarreled over toys. And she kept reminding herself that Sai didn't fully understand the reaction his words were causing. Because sometimes she wanted to kill him herself. But she held back, thanks to her training with Grandpa Kagami. "Sai," she began to apply bandages soaked in ointment. To consolidate the effect of the treatment. Of course, telling the truth is very good. But there are topics that are best left untouched. "Tell me, what did you and Sakura disagree on again?" "I called her an evil bitch," the guy simply answered. "But it's true. Sometimes she behaves exactly like that. And Sasuke is like an arrogant ass." And he looked like he doubted the correctness of using this curse word. Naruto bit her lip, but then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Sai, Datebao," she almost moaned, wiping away her tears. Finally, she calmed down a little. "Sai, you're exactly repeating my childhood thoughts. Sasuke may look arrogant and haughty, but he's not. I'm not saying he's sweet, kind, and harmless. No, he's a shinobi of a great clan, which primarily means upbringing. He's an Uchiha to the core. And at the same time, he's a very good person. You just have to get to know him a little better. Give it time. After all, we didn't get along right away either." He infuriated and irritated me. "I wanted to surpass him, and then, somehow it turned out that we became friends, Datebao." "And with Itachi?" "What about Itachi?" The girl didn't understand. "Are you friends with him too?" Sai bowed his head. Under the impenetrable gaze of emotionless eyes, it became uneasy. However, Naruto had a lot of experience communicating with such people. "Yes." "Is he dear to you?" "Some people think that he is your fiancé." "Or lover," he calmly laid out the information. Naruto blushed slightly, but her smile was striking in its softness. "No, Sai, he is not my fiancé or my lover. But he is very, very dear to me." She moved away from the patient. "Well, that's all. I think it would be better for you to spend some time here." Until Sakura cools down, date Bayo. Sai swallowed and agreed. When Naruto left the ward, Sasuke was already waiting for her. Together, they headed to the staff room. So, I'm good? The Uchiha grinned. Yes, Naruto hit him on the shoulder with a folder with the medical history. And also harmful and nasty. Well, why don't you be softer with Sai? You know, he chooses a model of behavior for himself. And Shinigami forbid, he will choose Kakashi-san. The only thing we need is one more pervert. Sasuke chuckled. He always found his friend's categoricalness towards the squad captain funny. The small, bright room of the staff room was not empty now. On the couch, covered with an old blanket, a medic curled up, sleeping off a night shift. Naruto put her finger to her lips, tiptoed inside, grabbed a teapot and a pack of cookies, and left. You can drink tea in the lab. The mint gave it freshness and a subtle peppery note, and the lemongrass teased the taste with a barely perceptible sourness. Naruto inhaled the aroma of the fragrant drink with pleasure and took a cookie from the plate. Fat, oily, soaked in the smell of cumin and spices, Temari sent them in packs from Suna, having somehow learned that the girl adored sweet pastries. Naruto did not remain in debt, generously sharing with her new friend the best dango in the world, specially sealed to keep them fresh longer. And so they chased the falcon with the same scroll. And in addition to the packages, there were short messages from the villages, the latest news. Temari had already understood the advantage of unofficial information, bypassing the elders, so to speak. Besides, as the hermit herself reported, Elder Chia was unlikely to be angry. Because once Naruto was sent a couple of scrolls with descriptions of poisons unknown to the girl along with cookies. Temari simply did not understand such things, which meant, "Are you in the clouds again, Dobe?" Sasuke chuckled, having settled comfortably on a high chair. Did you know that we will have a new captain for a while? What happened to Kakashi? Uzumaki raised her eyebrows. The new Sharingan exhausted him, and Tsunade-san placed him in the hospital. I thought you knew. Naruto rubbed her forehead, remembering. Perhaps they told her something like that, but she did not hear, loaded up to the top of her head with things. Yes, I think there was something like that. I don't remember, she admitted. We have so much going on here right now, you can't imagine. Who will even be the replacement? I have no idea. Tsunade-san didn't talk about it. We'll probably find out when we go on a new mission. Uchiha looked seriously at his friend. I only heard that it's a longtime friend of Kakashi's who calls him senpai. Eavesdropping under the windows of the Kage's office again? Uzumaki concluded, grinning widely. And barely saved her side from the marauding actions of the vengeful Uchiha. She also became serious. Most likely, it was someone from Root. Perhaps he left there with Kakashi. I'll have to ask Sai. And will he answer you? Tell the truth? If you know how to ask, then yes, Naruto sighed heavily, looking at her friend reproachfully. Sasuke, if you weren't offended, you would understand that Sai has amazing techniques, you can train with him at full strength. And he won't give in to you. Besides, as a member of Root, he knows and can do a lot. The Uchiha pursed his lips, he couldn't help but admit that his friend was right. But how can you communicate normally with a person who calls you an ass to your face? He asked indignantly. Naruto giggled. But you have to admit, team, he has every right to do this. Sometimes you really do behave like Uzumaki. Naruto giggled again. Traitor, Sasuke proclaimed tragically, although his black eyes were laughing. I was left alone against the whole world. What should I do? Try to make friends with Sai, Naruto advised again. You'll save me a lot of nerves that I spend when trying to separate you. I'll try, the Uchiha said uncertainly. Then he smiled mischievously. Although I agree with his diagnosis of Sakura. Was she pestering you again? A heavy sigh. Is everything that sad, Datebao? But Naruto could hardly hold back her laughter. No, she doesn't pester me like she did when we were kids. He shook his head. But that doesn't make it any easier. She's grown up, and now she's using completely different methods. Oh, the girl didn't know what to say. She and Sakura worked well together, replaced each other on duty, understood each other perfectly when it came to patients or medicine. But otherwise, Haruno remained firmly convinced that Naruto was the main rival and contender for the hand, heart and other parts of Uchiha Sasuke. This prevented the girls from not only becoming friends, but even communicating normally. Haruno immediately began to be sarcastic, trying to put the girl in a bad light. Isn't that stupid? It was good that on a mission she suddenly transformed into a knowledgeable and experienced medic. And today she ran away from a night shift at the morgue, throwing something along the way about conquering Sasuke. She brought me lunch to the training ground and poured some kind of mixture of thistle, calamus, and something else into it. And varnished it with hot sauce on top so that I wouldn't feel it. It's a good thing I treated Shursui, but he has a not entirely normal reaction to calamus, he gets covered in spots. Naruto gave a stifled laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Thistle, calamus, and something else, a recipe for a famous love potion that can win the heart of any man. From the moment of taking it until the end of his days. At least, that's what the new female medics at the hospital said, discussing it in the toilet. Naruto almost died laughing while listening to them, sitting in the booth. After all, calamus in some cases causes an allergic reaction, as in Shursui's case, and thistle, with special treatment, is a powerful diuretic. In general, a witch may not win a man, but he will remember her for a very long time. Sakura, a first-class medic and a student of Senju Tsunade, could not help but know this. But, apparently, the woman in her is stronger. And this is not the only recipe that the new girls told. This is how Naruto pleased his friend, who had to fight off Sakura's love-inducing dinners. I'm not even talking about those looks, hints, her outfits and makeup, brr, Sasuke shrugged. Didn't she really understand that she doesn't interest me? Tell her about it, the girl shrugged. I tried. And I spoke softly, tactfully. And I was openly rude. Nothing helps. Maybe you can hint to her somehow? He asked his friend. Then she will definitely marry us in her thoughts, Naruto winced. Do I need it? We still have to work together, don't forget. Uzumaki, you don't want to save your friend. Even at the cost of your own life. You're right, I don't want to. Grandpa Khan knocked the tendency to suicidal self-sacrifice out of me at an early stage. And the Bachan on top consolidated the result. Now Sasuke laughed. The conversation smoothly flowed on to abstract topics until Naruto was urgently called to the intensive care unit. Well, and there, everything was as expected in the main hospital of Konoha. The young guy was tightly tied to the bed with belts, with seals blocking chakra. He writhed, madly rolled his bloodshot eyes, and muttered muffled, trying to spit out the gag that the good doctors had made from a huge amount of bandages. At the edge, by the wall, there were two doctors, looking askance at the patient with tired doom. What's going on here? Naruto asked with interest, looking suspiciously at her colleagues. She hadn't even imagined that they had such inclinations. Apparently, her thoughts were reflected on her face, because the doctors grimaced in unison. Here, he's awake, one of them waved his hand. We need to transport him, but we don't know how. He's violent, we even tied him up so he wouldn't pull out the four. And it's forbidden to use medicines and techniques on him, with a bitter sigh. Naruto looked at the patient. That's right, Datebao. A couple of days ago they brought in a guy with severe intoxication. An unhappy lover who decided to commit suicide and swallowed a bunch of pills. Well, of course, hormones, love. They don't act like shinobi. They cleaned him of the poison and put him in intensive care to recover. The girl came up and pulled out the gag. Let me go. Her scream immediately deafened her. I can't live without her. She is everything to me, he twitched even more furiously in his bonds. You can't hold me back. I'll go to the pure world without her. Go away, Uzumaki shrugged, pulling out the 4. A harmless but effective action. The patient fell silent, looking at the medic in shock. She nodded to her colleagues. Take him to the morgue, she decisively cut him off. Due to the latest renovation and restoration work, the intensive care unit was moved to the first floor, to the very corner. And the only way to get to the other wards was to take a detour through the morgue or other floors. But the patient didn't know that. The prospect scared him, especially the serious and even slightly bloodthirsty expressions on the faces of those gathered. The guy was silent for a moment and then began to twitch again. They're killing him. Help! Minori-san, who was running down the corridor with a bunch of folders in his hands, looked at the screams, saw the belts, the insane patient, shrugged his shoulders and ran on. The young suicide began to chew on the belts while the medics were wheeling him out into the corridor. They're killing him! He screamed. You wanted to die yourself, Datebao. Uzumaki bared her teeth affectionately. We'll only help you. Take him to the morgue. She confirmed the order. The patient went quiet and stopped twitching as he was carried out of the intensive care unit. In the staff room, unfinished case histories, the imminent end of her shift, and the surprise that this end had postponed indefinitely awaited her. A young intern, who had come to work there permanently 2 weeks ago, was sitting on the couch, crying bitterly. Her face was red, her eyelids were swollen, and she had already started hiccuping, burying her face in her palms. Her 2 friends and Minori-san, who was acting as the head of the hospital, were milling around her. Uzumaki, take care of her, he nodded at the crying girl and left, taking her friends with him. Naruto dragged the teapot back, brewed some herbal tea, and poured a generous portion of sedative into it. She shoved the finished mixture into the girl's hands. She thanked her with a nod and began to sip it little by little, gradually calming down. Naruto stroked her hair, using chakra to remove the after effects of her tears. What happened? Everyone in the hospital already knew. You can come to Naruto with any problem, she will listen, try to help. Even if she can't, it will become easier, because the girl listens warmly, attentively, with all sincerity. She doesn't lie, she speaks directly. And at the same time, she sympathizes, understands. I was sent to see a gynecologist today, the girl began to tell. A woman came to see me, she was in her last month of pregnancy. And I noticed, she blushed. What's there, she whispered, is not shaved. Before giving birth, it was necessary to shave the perineum, so as not to have problems later. And it is much more convenient for doctors to work, it is easier to stitch up tears, if any. Naruto nodded, put her arm around the girl's shoulders. Now there was no need to focus on shame, embarrassment. It will take very little time, and she will get used to the fact that the patient during treatment is not a person for them. There is no need to be embarrassed. Otherwise, how can you examine him if you can't open your eyes? The girl calmed down a little, hiccuped and settled on her shoulder, clutching a cup of tea in her hands. She told me that she cannot shave, her husband forbids her. This was already the 6th, I am a little tired. And she jumped out into the corridor, grabbed the man by the hand, and dragged him into the office. She showed him and asked what it was. And he started denying it, saying that he was seeing this woman for the first time. I didn't believe her. But the patient, also, confirmed it. In general? Naruto nudged her. It turned out that it wasn't her husband. Her husband went out onto the porch to smoke, the girl burst into tears again. Naruto imagined an epic picture of an embarrassed patient lying with her legs spread on a special chair in front of a strange man. Did you run away from the appointment? The girl asked the girl understandingly. She nodded and sniffled. Okay, Naruto stood up. Calm down and go home. Forget it, don't take it to heart, it could have happened to anyone. But for the future, if you find yourself in a similar situation, apologize to your patients and continue seeing them. You have no right to abandon them and run away, because you are a medic mean. I will take care of the remaining patients, but this is the first and last time. Understood, Datebao? The girl quickly shook her head affirmatively. Naruto turned around and ran to the gynecology office. Not much time had passed since her return, which was spent on staging the adaptation to the new, working environment. When the need to pretend disappeared, Naruto felt relief. In the hospital, doing work or research, she was in her native element. Familiar, cozy, like old, worn-out slippers. Although all the time she had to pull herself together and control herself so as not to start behaving like Shinomori Hino. No matter, she managed. Until now, the role of the head of the hospital was performed by Minori-san, Shino-san's former deputy, but he called himself acting. For some reason, they were in no hurry to choose the head of the medic mean. Strange. There were 5 girls waiting in front of the room, all at different stages of pregnancy. Naruto smiled, apologized for the delay, and said that she would be conducting the examination. And immediately invited the patient into the office. There were no problems, the pregnancies were going well, the women behaved with dignity, obediently followed all the instructions, as soon as they were explained why exactly this or that action or medicine was needed. Time flew by for Naruto, but when she finished, it turned out that she had examined 8 women, and it was already getting dark outside. While she was heading to the staff room for her things, she was intercepted by a disheveled, out-of-breath Minori-san. Uzumaki. You're the one I'm looking for. He exclaimed joyfully. You're scaring me, Datebao, Naruto enlightened him, fearfully moving away. Here, he unloaded a huge stack of folders. Soon, there will be an internship at the Uchiha SPA, here are the candidates. Select 5 people. Give me the list with your signature tomorrow. Why me? Minori-san, Uzumaki tried to object, this is the job of the head of the hospital. Only he has the right to approve candidates for internship. Your signature as an A-rank medic mean will do, too, Minori waved it off. Spots of blush flared up on his cheeks, an indicator that the man was lying. Then Sakura, you, Uzumaki, the medic mean almost sang, running away. And I hope we'll have a leader again soon. Another oddity, no one objected to the fact that a newbie, albeit a high-ranking one, was entrusted with such an important task. On the contrary, the medic means who were in the corridor at that time and caught the scene looked suspiciously pleased. This should be thought over at leisure. Naruto hurried to hide in Sai's ward from such enthusiasm and some conspiratorial looks. They definitely wouldn't look there, not right away, at least. His comrade raised his head, tearing himself away from reading another book on psychology. Hello. See you. Naruto greeted him cheerfully, settling down on the floor. She crossed her legs and fanned out her personal files around her. I demand political asylum from you. Your shift ended 3 hours ago, Sai raised an eyebrow. Why are you still here? A sudden attack of workaholism? A sudden attack of general enthusiasm, the girl narrowed her eyes from an idea that suddenly came to her mind. She carefully looked at her comrade. Listen, Sai, do you want to do some spying in your spare time? Friends should help each other, the shinobi nodded. But I can't break the oath I gave to look after the good of the village. What should I do in a situation like this? No violations, Datebao. Naruto was indignant. I just want to ask you to find out what's been going on with the local medic mean lately. They're kind of strange. For my part, I promise a generous reward. What kind? A shadow of interest. The most delicious homemade pastries. I cook very well. Imagine, soft, tender dough with a golden crust. Further agitation and seduction were interrupted by a delicate knock on the door. 3 men entered the room. 2 tall brunettes with black eyes and 1 small brown-haired man with green, cat-like eyes. They seemed to be of different heights, with different appearances, but the emptiness in their eyes was the same. We came for a mission, Uzumaki-san, the eldest of them clearly reported. All 3 fell to one knee, not paying attention to the fact that the girl was sitting on the floor, still holding a sheet of paper in her hands. What mission, Datebao? Naruto was taken aback. The men did not raise their heads, did not get up from their knees, and the medic felt extremely uncomfortable. A fighter codenamed Sai said that you can help us with a quicker adaptation to ordinary life, the eldest answered just as indifferently. Naruto turned her gaze to her comrade. He shrugged his shoulders slightly embarrassedly. These are my, he thought. Colleagues, he finally gave a suitable definition. Naruto tiredly rubbed the bridge of her nose. Common work brings people together, this was the principle she was guided by when looking for approaches to Sai. Who knew that after returning from Suna, she would be given the responsibility of settling all the other former subordinates of Danzo. The Irionans thought that since her methods worked with Sai, the most stubborn of them all, then they would help the others too. From that day on, the Cornobites crawled around the hospital, repaired, built, painted even where it was not required. But the main thing is the result. Accustomed to orders, for the first time they encountered duties that would not harm anyone, only benefit. Where there was no need to look for a catch, a second bottom, balancing on the edge of their own principles and oath of loyalty. And gradually, slowly, and almost imperceptibly, they became closer to the others. The doctors fed them, invited them for tea, made them look after sick children, which was a real test even for the best shinobi, and considered them part of their large, friendly team. Root was becoming more and more integrated into everyday life. They were no longer afraid to send them on missions outside the village. And Naruto was put in charge of this disgrace. She came up with new tasks, distributed responsibilities. And she began to notice that not only patients were running to her, but also medics, who were essentially supposed to obey Minori. They came to her with medical histories, discharge summaries, conclusions, simply their problems and concerns. Her desk, which had previously belonged to Shino, and the small laboratory where she spent most of her time, had long since turned into something like the head doctor's office. And all these whispers, conspiracies, mysterious looks. What was going on? She lacked information to draw conclusions. It was hoped that Sai would agree to help, because nothing would be said to her or Sakura. She raised an eyebrow, and his comrade understood without words what was required of him. Calculating bastard, he said, bowing his head. This is exactly the kind of topic that should not be brought up between friends, unless you are saying it in jest, Naruto said moralizingly. And then she smiled cheerfully. But thanks for the compliment, Datebao. So how is it? Agreed. For the pies, he added thoughtfully, a little hesitantly. Naruto beamed, he began to be impudent, to express his own opinion. This is good. The girl turned to the shinobi awaiting her decision. First, get up, she ordered. She looked at the fighters who stood at attention. Why haven't I seen you in the hospital before? We were on a secret mission for Hokage-sama, again a clear answer, so that the words literally bounced off the teeth. Okay, follow me. Sai, see you later. The idea that came to mind may not have been the best, but sometimes you need to act abruptly, and not gradually. So, remember, under no circumstances let them scratch. Never and never, Datebao. There is ointment there, they will show it to you themselves. And don't take your eyes off them, they are still small and curious. They will run away and not notice. Oh, and answer all their questions. The shinobi's faces showed bewilderment for the first time when the girl brought them to the children's department, where orphans with viral and serious diseases were usually treated. Clan and family ones preferred to stay at home. In general, like Shinomori Hino, she had greatly changed the hospital. Now they did not dare refuse help to anyone. The door with a butterfly painted on it swung open, and 7 curious faces appeared inside, smeared with blue paint mixed with orange ointment against rashes. Children, your educators. Fulfill all their reasonable demands, show them what is where here. And feel free to ask them questions, they are elite shinobi. The children's eyes lit up with anticipation, causing even the unconscious root ninja to twitch. Order understood, Datebao? The shinobi nodded and disappeared into the ward. Naruto closed the door behind them. An infectious disease that causes a rash all over the body and a short-lived fever has struck 7 children at once this time. The disease appeared in childhood, was easily tolerated, and gave antibodies for the rest of their lives. But the children were still locked in the hospital just in case. What if one of the adults did not have immunity? Then the treatment would be more difficult. 7 future shinobi, active and curious, in a small, confined space, what could be scarier? They soon got bored of sitting in one place, reading books or drawing, and they attempted to escape. Then they started sending adult shinobi to them, from those who had probably recovered from the disease. But even Naruto got tired of answering the endless questions of the little YYs. She herself had to look through the personal files and select the doctors for practice at the Uchiha SPA. The difficulty was that they had to work almost independently under the nominal supervision of their elders. And not only the lives of their fellow citizens depended on this work, but also the well-being and reputation of the entire complex and the oldest of the clans. No one wanted to incur the wrath of the Uchiha, so it was necessary to select the most calm and brainy, those who were already capable of making independent decisions. In addition, professional qualities were also important, not just personal characteristics. Many dreamed of getting to the Uchiha, not only rich material for work, excellent knowledge, but also very good pay. Naruto herself had to be content with only the role of a guest, a visitor. Her accelerated training program and further leadership over the hospital did not imply long absences. Naruto locked herself in a small laboratory. Who would come there, except for those on duty? And they preferred to sit in a warm staff room, sipping tea in a quiet night environment. Sakura hadn't had such an internship either, although she definitely deserved it. If you ignore Sasuke's suffering and look at her personal file impartially, she has the best characteristics as a medic. And as for split personality, a completely controllable phenomenon that helps her to remove the effects of weak genjutsu and mind control, as in the case of Yamanaka. This was not a problem. So, all that was left was to advise Sasuke to stay away from their family business for the next month. When Naruto finished, it was deep night outside. The girl put aside the folders with the certified list on top, so she could bring them to the Hokage for approval tomorrow. She ran chakra through her body. On the one hand, it was time to go home and go to bed. Tomorrow was another shift at 7:30. But on the other, there were at most 7 hours left before the shift, so she could be patient. And instead, repeat new techniques. Fortunately, chakra control allows you not to worry about the safety of the building. After saving Gaara, there was a temporary lull, and Naruto decided to engage in self-improvement. Fighting Akatsuki, the girl realized how far behind she was in strength and techniques. An ordinary Rasengan could not cope with high-class Nuke-Nin. Something different was needed, more lethal. The girl sat down on the floor, crossed her legs, and closed her eyes. A tiny Rasengan began to form on her palm. Slowly, carefully, she began to add air to it, pouring it in small portions. This is when excellent chakra control came in handy. It would be better if you performed this technique somewhere far from large populated areas. Or even better, in the Valley of the End. There is a statue there. Naruto grinned. The fox couldn't help but sneer. But overall, he was right. Last time, if the barrier hadn't been set up in time, she would have destroyed half the dorm with this technique. The futon filled the Rasengan with truly devilish power, as if thousands of explosive needles were piercing the target. It retained its appearance, but the insides. For the first time, Uzumaki was scared, but she wasn't going to retreat. She needed the strength to protect her friends. It was not the time to be afraid. This time, the balance was perfect. The Rasengan changed shape, as if it had blossomed, bloomed like a flower, turning into a huge shuriken. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto grinned. A burning wave of encouragement came from within. Whatever Kyubi said, he was worried too. You won't live to see it, Uzumaki. Oh, she was promoted from a vessel to a human. Naruto laughed hoarsely, feeling slightly dizzy. Fatigue, lack of sleep, plus colossal chakra expenditure and overexertion. But she still had to try pouring Suiton into the Rasengan. I wonder what would happen. Her trembling palms covered other, warm and strong, hands. Naruto dispelled the technique, turned her head, meeting the hypnotic gaze of black eyes. Itachi seemed to have woven the night itself, poured her own colors into him. The contrast of white and black, the formal coldness of the Uchiha and the understanding tenderness of Itachi. Her Itachi. You should rest more, he calmly remarked, sitting down on a small sofa. Naruto had placed it against the wall when she began to stay home to work at night. She couldn't go home for 2 hours of sleep. Will you keep me company? The girl smiled. Naruto stretched out along the narrow body, feeling a strong arm hugging her shoulders. Now, in the darkness of the night, in the flickering light of a small table lamp, Itachi seemed like a demon. And demons danced in his eyes. He was made of shadows, of irregular, sharp and hard angles. But it was with this demon that it was so good to remain silent. She liked to watch how dark velvet and golden silk of hair intertwined under thin pale fingers. They flowed, intertwined. Itachi brought strands to his eyes, inhaled their scent, closing his eyelids. And even Naruto, who knew him better than anyone, could not say what he was thinking at that moment. Who would have told a stupid girl that she needed to run, to escape from a genius boy from the Uchiha house, who had become her trainer against his will? Because with each day, with each minute spent with Itachi, she felt how their bonds grew stronger and grew. A painful, excruciating pleasure, when someone invisible, powerful pierces living skin with a sharp needle and sews it to a person with harsh threads. Only missions, Itachi's long missions, allowed Naruto to feel those bonds, their tension. His anxiety and fear. The fear that Itachi would not return. And the memory of the first, sunny kiss. The sweetest, the bitterest. The only one. Only in his arms could she hide from her vague, not yet formed fears. From the awareness of this painful and sweet connection. Neither work, nor study, nor training, his presence became a cure for the poison. Naruto sighed, hugged her friend around the waist and pressed herself even tighter, as if she could convey some of her worries to him through the warm skin. As if Itachi could take them away from her with a touch. Scary. Scary to open up to someone so much that he will know absolutely everything about you. Understand and see. Scary, for his reaction. You are mine. The apogee of love for the Uchiha. And scary. And sweet. Even if she is a shinobi 3 times and a strong warrior, but first of all, she is a person, a simple girl. You think too much, Itachi noted with a chuckle. And he poked 2 fingers of his free hand into his forehead, like a brother. You have nothing to fear. I will always be near. No matter what. The girl nodded, hiding her face, tracing symbols on his shirt. Naru, he called, grasping her chin with his fingers, forcing her to look straight into his eyes. The black pools did not need any Sharingan, they were already drawing her in, forcing her to obey. What are you afraid of? She shrugged. I don't know. Dissolve? Become dependent? She shook her head. I don't know. Naru, you will never obey anyone. You cannot become a servant, you can only love. This is your nature, he stroked her head. You love everyone at once, like the sun loves the whole world. This is also a kind of dependence, dissolution. But you will always remain yourself. They fell silent. Itachi continued to stroke the girl's forearm with his fingertips, thinking about something of his own. Naruto was silent, exposing herself to his touch, like a fawning cat. Itachi knew how to find the right words for her, as if he could read her thoughts. Or maybe the genius really did have such a technique in his reserves? The girl grinned. It was stupid and useless to think about something she herself did not understand. Let everything go as it went, no matter how scary it was. They would cope. Because next to Itachi it was calm, truly harmonious. Because. Perhaps, what she felt for him was called love. Like her mom and dad. The apogee of Uzumaki love. I will not rush you, there was a smile and tenderness in his voice. But I will not give it to anyone either. Don't give it to anyone, Naruto sighed happily. The worries were again calmed by the feeling that everything was right, everything was going as it should. Can I be capricious a little? She wrinkled her nose slyly. Yes, Itachi nodded, lightly kissed the tip of her nose. You can do anything. Then I want to sleep. And for you to be near. Until the morning. She ordered, and her eyes were laughing. And he returned the smile. I will be there. Always. Don't doubt it. Itachi gently fingered her loose strands, listening to the quiet, measured beating of his girlfriend's heart. Naruto fell asleep on his chest, throwing her leg over him. As if even in her sleep she was afraid that he would leave. Possessive. At this thought, something in his chest purred contentedly. He knew that she was afraid. A girl who had never shared her entire life with anyone. And he gave her time to get used to him, to grow attached. Because he himself did not intend to let Uzumaki go. He had already grown into her with his soul and body, attached to her forever, sewn with invisible threads. Kagami-san called this the apogee of Uchiha love. When the whole world is concentrated in only one person, when you will do everything for him, for his happiness. Even let go. He had to sacrifice too much. A measured, ordinary life to become a genius, possible friends, to carry out the secret orders of the clan, to be a worthy son. And now he decided to allow himself to be a little selfish. He would not let Naruto go, never, and to no one. He would remove from his path anyone who dared to cross his path. He walked her home, gave her small but meaningful gifts, pursuing only one goal, to claim her. Unobtrusively, so as not to scare Naruto. So that she would not proudly wag her golden tail and leave. Her locks smelled of the sun, the sea, and cherries. Itachi inhaled deeply, the subtle aroma, intoxicating the head more than any wine. He ran his fingers along her cheek, touched the scars. And lightly kissed her nose. Tenderness grew and expanded in his chest, unusual, scorchingly warm and sunny. His personal sun bunny. The sun of his world. He would be there, as long as necessary. So that Naruto would become truly his. He watched, carefully, intently. He saw that she was comfortable next to him. She smiled more often, more sincerely. And he understood her, like himself. He liked to watch how her blue eyes lit up with research delight when she was practicing a new technique. How she beamed when everything worked out. He liked to share the joy with her. And it was right. He closed his eyes, for a while, just to take a nap. In the morning, he had to go to Tsunade-sama for a task. The Senju princess asked him to come to her urgently. I wonder what happened there. In the morning Naruto, beaming, already washed, kissed him on the cheek and flew off to hand over her personal files, asking him to pass on the list of interns to Tsunade. The Hokage accepted him right away. In addition to her and Shizune, there were 3 kids in the office. Apparently Genin recently graduated from the academy. Tsunade-san, Naruto asked me to hand over the documents for the internship. Itachi-kun, it's good that you came. The Hokage was happy, accepting the folder. Meet the 3rd team of graduates of the academy this year. I gave them a mission, but their teacher fell ill. You will replace him. Yes, sir. What is the mission? Capturing experimental specimens that escaped from the laboratory. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Still, for Genin, this was too much. Tsunade-san, isn't this too dangerous? No, the Hokage waved her hand dismissively. You'll get the details at the hospital. They already know you're coming. You're dismissed. Itachi and the Genin headed for the exit. Hello, Sai. Naruto entered the ward. You better run from here, Datebao. Sakura went out on morning duty. It seemed impossible in principle, but the already pale shinobi became even whiter. By the way, here are the promised pies. The girl took out of the seal the delicacies prepared the day before yesterday. What did you manage to find out? They really are plotting something. And it concerns you. They go to each other, sign some papers. But they always caught me and brought me back here. It was obvious that Sai was unhappy with how easily the ordinary-looking medics saw through him. You couldn't tell him that the medics had trained on the fleeing Jonin? Thank you, Sai, you helped me a lot, Datebao. The girl sincerely thanked. I still need to find out what all this is about. Itachi stared at the genin sitting on the bench in front of him. He didn't like to teach, and he didn't know how. Otudo was a pleasant exception, quickly grasping everything on the fly. The eldest Uchiha simply didn't have the patience to repeat the same thing 100 times, so he never took a team. It was easier to work alone. What's your name? Tora, a dark-eyed, brown-haired man with tattoos on his cheeks. Shika, a shy brunette in glasses. Usagi, a short blonde in glasses, smiled affably. My name is Uchiha Itachi. For the duration of this mission I am your commander. Let's go. On the way, tell us what you can do, what techniques you already possess. Listening half-heartedly to the report of his charges, Itachi caught himself smiling with surprise. A funny team animal. Tiger, deer and rabbit. And they live up to their names. Tora reported, gloomy, his eyes flashing at the temporary deputy mentor. Shika was fidgeting nearby, Usagi was smiling timidly. The hospital, as always, resembled a disturbed beehive. Everyone was in a hurry, running somewhere. Konoha was not known for its high level of injuries or accidents, but the hospital was never empty. Elderly people, pregnant women or young parents, came here almost every day. And there were still shinobi who needed to be caught, new teams that needed to be checked, for which it was necessary to start cards. Itachi always entered through the window and only to Naruto. But now, standing in the main, crowded corridor of the hospital, he began to understand why Uzumaki was so brutally tired that she immediately passed out as soon as she sank down on the bed. Itachi-san, Tora looked from under his bangs. Who are we going to ask about the mission? We'll find her now. Itachi noticed a familiar dark dress and a long light braid in the crowd. Naruto. After Danzo's death, they no longer had to pretend that they didn't know each other. And the alibi in the form of Otudo worked perfectly in the team. The girl looked back at the call, noticed it and blossomed into a friendly smile. Itachi? Concern appeared on her face. Something happened? Are you okay? She immediately began to scan her friend's body. The elder Uchiha intercepted her hands, squeezed her palms. Everything is fine. I led the team on a mission to the hospital. Only now did Nara notice the genin standing next to them. Hello, Datebao. The genin smiled, greeted in a discordant chorus, submitting to the lively charm of the Uzumaki. Besides, everyone knew that it was this girl who helped save the Kazekage. It was doubly pleasant that such a kunoichi paid attention. It was written in large letters on the children's faces. They stepped aside so as not to disturb the Irionans. As you know, not every shinobi has their own summoning, not everyone manages to sign a contract, negotiate with the inhabitants of other worlds. But their help is sometimes irreplaceable, so our scientists decided to create animal assistants. Intelligent, kind, loyal and devoted, who would help their owners during a mission. They decided to try it on ordinary laboratory mice. As a result, the experiment got out of control. Under the influence of chakra, the mice grew, became smarter. Now their brain is simpler than a person's, but much more complex than that of animals. And they became addicted to valerian. They find it in any form, capsules, tablets, plants. They have already gnawed through all the boxes that were in the warehouse. That's why we asked to send a team of genin to catch them. Our mice know their faces and do not give in. How many are there? 7 pieces, the size of a large cat. Well, or a small dog, the girl shrugged. Let's go, I'll show you where they hang out most often. The girl led them to the warehouse. The genin looked around with delight, anticipating the hunt for monsters unknown to science under the leadership of the genius of the Uchiha clan. Of course, such an adventure. Itachi walked next to Naruto, 2 steps ahead. Why didn't you destroy them right away? He asked quietly. They are not dangerous, Datebao. Kind, not at all aggressive, although harmful and sarcastic. And smart, the bastards. But their passion for Valerian, she shook her head. We will run out of supplies so soon, Datebao. Itachi chuckled. Why didn't you catch them before? Naruto looked at him slyly. Who said you didn't? As soon as they realized that the experiment had failed, they locked them in a cage. They nodded to the ground and escaped. Each metachnine caught them exactly once. The mice learn, remember his face and working methods. Wow. I told you, they are smart. Just like you, so sarcastically. Thank you, Uzumaki, the man snorted. I have never been compared to mice before. You are welcome, uncle, Naruto laughed, then returned to the topic. So, considering the nature of the mice, Bachan ordered to leave them. Still, Mrs. Fujimi and Tora do not come every day, and the genin needs someone to practice on. The dark room of the warehouse greeted them with the smells of herbs, medicines, and wary rustling. On the box sat a rat. White, with a sharp nose, curious eyes, and a bald tail. It sniffed, moving its short antennae, moving its paws with tiny fingers. Usagi let out a shrill squeal, the rat squeaked, turned around and ran into the darkness. No need to panic, Itachi said, calmly. His calm, quiet voice echoed throughout the room. Usagi fell silent. The genin looked at their commander with wide eyes. In battle, panic only gets in the way of planning your actions. Calm down. What is the plan for search and rescue operations? First, examine the area. Carefully, trying not to damage the tracks, Shika answered immediately. Then try to recreate the picture of what happened, Usagi quietly picked up, still shuddering and nervously looking around. Itachi felt Uzumaki's approving smile and a breath of air behind him. The girl put down a cage for the mice rats and left, leaving them alone. Naruto was making the base of the burn ointment for the shinobi who had recently returned from a mission. When Sai's silhouette appeared in the window. In his usual clothes, and with a black eye. What happened in the 2 hours we haven't seen each other, Datebao? Naruto ran her finger under her eyelid, hinting at her comrade's injury. I read that if you offend a friend, you should definitely apologize to them. And the sooner the better, the guy winced, while the girl rummaged through the cabinets, clinking jars, looking for the necessary one. And? I went to Sakura. What did you tell her? Word for word, Uzumaki turned around and began to lubricate the battle wound. I said that I apologize, although everything I said was true. Naruto giggled. How come Haruno hasn't killed him yet? However, Sai is a fast-running master of disguise, so his survivability is understandable. The door swung open with a powerful kick. Uzumaki, can you imagine? Sakura noticed the stranger, bared her teeth bloodthirstily, and cracked her knuckles. And here you are. She moved menacingly towards her teammate. Sakura, calm down. You'll give him a concussion. They'll make you treat it, Datebao. Naruto waved her arms while Sai wisely moved behind her. No, can you imagine, he called me a bitch. And an evil one at that. And what do you disagree with? Naruto giggled. They ran away from the angry Haruno together. Itachi exhaled and leaned against the wall. Nearby, tired genin were sprawled like stars. They didn't even have the strength to open their eyes. The mice really were amazingly smart. They fooled the hunters, made them run all over the warehouse, even lured them into the basement, to the pipes, and tried to throw them into the sewer. It was good that Uchiha found the trap with the help of the Sharingan. And it was even more offensive to use dojutsu not against an enemy, but against animals. Even such smart ones. They fought, scratched no worse than Tora's cat. Shirku even got a couple of bites on the nose, not hard, but very offensive. Usagi got a permanent green dye on her hair, and only ribbons remained of Tora's pants. The mice didn't just set up ambushes, they didn't let them turn on the lights, they took out and hid all the plugs, including the spare ones. And they giggled disgustingly somewhere in the darkness. In the end, the angry, hungry, tired shinobi found the furry sadists on one of the boxes with herbs. They were sprawled out and lazily chewing a sprig of valerian, squealing contentedly. They went into the cage voluntarily, half asleep, but happy. "Aren't you ashamed?" Itachi asked the mice rhetorically, not really expecting an answer. 7 fat carcasses instantly turned their tails towards him. "Impudence," the genius of the Uchiha clan stated. The largest, gray mouse with a jagged scar crossing his left eye, made a wave-like motion with his upper paws, as if shrugging his shoulders, and squeaked something mockingly. "Do you know how to use techniques?" Itachi became interested. The mice turned their muzzles towards him again, shaking their heads negatively. "But they can pass through any Fuin barrier," a familiar female voice noted. Naruto Uzumaki came out of the shadows and approached the cage. "Quarks," she extended her hand. The gray mouse poked something in the side, actively wagging its tail. Naruto nodded, rummaged a bit behind the boxes, and disappeared into the darkness of the small corridor. A minute later, the warehouse was filled with dim light. The mission was accomplished perfectly, the girl nodded to the genin as she returned. "Here is the document. Hand it over to the Hokage tomorrow." "Yourselves," she said with emphasis. "Especially since your teacher will be able to go to work the day after tomorrow." The genin grumbled something approvingly, stood up, took the paper and, staggering, headed for the exit. At the same time, they cast angry and vengeful glances at the cage with the rodents. They lay on their backs, showing off their fat, swollen bellies. Itachi remembered with longing that their breakfast was there, which the mice had stolen when the hunters decided to take a break. "I was right to refuse to take a team for myself," Itachi rubbed his eyes. "These tasks of theirs, what else will the Godame Hokage come up with for us?" "I'm sure you'd handle everything perfectly," the girl smiled, sitting down on the box. "Right, Hataki?" She addressed the gray mouse, taking it out of the cage. The others climbed out through the open door and sat around the medic, looking expectantly. "Hataki?" The Uchiha sat down next to him, moving the red carcass. The mouse squeaked discontentedly, but gave up her seat. "And you look. Doesn't he look similar, Datebeo?" The mouse was large, dark gray, and very, very important. A crimson thread of a scar stretched across his closed eye. But the only one with sight looked so, as if the rodent could see right through a person. And then he yawned, the expression on his face became lazy, even a little indifferent, and Itachi chuckled. "In general terms," he agreed. "He is the leader, the captain of these bandits. Likes to gnaw books, orange color, and often runs to the Inuzuka territory. It seems he became friends with Akamaru. That's why they called him Hataki." She was happily swinging her legs, fiddling with the end of Hataki's braid and tail, which meant that the girl was worried. And she was thinking hard about something, deciding something for herself. Itachi liked this prudence. Despite all his emotionality, Uzumaki would never go ahead. She would not take unnecessary risks, it was better to calculate everything once again. And she wrinkled her nose so funny when she was thinking about serious questions. Her face acquired a funny determined expression. Naruto jumped off the box, sat Hataki down in her place. She pulled Itachi by the hand. And kissed him. Herself. Itachi came to his senses from surprise a second later, intercepted the initiative. Naruto did not know how to kiss, and this was fortunate. Because the innocent tenderness of her lips, their taste, awkward movements, made his head spin. They didn't try to press themselves closer to each other, like in cheap novels. Why? They were already inseparable. No, they just stood there, Naruto clutching her shirt, squeezing it with her thin fingers, and Itachi putting his hands on her waist. And he stroked her, caressed her with light touches of his tongue, drank her taste. And he went crazy from this unbearable closeness, because here and now he felt himself one with her. An indignant squeak interrupted the idyll. Naruto pulled away, licking her swollen lips, looking at Itachi with wild, shining eyes. The man pulled her close, pressed her, feeling happy. Hatake squeaked loudly, menacingly waving his long tail. The mouse army supported him. You know, I was counting on a romantic setting. For example, in the garden or under our tree, by the lake. But I never thought that our second kiss would happen in a hospital warehouse surrounded by a pack of experimental rats, he shared with the girl, kissing the top of her fluffy head. Naruto shook with laughter. In the morning, when Itachi and Sasuke ran to Uzumaki for breakfast, the girl was urgently called to the Hokage. Moreover, the trembling voice of the messenger was alarming. The brothers looked at each other worriedly and, quickly chewing a couple of hot sandwiches, hurried with their friend to the residence. Tsunade irritably waved a thick stack of papers. Naruto, this is just awful, she handed the stack to the student. Your slaves want you to become their slave owner again. Itachi looked over his friend's shoulder. On each sheet a statement or request with only one general request to appoint Naruto Uzumaki the new head of the Konoha Hospital, since she is the only worthy successor to Shinomori Hino-san and looks like her like 2 peas in a pod. Sasuke could hardly hold back a smile, Naruto blushed embarrassedly. Itachi chuckled. Big secrets can only be kept by a large team, Tsunade-san. I know, Itachi-kun, the Hokage waved her hand. But they came to me with the entire hospital at 4:30 in the morning. An indignant cry. And they didn't even ask, they demanded that their request be considered and a positive decision be made. Otherwise, they just give up, they can't work without a head. And they very, very subtly hinted that they know how to keep secrets like no one else. Doctor-patient confidentiality. You know, I've never been blackmailed so politely before. What do you say, BA-chan? Naruto asked worriedly. What other options could there be? Tsunade chuckled. I've already signed the order. I'll destroy the compromising evidence. From today on, you are the new head of Konoha Hospital. Go get ready. Your new old subordinates told me in secret that they are preparing a celebration. They even invited the mice. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. Can you imagine Adobe's 2 Kakashis? Thus, independent cellular regeneration became possible in 2 days. Minori finished the report, put it aside and took out a thin stack of papers. And now our favorite, complaints. Go ahead. Naruto nodded, watering the plants on the windowsill. In general, the wards are unpretentious, but even for them, 2 weeks of drought is too much. In the Konoha Hospital, they never held meetings or flying meetings. The head was aware of all urgent matters and operations, knew everything that was necessary. And Minori-san, as her deputy, brought her the current documentation in the mornings. Then they had get-togethers with tea and sweets, during which they checked the papers and together wrote a weekly general report to the Hokage. Which boiled down to the general understood, we will improve, we will not do this again. Even if there were no special offenses. Habit. However, today they were joined by a Jonin, the temporary mentor of Naruto's team, Yamato. The girl herself saw him for the first time, since she could not come to the previous training sessions, due to being overloaded at the hospital. In appearance, Captain Yamato resembled an L, a calm, as if carved from wood, flat, expressionless face with round eyes so black that it was impossible to distinguish the iris from the pupil. It seemed that he never blinked or showed any emotions. But today he awkwardly shifted from foot to foot and looked at the 2 medics. They looked at him with interest in return. Naruto, we haven't met before. I am Captain Yamato, temporarily replacing Kakashi-senpai. Nice to meet you, the girl stood up and bowed. Did you want something, Yamato Taicho? The Jonin awkwardly adjusted his collar, as if it was choking him. I wanted to ask, about those rumors, about senpai. The whole village is talking about him now. As if he bit the genin on missions on the nose, and also drank all the medical alcohol supplies in the hospital. And spied on the medic in the women's locker room. And also, apparently, this news brought the man into particular horror and trepidation. They say that he is married to Mitarashi Anko. Of course, he is married. Minori was the first to cope with his amusement, managed to hide the sly sparkle in his eyes. They even have a son, Choji. Naruto with all her might remained calm, although she felt the corners of her lips trembling. This news knocked the Jonin off track completely. He shifted his shocked gaze from one medic to another, but they were surprisingly serious, forcing him to doubt his own sanity. You know, Yamato Taicho, bring Kakashi-san in for an examination. Maybe he really does have some problems. The captain nodded and ran out the door to digest the news. He probably rushed to his senpai to interrogate him about the veracity of everything he had heard. Naruto knew from Sai that Yamato's real name was Tenzo and that he owned Mokuton, so she had no doubt that this month she wouldn't have to catch Kakashi and drag him to the hospital by force to check how his recovery from using the Sharingan was going. The new captain would take care of everything himself. Minori, apparently, understood her motives. You're a sly one, Naruto Uzumaki, he shook his head, chuckling. I just feel sorry for the medic who got to catch the copy the girl chuckled in response. She was smiling from ear to ear. But it's really time to do something about these rumors. Otherwise, we might drive Kakashi-san crazy. Everyone is already suspicious of him. Even Anko. She whistled sharply, causing the assistant to flinch. 7 plump carcasses appeared from behind the ficus tree, standing in the corner. They were led by a gray mouse, Hataki. Naruto was not lying, Hataki was indeed married to Anko, a small mouse, compared to the others, with cutely round ears and dark fur. On her chest, she had a small white triangle, which made her coloring resemble a cloak. Despite her miniature size, the mouse could easily bend a combat ken, and during a fight she hissed, like a snake, instead of squeaked. For which she received her nickname. Of course, they were married by their standards, but Hataki never cheated on his mouse. They had a son, the only representative of the second generation of mutants. Red, plump, resembling a fur ball, the mouse chewed in a 24-hour-a-day mode. And he had a surprisingly kind character, which was surprising with such harmful parents. Naturally, Choji. Aren't you ashamed, Datebeo? Naruto raised an eyebrow. The mice squeaked, shrugged their shoulders. Some even turned their tails around, expressing their opinion on such a stupid question. What should I do with you, Datebeo? She grinned, looking at the large animals with skins shiny from good, abundant nutrition. They rolled their eyes, folded their hands in prayer, with their whole appearance saying how repentant they were. And how the generosity and kindness of the head of the hospital made them tremble. They even squealed some laudatory songs. They even collectively fainted when Uzumaki threatened them with her fist. Artists, Minori snorted mockingly. They immediately turned their tails towards him. So, here is my decision, mousy ones. Naruto clapped her hands, attracting the attention of her opponents, who were glaring at each other with unfriendly glances. On one side, there were 7 times more glances. 3 days in the children's ward. Without leaving. The countdown starts from this second. The mice nodded, Hataki climbed onto the table, rubbed himself against the girl's cheek, and then the whole pack galloped along the indicated route. The sound was like a herd of horses. Of course, the children's department is not a punishment or a panacea for woolly plague, but at least 3 quiet days are guaranteed. What are we going to do with the rumors? Minori thoughtfully watched the disappearing pack of mice. Put up an announcement on the main gate that there is one experimental specimen from the laboratory in the hospital who answers to the nickname Hataki. He likes valerian and biting noses. Something like that, Datebeo. Naruto twirled her hand in the air, and stood up again. And I have to go, Tsunade-bachan ordered me to come after my shift. Minori nodded, he was already thinking about what he could write in the announcement and how, so that it would not make a noise in the village. Naruto jumped out the window and ran across the rooftops to the Hokage's residence. During Tsunade's reign, the Hokage's office had undergone significant changes. Now it smelled of medicinal herbs. One wall was still decorated with congratulatory letters from other Kage, and on the second there was a detailed map of the Land of Fire with all, even the tiniest, villages. Tsunade had written on it with her own hand brief descriptions of each settlement, each factory or large production facility. Of course, the largest number of notes were in Konoha. Around the table, there were now tall stacks of books, thick scrolls with information that could be needed at any moment. In the corner, a cross between a ficus and a cactus was peacefully blooming, another invention of the Konoha Research Laboratory. By the way, Hatake had already aimed his fang at it more than once, but each time his path was blocked by the impressive fist of Senju, who, for some unknown reason, had fallen in love with this thorn. She reciprocated her feelings in full. Once a month, it blossomed into bright red flowers that smelled so intoxicating that visitors left the Kage's office with floating eyes. Tsunade and Shizun liked to take short breaks during work on the shabby green couch. Now the Hokage's assistant was being kept company by the dozing Tuntun. The pig grunted affably when Uzumaki climbed through the window. And why did they invent a door if every second subordinate forgets about it? The Hokage asked rhetorically from the ceiling. The Anbu silently shrugged. It's more convenient this way, Datebao. Naruto answered cheerfully. By the way, good day to all. She didn't forget to say hello. Tsunade immediately got down to business. It is necessary for you to create a scroll for sealing huge volumes of chakra. She described the seal itself and the sequential stages of its use. How large volumes? Naruto narrowed his eyes. In her mind, she was already estimating her capabilities and knowledge. In her lessons from her grandmother's diary, she had already moved on to large-scale, complex seals. Thanks to this, she was able to change the classic version of her mentor's Byakugo. Initially, the methodical healing technique was used to treat without folding seals, as the first Hokage knew how to do. And it assumed the presence of a huge reserve of chakra. Tsunade did not have it, and to solve this problem, she came up with Byakugo, an artificial accumulator, where she drained neutral chakra without elemental admixtures for 3 years. But Naruto could never complain about her own reserve. Thanks to the blood of the clan and the Kyuubi inside, it already exceeded the capabilities of many shinobi. And she did not need another accumulator. The fox seal successfully coped with this role. In addition, all the body's resources were tied to it, and Naruto simply could not survive another complex seal. It would overload her system. Here, no endurance of Uzumaki would save. Therefore, they simplified Byakugo, making it part of the general storage. Another room that Naruto had to fill with neutral chakra, without admixtures of elements and demonic energy. Nothing complicated, the same filter that she used in everyday life. But the work is painstaking, tedious. And Naruto asked Kurama for help. He turned up his nose, but in the end, seeing how exhausted the carrier was from training and work, he agreed. In a month and a half, the fox filled Byakugo. After all, it is much easier for him to feel and recall his own energy from the general flow of the girl's chakra. The room was filled and closed, and the fox, who had tucked all his 9 tails in for work, was finally able to relax and growl to his heart's content at Uzumaki, who was able to find work for everyone, including demons and rats. Our scouts reported that members of the Akatsuki group, in particular Yakushi Kabuto, have begun to be seen frequently on the border of the Land of Fire. Rumor has it that he plans to summon Sambai to this world. We need to be prepared. Got it, Datebao. Also, most of the medics will be sent on another mission. There is some unrest in the lands around the Fire Temple. True, there is no specific information yet. But we have long-standing friendly relations with the abbot of the temple, and if there are casualties, Konoha is obliged to help. My team and I can find out what is going on there, Bachan, Naruto suggested. Sai and Sasuke are excellent scouts. No, the Hokage cut him off. They will go without you. You are more needed in Konoha now. There should always be at least one medic of your rank in the hospital. The girl nodded dejectedly. As a child, her dream seemed so simple and clear. To be a fighter and a medic at the same time, to help friends and comrades, her native village. To become the head of the Konoha hospital. The dream came true. And along with the title came responsibility for her subordinates and a ton of duties that only she could perform. They were counting on her, and she could no longer just take a mission and run off to another country. Your task is to prepare a list of doctors that you would personally recommend for such a task. You will explain the sealing method to Shizune. I think she will be the one to lead this operation. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and folded her arms across her chest. Now, tell me what's new in the hospital. We send you a report every week, Datebao. The woman grimaced expressively. I read your epistolary masterpiece. Sometimes it seems to me that you only change the dates, leaving the content the same. Well, sometimes, Uzumaki agreed, sitting down on the couch. Badasses, the Hokage muttered good-naturedly. Naruto chuckled and began to recite from memory. She remembered everything connected with the hospital perfectly. Our propaganda of the medic means work went well. 7 people voluntarily signed up for the preparatory courses. We caught 4 more ourselves. All of them have excellent chakra control and a consistently small reserve. I promised them some perks in the future if they continued to train hard. Perks? The woman raised her eyebrows. Naruto smiled. They are all eager to fight, Datebao. They want to carry out real missions. I promised to add them to the best active medic mean for field practice. When the genin are deemed ready, of course. Field practice was another invention of Shinomori Hino. The medic mean were always paid little, the supplies were crooked and awry, so the medics made do as best they could. A symbolic fee was introduced for the preparatory courses, because the shinobi spent their time and energy explaining the basic material. But not all genin were ready to part with their hard-earned money to learn a profession that for some reason was not considered prestigious in Konoha. Of course, with Tsunade's rise to power, a lot changed. A lot, but not everything. Naruto, under the guise of Shinomori, redid almost everything. She cancelled fees for preparatory courses, demanded an increase in the number of hours of first aid training at the academy in order to identify children with the potential to study area jutsu in advance. The contracts concluded with the clans for the supply of raw materials significantly reduced the village's expenses, since now there was no need to look for suppliers on the side and bring herbs from who knows where, overpaying 3 times the price. Naruto preferred not to remember what it cost her to persuade Yamanaka, Akimichi, and what lace they wove with Nara. She quickly scattered the freed-up money around the hospital, where investments were needed. On the one hand, who would have allowed her to do this, and on the other, who would have objected to a woman who slammed a thick stack of papers, estimates, and decisions of builders who checked the general condition of the hospital on the table? Who would object to a woman who subtly hints that even the elders' relatives, even clan members, can fall into the clutches of the inhabitants of a crumbling hospital? And in order to motivate shinobi with a small reserve and excellent control to become medics, she came up with field practice. One medical trainee who had completed courses and received the approval of the head of the hospital was assigned to any shinobi team, to a medic. Together with them, he carried out missions, tasks for which he was paid only a fifth less than the others. This meant that he could start earning money before his training was completely finished, and the missions he completed went into his personal file. True, Naruto's selection was also serious. 1 course. After the 5th retake, even Shinomori Hino's nerves couldn't take it, and she poisoned all the shinobi. Not fatally, but very nasty. Whoever could identify the poison and prepare an antidote in 3 days passed. Only 4 coped with the task, all of whom already had B rank. The rest became fighters and scouts, but they didn't hold a grudge against their mentor. With such perks, I would go to study with you, Shizune smiled. By the way, how is the practice going at the Uchiha complex? As far as I know, nothing serious happened, Datebao, the girl grinned. We made a bath with a calming mixture, and the guy turned out to be allergic to it. He was covered in strange blue spots. No problem, Sakura pumped it out. And, it seems, she broke the wall of those who did the procedures without first looking at the doctor's recommendations and test results. The medics chuckled knowingly, imagining the evil Haruno, shaking the guilty one like a dog shakes a rat. Sakura was good at that. About Sakura, talk to her, Tsunade advised softly. She is not just unhappy with your appointment, there is something more to it. She does not want to communicate with you, although you could help her with filling the Byakugo. And this affects your teamwork. I understand, Bachan, Naruto nodded. I will talk to her, Datebao. Just today, I was going to go check the interns at the complex. Well done. You are free, the Hokage frowned with a feigned sternness. Shizune quietly laughed into her fist, and Naruto flew out the window, waving goodbye to everyone. Including the ANBU on the ceiling. The Uchiha complex was striking in its scope. Numerous different springs, from simple hot springs to mineral or mud springs. Small houses, pagodas and gazebos, surrounded by lush hydrangea bushes, clusters of hyacinths. Magnolias spread their branches, sly irises peeped out of the grass, and lilies blossomed like stars. Only in summer could one see such a flower madness, because autumn strictly belonged to large, shaggy asters and important chrysanthemums. Their petals covered all the paths, flowed like a silk carpet over the grass. Winter could boast of daffodils and modest violets paired with edelweiss. Somehow, with the help of chakra, they were forced to bloom in this cold time. Well, spring smelled of cherries and plums, whose branches almost completely covered the sky. Like a special, blooming ceiling. The visitors left all their worries and concerns outside this closed, quiet little world and rested their souls and bodies there. Naruto went to the laboratory assigned to the interns. As she had been told, this was where Sakura could be found. Haruno had been acting strange lately. Naruto suspected that it wasn't just about her assignment. Sakura had never been overly envious, and in recent years, thanks to her training with Bachan, she had learned to look at the world more or less professionally, to evaluate shinobi not only from the position of likes and dislikes. She was a professional, at work. And the rest of the time, if she didn't avoid Uzumaki, she tried in every possible way to hurt him. Naruto didn't understand the reason for such behavior. And Itachi wasn't around, he had been sent on some long mission. Naruto was worried. Even if Uchiha was a genius 3 times over, he was first and foremost a human being. Her beloved person. But she believed that he would return. Because in the world of shinobi, one cannot live without faith, without hope. She knew he would return tomorrow. Maybe in the evening. And she could do her direct duties for now. The head of the hospital had a lot of work to do, even too much for one person. She knew he would return tomorrow. Maybe in the morning. So she could spend the night practicing techniques and getting a short nap. Naruto was not burdened by the weight, there was too much to do, the training was too intense. Naruto was burdened by anxiety. Because, having led Itachi into her heart, she began to treat him differently. She fell in love with him. And now she was afraid for him. It had been much easier when he was just her teacher, her trainer. Much easier, but the world did not seem so bright to her then, and life was not so eventful. So she just had to wait. And he would return. Maybe in the morning. Sakura was rearranging the flasks with potions when Naruto entered, knocking carefully. The girl cast a sideways glance and pursed her lips. Uzumaki closed the door and put up a small barrier so that no one would eavesdrop. And she sat down on the high chair opposite Haruno. Only then did Sakura put down the fragile utensils, lean heavily on the table, clenching her fists. Pink strands of hair covered her face. I don't understand, she said dully. I don't understand what you have that I don't, if Sasuke-kun is always hanging around you. And not just him. Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, even that Sai, they. Naruto almost laughed. The reason for the conflict was incredibly simple. But if she wanted to improve her relationship with her colleague, if she didn't want any problems in the future, she would have to open up. And that was oh so difficult. Like being naked under everyone's gaze. It wasn't easy, but she had to. Sakura deserved it. If not as a teammate, then as an excellent medic, a student of Bachan. Tell me, what do you see when you look at Sasuke? She asked the question quietly, seriously, not knowing how else to approach the conversation. Sakura raised her head, but the harsh words didn't have time to escape her lips. She saw the frightening seriousness of her interlocutor. I see, she thought. He is handsome, so mysterious. He is strong, responsible, and very, very smart, she blushed. When I look at Itachi, I see a person. A person with whom I want to spend my life. He is not perfect, he has many scars. Yes, he is a genius, but this does not mean that he is immortal. He has many shortcomings. But I want to know them all. I want to just be with him. He is an ordinary person, thinking, breathing, feeling. And she looked up, clenched her hands into fists. And I am scared, because I feel how he has grown into me. He is not just a part of my life, he is a part of me. A person with whom my soul rests, next to whom I feel calm. I am scared, but if this is a disease, then I do not want to be treated for it. The apogee of Uzumaki love, she smiled bitterly. Sakura sat down on a chair, looked closely at her colleague. All her anger died down from this simple sincerity. You don't look happy, she asked quietly, earnestly. Naruto shook her head. I know that I could die any day. There are circumstances beyond my control, Datebao. I'm not a genius, I don't have a Kekkei Genkai. And I know that Itachi would be hurt, very hurt in this case. It would be better for me not to get close to him, not to love him, but I'm too selfish. No matter how much time I'm given, I want to love this man. And for him to love me. And I want to give him my whole life, without a trace. Sakura was silent for a while, examining her hands. Digesting what was said. Naruto was silent too, fiddling with the end of his braid. She really didn't want Itachi to suffer if Akatsuki managed to get to her. She sometimes felt both sweet and terrified by how much they both put into their feelings. She gave herself completely, and Itachi, sometimes she doubted. Especially when he was gone for a long time. When he was near, I wanted to see him, touch him constantly, look into his eyes, listen to his voice. Endlessly. But when he left, it became painful. Strange thoughts and doubts appeared in my head that should not have been there. And Sasuke, Sakura's voice distracted me from my introspection. The girl did not know how to ask the question. She read between the lines everything she wanted but could not express to Naruto. The full depth of her feelings. Yes, Naruto simply nodded. If you start a relationship with an Uchiha, you must belong to him completely and entirely. You must give him everything that your soul is capable of. And he will respond to you in the same way. Just Sakura, ask yourself if you are ready to see an ordinary person in Sasuke. Not a mysterious hero, a mysterious shinobi, but a simple person. He has his weaknesses and shortcomings. He can meticulously seal a weapon in a scroll, checking it 3 times, but he throws things around the room when he undresses. His love for tomatoes sometimes reaches the level of extreme fanaticism. I understand, the girl bowed her head. You yourself created an enemy where there could not be one. Sai is my friend and former patient, I met Lee back in the academy. It was on him that I trained in the first medical techniques. Niji, Naruto grinned. Even the imperturbable Hyuga sometimes wants to take a break from enthusiastic fans in the company of a girl who will never perceive him as a future husband. Well, Sasuke is my friend, rival, almost a brother, Datebao. And he will never be a lover. Because Itachi? Haruno grinned knowingly. Because Itachi, agreed Naruto. And most importantly, the Uchiha always choose, not us. Itachi chose me, and not I him. She stood up, realizing that there was more than enough revelation for today. Bearing your soul is never easy, but sometimes necessary. Sakura has something to think about. Naruto paused at the very threshold and turned her head. It wasn't me or the Hokage who chose the position. The medics themselves suggested it. If they had nominated you, I would have been the first to support it. And that was also true, Sakura suited her as a medic. In his dream, Naruto was a very seductive sight. And childishly innocent. She hugged the blanket, threw her leg over it, and turned her back to the window and the moon peering through it. Simple, worn shorts emphasized the soft lines of her hips, and her wide t-shirt was pulled up, revealing a strip of velvety skin at her waist. But what caught his eye most was her hair. The moonlight turned its rich color into pale gold. It intertwined, flowing in thin streams from the bed to the floor, curling at the ends. Itachi remembered that Kushina-san also had long, thick hair. He remembered those evenings when Minato Namikaze and his wife came to their house to talk to his father about business. The men sat at the table by the wall and talked quietly. And her mother always asked to brush her friend's hair, and Uzumaki agreed with an embarrassed laugh. The blood-red, heavy strands stood out brightly on the floor, flowed around her mother's bare feet like the endless waters of a river. Then Itachi thought that they smelled of spices burning on a fire. Or of the fire itself. And her mother ran the brush and hummed something to herself, gently combing the silky strands with her pale fingers, which made Kushina-san close her eyes. In those days, it seemed almost like witchcraft, mysterious and incomprehensible. Their last meeting. This time Kushina-san came alone, without her husband. And her mother again brushed her long hair, humming a quiet song under her breath. The strands again embraced her legs like a full-flowing river. The hot August air smelled of fire and spices. Kushina, closing her thoughtful eyes, slowly stroked her already large belly. Her thoughts were far away. Itachi learned later how afraid she was, wildly afraid. Not for herself, but for Naruto. And who would have thought that it was then that he first saw the girl he was destined to love? He imagined her scent the sun, cherries, and the sea, warmed by her own heat. He imagined burying his nose in the silken richness, embracing her and kissing the protruding bones of her spine. Another shadow in a spacious dark kimono landed silently nearby. Kagami-san took out a thin, elegant pipe and lit it. The smoke curled up into the sky, towards the moon. Sometimes I think, maybe I shouldn't have told her about Akatsuki? He said quietly. It only made her life more difficult. She should know what danger lies in wait for her. Itachi shook his head, not taking his eyes off the silhouette of the sleeping girl. Kagami-san blew out another stream of smoke. Naruto is ready to fight, she will never give up without a fight, but she has already accepted that she might die. And she is only afraid that her death will hurt you. Because she knows about Uchiha's love. Itachi clenched his fists. Naruto's death, the mere thought of it was terrifying, made his heart choke on blood and his eyes bloom with the Sharingan. To imagine that she would not be in this world, to imagine empty, lifeless eyes, the color of the summer sky. A muffled roar broke through his clenched teeth. He would not allow this, he would die himself, but Naruto would live. The elder Uchiha grinned, as always having read everything on his relative's face. She won't want to, Itachi looked in surprise, and Kagami explained, she won't want to without you. Did she tell you that? Itachi's face was impossible to read emotions, the perfect Uchiha mask, but Kagami only grinned again. Who, if not him, knew how to see through all the masks? One mouse brought it on its tail. Sharingan? And ink, the man nodded. Eloquence in actions is incomparably better than eloquence in words. Our clan has always followed this rule, and I taught Naruto the same. But sometimes, some words have to be said, nephew. A girl has to know that she has something to cling to. The most important things are the hardest to express in words. With these words, Itachi slid off the roof and rushed into the half-open window. Carefully threw Naruto's hair over her, so as not to press it, not to cause pain. He lay down next to her, on the free half of the bed, hugged her waist and buried his face in the warm crown of her head with a sigh of relief. The tension that had been cramping his body gradually began to let go. Naruto stirred, turned to face him and buried her face in his neck, inhaling the scent with her nose. Itachi shuddered from the goosebumps that spread in waves from the place where the girl's warm breath touched his skin. "You're back." "Finally, Datebao," she said sleepily. She still smelled of apple toothpaste. She probably went to bed late again, sitting up late with the hospital paperwork. Sometimes Itachi thought that if he wasn't there, no one would be able to send Uzumaki out to sleep-eat rest. The all-consuming domestic tenderness in her voice made a lump form in his throat. I wonder if he would ever stop reacting to her so sharply? Never, probably. Itachi didn't know what to say. "I was rushing to you," and then cursed, a stupid phrase, like in cheap novels. Itachi looked into her slowly clearing blue eyes. "Without you, it's so wrong," he said quietly. Understand, understand, understand." He begged silently, because he couldn't put into words everything he felt for her. This wasn't love, it was much, much more. Dependence, obsession, illness. But if so, then he didn't want to be cured of it. "Got it." Naruto smiled and reached out to kiss him. Perhaps the Sharingan sharpens not only vision, but all senses, because the man was overwhelmed by her scent, which mixed a hint of wild apple from toothpaste, the warmth of sunlight and the sea, a spicy note of wild cherry and a whole bouquet of some medicinal herbs. Working in the hospital, she was completely saturated with the smells of herbs, inflorescences. Life. Itachi drank her taste, smell, tenderness. His hand slid over his body, warm from sleep, tangled in his loose hair. And caught muffled moans. Naruto did not hold back, grabbed him by the neck, ran her fingers through heavy, shiny strands. The man was glad to himself that he had thought to take a shower before running to Naruto. But he had only counted on looking at her from afar. But it turned out the way it did. He pressed her to the bed, ran his hands over the smooth curve of her hips, over her tense stomach, caressed her neck open to him with his tongue, while Naruto, throwing her head back, breathed quickly and shallowly, biting her lips. "Without you," she breathed out a response, wrapping her legs around his hips. "So painful." Itachi buried his face in her stomach and groaned dully. This girl would drive him crazy. One day for sure. Meanwhile, Naruto was extremely busy, trying to pull the man's shirt off. "Naru," Itachi tried to intercept her hands, she dodged and continued her dirty business. Naru finally managed to catch her thin, but such strong wrists. "Not now. We must wait." "How much, Datebao?" she inquired. Itachi chuckled nervously into the reddened skin of his stomach. Naruto was not angry, not embarrassed. She asked clearly, in a businesslike manner, as Kagami-san had taught her. Uchiha had no doubt that if he announced the term, Uzumaki would endure it, but in the end he would have to answer. She would not give him a day more. Simple lemon connections were not condemned, even within clans. Before marriage, shinobi could be with anyone, sleep with anyone, because everyone understood, constant war, adrenaline, risk to life. You need to relieve tension with someone. Better to get rid of it immediately than later. Unrealized attraction will lead to the main mistake, the wrong marriage. But with Naruto she wanted to do everything differently. Although Uzumaki, apparently, had a slightly different opinion. Then Itachi remembered what Kagami-san told him. He smiled the way she loved Naruto, with the corners of his lips. He pulled his t-shirt down, although more than anything in the world he wanted to brand his tender tummy with his bites, lay down on the bed, and threw a blanket over both of them. And he hugged her tightly, so tightly that she could barely breathe. He remembered how Naru had used this method more than once, to get rid of her worries. And he looked into her large eyes, darkened by feelings. In the darkness, they seemed almost black, bottomless. "We will still have time, I promise," he said quietly, and kissed her forehead. Naruto relaxed in his arms, a weak smile appeared on her lips. "Thank you," barely audible. I love you. His heart stopped and began to beat at double speed. Itachi understood what Kagami-san meant when he said that certain words should be spoken. Naruto's confession made his head spin. I love you, he whispered into her hair. And he felt her smile, a copy of his own. Naruto belonged only to him. Forever. When he was already falling asleep, he slid half asleep onto Uzumaki's chest, letting her sort through his hair strand by strand. And he heard the thoughtful quiet voice of the girl reasoning with herself. Maybe I should ask Bachan for an aphrodisiac after all? But maybe he only dreamed it? Naruto looked over the results of the tests and examinations, then looked up at the woman sitting opposite. Everything is fine, Kurenai-san. Stress is still contraindicated. And I think in a week or two you will have to take a long vacation. The fetus is starting to interact with your circulatory system. The woman smiled. Thank you, she nodded and blushed embarrassedly. Thank you for putting up with us, Naruto. The girl laughed. Yuhi Kurenai came to her a month ago with a slight malaise and her own suspicions, and in the company of the no less concerned Sarutobi Asuma. The woman's suspicions were confirmed, she was pregnant. Sarutobi turned out to be an exemplary father. Although they did not advertise their relationship and the fact of Yuhi's pregnancy, this did not stop him from accompanying her to every visit to the doctor, protecting her and sensitively reacting to everything, even the slightest ailments. Even too sensitively. How many times had he resorted to the medical orderlies on duty because Yuhi started coughing or clutching her stomach? And his endless questions about whether it was normal for a woman to want smoked fish with watermelon drove everyone crazy. Only Naruto had enough patience, and by default she became the family doctor of this small family. Before leaving on a mission with Team Kakashi to the Fire Temple, he made Yuhi promise 10 times that she would regularly visit the hospital every week. And he made Naruto promise 20 times that she would make sure that nothing terrible happened to his woman and child. Asuma, who was clumsy and rude like a bear, was very sensitive about his love for Yuhi Kurenai. And he tried to help her in his own way, as best he could. That's my job, Kurenai-san, she smiled even wider. By the way, how is your team doing? I already agreed with Might Guy that he will take over their training. Isn't that too cruel, Datebeo? The girl raised her eyebrows in amused surprise. Well, I guess if Hyuga Niji survived him, then my team will too, Kurenai responded. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Something scratched Naruto on his bare leg. The girl looked under the table. Enko was sitting on the floor. The mouse was nervously fiddling with her paws, moving her nose and wagging her tail like a whip, which made the girl afraid to reach out to her. A small piece of paper with a seal was tied to her back. I apologize, she removed the message from the obligingly offered back. Yuhi nodded. A little chakra and now a neatly folded envelope appears from the seal. Tsunade's chakra emanated from it. Naruto frowned, why resort to such complications? Something definitely happened. Naruto, we have a problem. Godame Hokage. A subtle hint that she needed to get to the Hokage's office as soon as possible. Tsunade was not in the habit of using titles in personal correspondence with the head of the hospital. So, something extraordinary had indeed happened. Naruto looked up at the patient. She was looking at the message with concern. Kurenai-san, I need to leave urgently. Could you pretend that we are still seeing patients? She bit her lip. If Yuhi refused, there was a chance that she would never be able to sneak past the elder's spies unnoticed. To her relief, the woman nodded. Run, she whispered. Naruto created a shadow clone, which immediately took her place and began to question Yuhi for the second time about all her feelings and ailments. There was no doubt, the woman would describe in colorful, and most importantly, detailed, non-existent details. The girl felt a surge of warm gratitude for such friends and patients. She shook Kurenai's hand warmly in silent gratitude. Kurenai waved her hand, as if to say, go ahead, don't be late. A mouse with touchingly round ears slipped out the door. Naruto had specially created a complex hinge, when one illusion is hidden under another. There were currently 6 layers on her, each of which had to be supported. But they were not too different from each other, small animals, so as not to strain the mind too much. She noticed 2 outside observers on the houses next to the hospital, one sitting right in front of the window of her reception room. Naruto hid in the shadow of the alley and looked back. And she couldn't help but grin. 2 former Root members were quite professionally blocking the entire view, repainting the facade of the building. Another task from occupational therapy. Behind them, only a silhouette with a blonde braid was visible, from which a strong, bright chakra was noticeably emanating. So she had done everything right. Getting into the office was easy as pie. As soon as she appeared inside, Tsunade immediately put up a barrier. Naruto threw off her henge and plopped down on the couch. Why such secrecy, Datebao? The elders took advantage of the fact that most of the doctors are outside of Konoha and passed an order requiring all female shinobi to undergo a full examination at the hospital. They are going to place special emphasis on the reproductive functions of the body. And they sent their own medics to help. As they say, everything is for the good of the village. I can't refuse them. Naruto pursed her lips, calculating the options. They didn't start this for nothing, not for nothing. You mean to say? Tsunade nodded. The elders really don't like your friendship with Uchiha Itachi and the possible strengthening of their clan at your expense. If it turns out that you can have healthy offspring, they will be able, referring to the history of your parents, to isolate you from each other. They only need the rest of the tests for cover. Datebao, Naruto groaned. She looked up. What do you think, Bachan? The woman smiled weakly and moved to the sofa next to Naruto. She hugged her granddaughter and pressed her to herself. You are very independent, Naru. In everything. And if you chose him, I will support your choice. The girl sighed intermittently. Thank you, Bachan, Datebao. But that doesn't change our problem. The Sannin tapped her neat nails on the armrest, thinking. You are here to help me make the most beneficial decision for you. One way or another, the examination will take place. We only have power over the nuances. I can delay signing the order for a very long time, but then the elders will have time to compile a sequential list of those undergoing the examination. And you will be in the first rows. Or you can sign the order right away, Naruto picked up. But then I will only be able to manipulate my own order. The woman nodded. If the order was issued, the elders would not risk an open conflict by proposing to introduce a list. Naruto stood up and began to pace the office. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way out. But there had to be one, there had to be one. She had wanted to have children from Itachi at one time. And it was impossible, according to the elders. She would only be able to be with the Uchiha if she was infertile, but the question was, would he stay with her in that case? Besides, with the Kyuubi's regeneration, the chances of such an outcome were very, very small. Her head was boiling from such a whirlwind of thoughts. Naruto glanced at her grandmother. How lucky the Hokage was she wouldn't have to undergo this stupid examination. After all, she already. Uzumaki froze, afraid to scare away the thought. Then she walked over and sat down next to her mentor, staring at her intently. Bachan, she began carefully, and your infertility, it. Tsunade shuddered, her eyes widened, and then she nodded absently. Yes. After Dan's death, they started looking for suitors for me, so that they could grow a worthy branch of the great family, she quoted someone with a wry smile. And it's not even that I had just buried the man I loved. I wasn't going to be a sow for Root and Danzo. Back then, he was still hoping to breed fighters with Mokuton. And who knows, maybe he would have succeeded with my genes. But I didn't give it to him. I blocked certain functions of the body, and I was declared infertile. After which I left the village. But you left yourself a loophole, didn't you? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I couldn't help but leave it. I know you, Datebao. Tsunade nodded again. I left it. But I'm not going to use it. And it's too late. Will you help me? Naruto, the woman said, stunned. It's a big risk. If the operation is performed incorrectly, you may be left without the ability to have children forever. Now the girl smiled bitterly. Do you think anyone will let me do this, Datebao? Everyone remembers too well how the last Jinchuriki's desire to have a child ended. She clenched her fists and jumped up. But if there is even the slightest chance to stay with Itachi and get rid of the elders for many years, I will use it. And if I can't create a loophole myself, I will gnaw it, Datebao. Tsunade looked at her granddaughter understandingly. If we perform the operation now, it will take 10 days for the traces of outside interference in the body's functioning to disappear. During this time, the technique will take root, and your infertility will become natural. The question is where to find these 10 days. Naruto thought again, then nodded to her thoughts. Carry out the order, Datebao, she said decisively. As the chief medic of Konoha, I must ensure that everyone else, including numerous civilians, passes the test. We are currently extremely short of workers to be distracted. Then the military will come, and only then the medics. I'll be at the very end. I'm unlikely to be given exactly 10 days, but will try to hold out until Sakura returns. No one will suspect her of helping me. Everyone knows what a strained relationship we have. But at the same time, I'm sure that if she notices anything, she'll keep quiet. Why do you think so? Naruto smiled slyly. Because with our joint efforts, we found out that we have one less reason to compete. Soon the girl returned to the hospital, the same way she left. She removed the clone, let go of Kurenai, and crawled to her native lab, where she literally collapsed on the floor next to the ficus. Her whole body was still shaking, feverish from the operation. Bachan helped, but of course she had to do the main work. An anxiously hissing Anko crawled into her arms. Naruto stroked her warm fur, closing her eyes. In fact, she wasn't sure of anything, but she simply had no other plan. But she would still fight, she wouldn't give up so easily. No matter what. The door swung open, and a sweaty Minori-san looked into the lab. He looked around the room with crazy eyes, before he noticed a strange company, the boss ficus mouse. Naruto, the rest of the mutants there have started a riot. They ate all the doctor's lunches, and Hataki is generally banging his head on the cabinet with reagents and drug bases. Naruto laughed hoarsely. So that's why no one missed Anko. Her husband and son raised an army and distracted the enemy's attention. As if that were not enough, Datebao. She was indignant, continuing to stroke the contented mouse. The captured Valerian is enough for them. Tell them that I have their wife and mother hostage. And leave the door to the lab open. Suddenly, they will come to the rescue. Minori-san also calmed down and even laughed cheerfully, but he carried out the order. And 20 minutes later the entire mouse army was already sitting around Naruto. I won't even ask about shame, the girl chuckled. But thank you for your help. The rodents began to exchange satisfied glances and squeaked happily. And by the way, an idea. Naruto raised her finger. How do you like working as couriers, Datebao? The mice swore to think about it and ran away. A worried Minori-san came in their place. Naruto noticed several curious faces outside the door, in the corridor. Naruto, is this true? The man adjusted his glasses. They just brought the signed order of the Hokage and the elders. Yes, the girl nodded. Be prepared for intense work and an influx of patients, because we need to do a full check of all the female faces of Konoha, starting with the civilian population and ending with us, the medics. Minori was no fool. It was not for nothing that he was chosen for the position of deputy head. Especially considering that once every 6 months all the inhabitants of the village underwent such an examination, and the last one was a couple of months ago. It's because of you and Itachi-san, he concluded. There's no way to avoid the check, then. How much time do you need? He raised his eyes. 10 days. There was a whisper behind the door, passing information. They were talking in low voices, there was clearly some kind of debate going on. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Minori, grinning, threw the door wide open. Almost all of the medics currently present in the hospital were crowded in the corridor, excluding only those who were supervising the intensive care unit and the emergency room. They looked determined and with some malice. Naruto stared at her subordinates, stunned. It's just that the elders don't know what a full check means in the language of medics. Minori's malicious smile, as if copied, was reflected on the faces of all the medics standing there. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. How good it is to have such friends and subordinates, Datebao. Sakura returned 8 days later. The opponents had proven to be stronger than Konoha had expected. Kakashi was hospitalized again with a strange Sharingan, Yamato with a complete depletion of chakra. The medics were stalling for time as best they could. They invented a ton of unnecessary, but now mandatory, tests, checked and rechecked the results. All their machinations led to the fact that in 5 days only civilians were checked. With the kunoichi, the examination threatened to drag on indefinitely due to the presence of a hearth and a chakra circulation system. The door to the lab swung open, hit the wall and hung on one hinge, creaking forlornly. Haruno Sakura burst into the office like an enraged typhoon. "Uzumaki!" she hissed. "What is this? What other check of all women?" Naruto calmly looked up at her, put aside the papers she was filling out. "This is an order from the elders and the Hokage, who want to know how things are with the most vulnerable segments of our village's population." She quoted one of the points justifying this order, posted on the information board in the center of the leaf, almost without emotion. Sakura froze. "Is it that serious?" She pulled herself together. "Yes. And you will have to check me, Datebao," Naruto grinned. And the sooner the better. A thin man with an unpleasant expression entered the room. He adjusted his glasses. Surprisingly slow work for professionals who could perform 6 complex operations a day. "You understand that the health of our residents is important to us," Uzumaki smiled. And Sakura shuddered from the demonic cold of this smile. "Therefore, all results go through several stages of verification." "You know," the man narrowed his eyes, his features sharpened, "because of such slowness they might think that you want to sabotage the order of the elders and undermine their influence and authority." Naruto winced, as if a spoonful of honey had landed on a sore tooth. And Sakura clenched her fists. She wanted to hit that face with all her might. But she couldn't. Uzumaki, as her immediate superior, would get into trouble first and foremost for that. And she hadn't wanted to let Naruto down for some time now. "No one dares to accuse us of lack of professionalism," she said with barely restrained rage. "I am ready to conduct a full examination of the head of the Konoha hospital right now, if you suspect her of something. Do you agree, Uzumaki-san?" Even the respectful address from his lips sounded humiliating. Naruto had no choice. "Yes, Datebao." "Then please go to the procedure room." "Let's get started." Sakura came out first. "I'm home." Sasuke took off his shoes and walked into the kitchen, where the whole family was drinking tea. "Mom, Dad, brother," he nodded. Itachi raised his head, his eyes widened slightly. "Are you back already, Sasuke?" He immediately stood up. "Please forgive me." And ran out the door. Sasuke turned his puzzled glances to his parents. "Is he that happy to see me?" He raised an eyebrow. His father chuckled, his mother grinned into her cup. "It's about Naruto, son," Fugaku answered shortly. Sasuke grinned. "Then I guess I should go too." Itachi literally flew across the rooftops, as if he had wings. If Sasuke was back, then Sakura was back too. Just like Naruto, he quickly calculated the possible causes and consequences of the elder's order. And that same day, he received an almost parental blessing and an equally sobering kick from the Hokage. "Don't interfere," Itachi-kun. Tsunade looked at him over the documents. "You'll only provoke the elders and create unnecessary problems for Naruto. She can handle it, just believe in her." And Itachi could only grit his teeth and believe in the unwavering will to win and the determination of his girlfriend and future wife. And also give her jasmine tea at night and rock her in his arms. It became almost physically painful for him when Naruto pressed herself tightly to him. It meant that something was bothering her, something was troubling her. Something was hurting. But Naruto did not speak, looking around eloquently. Indeed, no Uzumaki seals could save her from being bugged. As they say, even a strong person has a weakness. Naruto managed to postpone her own examination, making the excuse that she trusted only Sakura Haruno, as an old teammate. And only to her did the Kyuubi seal react more or less normally. Indeed, as soon as someone approached her naked stomach, it was immediately burned by fiery chakra. As if the fox was raging inside. Naruto explained this by her own excitement, nervous tension. In general, she cited so many medical terms and concepts that she completely confused not only the elder's henchman, but also her own assistant, with whom the three of them composed the speech. Itachi even managed to find a justification for such a typical behavior of the seal in the ancient chronicles of the Uchiha. And asked the girls she knew from the clan to wait a little with going to the hospital. They agreed. The Uchiha clan had always been known for its efficiency and punctuality, so no one doubted it when several girls postponed their examination due to more important matters. But now Sakura was in Konoha, and this would serve as a signal to the elders. Naruto would have to weather the storm, and he wouldn't even be able to help her. For the first time, Itachi regretted that he couldn't master medical techniques. Then he would have every right to be in the office next to Naruto. He found himself near the hospital in a matter of minutes. His former acquaintance from the ANBU service was just leaving the main gate. After he left, she went to the elders herself. Itachi? She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Then she blushed cutely, adjusted her long chestnut lock, tucking it behind her ear. What are you doing here? Maybe we shouldn't pretend? He said calmly. What he always respected Yuko for was her ability to focus on business. And now she instantly became an Iranian, businesslike and collected. Even the blush left her cheeks. Good, she nodded. My teacher, Sakura Haruno, and I checked Naruto Uzumaki. Please accept my condolences. Your girlfriend will never be able to have children. Itachi nodded, not so much because of the answer of an old acquaintance, but because he had received confirmation of his suspicions. The elders were carefully watching so that nothing would strengthen the Uchiha clan. A Jinchuriki could join it as a wife, but not as a mother of small Sharingan carriers. Because, it is difficult to imagine the power of children from such a union. Yuko raised her serious gaze. I was waiting for you, she said quietly. Always waiting. Don't you think that it is unfair to give the girl hope now? Yes, she is certainly strong, talented, as an Iranian and as a fighter. But you are not an ordinary person either. You are a genius, the heir of the Uchiha clan. You should think about descendants, and I could bear and give birth to strong children for you. I had a special examination done back in ANBU, the medic admitted. Our genes match. Behind her, on the porch, Itachi saw Naruto in the company of Sakura. A little pale, but still calm and cheerful. It was hard to imagine the humiliation she had just gone through. And how much effort it took to not show it, to stand and smile, warm and sunny. The man turned his gaze to his acquaintance, still waiting for his answer. Yes, everything she said was true. He had to think about his descendants, he had to think about the clan, he had to. But for several years now, all his debts had been tied to Naruto, only to her. Neither then nor now could Yuko, nor any other woman, offer him what Nara gave him with her presence alone. Even if they did not have children, he would want to wake up with her. To protect her, to kill for her, if necessary. To live by her. Only she was not ready to lose him. I'm sorry, Yuko, but this is not what my soul desires. He shook his head, walked around the young woman and headed towards the porch. Who is this girl? Sakura asked, almost imperceptibly moving her chin towards the gate, where Itachi was talking about something with a cutely blushing medic mien from the elder's assistants. Do you hear what they are saying? Yes. Offering him her hand, heart, and other components of the body, Naruto narrowed her eyes. They were talking quietly so that no one could hear. And you know, I almost want to give it to him. Separately. This is Itachi's colleague from ANBU. Sasuke landed next to him. And was surprised when the girls did not react in any way, still not taking their eyes off the courting couple. She ran after him, even offered a fictitious marriage, just to be with him. Perhaps, at that time, she was the only one who was not interested in his status as a genius and heir. Yes, she simply fell in love with him, Sakura snorted. Naruto's aura became even heavier. Do you want me to poison her? I have a poison, no one knows the recipe, it's hard to find. I made it myself. Datebao? Naruto put everything she wanted to ask into this question, but couldn't because of Sasuke. Sakura understood her perfectly. The kunoichi nodded. I want to try. This is not an experience, here everything needs to be done on the first try. Uzumaki shook her head. I know, Sakura clenched her fists. And I want to understand, I want to see, like you said. I envy you, but I want to try not to live together, but to see. What are you talking about, girls? Naruto turned to her friend, winked. You're a genius, team. So think about it. Meanwhile, Itachi approached them, took Uzumaki by the hand. Do you mind if your boss's working day is already over? He turned to Sakura. She nodded silently. Itachi turned and walked out of the hospital grounds so fast that Naruto practically had to run after him. Only a couple of houses later, they jumped onto a roof, and the Uchiha dragged the girl towards the clan quarter. Naruto froze in front of the house, forcing the man to stop. Itachi, what are you trying to achieve? There was obvious surprise in his voice. The Uchiha turned around and squeezed the girl's shoulders. Naru, do you remember what I told you when I returned from my last mission? Yes, Datebao, Uzumaki nodded. I want you to have no doubts left. I don't doubt it anyway, her tone suggested that this reason had not passed. Itachi smiled, the girl had long since learned to see right through him. I don't want to lose you. Even if you. They went inside. The parents were still drinking tea, although Itachi felt like hours had passed since he ran out of the house. Naruto? Mikoto smiled happily and immediately put down another cup. You haven't visited us for a long time. Fugaku-san, Mikoto-san, the girl bowed. Sorry, I've been busy lately. Yes, I heard about the elder's latest order, the father put the newspaper down. And he looked at his son questioningly. From the outside, it seemed as if not a single muscle moved, but Itachi felt the older man's surprise with his skin. His and Naru's knees were touching, he felt the heat of her skin, her warmth. Everything became so simple and clear that Itachi smiled easily. And he caught the girl's answering smile. Father, mother, brother, he nodded to Sasuke, who had caught up with them. The younger one also sat down at the table. Naruto was given a very unpleasant diagnosis. Infertility, the girl put in with kind politeness, like the man, not wanting to hide anything. I just wanted to show her that we will not abandon her, no matter what. Right? He looked searchingly at his parents and brother. They were silent for a while, digesting the news. Itachi took the girl's cold hand in his own, stroked her thin fingers with neat, small nails that he loved to kiss lightly. Finally, Fugaku cleared his throat. Yes, Naruto, despite everything, your union with Itachi remains very beneficial for our clan. You, as a Jinchuriki and a master of Fuinjutsu, he said importantly. Fugaku, Mikoto interrupted him with a laugh, shaking her head. Her husband smiled lightly. The woman turned to Uzumaki. You are already part of our family, our clan, and we do not abandon our own. Remember this, Dobe. Sasuke finished solemnly. Thank you, Naruto bowed. And in that voice a sea of emotions and feelings that you can simply choke from being unaccustomed to it. Appreciation, gratitude, respect, love and tenderness, all that Itachi felt. Are you sure there's nothing that can be done about this? Fugaku was genuinely worried. And if before he had only been concerned about his descendants and grandchildren, now he was worried about his future daughter-in-law and his son, who adored this girl with his strange love. Yes, Fugaku-san, I'm sure, and then Naruto broke into a sly, fox-like smile. But, as you know, sometimes miracles happen in this world. She put her hands to her stomach. I will believe that such a miracle will happen. Looking at the stunned faces of his parents and brother, Itachi felt like a complete idiot. And why did they call him a genius? After all, the Hokage openly hinted that her granddaughter had some kind of plan of action. But he did not understand. And now Naruto subtly told them that everything would work out, that this was how she slipped out of the elder's trap. And you are right, Fugaku-san, this union is beneficial to me too. At least because I love your son, Datebao. As he loves you, the man agreed. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed heavily. Oh, and what naughty grandchildren I will have if a miracle does happen. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh, and Itachi apologized and slipped out into the yard, dragging Naruto along with him. Couldn't you have told me earlier? He raised an eyebrow. I wasn't sure Sakura would support my game, the girl frowned. Still, the adaptation period hasn't passed completely. She probably felt something, but she kept quiet. I'll have to thank her. Uzumaki raised her eyes. Everything had to look authentic. Especially for the cute metachne of the elders. Something wild, animal-like flashed in her gaze. Itachi never believed those who said that it was pleasant to be jealous. But now he was convinced from his own experience that it was wildly pleasant. A blissful warmth spread through his chest. But he couldn't let Naruto be nervous any longer. She would be able to get Yuko out of the way. What could you expect from the most unpredictable ninja of Konoha? So he simply kissed her. And Naruto smiled into the kiss. Naruto looked thoughtfully at the sheet of paper with notes. Kurina Yuhi was not there, and Asuma had disappeared somewhere. There were rumors that Akatsuki had been spotted near the fire temple, supposedly they had even kidnapped the mentor from there. Asuma and his team volunteered to check it out. It seemed like they should have returned by now. You can't make a pregnant woman worry like that. Tell Minori-san that I went out to get some fresh air, she said to Anko, who had become her permanent courier. The idea of making mutants messengers took root. The mice happily ran on missions, provided that they were treated to something tasty. But who would refuse cute little eyes and furry triangular muzzles with round ears? The mouse nodded importantly and again began an unequal fight with the ficus. Unequal, because the ficus resisted and managed to grow new shoots every day. Somehow it learned to absorb the chakra spilled in the hospital. Or the owner of the laboratory influenced it that way. Kurenai lived in a small apartment. Naruto flew up the narrow stairs, walked along the dark corridor with only one dim light bulb and knocked on the door. The owner appeared immediately. Excited anticipation gave way to disappointment. Sorry, Naruto, I. Come in, she stepped aside, letting the guest in. Thank you. The girl took off her shoes at the threshold, sat down on a tiny sofa, looking around. The apartment looked cozy and very nice, so homey and feminine. Scarlet flowers were blooming on the windowsill. They smelled magical, but unobtrusive. Asuma brought them from one of the missions, the woman smiled, serving tea. Although her belly was not yet visible, she had already switched to loose, baggy dresses. I have a bad feeling, she admitted. Really bad. Kurenai-san. The woman raised her eyes, sore from anxiety. I've never worried about him, but today. Naruto didn't know what to say, how to comfort him. There was a knock on the door, and Yuhi went to open it. A voice rang out that seemed vaguely familiar to the girl. Then the door closed, the woman went out into the corridor. A muffled cry, and the sound of falling. Naruto rushed there. Shikamaru Nara stood in the corridor, dirty, beaten, and holding the unconscious Yuhi in his arms. What happened? Naruto asked, checking his pulse, the reaction of his pupils. Out of habit, she carried a first aid kit in her hip bag. Asuma sensei died, Shikamaru squeezed out. And asked me to take care of her. In the eyes of his former classmate, there was emptiness poisoned by bitterness. He had just lost more than his teachers. He had lost one of the foundations of his world, which had seemed unshakable, invulnerable. Somehow, it is quickly forgotten that jonins are also people. And also mortal. Come in, the girl nodded decisively. You will keep your promise. The guy carefully placed the woman on the couch, and went to the windowsill and started playing with the lighter. Naruto stabilized the pressure, stabilized the condition of the fetus. Fortunately, the shock did not affect it too much. Although in the future it will be necessary to ensure that Kurenai does not get nervous. But for this, Asuma took a promise from Shikamaru. What happened? The same question, but the meaning is different. Shikamaru sighed, his hands trembled, and the ring clicked in vain. We ran into Akatsuki, who kidnapped Asuma sensei's friend. We fought with him, and I couldn't even help him. All my efforts were in vain. I did not have enough strength. He drooped, his shoulders dropped. Shikamaru, Naruto came up, put her hand on her classmate's shoulder, forcing him to look into his eyes. They changed, the guy grew up, put on a jonin vest. He became a genius of tactics and strategy, like many generations of his clan before him. But now the same boy from the class stood in front of Naruto, simple, a little scared. And depressed. Your main weapon is your mind. Even you can't fight without knowing anything about the enemy. And if you take everything so emotionally during missions, you will never save anyone, Datebao. How did you? He stopped. Naruto hugged herself. Remembering. My first serious mission was a person dear to me. He was dying in my arms, and if I had gotten nervous, I would have killed him. Not that stupid poison, not the wounds, but me. She turned around and headed for the exit. I left the medicine. Don't let her get nervous. And remind her that she should go for checkups once every 2 weeks. If you want to talk about something, come. I'll be waiting at any time of the day or night. And she quietly closed the door. All that was left was to hope that Shikamaru would think about it. In the middle of the night, Itachi was awakened by a knock on the door. He cursed, tried to get up, but got tangled in long golden strands, immediately waking Naruto. Ida, what happened? The girl yawned sleepily and rubbed her eyes. Someone came to see you. Aha, open it for him. Uzumaki deftly tugged her own hair, releasing the Uchiha from captivity, and fell asleep again. Actually, this is your apartment. The man tried to get through to her and was generously ignored by his tired beloved. He smiled, kissed her affectionately on the nose, and went to open it. Let the late visitor blame himself, no one has yet cancelled the Sharingan for preventive purposes. Shikamaru Nara stood on the threshold. The strategist only raised his eyebrows, seeing not quite the one he expected. I need Naruto. She's sleeping. The shinobi drilled each other with stubborn looks. Shikamaru was not going to back down from his plan, and Itachi really didn't want to wake up the sweetly sleeping girl. From the depths of the apartment came a heartbreaking Datebao along with a yawn. Itachi, if this is your brother, I give you permission to kill him on my behalf. If everyone else, drive him to the kitchen, we'll drink tea. I won't fall asleep anyway, Naruto ordered. Uchiha chuckled and stepped aside. The Nara boy wanted to avenge the death of his teacher. And his plan was pretty good, and he needed Naruto as a force support. I'll come, the girl put the cup aside. Just a few hours later, I need to finish at least part of the work for the Hokage. Got it, Nara thought about it, counted. 8 is all the head start I can guarantee you. Ino and Cho will go with me, they are not the best warriors yet, their task is to weaken attention and lure into a trap. So our only hope is Kakashi-san. He's with us too. Good. When Shikamaru left, Itachi hugged Naruto, who was standing by the window. Do you think he'll cope? He already has, the girl leaned back on his chest. He'll feel better when that creature ceases to exist. You're a medic, you know better. That's right, I'm a medic, Datebao. Uzumaki turned around and poked her finger at the man's chest. And I prescribe you, Uchiha-san, bed rest. I'll be happy to fulfill your order, esteemed doctor. The corners of her lips lifted, the smile that Itachi lets Naruto kiss. And in 5 hours, she and her team are already on their way. Do you think we can handle it? Sasuke ran level with Naruto. Sai, Sakura, and Yamato were flying next to them. As our pathologist says, participate and conquer. The same principle underlies Shiki's plan. It should work, he is the best strategist in the village. From afar, they saw a huge wave of flame rushing towards their comrades. Yamato Taicho, Naruto screamed and activated wind. Tenzo added water from himself, and together they, with Hurricane Whirlpool, extinguished the fire. And Sasuke was already dancing with one of the strange shadows, as if woven from threads. Naruto hurried to his aid. He and Itachi are different. With Sasuke like parts of a mechanism ground against each other, thought out to the core. And with Itachi, the difference in strength, skill and experience elevates the fight to the level of art. And they dance in the orange flames, in the black and scarlet world of Tsukiyomi. But no matter who he works with, the result is the same, they win. 2 more members of the Akatsuki organization ceased to exist. And Shikamaru calmed down. He had his revenge. Naruto always liked the Hokage's office for its warm, almost honeyed aura of home comfort. No matter how angry or tense Tsunade was, her office never became just a workplace. Even ANBU were reluctant to leave here. However, now the atmosphere had changed dramatically. The gloomy Hokage was sitting at her desk, reading the lines of a painstakingly written report. Naruto exchanged surprised glances with Sakura, raising her eyebrows. She only shrugged, the teacher did not have time to tell her what had happened. The Sannin looked up at the people who had entered. Naruto, how long will it take you to finish the scroll? She asked. Naruto mentally estimated the amount of work remaining. Due to the size of the seal, the symbols had to be completed in parts, firmly connecting them together with a ligature filled with neutral chakra. Delicate, responsible work. Naruto had no right to make a mistake, because in that case, all the scrolls of the system would have to be redone, and Tora's work would go down the drain. 2 days should be enough, she nodded. I'll give you a day, the Hokage snapped. Kabuto and his henchmen were spotted on a lake within the Land of Fire. I believe they are Orochimaru's surviving test subjects. Where did he find such loyal people? The woman cursed angrily. She turned her gaze back to the girls. According to reports, they are planning to summon the 3 tails to our world, which left after the death of Mizuka Jigura. We cannot allow Akatsuki to get another Biju. Therefore, we must get ahead of them. I have sent 3 active squads there. I will give you the coordinates, and when you finish the scroll, you will join Kakashi and Yamato. Shizune is already there, she knows what to do. You will help her with sealing the Biju, the woman spoke in short, clipped phrases. It was obvious that she did not like the current situation. Sakura, you stay at the hospital. Take over all of Naruto's work, you'll be replacing her. But I could help with the Biju, the girl said timidly. There should always be a high-ranking medic in the hospital for complex operations. Tsunade sighed tiredly, sharply, as if a rod had been pulled out of her. Right now, there are only 2 such medics in Konoha, you and Naruto. Naruto has a larger chakra reserve, plus she's a master of Fuinjutsu. And Minori-san got sick, Uzumaki added. After that check, he came down with a fever. He caught it from some patient. Got it, Sakura didn't show her disappointment. I can handle it. Great. You can go, the Hokage waved her hand, again delving into the reports. The girls went out into the corridor. Sorry, Datebao. For what? Sakura shrugged and smiled. Teacher of the law, Konoha should have a medic in case of an emergency. Besides, she smiled wider. Even if it's only for a while, I'll be the head of the hospital. Naruto grinned. Come on, I'll hand over my affairs to you, Datebao. Naruto ran out to the lake long before dawn, when the first twilight had not yet blossomed. She stopped on a small hillock and looked at the huge expanse of water. Somewhere there was a giant turtle hiding, Sambai. She even felt sorry for the animal on which she would have to test the first such complex seal in her life. After all, she judged by her students, experiments in the hospital always took place, with noise and crackling. And the obligatory subsequent major repairs. Isabu deserved it, Fox snorted inside. I didn't know you were so cruel, Kurama, Naruto smiled sunnily in her mind. The way her friend and Itachi loved. At least don't think about your Uchiha now, the demon winced. All my thoughts are already filled with him. I can't, a shrug of the shoulders and a strange aftertaste in my thoughts, like after a refreshing summer rain. The demon grinned. Naruto thought that at that moment he, just like her, could see the misty surface of the lake. And he looked thoughtfully into the distance. Don't worry about Isabu. In the last few decades, he's had even less brains when he was reborn than Shikaku. With the raccoon, everything is clear, he's the youngest, the weakest of us. He's just afraid of being a blunt weapon again. And he's in a hurry to use or kill people before something similar is done to him. But Isabu, he hasn't had any intelligence for a long time. I don't understand why, a shrug, madly wagging tails. He could have destroyed the entire area here, he could have killed that Four Eyes guy and his team, but he doesn't. He doesn't speak, he doesn't communicate. And it seems to me that he doesn't remember us at all. As far as I know, before that he lived in the mist. Everyone there is a little more cruel. Remember at least what Zabuza told us. This is not an excuse, a trifle, not an excuse at all. The fox turned away and covered his muzzle with his tails. She felt the presence of Sambai. Not only as a censor. His chakra, his heavy energy was spilled in the air. And it was completely different from the Kyuubi's chakra. The fox's anger was hot, fiery, it burned, it sought to devour, to destroy a person, completely. And it was directed. Kyuubi's hatred had names. And Sambai's rage, like water, it was everywhere. Cold, viscous, and powerful, like the ninth wave. Isabu was not used to expecting anything good from people, and he hated everyone and everything. He simply hated, lived by instincts. And now, like a predator, he was waiting to see what those who summoned him would do. Those whom he considered his enemies. For him, everyone was an enemy, even his fellow demons. The fog got into her mouth, leaving a sweetish viscous taste on her tongue. Naruto cursed, pulling the mask over her face and activating the seals. She ran chakra through her body, cleansing it of the drug's influence. Who would have thought that the fog here had hallucinogenic properties? The girl, as usual, took out the scroll and sealed a small tentacle in it that had inadvertently crept up on her. She could study it later, at home in the lab. After all, the fog was just condensed water, nothing terrible would happen to it in the scroll. Out of the corner of her eye, Uzumaki noticed something interesting. A light, now brightly flaring up into a flame, now almost dying out, like a candle in the wind. And the same aura, the same heaviness emanated from it as from the lake. The girl frowned. Has Isabu's Jinchuriki really already appeared? I knew it was you, Dobe. Sasuke appeared silently behind her. Naruto shuddered, the light flickered and went out, as if it had never been there. She turned to her friend. Raised an eyebrow, pointed at the mask. He chuckled, but obediently activated the Sharingan. I see you've already figured out the properties of the fog, he chuckled. But we ran after Lee for almost 2 hours when he inhaled this nasty stuff. He kept thinking that he didn't have enough power of youth. Naruto laughed. They headed together to the temporary shelter of the Konoha shinobi. And how did your brother let you go alone? Asked Sasuke, vigilantly examining the area. And he's on a mission, the girl responded frivolously, also scanning the area. There's no such thing as too much caution. Bijou is a weapon of mass destruction and intimidation. A huge supply of chakra that even the most powerful shinobi could not dream of. The double-edged sword of Jinchuriki prevented him from using it for personal purposes. On the one hand, it protects people from the demon, and on the other hand, the demon from people. And most often, the carrier shared with the Bijou not only one body, but also one fate, fear, hatred, contempt of others. But they never tried to use them openly, it was fraught. If the countries found out that a Bijou without a carrier had appeared somewhere, this could result in a local war. And no one would care whose territory the beast appeared on. As they say, the end justifies the means. It was necessary to attract as little attention as possible to an inconspicuous lake on the territory of the Land of Fire. And so Akatsuki had already appeared there. That is why Naruto went on a journey alone, without cover. Although Tsunade hesitated for a long time before allowing her to do this. After all, her granddaughter is the carrier of the strongest demon, and the times are turbulent. Uzumaki knew how to convince. And she understood that Itachi would worry and scold her when she returned. But, despite everything, he would understand the logic of her actions. Pushing aside the bushes wet from the fog, they came to a small wooden house with the symbol of the leaf. All the members of the scent teams were already inside. Naruto greeted Shino, Ino, Hinata, and Tenten, hugged Lee, stroked Akamaru, shook Kiba's hand, and smiled at Sai. It was nice when people were genuinely happy to see you. Shizun looked very unusual in a Chunin vest and trousers. Uzumaki had never seen her in combat gear before. They sat in a semicircle so that everyone could see the three leaders of the operation, Shizun, Kakashi, and Yamato. Sai and Sasuke, as usual, sat on either side of their friend, covering her. As far as we could find out, Akatsuki member Yakushi Kabuto is not acting here alone. His henchmen are former test subjects of Orochimaru. Among them are Kunoichi with rare crystal techniques. Do you know what it is, Naruto? Shizun spoke. The ability of some shinobi to turn any liquid into crystals using ninjutsu, nodded Uzumaki, who had only read about it. But, as a rule, they are quickly destroyed. If in battle. And if not in battle? Kakashi narrowed his only visible eye. The term depends on the life of the creator of the technique. That's right, nodded Shizun and continued. Naruto felt a surge of gratitude to Tsunade's assistant, since she was trying exclusively for her. The others had long been aware of the situation. Using an unknown technique, they are going to seal Sambai in a boy named Yukimaru, who can somehow control the Bijou. How old is he? Naruto immediately tensed up, already understanding what kind of flickering light she had seen in the darkness on the shore. 10 to 12 years, within that range, Ino answered, frowning. What? Usually they try to seal the Bijou into children. The older the person, the harder it is for him to adjust his consciousness to the presence of a demon. Naruto bit her lip, looking around at the serious faces of her comrades. The older the person, the greater his chances of dying during the sealing. Naruto, you are also a Jinchuriki, Sai bowed his head. Yes, the girl clenched her fists. The Kyuubi was sealed in me on the day of my birth. And I would not wish such a life on anyone, she said as if cutting it off. We will try to save him, Shizun nodded softly. Sasuke squeezed his friend's hand, stroking his tense knuckles with his thumb. The others tried not to focus on the excessive pallor of the Uzumaki. Our task is to get ahead of Kabuto and seal the Sambai first. The scroll that Naruto brought will help us with this. Ino, Hinata, and Naruto will go with me. I will need their control over chakra. Tenten, Kiba, Lee, you and Captain Yamato will comb the shore for Kabuto's henchmen. The rest will protect us under Kakashi's leadership. The shinobi nodded in concentration. Ino cleared her throat, drawing attention. If control is needed, why didn't Sakura come? He's better, she admitted barely audibly, blushing to her ears. Because the village always needs a doctor for complex operations, Shizen explained. Are the tasks clear to everyone? Then get to work. A minute later, the house was empty. Naruto walked carefully, feeling Sasuke's calming presence behind her. But it didn't bother her much. Above her head, a barrier net, shining blue and orange, was spread out, her personal work of art. And, like any creator, she felt her brainchild. Previously, she had only read about it in her grandmother's diary, but now, together with a huge invisible net, she covered the entire lake, felt the bottom and rocky shores, looked through each wave in search of a giant turtle. Her physical body simply ceased to exist, as if she dissolved in her own creation, became a part of it, because this barrier contained her exclusive chakra, Uzumaki chakra. These letters that glowed above her head, she wrote them out over long nights. And she put her strength and a bit of blood into them to make them stronger. If Bie-chan found out about her arbitrariness, she would personally send her to a hospital bed. But now Naruto was proud of herself. Only at that moment did she truly feel like a scarlet demon, a full-fledged Uzumaki. Behind her, a wall of crystals collapsed into the water with a crunch and a crash, and Naruto was forced to return to reality. Only then did she notice how hard it was for Ino to maintain concentration, how a drop of sweat was crawling down Hinata's neck, how painfully Shizen's lip was bitten. She, accustomed to constantly cleaning her chakra from the Kyuubi energy, to constant dosing and filtering, had no trouble maintaining a clean, directed flow, because that was what she had been doing all her life. But the others had a hard time. Naruto? Shizen raised her eyes to her colleague. The network found him, be ready to seal him, Naruto nodded. The kunoichi, who called herself Guren, almost flew to them, when two clones of Naruto with water Rasen shuriken appeared in her path. There was no need to launch them at the enemy, because, spinning, they created a saw effect and easily broke any fragile barriers in their path. Naruto once again became proud of her own successes. It meant that her efforts were not in vain, if with the help of the invention even a clone can hold back the attacks of a fairly strong shinobi. And how good that she used the technique before she started working with the seal. Sambai fell into their trap. On the edge of Naruto's consciousness, she felt how the turtle was struggling in a vice, how it was poking its huge body into the elastic barrier, trying to get out. And this made it even more difficult to control the seal. The girl bit her lip, blew a wet strand of hair from her face. She never gave up, always fought to the end. And this time she would not give in. Not to some crazy demon. But his howl made her shudder with all her body. Sambai was crying, heartrendingly, sadly, he was screaming with all his might, like a lost child. There was so much grief, so much longing in his voice, that her heart was breaking. And as if all that hatred that was spreading over the air wasn't there. Sambai was crying, he was begging, and for the first time Naruto thought that they were offending someone whose intelligence was no better than a child's. Isabu was struggling in the snares, pinned to the bottom, trying to break them with all three tails and furiously rolling his red eye, and Naruto listened to his howl and couldn't stop. Chakra was pouring from her fingers while she, enchanted, listened to the wordless plea, filled with wild, inhuman pain. Sambai was crying. Like a little child. And then he jumped, flew up almost to the very dome of the seal, raising a tall column of water. The waves washed away the girls, forced them to break the seal. The dome began to slowly fade, thin connections, graceful blue-red patterns broke and melted in the air, disappearing without a trace. Only Uzumaki would have enough strength for a second attempt. Isabu roared triumphantly, dull, growling notes turned into a piercing cry of martial joy. Like a huge building, it rose above the stunned shinobi. After which it headed straight for Guren. Sasuke caught the almost choking Naruto, Lee helped Tenten and Ino, while Shino fished out Hinata. Shizen got out herself, and now they all looked together in horror at the fast-moving bijou. A ball of sparkling chakra began to form near its mouth, closed by horny plates. And two water balls rushed towards Guren at great speed. She was thrown onto the shore of a small island. The bijou aimed at her with a sharp spike on the end of one of its tails. No way. Uzumaki hissed furiously. I won't give up so easily. There was another technique that was considered almost an improved Uzumaki Genkai. Chakra chains, with which they could not only attack or bind an opponent, but also bind a bijou, even drink someone else's chakra. During training, Naruto was able to create no more than 3 or 4 thin chains, and she did not tell anyone about this skill of hers, so as not to be disappointed ahead of time. She did not like premature conclusions. And she still did not think that she had worked out the technique perfectly, but there was no choice. Kakashi was wounded, his spine was damaged in the battle with Guren. The rest were battered by her assistants. Even Sasuke was still ablaze with an activated dojutsu. Datebao. Naruto arched, folded seals, wanting to protect with all her might. To protect the exhausted, almost unconscious Ino, who was only holding on with her stubbornness and pride. The humble Hinata, who always encouraged her. Sasuke, her friend and almost brother, Sai, her best patient. Shizune and even the unbearable, always running away, Hataki. To protect those she considered her friends. A pair of piercing, mesmerizing black eyes appeared before her inner vision. Naruto chuckled, tasting the salty taste on her lips. Blood splashed out of her mouth with her exhalation. From her chest, where the Byakugo mark was, a whole bunch of elegant, but incredibly strong golden chains with spikes on the links and hooks on the ends burst out with a ringing sound. They entangled the 3 tails and slowed its advance. Naruto wheezed when the chains tightened, but held them. For the first time, she felt something that she had not felt during training. These chains were a part of her, her blood and her power. They had always been with her, like the Uzumaki legacy. And she could control them if only she could understand how. Naruto? Sasuke's astonished face appeared before her eyes. You won't get it, Datebao. The girl wheezed and tried to get up. Her friend immediately grabbed her arm, and Sai came up from the other side. Slowly, very slowly, she began to pull the chains into herself. Link by link, carefully bringing the 3-tailed turtle closer to her. The turtle struggled, trying to break free, but Naruto maintained her concentration. Despite the cold weather and the chilly fog, sweat was pouring down her face, burning her eyes. Her throat was dry. Get the scroll, she croaked to Shizune. Are you sure? She reached for the heavy bundle. No, Datebao. Naruto shook her head, not taking her eyes off the approaching Sambai shell. But we won't get a second try, I can't handle it. Okay, let's try. The medic, with the help of Kakashi and Shino, unrolled the scroll where the bijou was supposed to go. Naruto continued to pull it towards herself, although she felt the hellish resistance of the demon who did not want to be captured. She literally saw how her reserve was drying up, how the stone floor of her personal catacombs was showing. But she couldn't do otherwise. A woman with blue-black hair rushed towards her. She created a transparent scarlet dragon and tried to cut the chains. But the bared mouth of the created beast collided with Sasuke's katana, sparkling from the chidori. I won't allow it, he said calmly, and 3 tomo began to spin in his eyes. Lightning crumbled the crystal like lump sugar, and it fell like pink snowflakes. A child's cry came from the shore. Mrs. Guren. And a shining column of bluish chakra struck the sky. The 3-tailed beast rushed towards it, Naruto hissed, every movement was reflected in pain in her body. As if the spikes on the chains were wounding her from the inside. Sambai fluttered, moving his whole body to get out. No, to get to the one who could subdue him. Naruto felt the wild anger again. Shizune, take the others away, Datebao, she shouted, pointing at the dead tired boys. We can't seal him today. He wants to get to the boy. I'll hold him off, and you take the boy away. Got it, the woman nodded, handed the tired kunoichi to her comrades, and quickly rolled up the scroll herself. And ran to the chakra pillar. Sasuke landed next to her. I won't leave you. SAS. My brother will take my head off, he said through clenched teeth, not taking his eyes off the frozen Guren. The woman looked at the thinning pillar of light with alarm, then turned to Naruto again. Are you sure he wants to attack Yukamaru? She asked. Her voice matched her appearance, bright, defiant and at the same time sensual. The girl closed her eyes, listening to the howl spreading over the waves. The QB inside her made her extremely sensitive to demonic energy. Yes, she nodded decisively. He hates and is afraid that they can put him in a cage again. And he understands that they can. Where did you? I'm a Jinchuriki, Naruto raised her head defiantly. Isn't that what you wanted to do with the boy? It would have been better to kill him. I wouldn't wish such a fate on my enemy. Yes, she became friends with her bijou, began to trust him like her best friend. Yes, Kurama trusts her, cares for her and protects her, but not everyone is so lucky. Many went crazy, unable to cope with the power inside. Like Gaara and Shikaku, they were never able to get along in the world. Giran flinched as if from a blow. How long can you hold off the three tails? She whispered, turning pale. I don't know, Datebao. Naruto clenched her fists. This is my first time using this technique, it's too expensive even for me. I'm still not used to it yet. Got it, the kunoichi nodded. Hold out for a couple of minutes. I'll try to distract Sanbai. Why do you need it? Sasuke narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Because I want to save Yukamaru. And as long as you have the same goal, we are on the same side. She rushed forward, Uchiha followed her. Sanbai easily brushed off the Chidori, his thick shell protecting him from the fireballs. Naruto coughed heartbreakingly when someone landed next to him. I can't hold out much longer, she whispered. The chain swayed and with a thin ringing sound quickly retracted inside. It was dangerous, the girl wiped the sweat from her forehead. And laughed hoarsely. Sasuke and Giran's attacks bore fruit. Sanbai forgot about Yukamaru and went under the water. Naruto looked at Giran standing next to her with a smile and felt the water ripple under her too late. With a piercing groan, Sanbai flew up above them in another jump. Naruto's eyes widened as she looked at his gray belly, covered in a thick shell, which seemed to cover the entire sky. The wave raised by the bijou grabbed them and dragged them into the very depths of the water. After which the world plunged into darkness. Sasuke stared wide-eyed at the spot where Naruto had just stood. His eyes were burning, his brain was splitting from the tsunami of information that had fallen on him. He saw everything around him, every movement, every fluctuation of his chakra. And he was going crazy. Liquid, too thick for tears, was running down his cheeks. He was an Uchiha, he had been taught since childhood to quickly assess the situation, to draw conclusions, but now he did not want to think about the simplest, most obvious conclusion. Sanbai could not kill her, he simply could not. No matter how strong he was. Naruto. His eyes were burning, his brain was being torn apart by a typhoon of information, and liquid, too thick for tears, was running down his cheeks. Despite this, Sasuke knew Naruto was alive. She simply had to survive, no matter what. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan blooming in his eyes persistently tried to convince him otherwise. A dark, gloomy room with high ceilings. As if someone had molded it from clay of all shades, from dark brown to light, almost sandy. An unknown sculptor had imprinted a pattern on all surfaces, repeating the plates of the carapace and tails of Sanbai. Naruto habitually drove chakra through her body, scanned it for damage. Before, she could not even imagine that she would ever be able to feel the depletion of chakra. The chains not only exhausted her, but also significantly reduced the reserve. But she finally understood the principle of this technique. Grandma was right when she wrote that sometimes, with a surge of adrenaline, a person is capable of the impossible. And as a result, she and the enemy kunoichi were swallowed by a bijou. Yes, I think it's a bit late to ask what Isabu eats, Naruto thoughtfully noted, getting up. She was still unsteady, but Kurama, although cursing, was still actively replenishing the loss of chakra. Water was once again flooding the floors of her inner catacombs. A muffled curse was heard ahead, and Naruto headed there. Giran was half lying, leaning against the wall, the side of her green dress was stained with blood. The large white flower of the pattern was turning scarlet. The girl sat down, activating the medical equipment. What happened? She asked with interest. I did not see that any of ours could touch you, Datebao. The woman winced. Minor disagreements with the allies. Because of Yukimaru? Giran twitched, but nodded. Now she was weaker than Naruto, and understood that it was better for them to stick together. Especially if her friends were looking for the girl, and the allies abandoned Giran herself. From the darkness came a strange grinding, rustling, like hundreds of small feet. The women jumped up. Naruto jerked for the tesson and only now realized that she did not feel the usual weight of the fan on her back. She listened, activated the seal beacon. The weapon was far away. Most likely, Sambai knocked it down when he swallowed Uzumaki. Tiny copies of Isabu, no bigger than a cat, crawled out into the light. And quickly crawled towards the kunoichi. They are going to, Giran screamed and jumped back when one of the copies touched her with sharp spikes. Run, Datebao. The copies filled everything. They resembled a gray swaying sea. A quiet rustling followed Uzumaki while he and Giran ran along the tangled corridors. It reflected off the walls, accumulated under the ceiling, which made it seem like they were about to be caught up. What is this? The woman asked breathlessly. It resembles the body's defense system, Uzumaki answered, trying not to lose her breath. When a virus gets inside the body, the immune system begins to produce antibodies that destroy the infection. Here, the virus is us. And Sambai is trying to get rid of us. What awaits us? We'll run until we find a way out. Naruto stopped, leaned on her knees. She frowned and bit her lip. What? Giran jumped up. If the antibodies produced do not work, the immune system creates new, more advanced ones. If these little ones do not kill us, the Sambai organism will come up with something else. Any ideas on how we can get out of here? My chakra is practically at zero. I can't even create a small crystal now. Her cheeks turned red. It was hard for the woman to admit her own weakness, it hurt her pride. Naruto listened to herself. Her strength reserve had not fully restored, but she was still an Uzumaki. And what she called a half-empty reserve exceeds the capabilities of many shinobi. It is unlikely that she will be able to create a Rasen shuriken, but it will be enough for shadow cloning or a small summoning. I need time. The girl looked around, noticed a hole in the ceiling. There. She turned her back to Giran, offering to jump. I can't. The woman turned away, blushing. Why? This will kill my pride. Then stay here, Naruto said seriously. Die proudly here from small copies of Sambai, and then Yukimaru, perhaps, will be captured by your former allies and planted with a bijou. Or they will come up with something else. What do you care about Yukimaru? The woman flared up, clenched her fists, as if she wanted to pounce on her comrade in misfortune. You forgot I am a Jinchuriki, Datebao. And I would not wish my enemy to become a cage for a demon. Naruto carefully examined the wall. What would have happened if she had not met Fumiko and Kagami? Had not met Itachi and Sasuke? Would she have endured universal hatred all her life? After all, she did not pay attention to those around her, because she had those who accepted her anyway. And whom she loved. Even though she started out with the Uchiha clan as a mutually beneficial partnership, now not a day goes by without someone from the police saying hello to her. Just like that, joyfully and friendly. Her life before they appeared was a hopeless nightmare, from which she could not escape. Naruto was ready to do anything for a simple kind word, for a simple pat on the head. No, she did not want such a fate even for Yukimaru, who was a stranger to her. You do not understand, Giran drooped. It was I who killed Yukimaru's mother, because of me he wanders the world. So replace her, Datebao. Become another real mother to him. After all, you love him so much. Naruto smiled straight into the surprised eyes of the woman. It was red in her eyes. Gestures. For the sake of the boy, she was not afraid to quarrel with old allies, to unite with enemies. For his sake, she was ready to sacrifice her life. The corridor began to rustle again, and it was flooded with gray waves of small sambai. The monsters surrounded their prey and froze a couple of meters away. Naruto thought she could hear how loudly they were breathing, and see the greedy, bloodthirsty gleam from their red eyes. The waves parted, and a larger three-tailed turtle appeared from the shadows. Slowly, unhurriedly, savoring every moment of people's surprised horror, the monster headed towards them. What were you saying about improving antibodies? Giran quickly climbed onto the girl's back. It seems you're right, it's not the time for pride. Naruto felt her smile with her back when she jumped into the hole. The woman pressed her lips to his ear. I will try to become a real mother to Yukimaru, she whispered quietly. Uzumaki only smiled in response. The upper floor was empty for now. Bijou is a huge clot of chakra. Sambai's body itself created interference for the use of natural energy. She will not be able to constantly maintain the summoning inside it, and to break through this dense field, she will need much more energy than she has now. It would be worth trying to break through with the help of elemental techniques, but if she starts using them in the wrong place, makes a mistake, this can attract the attention of the antibodies, which in such a state is equivalent to death. This is where the Kyuubi's chakra reserve would have come in handy, but the seal installed by her father did not allow the fox to influence the Jinchuriki's body. And the full release of his chakra is also an influence. For many years, the Kyuubi carefully, little by little, saturated the girl's body with his chakra, providing excellent regeneration, increasing vitality, and slowly weakening the seal. True, he stopped doing the latter when Naruto began to descend into her inner world and talk to him. Naruto sighed, gathered the rest of her chakra, feeling how the stone floor of the inner reservoir was exposed again. A short call from tiny Katsuyu, to whom she quickly rattled off a message. The girl leaned back against the wall to rest, and reached for her beacon, left on Shizune. It should work, it simply must, date Bayo. The seal was felt faintly, as if through thick fog. In response to Naruto's signal, she transferred another call. He took the rest of her strength. Already closing her eyes, she heard Giran's worried cries. Girl, hey, girl. She thought that she still hadn't told her temporary ally her name. Oh well, there would be time. For some reason, this time she saw not darkness, but black ravens circling against the scarlet sky. Light touches to the face, to the hair. Fingertips ran over the eyelids, touched the eyelashes. Naruto smiled, catching a familiar pleasant aroma, fresh, light. Itachi. I dreamed of you, she said, but only a wheeze escaped from her throat. Shoo, lie down, rest. It's too early for you to talk, the man whispered. The bed creaked, and a heavy body settled down next to her. Itachi moved the girl onto his shoulder, hugged her, burying his nose in her hair. Get ready, he said. Now I'm going to scold you. And after that, you will definitely get more from Kurama. I've already made arrangements with him. Naruto opened her eyes in surprise and immediately closed them with a groan when daylight hit her face. Blinking, she acted more carefully. Itachi looked exhausted, tortured. A wave of regret stirred in Naruto's soul when she realized who was to blame. I'm sorry, she whispered quietly, not risking speaking out loud again. She ran her fingers over the bruises under her eyes, touched the deepened folds near her nose. I'm sorry. Itachi intercepted her wrist, buried his face in it, and took a deep breath. What happened there? Katsuyu managed to pass your message on to Shizune, after which she immediately dispersed. The squad immediately went to the lake. Kakashi and Sasuke used Chidori to make a hole in the Sambai's barrier and in its shell. That kunoichi, Giran. She dragged you on herself for several hours from the place where you were thrown out by the whirlpool we summoned. What happened to the Sambai? Akatsuki got him. Naruto's face sank. All their efforts were in vain. I'm sorry, she whispered again. Akatsuki really battered your squad. Ino and Hinata were unconscious, Kakashi was wounded. With such forces, you simply couldn't continue the sealing, Itachi spoke evenly, calmly, as if reading a report. But suddenly he grabbed the girl by the shoulders, shook her and carefully laid her back on the pillow. The pattern of the Sharingan was spinning in her black eyes. All this time, you were in critical condition. Creating the summoning, breaking through the Sambai field with it, you exhausted your entire supply of spiritual chakra and have already switched to physical. A little more, and the same could have happened to you as to Gaara. You were saved only by the vitality of the Uzumaki and the regeneration of the fox. Even the Kyuubi could not have helped you from the cage. Sasuke's Mangekyo awakened, he and Sai took turns dragging you to the village. Itachi breathed heavily, burying his face in the girl's neck. I almost lost you, do you understand that? I'm sorry, Naruto ran her fingers through the heavy, smooth strands. But you understand that I won't change. I'll still be asking for trouble, I'll fight. And I'll do everything in my power to win. I understand, Itachi nodded. But that doesn't make it any easier for me. And I can't even lock you up anywhere, you'll break any barrier. Or you'll ask your rats, he chuckled. Naruto laughed, realizing that she was forgiven. So you won't scold me anymore? Not for that, the Uchiha shook his head. Then, maybe you'll kiss me? The girl narrowed her eyes slyly. And she felt the gentle touch of Itachi's lips, his breath on her skin. She arched, trying to press herself as close as possible. But now you can't, because you have a hospital regimen. I'm the head of the hospital, I'm a doctor, I know what's best for me, Datebao. Naruto snapped. Their kiss was interrupted by the door swinging open. Sakura flew into the room. Not paying attention to the ambiguous position in which she found her colleague, the kunoichi rushed around the ward. Uzumaki, since you're awake, take back your post. She almost screamed. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't understand. I was clearly in a state of affect when I planned to become the head of the hospital. Yes, in a state of affect, it seemed that Sakura was trying to convince herself of this. What happened? Naruto asked with interest. Itachi was in no hurry to let her out of his arms. Moreover, in front of them was Sakura, who herself was running after the Uchiha. Patients, employees, diagnoses, tests, I understand that, Sakura waved her hands. But mice, valerian, chess, and tea parties with suppliers, mice again. No, I can't stand that. So I solemnly return the position to you and take the days off. And I can't, I'm on bed rest, Naruto smiled. We'll fix it now. Sakura came up and scribbled a couple of lines in the medical history. Now, you're absolutely healthy. So, she thought, putting her finger to her lips. Did I forget anything? Mice, a robe, a ficus, she listed. A bandage, stories. Everything is there. I ran. And ran out of the room. Original, Datebao, Naruto stated. She turned to Itachi. And what happened to Guren and Yukimaru? The man reached out and handed the girl a small, neat crystal of a rich pink color, in which a blossoming camellia flower was imprisoned. A small note was attached to it. Thank you for opening my eyes. Naruto smiled and looked up at Itachi again. The man hugged her and took her hand. My mission is reconnaissance in a neighboring country. He paused for a moment, looking at Naruto seriously and anxiously. The Four Tails was caught by the swordsman Kisame, Kabuto's partner. That's why it wasn't at the lake. Now Akatsuki's last target is the Kyuubi. They'll come for you. The girl nodded. I understand, she squeezed the man's strong fingers. But as long as you're with me, I'm sure we'll handle everything. They were silent for a while, simply enjoying the cozy silence that reigned in the room. By the way, Uzumaki raised her head. What did my rodents do there, Datebao? And I'll tell you, probably, that the world is most beautiful when a new day knocks on the window. Naruto hummed a song softly, watering the flowers on the window. After the mission on the lake, she was removed from all practical matters, allowed to take on only documentation, contracts, and other paperwork of the hospital. Until full recovery. So Uzumaki began her first full vacation in her life. Previously, she couldn't even imagine how to do all the tasks in one day, she didn't have enough hours in the day, and now she didn't know how to spend her free time. There was still plenty of work, but without operations and procedures, she managed to do it in one shift. The timer beeped, telling her it was time to take the casserole out of the oven. The pastry rose and became covered with a delicious golden brown crust. Naruto inhaled the sweet aroma of raisins and apples, which she mixed with cottage cheese. Still, being a housewife from time to time isn't so bad. Especially if Itachi is there to help spend the free hours. The pie moved to the windowsill to cool, and Naruto sat on the edge of the bed, where Itachi was fast asleep. She liked to watch him sleep. In his sleep, there was nothing left of the proud clan in him, he relaxed. His facial features became softer, he winced amusingly when a sunbeam jumped across his face. The girl carefully stroked his cheek, touched his hair, not afraid to wake him up. Because once he confessed to her that only at her house, when she was nearby, he rested and did not expect an urgent call or alarm. And he smelled of something homey and cozy. Someone knocked loudly on the door, apparently with a foot. Itachi began to stir, struggling to get out of the tenacious embrace of sleep. Naruto adjusted the blanket, kissed him lightly on the cheek. "Sleep," she whispered quietly, "nothing serious." And she went to open it. She knew only one person who could so unceremoniously barge into her door at such a time. Jiraiya opened his mouth to greet the girl loudly, but she put her finger to her lips, calling for silence. She quietly led him to the kitchen, having first put a soundproof barrier on the bedroom. With his mission, her injury, and his duties in the clan, Itachi had so little rest. Let him sleep. The curious face of the Sannin appeared over his shoulder. He carefully looked at the naked Uchiha, half covered with a thin blanket, the raised questioning eyebrow of his goddaughter, and headed to the kitchen. Naruto had a hard time holding back a laugh. She, too, was terribly embarrassed at first when she found out that Itachi was used to sleeping naked. Sannin had already poured the tea and even cut the pie. "You know, sometimes it seems to me that you only come to me to eat," Naruto smiled. Jiraiya hadn't changed at all, hadn't aged a bit. The same red cloak, headband with kanji, and disheveled lush shock of absolutely white hair, except that in the corners of his eyes there were more laughing wrinkles from the smiles that he constantly lavished on beautiful ladies. But he still looked inquisitively, piercingly, although he was hiding under the mask of a joker and a slacker. Until she saw him, Naruto didn't understand how much she missed her godfather, the cheerful bickering and conversations with him. For simple communication with a person who knew her parents. She missed his stories, peeping, easy training, during which she demonstrated what she had managed to learn. "I just missed you." The man shook his head indignantly. He couldn't speak because of the pie. "It's so delicious." He spread his hands, swallowing the piece. Naruto laughed and poured him more tea. "Maybe I should offer you something more serious?" She looked into the refrigerator. "There are salads, cutlets, ribs, sushi, onigiri." "Something else," she listed. "No, thank you." Jiraiya ate half the pie, poured tea on top and leaned back against the wall, smiling blissfully and stroking his stomach. "Delightful." He exhaled. The man stared at his goddaughter for a few seconds, then stood up. "Let's take a walk?" "Of course," Naruto nodded. She left a note for Itachi not to look for it, pinned it in a prominent place, quickly changed her shoes and left the apartment, closing the door behind her. They walked slowly along the small streets of Konoha, looking at the children running past, playing shinobi and hide-and-seek. At the funny yawning cat on the threshold of a flower shop, at the woman who was giving a slap on the back of the head to an offended, pouting brat. "Are you serious?" They were just passing by the store when Jiraiya finally asked the question that was bothering him. Naruto turned and simply nodded. And noticed that she had already grown to her godfather's shoulder, although before she was drowning in his bear hug somewhere at chest level. "I love him, godfather, I love him very, very much." Jiraiya grinned, looking ahead at the clouds floating in the distance. "I've always had a hard time making sincere confessions. The most important words in my life. I was never able to say them. It's only hard the first time. Naruto looked in the same direction. It gets easier each time. They crossed the bridge that covered a small river, went down under it and took shelter in the shade of a spreading tree growing on the bank. Jiraiya took out a pair of ice cream from the scroll, broke it, like he did when they were just starting to get to know each other. Naruto still remembered the taste of that ice, its sky blue color. She leaned against the man's shoulder, thoughtfully looking at the river sparkling in the sun's rays. Small ice crumbs melted on her tongue. It tasted like apples and, for some reason, plums. The wind carried away the loud voices of children, their mothers, the welcoming cries of merchants and just acquaintances, and the indignant cries of animals, which the future shinobi did not deprive of their attention. It was quiet here, calm. A small solitude in the midst of everyday life in Konoha. "How are you?" It seemed like a simple question. But Jiraiya was a true master of words and intonation. His anxiety, his care, his worries, his knowledge of the unsuccessful mission, Naruto felt it all. And she smiled. "It was so nice when someone cared about you." "I'm fine, Datebao. Although I feel useless now. I can't train with techniques, or help with operations. I can't even prepare a mixture or some kind of ointment, because you need to put chakra into them, and I don't have enough of it yet, according to BA-chan. And how can I prove that even this insufficient is more than everyone else?" Jiraiya laughed softly and patted the girl on the head. "Tsunade is worried about you, of course, she will protect you to the end. After all, you are her favorite granddaughter. And your goddaughter. I hope, my love?" The girl narrowed her eyes. My beloved," the Sannin raised his hands. The girl nodded with satisfaction and returned her head to the man's shoulder. "I have a bad feeling. Something is about to happen. Itachi said that they have already captured all the tailed beasts except me. I am the last target." Naruto," Jiraiya scratched his nose sheepishly. "That's what I wanted to talk about. I'm going on a mission to the Rain Village to find out more about the Akatsuki leader, Pain." Naruto clenched her fists and looked down. The anxiety that had been eating her up had found its explanation. Rain is almost always torn apart by internal revolutions, power struggles. It's almost impossible to get in there. Besides, Pain will be on his own territory. "Maybe we shouldn't go, Jiraiya?" Sannin chuckled. "You sound just like Tsunade." He looked at the houses across the river. "But I want to. It's my duty. I've lived a wonderful, rich life and I want to leave something for my descendants. I want my life to be used as an example. What else is old age for then?" Naruto took a deep breath, overcoming the lump in her throat and hugging her godfather, holding him around the waist with all her strength. "Just come back, do you hear? Come back," she whispered. Jiraiya hugged her back. "I'll be back, of course, I haven't finished my book yet. Believe me, it will make me famous." And for now, he took out a stack of sheets and handed them to the girl. "Let the draft stay with you for now." Naruto nodded. They sat hugging on the riverbank for a long time until it was time for Jiraiya to go to Tsunade for final instructions. Naruto slowly walked home. The anxious feeling did not go away. Jiraiya hadn't returned even after a week. Itachi could see that Naruto was gnawing at this, but she didn't allow herself to relax. After work, she immediately ran to the training field, where she secretly trained to use techniques again, developed her own channels and hearth. Uchiha only managed to squeeze out of her the condition that she wouldn't practice every day, and that one of her friends would always be nearby, so that she could call for help if necessary. Naruto wrinkled her nose, but agreed. The man looked at the windows of the girl's apartment. The dim reflections of the table lamp were visible in them. "She is not sleeping, she is waiting." He had his parents' mansion in the clan quarter, his own small house there, given to him by his parents not without far-reaching plans, but at some point he began to notice that his legs themselves carried him to a small apartment in an old dormitory. Naruto once said that home is where a person is waited for. And she waited, and he invariably returned. To her. I'm home. Itachi took off his boots and carefully put them back on, sniffing the smell of stewed meat and vegetables and some other sweet pastries. Naruto was clearly determined to fatten him up to the state of an ikimichi, because every evening he had a hearty dinner with a mandatory dessert. He came out of the shower feeling cheerful and refreshed. He even had more strength. He took a plate, put some dinner on it, and headed to the small living room, which also served as a bedroom. Naruto was lying on the floor in an old sarafan, swinging her legs and examining a large map of Konoha with some notes and drawings in the light of a lamp. So absorbed that she didn't even hear him coming. Her loose hair flowed down her back, dripped onto the floor, rustled over the papers laid out like a fan when the girl moved and reached for a pencil. What are you doing? Itachi sat down next to her, actively chewing. Naruto turned her head, her eyes immediately shining. She pulled herself up and kissed the man on the cheek. Welcome back. Sorry, I was busy working and didn't hear you. But I see you figured out where you can get food in this apartment. Even in the first months of communicating with you, Itachi nodded proudly. And he lowered his voice, lowering it to a mysterious whisper. I'll tell you more, you yourself gave me her location. Naruto laughed cheerfully, pressed her side against the Uchiha's thigh, and buried her face in the map again. Konoha is surrounded by a spherical barrier, installed by the Uzumaki masters. I'm looking through their calculations, looking for something they might not have taken into account. Especially in the current situation. I also want to put barriers on the underground shelters and backup generators, the hospital warehouses. Itachi smiled. Naruto always became so serious, so mature, not at all like that girl who chased him around the training ground like a fan. And who was so happy to get into Tsukiyomi. She became even more beautiful. You're not listening to me at all, Datebao. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What did that poor stewed carrot do to you, that you're so brutally partaking in it with your eyes? Itachi noticed that he had been twirling a piece of carrot on a stick for 2 minutes and couldn't eat it. He looked at the girl and flicked her on the nose. I just know that you can handle everything you set your mind to. And I'll help you. Naruto. The girl smiled and immediately jumped up. I have an idea. Will you let me be capricious today? She winked slyly. Anything you want, Uchiha answered habitually, the corners of his lips lifting. Naruto let him finish his dinner, even shoved in 2 pieces of apple pie, topped it with homemade compote and dragged him along to the Uchiha training ground. Night had already fallen on Konoha, the full moon shone in the dark skies. Occasionally, it was covered by passing clouds, but they quickly disappeared, driven by a warm wind. Itachi looked at Naruto with interest. He never knew what to expect from her. She really was the most unpredictable. And so charming. Can you create a Susanoo cloak so that we can be inside it? The girl turned to him. Itachi silently pressed her back to him, activating the Sharingan. Orange armor flared around them, enveloping the pair in impenetrable protection. Naruto made the warrior look less terrifying, more human. Or maybe it was the apogee of his creator's love? Naruto touched the inside of the armor with her palm in admiration and stroked the warrior. I always dreamed of knowing what your Susanoo is like, she shared. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were shining. For the first time, Itachi understood the comparison, like stars. She didn't braid her hair, and the wind caressed it, tugging at the strands like expensive silk. Now Naruto resembled a beautiful forest spirit, a yokai, and not a human, more than ever. Itachi took a step forward. It turns out that kissing and supporting Susanoo at the same time is so easy. When Naruto is around. In the morning, the Hokage's envoy tore Naruto away from examining Yuhi Kurenai. Little by little, the girl was getting back into work. Or rather, she blackmailed him into allowing her to start conducting examinations. As always, the medics were in stitches, and the help of another high-ranking medic would not be superfluous. Minori-san reluctantly agreed, and Sakura promised to cover for her mentor. After which Naruto immediately sent her exhausted friend to rest. All this time, it was Sakura who had been carrying out the difficult operations, not giving herself a minute to rest. The skirmishes on the borders became more frequent, as if they were being probed, looking for weaknesses in the patrol's defense. Haruno practically settled in the staff room, and Naruto generously reminded her of her current place of residence, sending her home under escort. And again, the gloomy atmosphere in the Hokage's office. Next to Tsunade's desk sat two large, brightly colored toads. On the back of one of them was a wooden cradle, in which, on a white blanket, sat a gray toad in a cloak. "Naruto," Tsunade began, "Jiraiya died." The girl felt as if she had suddenly gone deaf and blind. The world began to spin around her, and it was only by a miracle that she managed to stay standing. This can't be, Bachan. Date Bao. She looked at those present in confusion. Shizune looked away, the toads looked at her with pity. Bachan. I'm very sorry, Naruto, the woman's voice was full of undisguised bitterness. She knew that her friend and old comrade would not return, she sensed something in advance, but she didn't say anything. She was afraid to jinx it. He was killed by Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Fukasaku-san, she pointed at the old toad, is the second elder of the Toad Village. He fought with Jiraiya and personally saw his death. Naruto hugged herself. The godfather was the only thing left of her family, of her parents. Even if Jiraiya was not in the village, she knew that she could always rely on him, could tell him everything. She could hear from him about her mom and dad, about what they were like when they were young, how they loved each other. How they lived and chose her name. The godfather was real evidence that her parents loved her and did not want to make her a Jinchuriki of their own free will. He, too, loved her. Before he died, Jiraiya left a message. The old toad turned around and pulled off his cloak. Rows of numbers were carved into his back with chakra. It contains Pain's secret. Jiraiya's throat was damaged and he couldn't speak, so he wrote it. Naruto walked up to them and ran her fingers over the numbers. The remnants of familiar chakra pricked her. So familiar. She saw again how the tall man with a shock of disheveled snow-white hair laughed loudly. Sorry, her voice failed her for the first time. I need to go out. With a straight, unbending back, she walked out and carefully closed the door behind her. Itachi was helping to rebuild a building that had been destroyed during one of the clan children's training sessions. Comrades and relatives were chatting merrily, discussing the culprits of the incident who worked on the level below. The teenagers' ears were glowing, almost like Sharingans. But there was no malice in the funny jokes, everyone had gone through a similar stage at one time or another, when you still can't really control your strength. It's even encouraging that such talented shinobi are born in the clan. But that doesn't exempt you from responsibility. If you've caused harm, be kind enough to help fix it. The best method for children to understand all the consequences of their actions. Itachi, Sasuke, who was working nearby, gently tugged at his sleeve. And nodded to the side. Naruto was walking along the road. Everything seemed to be as usual, an even, confident voice, greetings, a calm expression on her face. But Itachi saw how tense her back was, how white her knuckles were as she clenched her fists. He saw the falseness in her actions. His heart turned over, something had happened. In a split second, he was next to his beloved. He touched her shoulder. Which served as a signal for the girl. She no longer had the strength to hold back. Naruto pressed herself against Itachi, buried her face in his chest. And she cried. Bitterly, almost silently. Huddling into a ball, to become even smaller, more invisible. She sobbed quietly, choked on tears, but not a sound escaped her lips. Itachi stroked her head, her shaking shoulders, and his heart was breaking from her pain. Naruto could be strong, she preferred to hide her experiences from everyone. So, something happened that made her seek salvation in the place she considered her home. From those people she trusted. Someone brought water with a sedative. Itachi nodded gratefully to his assistant and handed the glass to Naruto. The girl drank it in one gulp, gradually calming down. The old Uzumaki was returning. Only something had changed in her gaze, the carelessness and lightness were gone. She became even firmer. "Jiraiya is dead," she said simply. There were sighs and muffled whispers all around. There was no one who did not know the Toad Hermit. Naruto hid her face in Itachi's neck, hugged him, and only then let him go. "I ask you to keep this a secret for now. And be prepared to go underground. Just in case," she said loudly. The Uchiha began to look at each other and nod. Naruto, Fugaku approached them. "What are you going to do now?" "I have to go back and help figure out what Jiraiya left us," the girl smiled slightly. "Forgive me for my behavior, We all understand," Fugaku expressed the opinion of the entire clan. The Uchiha smiled, in their own way, almost imperceptibly, but Naruto couldn't help but smile back. A little later, when she agreed with Fugaku that the Uchiha would be on guard to send women and children to shelters and help the rest of the village, Itachi volunteered to accompany the girl to Tsunade. "You think?" "Yes," Naruto nodded curtly. "Pain will come for me. And it would be better for me to be outside the village at that time, but Tsunade won't let me go." "And neither will you." "I won't let you go," the man confirmed. "Itachi, people will die, many people." "Naruto, we don't know when pain will attack. Or if he will attack at all. Maybe he will prefer to lure you out of Konoha." They almost reached the Hokage's office, and the Uchiha turned around and hugged the girl, lifting her face by the chin. "You are the most important thing to me, and I will do everything and even more to protect you." "I won't let you die," she whispered back. "Not you, Datebao." Suddenly Naruto changed direction and went to the side room, motioning for Itachi to stay put. "Tsunade is there," she said quietly and disappeared into the room. Naruto wasn't the only one to feel the bitterness of loss today. Tsunade had lost a friend she had known almost her entire life. The person who knew her better than anyone. She really needs Naruto right now. Tsunade just sat on the couch, looking out the window, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was as if she had aged suddenly. Jiraiya's death had almost broken her. This could not be allowed. Naruto sat down next to her, hugging her shoulders, and the woman bowed her head. "I shouldn't cry, I'm the Hokage," she whispered quietly. "You can just be a person," Naruto said. "Everyone can. I cried in front of the Uchiha, you cried in front of me. As they say, there should be harmony in the world." Tsunade laughed hoarsely. "Did you warn the Uchiha?" "Yes, just in case." "That's right," the woman nodded. "The others won't believe it or will panic, and the elders won't let us attract too much attention. So let at least one clan be prepared. I'm sure Fugaku will be able to warn the others." What else did Jiraiya leave, besides the note? "A prisoner from the rain, I'll send him to Ibiki for interrogation, I'll give our executioner complete freedom of action," the Sannin grinned wickedly. "And there's also one of Pain's bodies, his for autopsy. Give me the best shinobi of all. And I'll take Sakura from you. Can you manage without her?" "Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Naruto lightly kissed Bachan on the cheek. "We will cope with everything and defend our village." The women nodded to each other and headed out together, not a trace of tears left. Another knock on the door. Itachi glanced at Naruto sleeping next to him. The girl's eyes were red and swollen, and her eyelashes were stuck together and stiff. The girl had cried half the night. Back then, during the day, she had run to the clan to find the peace of mind she needed to do her own work. But when night fell, all the rigid boundaries she had limited herself with fell away, and in Itachi's arms was a simple mortal woman, weak, in need of protection. Even if only for a short time. Naruto could kill with her techniques, she could cripple with medical ninjutsu, but she could do nothing about the death of someone dear to her. It was killing her. She calmed down only towards morning, became quiet, still occasionally sobbing in her sleep. Another knock, more demanding, and Itachi untangled himself from the long strands, went to the door. For some reason, he can't fall asleep without this thin, almost gossamer captivity. Shikamaru was standing outside, the guy was nervously tapping his foot, which was completely unlike him. Somehow these meetings are becoming habitual, he chuckled, walking inside. While Itachi was making tea, Shikamaru took out a cigarette and lit it. Nerves, he explained to Uchiha's questioning look. He nodded. I need Naruto. She's sleeping. It is very necessary, the genius shook his head. The Hokage ordered to decipher Jiraiya's message, but we don't even know where to look for the key to the cipher. We tried all his books, even reread them, he shrugged. We found nothing. It's not a page number, line, or sentence. We asked everyone who knew Jiraiya-san well, Kakashi-sensei, Hokage-san. No one can help. Only Naruto is left. Perhaps he told her something or left something. I left, a hoarse voice rang out. A sleepy, gloomy Naruto stood on the threshold of the kitchen. But her hysteria had already passed, leaving only a bitter aftertaste. In time, that too would be forgotten. The girl walked inside and leaned against Itachi's shoulder. Sorry. Nothing, he gently touched the fluffy top of her head with his lips. Naruto smiled and suddenly pointed her index finger at Shikamaru. Shika, be jealous, in silence. I don't care, snorted the genius. So Jiraiya-san left it for you. I'll come to the encryption department in half an hour and bring everything with me. Got it, Nara demonstratively sipped his tea. Naruto snorted derisively and headed to the shower. Itachi went to get his clothes, leaving the genius alone with tea and pastries. Half an hour later, they were already in the encryption department. A girl in thick glasses ran out to meet them. When she looked at Shikamaru, she blushed cutely. Hello. She smiled. Did you find more of Jiraiya's books? Naruto has them, the genius said lazily, withdrawing. Here, the girl handed over a photograph of the old toad's back. This is an exact copy of Mr. Jiraiya's cipher, but we still haven't been able to find the key to it. Naruto looked at the numbers written in a handwriting that was painfully familiar. How many times had her godfather tried to make her read at least one of his books, but Naruto had never gotten past the 10th page, her vulnerable childish psyche couldn't take it. The girl smiled at the memories. There was no more pain in her chest, only a slight tingling. Jiraiya would hardly want her to be upset and cry, because he himself did not regret anything and was proud of his life. Numbers, probably page numbers. Numbers? Naruto looked closer. The first one looked more like the letter ta. He and his godfather laughed for a long time when Naruto complained about his illegible handwriting, saying that it was worse than that of doctors with long experience. And they are supposed to write prescriptions for medicines clumsily. It's not a number, it's a letter. Look at the handwriting samples, she poked at the first top symbol. The girl rustled the pages of the folder and nodded. Yes, it looks more like ta written by Master Jiraiya. Ta, now Naruto rustled the pages. It seemed she was beginning to understand why her godfather had marked the pages of the drafts he had given her with letters instead of numbers. He simply didn't expect to return. Here it is, date Bao. She took out the page and handed it to the cryptographers. The girl began to read enthusiastically, running her eyes over it and writing something down. This is the largest page, isn't it? If you take the numbers of the sentences, taking into account the backside, write out, highlight the upper letters. It turns out there is no real one. Naruto looked at those present. And what does this mean? There is no real one. There is no real one. There is no real one. And what does that mean? Jiraiya always knew how to ask riddles, play with words. What did he mean? After all, the godfather was already dying, which means he spent all his energy on writing this code. What did he want to say? Naruto looked out the window at the busy streets of Konoha. Without the autopsy results and analysis that Shizune and Sakura were struggling with, it was useless to draw any conclusions. Maybe their research would provide a clue to Jiraiya's words? Hundreds of tiny hammers began to pound painfully in her temples. Naruto winced, but she wasn't in the habit of ignoring her intuition. She quickly formed seals that allowed her to receive data from the protective sphere above the leaf. Someone had infiltrated the village from above. According to the data, one person. But Uzumaki had a fairly developed paranoia and believed that it was better to overdo it with protection than to kill herself later because of its insufficiency. She threw open the door and whistled loudly. A minute later, with the clatter of horses, the mouse army of Konoha stood at attention in front of her. All by clans. It has begun. The mice nodded and ran away. Fugaku managed to convince some clans that Naruto was right, and the girl agreed with them that as soon as she felt or learned something, she would immediately send unnoticed messengers to them. A large mouse, without a letter on its back, would be a signal for them to evacuate. Minori-san, an assistant, immediately appeared in front of her. Prepare everything for the mass reception of patients. Yes, sir. The man turned around and ran off to give orders. Naruto hurried to the fence of the Konoha hospital. There, immediately after learning of Jiraiya's death, she installed small stone pillars at the corners. Using samples of Uzumaki's works from textbooks and her grandmother's diary, she carved seal symbols on them, feeding them with power and blood. All that was left was to fill all 4 pillars with her chakra so that the barrier would surround the hospital. She made the symbol of the leaf or the whirlpool pass. One way or another, either the bandage or the mon on the vest would remain on the person. If not, she warned the medics what to do so that the barrier would let the patient through. Wasting your chakra unwisely again, stupid brat. I can't do it any other way, forgive me, Datebao, the girl smiled, pouring chakra into the last of the pillars. A ghostly circular barrier swayed over the hospital, but Naruto knew it could withstand even a direct hit from several Rasen shuriken. She herself remained outside the barrier. Minori ran out of the building. Has everyone been warned about the peculiarities of our protection? The girl asked sternly. Yes. Then let's go. I'm going to the Hokage. An avalanche of medics poured out of the hospital and onto the streets of the village. Naruto jumped onto the rooftops and hurried to Tsunade. The village was in turmoil. Figures in black cloaks, along with giant animals with strange eyes and spikes all over their bodies, were destroying houses and killing people. Naruto jumped down to the street when she noticed a little girl left unattended. A huge mechanical centipede was just heading towards her. I never liked caterpillars, Datebao. Naruto snorted as he blew her apart with a Rasen shuriken. Then she picked up the baby in her arms and continued on her route, healing her injured arm along the way. It's okay, she smiled and handed the girl over to one of the Irionans. He nodded. Tsunade was on the roof giving orders. We need to find out what abilities Pain has. Report to me immediately. Yes. The shinobi burst out in all directions, and the woman turned to Naruto. No, I will do it. The village chief cannot remain idle, Datebao, the girl objected. Tsunade nodded, spread out a seal, on which Naruto sat down. She summoned Katsuyu. Katsuyu, join each shinobi. I will heal them with my chakra. I understand, the call sang thinly. The slug slithered through the streets, climbing onto the shoulders of adults and children, military and civilians. Naruto sensed each one, sharing her chakra with each one. She paused the technique briefly to make a shadow clone, then resumed it immediately. He will collect some chakra for me, she explained her actions to Tsunade. Are you sure you can handle it? The woman frowned. Naruto looked up and looked at her mentor seriously. I've almost removed the seal from the cage, she whispered so the Hokage's guards wouldn't hear. It's weakened to the max plus, neither the clone nor I should move, so, this is the optimal tactic for us. Pain doesn't know the Jinchuriki's name, doesn't know his gender, Tsunade said quietly. Your doctors won't give you up, the rest of the village isn't really aware that the head of the hospital and the Jinchuriki are the same person. Only those who remember the Kyuubi invasion. There aren't many of those left, because of the skirmishes. Don't worry, Naruto smiled. Go do what you have to do. Leave this work to me. Sitting still and doing nothing is excruciating when your own home is collapsing before your eyes, and your loved ones are dying. Naruto learned from the slugs that Kakashi-san, a Kimichi senior, had died, and many were seriously injured. Another clone, which she had made during another break, was monitoring the work of the hospital. There was no longer anywhere to put the injured, they were lying on the floor, covered only with thin sheets, urgently brought from the warehouse. Around Naruto, on the Hokage's orders, 3 ANBU from the former route were on duty. She was probably giving them some kind of work therapy task, but behind the masks it was hard to tell who was who. She saw Shisui Susanoo and Itachi's orange warrior. The Uchiha were covering the villagers' retreat to safety. It was good that she had managed to warn them in advance. But sitting still and doing nothing is excruciating when your own life is falling apart before your eyes. The streets of Konoha were in chaos. People were running towards a safe haven, crying and screaming. They were given no explanation, the attack was a complete surprise. And it was even more terrifying to see how acquaintances, friends, and loved ones were dying. And the shinobi, who were called to protect, were powerless against the sudden threat. Susanoo once again swatted away the multi-headed dog. Itachi looked at the equally tortured Shisui nearby. Using the Mangekyo was never easy, especially for his cousin, who had yet to find a donor for the transplant. All the Uchiha were already in the shelter, equipped with special Uzumaki seals. Naruto worked like hell to provide them with protection. And she was never discouraged, always found the strength for an encouraging smile. The thought of the girl made my chest warm. How is she? A small slug crawled onto my shoulder. She's okay, a thin, comforting voice flowed into my ears. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Do all the summoned worlds know about our relationship? He asked calmly, driving the dog into a special trap set by the former root members. They simply locked the animal in a huge pot made of stone pillars and roasted it alive. No, only slugs and frogs. Well, crows are worried too, answered Katsuyu, transferring energy to Naruto. Pain, 6 bodies in black cloaks with red clouds. With red hair and terrible pins on the face and hands. Each has their own abilities, their own powers, but in all of them Rinnegan. Where did they get so many of them from? Sharingan didn't save, it only gave a small chance of survival. A thin girl with fiery red hair, pinned up on top of her head, came up to him almost point blank. But before she could attack Susanoo, a katana sparkling with lightning stuck into the ground between them. You took a long time, Itachi noted to his brother. Evacuated the orphanage, Sasuke muttered, picking up his own weapon. Use Mangekyo. Shisui shouted. Why did you awaken it in the first place? I haven't gotten used to him enough yet, the youngest Uchiha snapped back angrily. Itachi noticed that his brother had also been battered. His sleeve was scorched, his hand was almost completely burned, but Katsuyu on his shoulder was regularly sharing energy with him. It was strange, even the strongest Genjutsu had little effect on them. What was going on? Itachi took a closer look at the red-haired girl. The chakra in her was circulating somehow incorrectly, or rather, it was not moving at all, gathering around certain places on her body. Sasuke, I need you to undress her. What? The memory of his brother's stunned face with his mouth slightly open will definitely warm Itachi in his old age. If he lives that long. Now, he barked, holding a shield around the group of refugees. He launched his ravens, covering his brother. Sasuke managed to rip the side of the girl's robe with his chidori, revealing deathly pale skin with an ugly black spike sticking out of it. Itachi looked again. Yes, the chakra was concentrated around that spike. Sasuke, run to the Hokage. Tell him that someone is transmitting energy to them from a distance, like puppets. That's why the illusions don't work well, they're being controlled. And they don't have a pulse, Katsuyu shared. What? All 3 Uchiha turned to their slugs. The copy on Itachi's shoulder explained. Naruto said that she doesn't feel any energy, pulse, or anything else in them. And Inoichi-san managed to find out that the body that Jiraiya damaged in the fight was restored from a corpse. That is, there could actually be more of them? Exactly, the slug shook its horns. Its voice suddenly became worried. It seems they found Naruto. I have to go. The restoration technique was interrupted, which meant Naruto had indeed been discovered. But rushing to her now would mean giving pain victims to blackmail. Uzumaki would be able to stand up for himself, hide or escape, but if one of them was taken hostage. Sasuke, you go to the Hokage, Shursui, cover the retreat. I'm going to the hospital. Itachi put away Susanoo and rushed towards the building behind the barrier. Now he has to protect people. So you are Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Naruto looked up. On the rooftop opposite her stood a tall man in a black cloak and short red hair. Strange black spikes decorated his face. Transmitters, Ino informed her. You have no idea how many people I had to kill, just to find out your name, he continued in a cold voice. Naruto grimaced, jumped up and quickly removed the seal. I can't help you, Datebao. Lots to do, time to run. You will go with us, Naruto Uzumaki. For what? The man took a step forward, and the root members followed him. Run, Naruto-san, we'll hold him off. Take cover somewhere, one of them whispered. The girl took a step towards the edge of the roof. Don't even think about it, Pain warned her. We have the rest of the tailed ones. There is no point in keeping and protecting you here any longer. The hotbeds of war are already flaring up all over the world, and soon it will flare up everywhere. The only way to save people is to purify them through pain. Only by experiencing pain does a person become purer, higher, overcome himself. Naruto had already raised her leg when Pain's next words stopped her. Wasn't it the same with you, Naruto? Didn't you overcome people's hatred and your own pain to get to where you are now? Uzumaki bit her lip, remembering how she was treated in that same hospital when she was little. How they bullied and hated her, how they scared children with her name, so no one wanted to play with her. But it's not their fault. And it's not hers. She managed to step over her own past and move on. Not alone. No, Datebao, she said calmly. It wasn't the pain that helped me survive, but my friends. My family, which you are now destroying. So it's only your friends who are keeping you here? There was a hint of interest in his voice. But it disappeared too. So we'll free you from these bonds. The man flew up, towards the sun itself. He said something. And in the middle of Konoha, a blast wave began to form. It expanded, spreading out in circles. Like a child pushing aside sand in a sandbox to find the damp part, it destroyed houses, broke people, and pushed them all toward the gates of the village. No. Naruto ran towards the hospital, towards where she had seen the orange Susanoo. She ran, out of breath, jumping over rocks and broken wooden beams that were flying at her. She raced past broken human figures, dodging all the random projectiles, deflecting some with the tesson that Sasuke had given her back after the lake. And she saw nothing else. All her vision was focused on the orange spot ahead. The wave passed, leaving only a bare area surrounded by debris and rubble. And in the middle of it all stood the completely intact Konoha Hospital. Even the barrier remained intact. Because the orange shroud of Susanoo was slowly falling away around it. Her breath caught, her heart turned to ice. Constantly stumbling and falling, Naruto ran towards the hospital gates, where a black-haired male figure lay with his arms outstretched. No, no, no. The girl was gasping for breath as she knelt down next to him. She tore his turtleneck, started giving him artificial respiration, and used medical techniques. You're not dead, do you hear me, Itachi? You're not dead. You couldn't die. You're a genius, Datebao, you always have a plan, always. Itachi, please, I beg you, Itachi, please, please, please. I beg you. Itachi. The dear features blurred before her eyes. Naruto shuddered, trying to hold back her tears. Itachi didn't die, couldn't die. Couldn't. She stroked the fine wrinkles near his nose, sorted through his dirty, dusty hair, and picked up small stones. She ran her fingertips over his lips and closed her eyes. So handsome. And dead. And there was a satisfied expression on his face, as if he had done everything right. Itachi, Naruto cried, crumpling her torn turtleneck. Itachi. She didn't see how the surviving people were rising from the rubble, how the surviving medics were crowding at the entrance, forgetting about the sick. She was crying and couldn't stop. Now you have no more bonds, Naruto Uzumaki. Nothing binds you to the village. Naruto turned around and looked at the approaching pain. I'm still not going to give up, she growled. I'm going to fight. As you wish. Not here. There, she pointed her finger at the platform in the distance. Give me a minute. If you don't come, I'll kill those who managed to survive. Naruto said nothing. Her life, the meaning of her very existence, died here and now, protecting her dream. Itachi had put all the energy he had into his Susanoo, absolutely all of it. And now a terrible, deathly emptiness reigned inside the girl. The apogee of Uzumaki love. She was not going to live without Itachi, because she was not ready to lose him. One way or another, but we'll see each other soon, Ida. And then you won't get away with it. Naruto smiled, kissed the thin, cooling lips. I love you. Always. Her time was running out, she wasn't going to cheat pain. If she lost, the removal of the bijou would kill her. If she won, she wouldn't be able to survive most of her techniques anyway. And she wasn't going to. Without Itachi, it hurt. Naruto, you're not going to. Tsunade came up, limping. The girl smiled and hugged the woman. Thank you for everything, Bie-chan. But it is not proper for the Hokage to fight alone. Take care of the people, and I will fight for you there. Datebeo, her voice broke traitorously. We're going with you. Sasuke and Shisui appeared out of thin air behind her. The elder covered his eye, from which blood was oozing, the younger rubbed a deep cut on his forehead. I'll fly on the way, the girl nodded. They ran to the designated wasteland. Naruto did not allow herself to turn around. It would be better to think that Itachi was only sleeping or unconscious. And waiting for her. After all, they would definitely meet. Definitely. Pain didn't waste time on trifles, he immediately summoned animals. A rhinoceros, a dog and a bull rushed at the leaf shinobi. The clone dissipated, transferring all the accumulated natural chakra to the girl. Naruto smiled, grabbing the rhinoceros by the horn and throwing it over herself. The next moment, several golden chains cut it into pieces. Shadows like tattoos under the eyes, Katsuyu on the shoulder, this was Naruto's hermit mode. And how nice it was to feel this power, the energy that overflowed her. The girl created a couple more clones and sent them away to collect natural energy. Sun chakra could be used in combat for no more than 5 minutes. It was believed that it was necessary to accumulate it again, for which it was necessary to freeze and not move. In a duel, this could cost a life. Naruto found a way to get around this small problem. Shisui used his Susanoo to cut up a dog, and Sasuke filled a bowl with arrows. Their faces bore the same grim doom as Naruto's. The girl rushed forward, and a large guy with slicked back red hair came out to meet her. Naruto, ninjutsu is useless against him, Katsuyu whispered. He can absorb them. And as long as even one pain seizure moves, everyone can see them. The girl smiled. Her mind was clear and pure as never before, energy flowed along with her blood. And her heart froze, turned to ice. It remained there, together with Itachi. Therefore, nothing prevented her from destroying the enemy. No pity or mercy. Grandma's granddaughter, a purring tone, like a pat on the head. Pain dodged, bent, tried to strike, but Naruto had not trained in the Uchiha clan in vain. She used all the resources of her body. Her fist passed a millimeter from the enemy's cheek, without touching him. He dodged. To which Uzumaki smirked. If she can't use ninjutsu, who's stopping her from growing something on top of her skin? Chakra chains are not a simple technique, they are real chains, the most real ones. And she struck the next blow with a weighted fist. Pain's body was finished off by Sasuke's Susanoo arrow. The chief merely raised an eyebrow. You resist in vain, Naruto Uzumaki. After your death, peace will come. Such a world? In which a student kills a teacher? Jiraiya told her about the trio from Rain, about the Rinnegan of one of them, Nagato, but Naruto was now guessing. In which you need to wipe a village with a peaceful population off the face of the earth? If so, then I don't want such a world. Sasuke cursed behind his back, the dogs multiplied, turning into a pack of individuals. Take care of them, Naruto turned to Pain. Don't worry about me. Katsuyu, I'm going to need a lot of acid. Okay, Naruto. The summoning seal, and the slime grew to its normal size. From its mouth, poisonous acid poured onto the ground, and the rocks hissed. The girl opened the tessin and directed a dust curtain at her opponents, so thick that they couldn't see anything. In one hand she created a Rasen shuriken, and the other she dipped in acid, which she spat out to Katsuyu. Thanks to her affinity for water, she could control almost any liquid, but to do this, she had to dip her hand in it, feel it. A ball of acid formed on her hand, somewhat reminiscent of a water prison. And Naruto rushed into the curtain. Pain's long-haired body was hit by a Rasen shuriken, but Uzumaki had saved the second technique especially for the girl. If she wanted to free Sasuke and Shisui, she had to remove the body that was organizing these summons. The dust cleared just in time for Pain to see his two bodies dissolve in Naruto's techniques, the acid hissing as it consumed the red-haired girl, the man being torn apart by the wind. Uzumaki jumped back, the hermit mode ended. Her arm was terribly sore and smoking from the acid bath. You've used up all your hermit mode, the boss stated. Your arms are almost useless. Infu and Kai, removal, the girl folded her fingers with difficulty, wincing every now and then. Tattoos ran across her body, coming from her chest. The wounds began to heal before our eyes. The strange apathy that had attacked her after Itachi's death refused to go away. And the girl was grateful to it, it served as an excellent anesthetic for both body and soul. Her main task was to destroy Pain and secure Konoha. She would mourn her beloved later. Moreover, there are only 3 Pain's bodies left. What? Datebao? Naruto stared at the giant she had taken out first. He resurrected? What's going on here? One of the Pains is able to resurrect his bodies. Apparently, the one far away, near the strange head, is him, Katsuyu informed. Well, that's amazing. Blades of wind. The Tessin swing was absorbed by the resurrected Pain, to which Naruto smirked and nodded to the approaching Sasuke. A fireball, reinforced by wind, rushed towards the enemies. Pain began to absorb chakra again, but when the ball went out, Naruto was behind it. The sharp edge of the huge fan cut off Pain's head. The one who could resurrect. Naruto, who had thrown a Tessin for this, pulled the line, returning the weapon to herself. Then she jumped back. The remaining 2 bodies rushed at her, throwing the Uchiha far back. The girl dodged as best she could. Tsunade's technique healed all the injuries she received, and she blocked some of the blows with her fan. The enemy did not give her the opportunity to use techniques, drawing her into a tough contact duel. Katsuyu spat acid again, drawing the girl under the protection of her own body. Naruto dispelled one of the clones, taking the natural chakra for herself, and created a Rasen shuriken again. It was absorbed, and the next one, and 2 more after it. But they could not foresee Naruto herself, who appeared from above. The girl cut off one of Pain's assistant's hands, for which he tied her up with the remaining one, almost completely paralyzing her. The fan flew to the side, jingling helplessly. I won't kill you right away, because you are a very important Jinchuriki, the main pain said almost affectionately, coming close. People are too full of hatred. Towards each other and towards everything. My country, if it weren't for us, it would have been overwhelmed by hunger long ago. People in it are constantly fighting for power, for wealth, forgetting about everything. How will you fight hatred, Naruto? After all, you yourself hate me now. No, the girl shook her head, being in a hard grip of a hand and lengthening pins. I am surprisingly calm. Fight hatred? She smiled, bitterly, weakly, looking straight into the eyes of her tormentor. I believe that people are capable of finding a common language with each other. We just need to help them with this. Like Jiraiya, I believe in this. Katsuyu, come on. The acid completely destroyed Pain's body, which held Naruto. But she herself was affected by it. Skin, hair, and even bones in places were melted by the poisonous liquid. But the girl smiled. Byakugan worked properly, healing the damaged areas. You are alone, Yahiko, she intoned. Jiraiya described each of you to me. He described you in detail. You speak of hatred, but who did you help by establishing a dictatorship? When you climbed to the top, did you ever come down to look at the people who live there? You kill, you blackmail, you destroy. How are you better than those you hate? How are you better than Hanzo or Danzo? She almost screamed. You tear apart families, you kill lovers. You destroy my world and you want me to help you create yours? Sasuke tried to get up, but Pain pinned him to the ground with a spike. The Uchiha jerked once, twice, 3 times, and froze motionless. The barrier of apathy broke through. Naruto found herself in her inner world. Kurama, are you ready? The fox became worried. You're crazy, girl. Don't you dare remove the barrier. Not in such an unstable state. Naruto laughed bitterly. He destroyed my home, killed Itachi. And now, my brother. And he wants to take you away. Help me, Ku. The fox rolled his eyes. These Uchiha are nothing but trouble. I know, the girl walked between the bars of the cage, hugged Lise by his sharp muzzle, inhaled the aroma of spices burning on the fire. Thank you for being with me, Ku. Even if this is our last meeting, I must protect my friends. The girl returned, the whirlpool lifted her to the seal, and she pulled the sheet. She was immediately thrown back into the water by a strong blow. The path to the seal was blocked by a male silhouette in a white cloak. You shouldn't do that. Fourth. Roared the fox and suddenly calmed down, he continued speaking in a normal tone. Explain to her that the seal can only be changed in a calm state. Otherwise, she might die. The blonde was in shock. Do you hate me? He carefully tested the waters. It's hard to hate her father. The fox pointed a sharp claw at the stunned Naruto. Little one, this is your good-for-nothing daddy who locked me inside you. And doomed you to many years of hatred, suffering, no friends, no help. With each word, the man's shoulders shook as if he had been struck with a whip. Pa. Pa? Naruto tasted the word. Dad. Dad. Dad, she liked it. She ran to her father, he opened his arms, but instead of a hug, he received a roundhouse kick to the stomach. Now I'm happy, laughed the fox in the cage. Why? Why, Datebao? Naruto screamed. Why me? Why is this happening? Even with my power, I can't use it. And my friends are dying, and I. The fourth one came up and hugged the girl. I'm sorry, forgive me for what you had to go through, Naruto. I'm a bad father, but I did it because I believed that you could handle it. Only you have the strength to tame the demon, even befriend him. And it's not just about blood or genetics, it's about your very spirit, daughter. The father put his hand over Naruto's heart. In life, I wanted you to create a world where people would understand each other, but now I want you to be happy. Just live and smile. I wish you happiness, daughter. A farewell kiss on the forehead, and the fourth began to melt into thin air. Wait, Dad. Naruto reached out to grab the edge of the white cloak, but didn't have time. Dad. Wiping away her tears, the girl looked at the fox. You got your way, she nodded with gloomy satisfaction. And what should we do with pain now? That's what I'm doing, Hubie grinned. Since you're here, I'm there. They were just trying to lock me in some kind of stone ball. Stupid, he shrugged. And anyway, it's time for you to go back. We need to finish with these puppets and find the puppeteer. The girl smiled. Thank you, Ku. She woke up just in time to see the stone trap Kurama had mentioned begin to crumble. Jumping from stone to stone, the girl looked at the changed landscape in shock. Had she done all this in QB mode? It was clear why the fox had rushed to throw her out. Destroyed rocks, stone blocks, incomprehensible constructions made of stones and trees. Kurama's strength was astounding. But the emotionality that had been lost had returned in full measure. Naruto did not allow herself to dwell on the troubles. She would do everything later. Kurama was right, we had to deal with pain. He gave you a real beating, she remarked to Pain in a torn cloak. She slammed her hands on the ground, forming the seals of the technique. I know that one day people will be able to understand each other. You can find a common language with everyone. Why don't you understand that? Chains burst from his chest, went underground, and emerged a meter away from Pain, wrapped around him like a caterpillar, and crushed him. Naruto blew her wet bangs off her forehead. She hadn't tried to restore the hair burned by the acid, and now it was hanging in ragged strands in her face. Her whole body ached, despite the fact that Tsunade's technique was still working. Without it, it would have been worse. It was almost over, all that was left was to find the puppeteer. Naruto approached the remains of the main Pain's body, activated hermit mode, and drove one of the pins into her hand. Natural energy helped her track down the location of the main Pain. The girl rushed there without thinking. Just a little bit more, Itachi, just a little bit. Wait. There were two of them, an exhausted, skinny man in a strange chair with pins in his back and a woman in an Akatsuki cloak. She rushed forward, but Naruto simply pinned her to the wall with a chakra chain, began to suck out her energy. She herself headed towards the man. Red hair fell over his face, revealing only one eye with the Rinnegan, the skin stretched over the bones so tightly that he resembled a skeleton. I can't forgive you, Naruto spoke calmly. And more than anything in the world I would like to kill, but, those whom you deprived me of. Itachi, Sasuke, Jiraiya, they would not want me to simply confirm your words. All people are different, everyone has their own opinion. Most hated me, but I managed to find those who understood, heard my words. And I sincerely respect my godfather's dream, with all my heart I wish for it to come true. I want to make this world at least a little better, the girl helplessly spread her hands. She looked straight into Nagato's eyes. If peace is possible, then I will achieve it. I will not give up. These are the words from Jiraiya's first book. He dedicated it to you, said that it was you who inspired him to write this story. Thanks to you, he believed in the possibility of such a world. Nagato's eyes widened and he laughed hoarsely. Students of the same teacher will always understand each other. That's right. You had a choice, Nagato, you just failed to use it. Most likely, you didn't believe in yourself. And you still continue to hide behind other people's words, pursuing a dream that is not yours. Naruto turned away. I will not kill you, because I respect my godfather too much. He would have wanted you to live. Nagato bowed his head. The girl knew his history and spoke from that knowledge. Before him stood an example of what kind of shinobi he could have become. Naruto Uzumaki had made completely different choices in the same situations as him. He had a choice too. She headed for the exit. Wait. The man's cracked voice stopped her. Naruto turned around. You're right, I couldn't make the right choice because I was afraid. I didn't believe in myself. But now, he raised his head, now I want to act like Jiraiya's student. He folded the seals, smiled with bloody lips, breathing heavily and intermittently. The Seventh Path of Pain. My gift to you, Naruto Uzumaki. Make this world a little better. He hung limply on his seat. The woman pulled him out, intending to wrap him in paper. Wait, Naruto came up and took the Rinnegan out of Nagato's eyes. She put it in a scroll. Tell the rest of Akatsuki about this, and you won't be persecuted. His grave won't be disturbed. The woman nodded. Go, she put her hand on the girl's shoulder, those you love are already waiting for you there. And, Naruto, follow only your dream. The girl nodded and ran away, knowing that the woman would disappear from the scene faster than the remaining Konoha Anbu could find her. A statue appeared in the middle of the village. It opened its mouth, and greenish clots flew out in all directions. Naruto grabbed her chest, feeling her heart pounding wildly. She ran through the village, falling again, exhausted, tired, beaten. Many channels were torn, Tenketsu were knocked out, but she was driven forward by a mad, inhuman hope. The corpse of the long-haired brunette was still lying at the hospital gates. Naruto carefully knelt down next to him, her hands shaking. She couldn't immediately feel a pulse and for a long time didn't believe that she felt Itachi's heartbeat until he opened his eyes. Naruto choked, coughed hoarsely, throwing herself on the neck of the man who didn't understand anything. The Uchiha hugged her, pressed her to himself. Don't cry, I beg you. Naruto buried her face in his neck, not holding back. Now, you definitely won't get out of this, Datebao. She said between sobs. Itachi smiled tenderly, brushed a blackened strand of hair from his dirty face, and looked into his blue eyes. And I don't plan to, Naruto. They kissed in the middle of the destroyed village, near the only surviving building. And they didn't know what the future held for them. They were to rebuild the village, literally raising it from ruins. They were to hold the Kage Council and create a common army of shinobi. They were to fight Akatsuki and Madara Uchiha. They were to win the war. But now they were kissing in the middle of the destroyed village, near the only surviving building, in front of everyone. And they were just happy. Naruto was signing more documents, occasionally stroking Anko, who had aged but had not lost her liveliness or snake-like hiss. Sakura knocked on the door and looked in. Naruto, are you getting ready? Today is the ceremony at the academy. Uzumaki smiled and put the papers aside. She would sort them out later, now she had more important things to do. Yes, I'm coming. Sorry, I was busy, Datebao. It's okay, I understand. Sakura waved her hand as they walked out of the main gates of the hospital. I'm still glad I'm not the head. You little brat, Naruto wrinkled his nose. The streets of Konoha were filled with joyful excitement. Parents and children, laughing and joking, walked to the gates of the academy. The entrance ceremony was always a holiday for the residents of the Leaf. The Fourth Shinobi World War had died down, the last traces of Akatsuki's presence in the world had been erased. People's memories are short, and the black cloaks with red clouds were almost forgotten. Maybe it was for the best. Konoha was rebuilt and flourished. Allied relations with the other villages only grew stronger year after year. And Naruto sincerely believed that Jiraiya's dream had come true. Even if not completely, people had learned to understand each other. Hitomi only talks about the academy. It seems to me that she doesn't even need to study there, she already knows everything, Sakura laughed. A lush bouquet of hydrangeas floated into her hands from above. Sasuke landed next to the women, kissed his wife on the cheek, and gently tucked a pink curl behind her ear. What are you talking about? As always about Hitomi. The man chuckled, hugged his wife around the waist. He was not at all embarrassed to show his feelings in public. Not when he almost lost the woman he loved in the crucible of war. After the end of the main battle, Sakura was one of those who was not afraid to approach Sasuke. She knocked out Uchiha with her favorite technique and sent him to the hospital for treatment. 2 years later, Ichiro, Hitomi's older brother, was born. Aunt Naruto, a small brown-haired man with 2 red triangle tattoos on his cheeks ran up to Uchiha. Tell Dad that eating sweets is very healthy. They give the body glucose, which is necessary. The brown-haired boy was followed by his parents, Hinata and Kiba Inuzuka. Hinata left her clan, joining her husband's family. But this did not cancel the fact that children could be born with the Byakugan, so her sister Hanabi, as the future head of the clan, and Niji, as a genius and war hero, managed to achieve a privilege for their sister. Her children would not be sealed and attributed to the Hyuga side branch. Naruto did not want to remember what kind of battles were going on in the newly rebuilt Hyuga clan quarter. Hinata even attracted her and Sasuke to her side, forgetting for a while about her eternal shyness. Under their pressure, the elders of the clan were forced to surrender. And the head of the clan himself was on their side. After all, he loved his daughter and wanted happiness for her and her grandchildren. Uzumaki looked at her friend's figure with a professional glance, mechanically noting the primary signs, while Sasuke subtly hinted to the little Inuzuka that all the family friends were invited to the party in honor of entering the Uchiha Academy. And there would be a sea of sweets there. What do you think, should we tell? Naruto turned to Sakura. Her friend also looked at Hinata more closely and understood what Naruto was asking about. She also saw how the former Hyuga waved her hands, blushing to the roots of her hair. We won't tell, the doctors decided in unison, looked at each other and laughed. Won't tell about what? Sasuke asked curiously when they said goodbye to the Inuzuka couple. Suna was supposed to enter the academy only next year, so the couple went straight home. Hinata is pregnant again, Sakura told her husband. And she is going to surprise Kiba. Pregnant? The Uchiha raised his eyebrows. But they already have 3 children. Yes, 2 Inuzuka, and only 1 with the Byakugan. So to speak, the score is 2-1 in favor of the dog lover clan. I don't think Hayashi-san is too happy with this arrangement. The main thing is that the score doesn't become 3-1, the Uchiha muttered. Sakura laughed, and Naruto looked up at the bright blue sky with rare snow-white clouds. Her wedding day was just as warm and sunny. They had just returned to Konoha after the battle with Madara. The village was almost completely destroyed, not a single building remained standing. People were sent to a safe place in advance, as was the army headquarters, to Uzushiogakure, knowing that no one would go into the ruins of the whirlpool. And Naruto herself set up and restored the protective barriers around the village, although she had to sweat for it. There was no trace left of the Uchiha clan temple, so the ceremony was held in a small grove nearby. Neither Naruto nor Itachi wanted to wait any longer. The priest's blessing and simple treats laid out on a thin cloth spread right on the grass were enough for them. Each other and the congratulations of their closest and dearest people, those who survived this terrible war, were enough for them. On the 3rd day after returning to Konoha, Naruto was already working under a different surname, Uchiha. In front of the academy, the parents of future students had already gathered, chairs were set out. Naruto immediately noticed a familiar figure with a long tail of smooth black hair. In addition to his seat, Itachi occupied 2 more empty chairs for his family. The woman took the opportunity to admire her husband once again. His death during the battle with pain is still her worst nightmare, so she will never tire of looking at him, listening to his voice, breathing, feeling his pulse. They and Sasuke can be described very simply, the dream of the entire female population of the Leaf from the age of 10 to 60. But Itachi belonged only to her. Only for her, the fire in the depths of his piercing black eyes. This adult beauty, restraint and severity also only for her. Since the priest united their lives, they have one apogee of love for both of them. And Naruto will never tire of enjoying it. A raven quietly cawed overhead, and the woman laughed. She straightened her dress, threw her long braid behind her back and joined her husband. Itachi immediately took her hand and intertwined their fingers. The affection in his gaze was almost physical, and Naruto kissed her husband on the cheek. William come? I don't know, the woman shrugged. She promised to finish the task by this time, but you understand. Itachi nodded and again directed his gaze to the platform where the Hokage was supposed to give a speech. He and Naruto had not needed words for a long time to feel their unity. A tall girl with long black hair, tied back in a low ponytail like her father's, plopped down from somewhere above onto the chair next to him. Her black eyes sparkled mischievously. "Am I late, Tebane?" Uchiha, a jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village, asked. "I thought you would be late," Naruto smiled warmly at his daughter. "I would never miss my little brother's ceremony." The girl was indignant. As Naruto had said, after the death of the elders, her infertility had suddenly disappeared. Probably, a miracle had happened. The miracle was called Yum Dream. At the age of 12, her Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened when bandits tried to kill her mother on a mission. And she became the ideal donor for the almost blind Uchiha Shursui. Recently, the miracle had turned 16, and she had been disappearing on missions for days on end in the company of Hisashi Inuzuka, Kiba's eldest son. Shikamaru had stepped up to the platform. No matter how much the genius had denied it, he had still been chosen for this position, which he had never tired of complaining about to this day. In vain, because both Tsunade and his father, who had become an elder after the war, had helped him. A lazy, drawn-out voice rang out over the heads of those who had come to the ceremony. Shikamaru was incorrigible. "Do you think it was the right decision to make him Hokage?" Itachi raised an eyebrow, yawning furtively. Naruto nodded with a smile. Shikamaru is a sloth of the superlative degree. He would like to spend his whole life lying under a tree and looking at the clouds. So, believe me, he will do everything to avoid any serious shocks and stresses during his reign. Is that even possible? Itachi asked skeptically. Naruto laughed quietly. Yes, the children of their generation turned out to be a sight for sore eyes. Mischievous, as if they were all from the Uzumaki clan. The ceremony ended, and a little boy with a hedgehog of amusingly sticking out blue-black hair ran up to them. "Mom, Dad, sister. I got in." He beamed a wide smile. "Congratulations." The family said in unison, and Yum hugged her brother tightly, kissing him on the cheek. Naruto looked at her son with love. Her second little miracle, Kagami Uchiha. Thanks to Uzumaki genetics, the children completely adopted the appearance and genome of the Uchiha. But she could not influence their character. Both Yum and Kagami were energetic, restless, curious, and inquisitive. Which, coupled with the Sharingan, made an explosive mixture. As children, Itachi only had time to pull them out of all the secret corners of the village and send them to their mother in the hospital so that she could treat them. And the worst thing is that they could make imperturbable faces. They knew how to wait, like all Uchiha. They could be Uchiha when it was beneficial to them. But despite this, Itachi, along with grandfather Fugaku and grandmother Makoto, insisted on a third child. Night had already fallen, and the street lights were lit when the Uchiha family returned home. A yawning Yum was carrying her sleepy brother on her back, and Naruto took her husband's hand, forcing him to stop and let the children go ahead. Itachi looked questioningly at the former Uzumaki. The woman wrapped her arms around his neck. Her husband's hands habitually lay on her waist, pressing her closer to his body. "Itachi, I love you," she said quietly. "And I want you to prepare for another miracle." And she hurried after the children, leaving behind her husband with a stunned happy expression on his face. That's the end of the story.